After hearing Huang Xiaolong ask about his father's meridian's damages, Huang Datu suddenly became quiet, looking crestfallen. Huang Xiaolong did not rush him. After nursing his mood for a while, Huang Datu answered in a low voice, "A few years ago, Elder Huang Baogui sent my father to the Dead Sea for a task, to kill a foundation-building realm's six-eyed fish monster. But he was overpowered by that monster. Although my father escaped by a stroke of chance, he suffered heavy injuries, and his meridians and veins were severely damaged. He has been bedridden for all these years. At that time, my father had just advanced to foundation-building realm, so it was impossible for him to kill that foundation-building realm six-eyed fish monster, and this kind of task was impossible to complete. Huang Baogui deliberately sent my father to do that kind of risky task." Huang Datu looked infuriated and insisted, "He definitely did it on purpose. After my father returned, that Huang Baogui actually punished my father on the excuse that my father did not take the task issued by the family seriously, and imprisoned him in the dungeon for a year." Huang Datu's anger rose as he recounted what had happened in the past, and his voice grew louder unknowingly. "Later on, my father sold off everything he could, and gathered 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Huang Baogui released my father only after accepting the spirit stones." "Huang Baogui," Huang Xiaolong muttered with a frosty light bursting out from his eyes. Huang Datu added another sentence, "He's Huang Bo's third uncle." "Oh." Huang Xiaolong was a little surprised by this connection. "What is the relation between Huang Bo, Huang Baogui, and Huang Haod?" Huang Xiaolong asked. "Huang Haod." Huang Datu did not react to the name for a moment, and never thought Huang Xiaolong would be asking about the Huang family's patriarch because no Huang family's disciple would dare to call the patriarch by his full name. Thus, Huang Datu did not connect the name to the patriarch's name. When Huang Datu finally thought of it, he nearly jumped in fright and quickly looked around cautiously. Seeing that no one was around, he hurriedly said, "Lord, you're asking about our Huang family's patriarch?" and cautioned, "Our Huang family patriarch's name cannot be spoken casually." Huang Xiaolong laughed softly, watching Huang Datu's flustered expression. "What will happen if I call your Huang family patriarch's name?" Huang Datu looked at Huang Xiaolong, smiling in a little embarrassment. "You will be punished." "Punished?" Huang Xiaolong wasn't concerned about some punishment. Huang Haod made that rule? No one can call him by his name. Huang Datu nodded. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "In truth, like you, Huang Haod also has a nickname, Huang Xingxing." Huang Xingxing. Huang Datu's eyes were bulging in shock and disbelief as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. He felt he had just heard something incredible. "That's right, he was called Huang Xingxing, and I was the one who gave it to him." Huang Xiaolong chuckled, as if Huang Datu had overreacted. Huang Datu's jaw dropped to the ground. This lord in front of him had given the nickname Huang Xingxing to their Huang family's patriarch? This lord, you and our patriarch know each other? Huang Datu couldn't help asking. Huang Xiaolong nodded, and a light glimmered in his eyes as his smile widened. "In truth, I am also a member of Huang family." Huang Datu blanked for a long time. Huang Xiaolong and Huang Datu walked as they talked, and Huang Xiaolong learned Huang Haod and Huang Baogui had a deep relationship as Huang Haod was Huang Baogui's second uncle. Huang Xiaolong nodded. When he left that year, Huang Haod had 2 siblings and he ranked second. In that case, elder Huang Baogui should be Huang Haod's younger brother, Huang Ruxing's son, and Huang Bo was Huang Ruxing's grandson. Thus Huang Bo calls Huang Haod's second grandfather. In the years Huang Xiaolong wasn't around, Huang Haod had risen to the position of family patriarch, and after taking over the Huang family, he had begun excluding and suppressing Huang Xiaolong's line of descendants. The resources that should have been allocated to Huang Xiaolong's father, Huang Jiyuan, and others in the same line, were often deliberately withheld. Without cultivation resources, Huang Jiyuan's cultivation had stopped at the 6th-level foundation building, whereas Huang Xiaolong's mother, Wang Mylin, was only at the 3rd-level foundation building. Huang Datu's father, and Huang Xiaolong's younger brother, Huang Qinfei, had good talent, but under the constant suppression from Huang Haod's line of family, They had only managed to enter Foundation Building realm 10 years ago. Otherwise, Huang Xiaolong believed that with his younger brother Huang Chenfei's talent, he would have broken through to Golden Core realm long ago. Although Huang Dao recounted with a calm expression, Huang Xiaolong could imagine how suffocating life had been for his father Huang Jun and the others, and how humble and lowly they must have felt. Because of Huang Hao's exclusion and suppression, the descendant line his father belonged to would be looked down upon, subjugating to every kind of unfairness and injustice. Father, mother, don't worry. I will settle each account with Huang Hao for the unfair treatment and injustice you all have suffered for all these years. An hour later, Huang Xiaolong and Huang Datu stood in front of a yard. It was a small place, no bigger than 200 square feet. Even the gates were a little old. Huang Datu was a little embarrassed. These years, because my grandfather sold off most of the things to save my father. This little yard is what we have left. Huang Xiaolong's fists were tightly clenched. You all have been living in this place for the last 10 years? Huang Xiaolong inhaled deeply to calm himself down. This place was downright dilapidated that even common people who couldn't cultivate lived in a much better environment. Yet Huang Jiuan was a disciple of Huang family. Huang Ming doesn't care that your grandfather fell down to this stage? Huang Xiaolong asked in seething anger. Seeing that his grandfather Huang Ming did nothing when his father had been living like this greatly angered Huang Xiaolong. Hearing Huang Xiaolong ask about their Huang family's old ancestor, Huang Datu was afraid, and his face paled visibly. Datu, who's here? A voice sounded from inside the house. It was an elderly man's weak voice, as if that person would take his last breath in the next moment. Huang Xiaolong's heart was gripped by pain. Grandfather, it's a big lord. He said he knows you and came over to visit you. Huang Datu reacted and quickly answered as he pushed open the door and entered the yard. Huang Xiaolong suppressed his dissatisfaction towards his grandfather Huang Ming and entered after Huang Datu. Lord? He's familiar with me? Huang Jiuan was clearly baffled. Huang Xiaolong stepped into the house, and he saw Huang Jiuan sunbathing on a wooden bed in the small yard. Huang Jiuan's hair had turned completely white. There were wrinkles on his face, and his eyes were clouded. His breathing was extremely weak. Those few short sentences had taken the most out of him. Seeing his father's current state, Huang Xiaolong's heart soured, and his eyes turned red-rimmed. In a single step, he reached Huang Jiuan's side. Huang Jiuan looked at Huang Xiaolong, who was right in front of him. He looked at that face that was strange yet too familiar in his memories, and he quivered in excitement. He couldn't believe it, and he reached out with his hands, as his mouth was agape slightly, and he was tongue-tied. You are? But he soon held back. No, it can't be. You're not. Huang Xiaolong changed his posture and knelt on a knee. He took one of Huang Jiuan's thin, withered hands, with tears in his eyes as he said, Father, it's me, your son has returned. Hearing that, Huang Jiuan tried to stand up unsteadily, tears flowing down from his clouded eyes. You are really Huang Xiaolong, my son? Really my son? Huang Datu watched this as his jaw dropped to his chest. Huang Dao too stared at this sight and Huang Xiaolong stupidly while thinking, this young-looking man is actually my eldest uncle who died long ago. He had heard stories about this eldest uncle of his when his grandfather, Huang Jiuan, was willing to speak occasionally. This eldest uncle was one of the two most talented of Huang family's younger generation. Together with the current Huang family's patriarch, Huang Hao, they were hailed as the Huang family's twin dragons. But one day, this eldest uncle had inexplicably disappeared. For a period in time, his grandfather Huang Jiuan had spent a lot of time and effort, using various connections and resources to search for this eldest uncle, and even after 100 years, his grandfather had never truly given up. Despite his grandfather's efforts, they had never been found. It went without saying that his grandfather had high hopes for this eldest uncle, and the eldest uncle's disappearance had pained the entire line of descendants. There was despair and angst. Yes, father, it's me, Xiaolong. I'm back. Huang Xiaolong held his father's bony hands tight. Feeling his father's bony hands, cut Huang Xiaolong's heart like a knife. Hearing Huang Xiaolong affirming a second time, Huang Jiyuan's tears fell faster. In truth, from the moment he saw Huang Xiaolong, he already knew that Huang Xiaolong was his son who had been missing for 100 years, and the feeling of blood connection couldn't be wrong. Very good. Huang Jiyuan's deeply wrinkled face revealed a comforted smile. Heavens pity me, allowing me to see my son before I leave this world. Even if I die at this moment, I can close my eyes in peace. He originally still had a year or two of lifespan left, but being able to see his son who had been missing for 100 years before he took his last breath left him with no regrets. Huang Xiaolong tightened his grip over his father's hand a little bit more and reassured him, "Father, don't worry, you won't die." Huang Jiyuan blanked for a second, but then he thought that Huang Xiaolong was trying to comfort him, so he smiled weakly and said, "It's fine. Don't feel sad. Dying is only a part of life. I know my own body. It is already exhausted. But I am content that I was able to see you before my body gave out." But his voice trailed off thinking about his second son and choked with sorrow. "But your younger brother, his second son was born 20 years after Huang Xiaolong had gone missing. Because of Huang Xiaolong's disappearance, Huang Jiyuan doted on his younger son, and he had poured all his love on Huang Qinfei. Originally, everything was going well, but 10 years ago, after his younger son had advanced to foundation-building realm, everything had changed. Huang Xiaolong smiled hearing that. "It looks like father didn't believe a word I said. Then again, it's normal. According to father's understanding, his lifespan is up, and who would be able to change that? Even an Enlightenment Realm expert wouldn't be able to change this fact. Even if an Enlightenment Realm expert had a way to extend his life for a few years, there wasn't any Enlightenment Realm expert who would be willing to consume his own true essence to help an insignificant foundation-building realm to extend his life. Father, in the 100 years I've been missing, I've become a super expert," Huang Xiaolong joked with his father. Huang Jiyuan's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Xiaolong, could it be that you've broken through nascent soul realm? A nascent soul realm expert like Huang Haod? Nascent soul realm?" Huang Xiaolong was dumbfounded for a second. Then a wry smile crept up his face. "Nascent soul realm is considered a super expert?" Looking at his father as well as Huang Datu's expectant looks, Huang Xiaolong could only nod his head, and he said, "About there." Hearing Huang Xiaolong's admission, Huang Jiyuan immediately became spirited, and his clouded eyes once again teared up as he plopped to his knees and cried out, "Heavens is watching. My Huang Jiyuan's line of descendant has finally seen hope. Nascent soul realm, whether to the Huang family or the entire Wuxia country, that was a transcendent existence. Huang Jiangyuan had searched high and low for 100 years and waited bitterly. But finally, his son had returned. Even if I, Huang Jiyuan, die now, it's worth it." Huang Jiyuan laughed and cried at the same time. It was enough to have a nascent soul realm son. It was worth his life. This was the most glorious feat of his life. Huang Datu was beside himself in excitement, absolutely thrilled. After seeing his grandfather kneeling on the ground, he also knelt on the ground and hugged his grandfather. "Grandfather, eldest uncle is a nascent soul realm expert. We won't have to fight Huang Baogui, Huang Bo, and those people anymore. All these years, he has been greatly traumatized from being bullied by Huang Bo." His eldest uncle being the nascent soul realm expert meant that he had the backing of a nascent soul realm expert. Therefore, he didn't need to fear Huang Bo, Huang Baogui, and those bullies anymore. Although Huang Baogui was an elder in the family, he was merely a Golden Core realm expert, and according to Huang family's rules, any Huang family's disciple would be promoted to an elder when he broke through to Golden Core realm. Whereas, a nascent soul realm disciple would be a grand elder. At the thought that his eldest uncle would be Huang family's grand elder in the future, Huang Datu trembled with excitement from head to toe. Huang Xiaolong's heart ached and was struck by immense guilt watching his father cry and laugh, kneeling on the floor. "Father, come up and sit first. I'll help you extend your life space," Huang Xiaolong persuaded. Huang Jiyuan was startled, and he quickly shook his head in refusal. "Xiaolong, no. Don't damage your true essence to extend my life. This will harm your future cultivation." I'm someone with one foot in the coffin, and even if you use your true essence to extend my life, I can only live 3 or 4 years at most. A warm feeling filled Huang Xiaolong's heart that his father was more concerned about him, even though his life was fading away. He felt like the luckiest person in the universe because in all his 3 lifetimes his fathers were very good to him. Father, don't worry. Even if I help you to extend your lifespan, it won't damage my true essence, Huang Xiaolong reassured his father. Huang Jiyuan asked doubtfully, scrutinizing Huang Xiaolong's face as if he could see if Huang Xiaolong was telling the truth or not. Really? Really? Huang Xiaolong nodded his head confidently. After Huang Xiaolong's patient persuasion, Huang Jiyuan reluctantly agreed in the end. Huang Xiaolong had Huang Jiyuan sit down properly. Just sitting like this is okay? Huang Jiyuan asked. Generally speaking, when an expert was going to help another person to extend his life, various preparations had to be made beforehand. Just like this is okay. Huang Xiaolong nodded with a big grin. After Huang Jiyuan was seated down properly, Huang Xiaolong lightly tapped on Huang Jiyuan's meridian points. Huang Jiyuan's meridian points had withered and shrunken to a narrow point. So, Huang Xiaolong had to widen Huang Jiyuan's meridians and veins. After Huang Xiaolong was done tapping Huang Jiyuan's meridians, he reached and tapped the crown of his father's head's meridian point. Huang Xiaolong sent a steady stream of energy into his father's body through the head's meridian point, letting it circulate through Huang Jiyuan's entire body. With every portion of Huang Xiaolong's energy, Huang Jiyuan's shrunken and withered body began to fill up and regain a healthy ruddiness. In less than 10 breaths, Huang Jiyuan's wrinkled skin had been restored to the appearance of a 50 to 60-year-old middle-aged man. Huang Jiyuan's gray hair had actually turned black again. His clouded eyes were once again bright and clear, and muscles began to fill up his bone-thin frame. Huang Data watched without blinking his eyes, astonished by the changes in Huang Jiyuan, as if he was watching a once-in-a-lifetime miracle. Mommy, is this still as simple as extending one's lifespan? My grandfather is being reborn, isn't he? Reborn from ashes. It was exactly that, reborn from ashes. Other than this sentence, Huang Datu could not think of a better description. As Huang Datu watched the miracle taking place before him, a bright light appeared from inside of Huang Jiyuan's body, spreading as it grew brighter, just like a diamond reflecting the radiant sunlight, emitting its own brilliance. This is? 7th level foundation building realm. Huang Data's eyes were bulging in shock. His grandfather's cultivation, which had stuck for a long time, had actually advanced to the 7th level foundation building. His grandfather had long entered 6th level foundation building 30 years ago, but his cultivation had been stuck at peak late 6th level foundation building, and he was unable to break through to 7th level foundation building realm. But now, in a short few breaths, his grandfather had advanced. Huang Jiyuan's heart jumped in fright that his cultivation suddenly advanced to 7th level foundation building realm. Then, he stuttered excitedly, I finally advanced. Not a day had passed in the last 30 years that he had not wished that he could break through to the 7th level foundation building realm, but he was disappointed every time. Seeing that he had finally broken through to the 7th level foundation building today, how could he not feel excited? How could he not be thrilled? Huang Xiaolong grinned watching his father's reaction and teased a little. It's just the 7th level foundation building realm. Huang Jiyuan was stunned, failing to register the meaning of Huang Xiaolong's words. But very soon, he understood what Huang Xiaolong meant because, 10 breaths later, his body emitted another burst of radiant light as his cultivation entered the 8th level foundation building. He had broken through to the 8th level foundation building. His originally shriveled up meridians and veins widened once again and filled with vitality. No, not only were they filled with vitality, but they were literally surging great rivers. Merely in a few breaths, the meridians and veins' true essence had more than doubled. Huang Data's eyes were as wide as they could be while he continued watching. This can't be true, all right? He had a hard time believing what was happening in front of him, and it was just too unbelievable. His eldest uncle actually helped his grandfather to break through to 8th level foundation building from 6th level foundation building in a mere 20 breaths. Looking at his father's dazed expression, Huang Xiaolong smiled happily as he continued to channel energy into his father through his palm. And soon, Huang Jiyuan advanced again. 9th level foundation building. In the end, Huang Xiaolong stopped when Huang Jiyuan's cultivation stopped at peak late 9th level foundation building. At Huang Xiaolong's strength and cultivation realm, he could raise Huang Jiyuan's cultivation realm straight to golden core realm without any problem, and the peak late 9th level foundation building was nothing. However, condensing one's golden core was an important step. Huang Xiaolong decided to let Huang Jiyuan adapt to his consecutive breakthroughs before helping him to advance to golden core realm 10 days later. There were also distinctions between strong and weak golden core realm cultivators on Earth. The higher the rank of one's golden core, the higher one's battle strength would be. Golden cores were divided into 9 ranks, and the lowest rank was rank 1. However, above rank 9 golden cores there were king rank, monarch rank, and the legendary immortal rank golden core. Huang Xiaolong planned to help Huang Jiyuan to condense an immortal rank golden core a few days later. This way, Huang Jiyuan would have hope of breaking through immortal realm. The chances of advancing to immortal realm with an immoral rank golden core was more than twice of a monarch rank golden core. Of course, Huang Jiyuan had no knowledge of Huang Xiaolong's intention at all. He was still immersed in the ecstasy of breaking through to peak late 9th level foundation building. He looked at his body that had returned to the time when he was 40 years old in disbelief. In truth, he was blown away, especially when he felt the roaring true essence in his veins as he exerted force. Xiaolong, I've advanced to the 9th level of foundation building? Huang Jiyuan asked excitedly. Huang Xiaolong smiled and nodded. Yes, it's peak late 9th level foundation building. Really? It's real. Huang Jiyuan didn't know what to say. Peak late 9th level foundation building realm. He hadn't even dared to dream about this in the past. Yet this was happening to him. Then, won't I have hope of breaking through to golden core realm in the future? Huang Jiyuan asked Huang Xiaolong in the midst of his excitement. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. It's more than having hope. It's 100% certainty. He had strengthened and improved his father's body just now, and even without his help in the future, his father would break through to golden core realm within a year, and at the lowest achievement would be king rank golden core. There would be no issue for his father in each immortal realm at all. Naturally, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't say these things to his father. Huang Xiaolong smiled. Yes, father, you will have a chance of breaking through to golden core realm after 10 days. I will help you advance to the golden core realm and condense your golden core. 10 days. Condense golden core. The excited Huang Jiyuan was taken aback. Huang Datu was thrilled to see that Huang Jiyuan had advanced to peak late 9th level foundation building. But when he heard Huang Xiaolong say that he would help grandfather break through to golden core realm after 10 days, he too was taken aback. Huang Xiaolong smiled and nodded. That's right. Condense golden core after 10 days, and your grandfather will be a golden core expert. Huang Jiyuan was dumbfounded. Xiaolong, all these are really true? Huang Jiyuan still couldn't believe what he had heard, feeling as if he was in a dream. Everything that had happened that day was beyond Huang Jiyuan's wildest imagination. He had dreamed of his son coming back many times in the past, but when he woke up, he felt sadder than ever. Huang Xiaolong grinned and reassured his father. Of course, it's all real. Then he joked, Tonight, you're absolutely capable of fighting 300 rounds with mother. You kid, you dare to make fun of your father now. Huang Jiyuan scolded with mirth in his eyes. Then again, it was true that it had been a long time since he, had that. Then, Huang Xiaolong finally saw his mother, Wang Mylin. Wang Mylin was even weaker than his father. She was already at the end of her lifespan and wouldn't last another half a year. She didn't even have the energy to speak. But when she saw Huang Xiaolong, it was obvious that she was extremely agitated, and her clouded eyes teared up immediately. Her lips parted but could only manage low, hoarse grunts. She was calling her son, but the words could not come out. Huang Xiaolong caressed his mother's hand, enduring his heartache, and began improving his mother's body like what he had done with his father by widening her meridians and veins, and extending her lifespan. Before Huang Jiwen and Huang Datu's expectant gazes, Huang Mylan's shrunken body began to fill up, her flesh and muscles returned. Her skin was smooth and glowing. Her gray hair turned to shiny ebony, and her eyes became bright and clear. Before long, Huang Mylan's appearance was restored to her 40s. She was a great beauty in her heyday, and now that her condition was restored, Huang Jiwen was completely charmed. The shadow of a dying old woman was nowhere to be seen, and in front of him was a beautiful, elegant, and mature woman. Huang Xiaolong also helped his mother to advance until the peak of late 9th level foundation building realm before stopping. Although Huang Jiwen had experienced it himself, he was still startled watching Huang Xiaolong help Huang Mylan break through to peak late 9th level foundation building. Huang Mylan's cultivation was only at the peak late 3rd level foundation building, but now she had already reached the peak late 9th level foundation building. Huang Jiwen was shocked by Huang Mylan's physical changes and consecutive breakthroughs. Huang Datu was even more shocked. He looked at Huang Xiaolong with veneration as if he was going to prostrate before Huang Xiaolong in a heartbeat, and the idolization in his eyes had reached an indescribable degree. Lastly, Huang Xiaolong saw his younger brother whom he had never met, Huang Chenfei. Huang Chenfei's injuries were more serious than what Huang Datu had described them to be. It was much more than merely damaged veins and meridians, as more than half of his body's meridians and veins were broken, and one of his legs could no longer move. His waist was injured as well. His condition had deteriorated in the last 2 years. Hence, he had been completely bedridden. Even the country's most skilled doctor wouldn't be able to heal Huang Qingfei's injuries. But to Huang Xiaolong, these injuries were nothing. In a similar amount of time, roughly 20 breaths later, Huang Xiaolong had healed all of Huang Qingfei's injuries. Not only were his veins and meridians restored, but they had widened several times. His right leg that could not move was as good as new, and so was his injured waist. After suffering the torture his injuries had brought, Huang Qingfei's condition had worsened by the day. His cheeks were sunken, he looked dispirited, and more than half of his hair had grayed. But now, his changes were just as shocking as Huang Mylan's. He looked no more than 30-something, handsome and dashing. But considering Huang Qingfei's recovery, it was not as deep as his father Huang Jiwen and mother Huang Mylan. Huang Xiaolong only raised Huang Qingfei's cultivation to the 7th level foundation building realm. He decided to have Huang Qingfei cultivate for a year to peak late 9th level foundation building realm, before helping him to advance to golden core realm. Big brother. Huang Qingfei got off the bed and knelt in front of Huang Xiaolong on a single knee with a pious and grateful expression on his face. Huang Xiaolong pulled him up and smiled as he teased. "We're brothers, so there is no need to say thank you or anything like that." Huang Qingfei nodded happily. But he soon remembered the cause of his misery. Huang Baogui, just wait. Huang Xiaolong patted Huang Qingfei's shoulders in reassurance. "Don't worry. Your big brother will settle your grudge for you. Big brother guarantees it." A cold light glinted in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he promised. "Thank you, big brother," Huang Qingfei said gratefully. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for politeness. "Xiaolong returned today, so we must add some good dishes and celebrate." Huang Jiwen laughed happily. Not only his son, who had been missing for 100 years, had come back, but his wife's lifespan was extended and even her cultivation had advanced. Also, his younger son's injuries had all healed. Huang Jiwen was truly happy from the bottom of his heart, and he had never felt so happy in the last few decades. "Good. I will cook today." Huang Mylan laughingly took on the task of cooking and declared, "I'll go grocery shopping now." Huang Jiwen took out a low-grade spirit stone from his pocket. He hesitated for a bit, but then took out another one and gave both of them to Huang Mylan. He grinned and reminded, "Xiaolong loves roasted wild boar the most, so buy a wild boar back." Huang Mylan was stunned as she looked at the 2 low-grade spirit stones. She took them and smiled gracefully. "All right, I'll go to the market now. Mom, I'll go with you and get familiar with the environment." said Huang Xiaolong. Wang Milan agreed crisply. All right then. We, mother and son, haven't gone shopping together for a long time. Before leaving Earth, Huang Xiaolong used to accompany Wang Milan when she went to the market. Although the Huang family was an ancient martial arts family, they were mortals too, and they often went to the market and other places to buy things. Grandma, I'll come too. I can help carry things. Huang Datu volunteered enthusiastically. Wang Milan chuckled happily. Great, the wild boars nowadays are very heavy. So don't you dare complain you're tired later. Huang Datu's face split into a big grin. Not tired, not tired. It's just a wild boar. Thus, Huang Xiaolong, Wang Milan, and Huang Datu stepped out from the house and headed to the market nearby. Huang Jiwen and Huang Chunfei wanted to go as well, but Wang Milan shot them a glare and declared she was going shopping with her son and grandson. Why are the two of you coming along? Immediately, Huang Jiwen and Huang Chunfei looked crestfallen and waited obediently for them to return. Huang Xiaolong smiled watching this transpire. Father's still afraid of his wife, just like how he was in the past. His father was usually a very macho man, but whenever his mother glared at him, he deflated faster than a balloon. Huang Chunfei watched Huang Xiaolong and Wang Milan's back and spoke wryly. Mom is too biased. I'm also her son. Huang Jiwen chuckled. That's how your mother is. She dotes on your big brother the most. Then he added with vigor. Come on, we will spar. I haven't worked my muscles for a long time. Huang Chunfei was astounded, then quickly shook his head. Old Dad, you're already a peak late 9th level foundation building realm, so please spare me. I'm no match against you now. Why don't you wait until Mom comes back? Huang Jiwen widened his eyes and glared at him. Why so much nonsense? Come over quickly. He then added, You've been bedridden for so long, so this is a good time for you to move your muscles. It'll be good for your body. Do you understand? Do you really think I am so idle that I've got nothing better to do? Huang Jiwen had not fought anyone for over a decade, and his hands were itching. He needed to curb his itch right now, and there were no other opponents right now. Huang Chunfei naturally became his tool to scratch his itch. In the end, Huang Chunfei became Huang Jiwen's sparring partner with a bitter face. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong, Wang Milan, and Huang Datu were already several miles away. The market was a few miles from their house. Soon after leaving, after seeing Huang Datu's slow speed, Huang Xiaolong brought him along. In fact, along the way, Huang Xiaolong improved Huang Datu's physique again and again, directly raising Huang Datu's cultivation to first-level mid-Shintian realm. But Huang Xiaolong was well-measured and did not raise Huang Datu's cultivation too much. Even so, Huang Datu nearly fainted from ecstasy. Uncle, I can release my true chi outwards? Huang Datu's hands were fluttering everywhere from excitement. Huang Xiaolong snorted. Of course, it's true. Can it still be fake? Huang Datu grinned sheepishly in embarrassment. Wang Milan watched them with mirth in her eyes. Just a day ago, living was hell for her. But today, she was bathed in an ocean of happiness. If possible, she wanted things to stay in this moment, forever and ever. In the future, you just follow me, and I'll take you to see the world. Huang Xiaolong joked with Huang Datu. But Huang Datu responded with all seriousness, nodding his head firmly. Yes, uncle. He looked at Huang Xiaolong with a feverish admiration. Huang Xiaolong suddenly remembered something, and he asked Wang Milan, Mom, how's sister doing now? At the time he had gone missing, he had a younger sister called Huang Wen. Logically, his younger sister should have been aware of his parents' condition, and even if she had married someone, she must have visited her parents from time to time, right? Your sister, she... Wang Milan was hesitant to continue. Huang Datu interjected. Aunt married the Ha Province Lin family's disciple Lin Xiaotian. Ever since Huang Hao took over the patriarch position, in order to get into Huang Hao's good books, Lin Xiaotian had Aunt cut off her relationship with grandfather and grandmother. Every time Aunt wants to come back to visit us, Lin Xiaotian stops her. I've heard he even imprisoned Aunt for as long as half a year to a year because of this. The Ha province's Lin family was one of the ancient martial arts families, and in the past 100 years, they had risen to become one of Huaxiao country's 10 great cultivation families, one that was not weaker than Donglin's Huang family. Huang Xiaolong's expression darkened hearing that. Uncle, you don't know that after that Lin Xiaotian married Auntie, he also married a string of Dao companions, literally in the style of ancient men's 3 wives and 7 concubines. Huang Datu complained. But Wang Milin made an excuse for Lin Xiaotian. After you left, Earth's various alliances changed the law, making it legal for men to marry many wives. Huang Data retorted, Grandma, don't make excuses for that Lin Xiaotian anymore. It's not like we don't know what kind of person he is. We've been suppressed and beaten by Huang Haod, and that Lin Xiaotian treated Auntie badly to flatter Huang Haod, losing his temper with her more often than not. Wang Milin's lips moved, but she had no words to refute. Huang Xiaolong asked coldly, Who's Lin Xiaotian? He's Lin family's elder Lin Jing's son, but Lin Jing's line of descendant is not the main branch's direct descendants. So, Lin Jing and Lin Xiaoyan's status can only be considered as average, Huang Datu summarized. Huang Xiaolong nodded to indicate he was listening. With martial arts families with over 100 years heritage like Huang family and Lin family, the status of side branch descendants was not as good as the main direct descendants. Unless a disciple with exceptional talent came out from the side branch who could attract the attention of the family's old ancestor, or if someone from the side branch broke through to nascent soul realm. Even to a top-tier family like Huang family, every nascent soul realm expert was pivotal to the family, and one nascent soul expert alone could bring up an entire line of descendants. This was the reason why Huang Jiyuan was so thrilled when he thought Huang Xiaolong was a nascent soul realm expert. Mom, let's go to Ha province after 10 days when I am done making arrangements, Huang Xiaolong said to Wang Milin. His younger sister Huang Wen was unable to come back and see her parents due to Lin Xiaoyan's hindrance. Therefore, his younger sister and parents had not met for more than 10 years. It went without saying that they missed each other a lot. As expected, Wang Milin's cheeks flushed with happiness when she heard that. Really? That's great, Xiaolong. Then we'll depart 10 days later, she emphasized as if afraid Huang Xiaolong would change his mind. Huang Xiaolong smiled reassuringly. Promise. Honestly, he missed his younger sister too. They would set off to Ha province 10 days later after his parents formed their Immortal rank golden cores. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong, Wang Milin, and Huang Datu reached the market. The market was different from the wet markets in the past, and it was much bigger and more like a supermarket. There were all kinds of vegetables, meat, poultry, and other ingredients. Just meat was divided into several categories, from ordinary poultry and meat to fierce beasts meat, which offered an even wider variety that was no less than 50. There were also several kinds of spiritual fruits. Spiritual beasts meat and spiritual fruits were naturally more expensive than the ordinary poultry and meat. The market building consisted of 4 floors, and each floor was approximately 20 to 30,000 square meters. Wang Milin directly led them to the 3rd floor while explaining. Generally, spiritual beast meat and spiritual fruits are located on the 3rd and 4th floors. Mom, 2 pieces of low-grade spirit stones are enough to buy a whole spiritual hog beast? Huang Xiaolong asked casually. Fleeting embarrassment flickered across Wang Milin's face. It looked like her son had already seen through their situation that their entire family's wealth was several pieces of low-grade spirit stones. Taking out 2 pieces of low-grade spirit stones for a meal during this time was already a luxury. We'll choose a smaller one, it should be enough. Wang Milin fumbled with an excuse. 2 pieces of low-grade spirit stones was indeed enough to get a smaller-sized spiritual hog beast, but what if there wasn't a smaller one available? Generally, smaller-sized spiritual hog beasts were very popular, and they sold out fast. A while later, Wang Milin, Huang Xiaolong, and Huang Datu came to the section selling spiritual hog beast meat. But after asking more than 20 stalls, none of them had any small-sized spiritual hog beast left, and Wang Milin looked even more embarrassed. In the end, she said to Huang Xiaolong, Xiaolong, how about we? Spiritual hog beasts were generally sold in whole, and very rarely the vendors were willing to sell by weight or pieces. It's all right, Mom. We can buy ordinary ingredients, Huang Xiaolong said to Wang Milan. Truthfully, I miss the taste of wild boar we used to have in the past. We can come buy a spiritual hog beast tomorrow. It was time to exchange the dozen golden cores in his sun-moon furnace at the bank. He didn't need money, but his parents did. In fact, they needed money very much. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to eat soon. Just as Wang Milan, Huang Xiaolong, and Huang Datu were about to go back down to the second floor, for disciples came towards them from another side. When Huang Datu saw the four young men, his expression tensed, and subconsciously he tried to hide himself behind Huang Xiaolong. It was quite obvious he was trying to avoid the four of them. Yo, isn't this Huang Datu? Looks like you've got rich. Huang Datu that you can afford to buy a spiritual hog beast on the third floor. The young man in the middle walked straight up to Huang Datu and taunted sarcastically. The skinny young man amongst them was staring hatefully at Huang Datu. Huang Datu, you've become very capable now, have you? You dare to hide from us. Get over here now, or believe it or not, I'm going to beat you so bad that you'll be uglier than a spiritual hog beast. The remaining two young men exploded into laughter. It was obvious these people were very used to bullying Huang Datu. Who are they? Huang Xiaolong's indifferent gaze swept over the four young men as he asked Huang Datu. Huang Datu finally remembered that his eldest uncle was a nascent soul realm expert, and his courage immediately got bigger as he answered, Uncle, they are Chu family's disciples. He pointed at the young man in the middle and said, He's called Chu Zhongming. His grandfather is a grand elder in the family. The Chu family was also part of Earth's current cultivation families, but they were not headquartered in Donglin province. They came from the southward neighboring province called Nanha province. But big cultivation families like Huang family and Chu family dabbled in many industries throughout the Wuxia Alliance's territories. Hence, many families' disciples were sent to various provinces and cities to take care of these industries. So, it was nothing strange to see Chu family's disciples in Donglin province. Uncle. Upon hearing Huang Datu call Huang Xiaolong his eldest uncle, the four young men were surprised and began scrutinizing Huang Xiaolong. Looking at Huang Xiaolong's dashing appearance, their reactions were similar to Huang Bo's. There is someone so good-looking on Earth. Even at that time, there were stars that shot to fame based on their good looks, but after comparing them to Huang Xiaolong, those famous stars were akin to an ugly boar. Ignoring the four stupefied gazes, Huang Xiaolong continued asking Huang Dio, They habitually bully you? They do, uncle. Every time I encounter them, they make a joke out of me, and then beat me up with at least 2 punches from each of them before letting me go. Huang Datu glared resentfully at Chu Zhongming's group as he added, They're very close to Huang Bo. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Chu Zhongming faced Huang Xiaolong with a haughty expression. Brat, you are Huang Datu's uncle? Looking at your face puts me in a foul mood. He looked towards a pile of filth not far away and ordered, Go dunk your face in that pile of filth for a minute, and I'll let you leave, or all of us will make a slash across your face. Huang Xiaolong glanced at the pile of filth. It was a pile of discarded spiritual hog beasts' internal organs and other parts. More often than not, many people would request the vendor to clean up the spiritual hog beasts they bought on the spot instead of doing it themselves, and all these unwanted parts were piled high in a corner, as tall as a person. Flies swarmed around it as spiritual hog beasts' intestines, blood, and feces were mixed together. Brat, don't waste time and get inside quickly. Another Chu family's disciple sneered mockingly as a sharp dagger appeared in his hand while he threatened, Dally anymore and I'll slash your face right here and now. You! Huang Datu was outraged. You guys are too much. Wang Milan too was outraged by these youngsters' behavior. Huang Datu had never told her he was being bullied all these years, and this was the first time she heard that Huang Datu was often bullied by these Chu family's disciples, and she was extremely angry. Brother Zhongming, this pretty auntie is not bad. The Chu family's disciple holding a dagger brightened when he finally noticed Wang Milan. Only then did Chu Zhongming and the other two youngsters notice Wang Milan's appearance, and their eyes lit up. Wang Milan was plainly dressed, so the four of them didn't pay much attention to her. Although Wang Milan appeared to be in her 40s, Her skin was smooth and ruddy after Huang Xiaolong improved her physical attributes, and she exuded a charm that young women in their 20s did not possess. She looked mature and elegant. Huang Xiaolong's face was full of frost seeing the lecherous expressions on the Chu family disciples' faces, and he ordered Huang Datu, "Break their legs and throw them into the pile of filth." Huang Datu was startled and did not react for a second. "Uncle, you mean me?" He had gotten too used to being bullied by Chu Zhongming and others. Moreover, his strength was worse than the four of them. Hence, he had never dreamt that he could break Chu Zhongming's legs. "Of course it's you." Huang Xiaolong nearly rolled his eyes looking at Huang Datu's silly expression. At a glance, he had seen through Chu Zhongming and the others' cultivation, and they were merely 9th-level Qi refining realm. With Huang Datu's current Xiantian realm, he alone was more than enough to deal with them. Chu Zhongming and the others turned and looked at Huang Xiaolong. "Break our legs and throw us into the pile of filth?" He chuckled sarcastically and pointed at Huang Datu. "Who him?" The Chu family's disciple holding a dagger strode angrily towards Huang Xiaolong and slashed at Huang Xiaolong with it. "Punk, obviously. You prefer me to draw on your face with my dagger." Huang Datu was anxious when he saw the Chu family's disciple trying to injure Huang Xiaolong, and slapped him with his palms. A strong wind roused, sending the disciple and his dagger flying. Huang Datu was flabbergasted, staring dumbly at his own hands, but ecstasy soon took over his shock. Only then did he remember that he had advanced to Xiantian realm. He is channeling true Qi out of his body? The other three Chu family's disciples were shocked and looked at Huang Datu in disbelief. Xiantian expert. But they had seen Huang Datu a month ago, and Huang Datu was clearly at late 6th-level Qi refinement. Then, how come he advanced to Xiantian realm during this time? The disciple Huang Datu sent flying got up from the floor, and spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at Huang Datu in shock and rage. "Go break their legs." Huang Xiaolong reminded Huang Datu as he was immersed in ecstasy. "Remember? Legs? Both of them? Not one leg." Huang Datu hesitated for a split second, then strode towards Chu Zhongming's group of four. Chu Zhongming and the others ashened slightly. "Huang Datu, you dare!" The disciple, who was sent flying, roared at Huang Datu. He pointed the sharp dagger in his hand at Huang Datu. "Touch a hair on us again if you have the guts." Chu Zhongming sneered. "Huang Datu, you better roll over here and get on your knees. Apologize to us or you'll regret this. If we tell Huang Bo a word of what happened today, he'll have 1,000 ways to torture you." At the mention of Huang Bo, Huang Datu's eyes turned red, and before any of the four Chu family's disciples reacted, Huang Datu had arrived in front of him with his fist swinging out, hitting Chu Zhongming squarely on the face. Caught off guard, Chu Zhongming staggered from the force and crashed against the wall. When Chu Zhongming fell to the ground, his mouth and nose were bloodied. "Brother Zhongming!" The other three disciples exclaimed anxiously as they hastened to Chu Zhongming's side. Chu Zhongming got up with their help. His face was twisted with rage. As the grandson of Chu family's grand elder, he had been doted on from childhood. When had he been so miserable? But today he was beaten by the weak and insignificant kid they were used to stepping on. "Huang Datu, you're seeking death," Chu Zhongming bellowed at the top of his lungs. "Chop him into pieces for me." The other three Chu family's disciples took out their swords and lunged towards Huang Datu in attack. Facing three murderous-looking Chu family's disciples with sharp weapons, attacking at the same time, Huang Datu subconsciously retreated, and noticing this, the three Chu family's disciples became emboldened. However, Huang Datu had advanced to Xiantian realm, and after Huang Xiaolong had improved his physique, his defenses, explosive power, and agility were twice as high as the same-level cultivators. The three Chu family's disciples were merely 9th-level Qi refinement, so how could they possibly hold any advantage when attacking Huang Datu? There seemed to be wind under Huang Datu's feet, and the three Chu family's disciples couldn't even touch the corner of Huang Datu's clothes. But Wang Mylin was anxious and worried, watching Huang Datu being besieged by three people. She wanted to help but was stopped by Huang Xiaolong. "Mom, we just need to watch from the side. Datu is capable of dealing with the four of them alone. Huang Xiaolong had discovered that Huang Datu's temperament was a little cowardly because of constant bullying he suffered. In order for Huang Datu to regain his confidence, Huang Datu should be given the chance to defeat those who had bullied him in the past. This was something Huang Datu must experience, or he would live in the shadows of those people forever. After some clumsy movements, Huang Datu soon calmed down and found his rhythm. He started to retaliate. Channeling his true qi outside his body, Huang Datu's palm hit the disciple's wrist, making the disciple drop the blade. Then he landed a punch on his chest, sending the disciple reeling back. Then, Huang Datu's fist slammed onto the second disciple's back as he spun around, slamming that disciple to the floor face down. And the last of the three, Huang Datu's fist connected with the disciple's face with a hard jab. After he finished dealing with the three disciples, Huang Datu strode towards Chu Zhangming, and finally, there was panic on Chu Zhangming's face as he backed away. "You, Huang Datu, how dare you?" Huang Datu sneered. "Just watch." With that said, he slammed his fist onto Chu Zhangming's mouth, knocking off a few of Chu Zhangming's teeth, and shouted, "This move, I learned from my uncle." A drop of sweat trickled down the side of Huang Xiaolong's forehead, but he had indeed knocked off a few of Huang Bo's teeth previously. Chu Zhangming looked at his bloody teeth scattered on the floor, as anger, humiliation, and killing intent boiled in his chest as he pointed a trembling finger at Huang Datu. "Huang Datu, I will make you regret this soon enough. Regret everything you did today." A brutal light gleamed in Huang Datu's eyes as he stomped his foot on Chu Zhangming's leg. Chu Zhangming let out a blood-curdling scream when one of his legs was broken by Huang Datu. With the same method, Huang Datu broke Chu Zhangming's other leg, as well as the other three disciples' legs, before throwing the four of them into the pile of animal filth, regardless of their screams and bellows or threats. Looking at the four people thrown into the pile of filth with his own hands, Huang Datu had never felt so liberated in his life. Cool. So damn cool. Huang Datu returned to Huang Xiaolong's side with spring in his steps amidst Chu Zhangming's and the others' screams. "Uncle, I defeated them," Huang Datu exclaimed excitedly. He had never thought that one day he would be able to turn the tables and smack Chu Zhangming and his group instead. Huang Xiaolong smiled. "If defeating a few 9th-level qi refining realms makes you so happy, then wouldn't you be flying to the moon when you defeat an enlightenment realm?" Enlightenment realm? Huang Datu was stupefied. Then, he waved his hands and head in a frightened expression. "Uncle, don't joke." Not to mention enlightenment realm experts, even a nascent soul realm expert was a top existence in his eyes. Just a fart from a nascent soul realm expert could blast him to death. Huang Xiaolong smiled in silence. After the improvements he had made in Huang Datu's physical body, it was only a matter of time when Huang Datu would defeat an enlightenment expert, and even defeating tribulation realm experts was something granted. Wang Mylan was over the moon that her grandson won the battle, but she was worried at the same time. Thus, she said, "Xiaolong, Chu Zhangming's grandfather, is a grand elder of Chu family. After having their legs broken, I'm afraid the Chu family won't let this matter rest without doing anything." Huang Xiaolong smiled faintly upon hearing that. "Mother, don't worry. Nothing will happen with me around. Not to mention just a Chu family's grand elder. But even if the entire Chu family comes, they wouldn't have the guts to touch a hair on any of you. They don't have that ability." This was Huang Xiaolong's guarantee. He would never allow others to bully his parents and his family on Earth. Chu Zhangming suddenly laughed with a distorted expression. "Punk, I'll let you be arrogant for now, but wait till my father and the others arrive. You'll shit yourself." "Is that so?" Huang Xiaolong responded tepidly. "I'll be waiting then." Before turning away, Huang Xiaolong's finger flicked, and a pile of spiritual hog beasts' filth flew up from the ground and splattered across Chu Zhangming and the other three disciples' faces, eyes, mouths, and nostrils, making Chu Zhangming and the others feel as if they had gone to hell and back. On the second floor, Huang Xiaolong, Wang Mylan, and Huang Datu managed to get a satisfactory whole wild boar and other ingredients and then returned to the house. The wild boar they bought was cheap because it was not a spiritual beast. Wang Milan even got back tens of gold coins in return after paying with one low-grade spirit stone. Those spirit stones had become the common currency on Earth. In ordinary wet markets and markets, copper, silver, and gold coins were also commonly used, and each denominator's exchange rate was 1 to 100. One silver coin was equivalent to 100 copper coins, one gold coin was equivalent to 100 silver coins, and one piece of low-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 gold coins. Therefore, Wang Milan merely spent less than 100 gold coins overall. On the way back to the house, Wang Milan looked at Huang Xiaolong from time to time as if she had something to say. "Mom, what is it? Just say it." Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong asked frankly, "Xiaolong, do you still remember Zhang Yuhan?" Wang Milan asked reluctantly. Zhang Yuhan. The name seemed to stroke Huang Xiaolong's heartstrings. That girl, how could he forget her? They were so in love. Her every smile and laugh seemed to flash before his eyes. How is she now? Huang Xiaolong pretended nonchalance as he asked. She's teaching at the Eastern University now, Wang Milan answered, and suddenly added another sentence. She's still single. What? Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. She didn't marry? For so many years. She has been? Huang Xiaolong's mind was buzzing. Wang Milan nodded. She has not married. After you went missing suddenly, many young masters from prominent families were interested in her, and her family also arranged a marriage for her, but she threatened them with her life. In the end, her family ran out of ideas, and as her age increased, they let her be. Later on, after advancing to Golden Core Realm, she joined the Eastern University's teaching staff. But from the last I've heard of her, she has already stepped into Nascent Soul Realm and was promoted to the Eastern University's dean. Wang Milan sighed with melancholy. You should go see her. Honestly, she has been waiting for you all this time. Others might not know the reason, but it's clear to me and your father. Huang Xiaolong nodded in silence, feeling complicated emotions. He had really not expected Zhang Yuhan to have not marry anyone. Had Zhang Yuhan married in her prime, she probably would have had a great-granddaughter by now. Even a beauty will grow old in 100 years. Huang Data's eyes widened in shock as he listened in to his grandmother and eldest uncle's conversation. My uncle and the Eastern University's Dean Zhang Yuhan were actually? Uncle, you and Lady Zhang Yuhan? Huang Data couldn't believe what he had just heard. Seeing Huang Data's reaction, Huang Xiaolong asked in a playful tone, Zhang Yuhan is very famous. Is she? Huang Data nodded his head heavily, looking extremely serious as he said, Very famous. Lady Zhang Yuhan is a grade 9 spiritual vein, and she has comprehended the Eastern University's Emperor Qing's secret scripture that no has been able to decode. More importantly, she once defeated 2 same-level nascent soul realm beasts at the same time. Huang Datu went on to list all of Zhang Yuhan's feats. The Eastern University was the top education institution within the Wuxia Alliance, and as the Eastern University's dean, Lady Zhang Yuhan was famous throughout Wuxia given her strength and talent. After listening to his nephew's unbiased account of Zhang Yuhan's feats, Huang Xiaolong looked at Wang Milan. Mom, did Zhang Yunhan come to visit you in these years? With Zhang Yuhan's status and identity, if she had been willing to extend a helping hand, his parents' and family's lives wouldn't have fallen to that degree. Wang Milan understood what her son was thinking, thus explained, The first few decades after your disappearance, Zhang Yuhan came to visit us often. Later on, after she advanced to Nascent Soul Realm and got promoted to become the Eastern University Dean, she has been very busy and she stopped coming. Moreover, every time she visits us, she would inevitably be reminded of you, making her sad and cry. We were worried her emotions would affect her, and told her to stop coming. Huang Xiaolong succumbed to silence once more. Xiaolong, you can't put the blame on Yuhan for this matter. Wang Milan persuaded. Huang Xiaolong nodded, and sighed inwardly. Honestly, did he have any qualifications to blame Zhang Yuhan? He had been missing for 100 years, and she has been single the entire time. He was the one who had turned his back on her. He had married in another world and had more than one wife. Back at the house, Huang Xiaolong saw the two black eyes on his younger brother Huang Qinfei's face. He looked stunned while Huang Qinfei explained with a bitter expression. Father was itching to spar and wouldn't let me go. Moreover, the old man's quite persistent in using the dragon-digging pearl move, and he stubbornly aimed for my eyes. Both Huang Xiaolong and Huang Datu broke into laughter. Wang Milan laughed as she shot a glare at Huang Jiuan. Very good, you're so capable now. In that case, you go and spar with Xiaolong. Let us watch you both. Huang Jiuan nearly jumped back in fright by his dear wife's words, and was quick to make an excuse. Xiaolong has just returned, so he must be tired, so it's better we don't. What if it affects our father and son's relationship? Huang Qinfei complained audibly under his breath. You're not afraid it would affect our father and son's relationship? Huang Jiuan gave Huang Qinfei a sharp glare, drawing laughter from the others. That night, the family erected a bonfire in the yard and roasted a whole wild boar. Huang Xiaolong personally took over the job of roasting the wild boar. The others sat in a circle, talking and laughing. It was a cozy family gathering. Watching Huang Xiaolong skillfully turning the roast wild boar back and forth, both Huang Jiuan and Wang Milan were surprised. Brother, in the 100 years that you've been missing, did you go become someone's royal chef? Huang Qinfei couldn't help asking. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Of course not. He paused, then stated, you get better when you do it often enough. For a few years, when I was out training, I often roasted meat in the wild. It wasn't for some years, it was for many, many years. In the foreign mortal world, it was Azura Gates Fei Ho and a bunch of others. Then it was the little cow in the divine world, up until he had ascended to the foreign holy world. Huang Xiaolong did not use his essence fire while roasting the wild boar like he usually did, and used this bonfire like a mortal. Soon, the smoky aroma of roast meat wafted out from the wild boar as the bonfire sizzled due to the oil dripping from it. Huang Datu, Huang Qinfei, and Huang Jiuan were salivating on the side. Huang Jiuan clearly swallowed several times. Xiaolong, is it ready? Huang Jiuan rushed his son. Huang Xiaolong smirked at their voracious faces. Soon. Just a few minutes more. Inhaling the unique scent of roasted wild boar, Huang Xiaolong was a little intoxicated. It was the familiar aroma that he had missed. Wang Milan quickly stirred fry a few dishes in the kitchen while Huang Xiaolong took care of the wild boar. When Huang Xiaolong's roast wild boar was done, Wang Milan was also done with her side dishes. There were more than a dozen dishes, almost overloading the table. Right in the middle of the table was the wild boar Huang Xiaolong had roasted. It looked golden and crisp, with a tantalizing aroma curling out of it. So fragrant. Huang Data smacked his lips. It would be great if we could eat like this every day. In his memories, he had never eaten such a luxurious meal before, not even during the Lunar New Year or other festive occasions. Huang Jiuan, Wang Milan, and Huang Qinfei looked a little awkward, but Huang Xiaolong teased him. Look at your unpromising appearance. Uncle guarantees you that you'll get to eat a big meal like this every day in the future. Huang Dada's eyes sparkled. For real, Uncle? Huang Jiuan immediately became spirited as well, laughing heartily. Did you forget your uncle is a nascent soul expert? According to family rules, nascent soul realm will be promoted to Grand Elder, and they are given 1,000 low-grade spirit stones every month. Every month. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. This indeed was an amazing sum to them. If calculated based on Earth's salary before the Cultivation Revival era, it would be a monthly salary of 1 million. There was happiness in Wang Milan's eyes as she watched all these. Xiaolong, tomorrow, we'll go to the family's ancestral hall so we can add you back into the family. After they verify that you have advanced to nascent soul realm by the family's grand elders, you'll be promoted to Grand Elder. Family's ancestral hall? Huang Xiaolong shook his head and stated firmly, I won't go. Being recognized by the family, or becoming a Grand Elder were superfluous things for him. Wang Milan was immediately anxious. Xiaolong, don't let your anger get the better of you. Only by becoming the family's Grand Elder you can get more benefits. It's not only the 1,000 low-grade spirit stones every month. You can manage some of Huang family's industries. Huang Xiaolong smiled, reassuringly facing his mother's anxiousness. Mom, it's merely the position of Huang family's grand elder. I don't care about it. In fact, I don't even put the position of Huang family's patriarch in my eyes. Even if Huang Ming offers the Huang family's patriarch position to me on both hands, it will still depend on if I'm in the mood to take it. Huang Xiaolong was merely stating the truth, but his words turned Huang Jiyuan's, Huang Milan's, and Huang Qinfei's worlds upside down. The position of Huang family's patriarch. It had never occurred to them that Huang Xiaolong was qualified to take over the position of Huang family's patriarch. The Huang family had more than 10 nascent soul realm experts, and it took more than nascent soul realm cultivation to become the Huang family's patriarch. After advancing to nascent soul realm, one needed to defeat the current Huang family's patriarch first, and that was Huang Haod. Moreover, after defeating Huang Haod, one also needed to obtain old ancestor Huang Ming's approval before one could climb up to the position of patriarch. That was too difficult. Huang Haod himself was a 6th-level nascent soul expert, and to defeat him was easier said than done. Moreover, old ancestor Huang Ming doted on Huang Haod. Then how would Huang Ming abolish Huang Haod's patriarch position and appoint someone else as patriarch? Among the family, there were 7th-level nascent soul experts, even 8th-level nascent soul realm, but these people were only given the positions of Grand Elder, and had to execute Huang Haod's orders because behind Huang Haod was Huang Ming, an Enlightenment realm expert. After the shock from Huang Xiaolong's words receded, Huang Juan quickly hushed Huang Xiaolong. Xiaolong, old ancestor's name cannot be spoken by us. Remember this when you're in front of others. If this reaches the ears of the enforcement hall, it's a big offense. Huang Xiaolong merely smiled and did not debate with his father on the matter. We won't speak of this as the roast wild boar has cooled, and it's perfect to eat it now. Brother's right. Dad, Mom, sit down. My stomach's already screaming from hunger. Huang Qinfei said, lightening the atmosphere. Everyone took their seats. Huang Juan was grinning from ear to ear as he tore off an entire boar's leg and brought it in front of Huang Xiaolong while saying, I remember you like to eat boar leg the most, and it must be the front leg. Huang Xiaolong didn't feign politeness as he took the boar leg and bit off a large chunk of meat. His mouth was full of fragrant meat. Delicious! Huang Xiaolong praised. Even the elixirs from foreign worlds couldn't compare to the taste of roast boar from his hometown. Eat more? Huang Milan smiled, looking at her eldest son with motherly love, and started piling other dishes onto Huang Xiaolong's plate. These stir-fries and other dishes are all your favorites. You must finish all of them today. Huang Xiaolong made a dramatic reaction as he stared at the dozen dishes on the table. Ah, a great expert like me is going to die from overeating? Beasts can't kill me, but I will die from heartburn. Won't others laugh at me if they come to know? Huang Jiyuan, Huang Qinfei, and Huang Datu snickered. Huang Milan tapped her finger at Huang Xiaolong's forehead and chided. You speak too much. Eat quickly. If you don't finish these today, you won't be allowed to leave your seat. Huang Xiaolong flattened his mouth as if he had been bullied. The 5 chatted as they ate, and Huang Xiaolong took the opportunity to ask about the old residence being sold off, as that was the place he used to live in. Hearing Huang Xiaolong ask about the old main residence, Huang Qinfei's expression turned bitter. It's my fault. If it wasn't for me, Father wouldn't have sold the main residence, and it wouldn't have fallen into somebody else's hands. Huang Data sounded indignant when he chimed in. Uncle, originally, our main residence was worth at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. But Huang Baogui told everyone that no one is allowed to buy it except for his friend. He forced us to sell it to his friend for a mere 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. And his friend is the Yutong Flying Ship Company's Chun Mi. Oh, Yutong Flying Ship Company? Huang Xiaolong asked. Huang Jiyuan nodded. The Yutong Flying Ship Company is an international company, and one of the top 10 flying ship manufacturers on Earth. It is also one of the Earth's top 500 companies. Chun Mi is the general manager for the Yutong Flying Ship Company in the Wuxia Alliance. Therefore, he also has other identities, and he has a brother in the top levels within the Wuxia Alliance. Huang Xiaolong listened calmly, then asked, Huang Haod. Is he at the Huang family's main residence now? Huang Jiuan, Huang Milan, and Huang Chunfei had not stepped out of the house for a long time until this day, so they knew very little about what was going on outside. It was Huang Dio who answered, No, it is said that Huang Haod went to the capital city a few days ago. Oh, he went to the capital? Huang Xiaolong, Huang Jiuan, Huang Milan, and even Huang Chunfei were surprised. Huang Data nodded his head. Yup, it seems like the East Sea's beasts are attacking the border again, and this time the beast tide is much bigger than all other times. The Alliance's upper echelons have summoned Wuxia's various families' patriarchs. In fact, they've called all the patriarchs with a little bit of strength there. Huang Haod would probably come back a month later, Huang Datu added. Honestly, he didn't know when Huang Haod would return, and that was merely his guess. Huang Qinfei's brows furrowed with worry, and it was apparent in his voice as he said, The East Sea's beasts are attacking again? The Alliance actually summoned all the Cultivation family's patriarchs. The beast tide this time must be very serious. Huang Xiaolong asked, The East Sea's beasts often attack the border? Huang Qinfei nodded in affirmation. Yes, they would attack at least once every few years as our city is located close to the East Sea, and the East Sea is a gathering place for many fierce beasts. Nothing can be done about it. Still, the Alliance has stationed an army at the border, and most of the time there isn't any problem. This is the first time the Alliance has summoned so many Cultivation families' patriarchs. I've even heard that the old ancestor has gone to the East Sea, Huang Datu added. What? Even the old ancestor has gone to the East Sea? Huang Jiuan and the others were genuinely surprised hearing that, and Huang Jiuan looked solemn. If the old ancestor also went to the East Sea, then it's something major. Generally speaking, an Enlightenment realm expert rarely made a move. Something that required the power of an Enlightenment realm expert had to be a serious matter. Even though Huang Xiaolong was surprised that Huang Ming had gone to the East Sea, Huang Xiaolong didn't put the matter to heart. Huang Xiaolong accompanied his family, talking about Huang family, the earth, and other things as they enjoyed the food. This afternoon meal went on well as Huang Xiaolong really scraped clean all the dishes, and not a crumb was wasted. His mother had cooked all these. Naturally, Huang Xiaolong did not suffer from any heartburn. By the time the meal was over, the sun was setting in the horizon. Fiery ember rays of sunlight shone on the house, falling on Huang Xiaolong as he stood in the air. Looking at the sunset, Huang Xiaolong sighed, So beautiful! This was the first time he noticed that Earth's sunset was so beautiful. The soft rays intermingled with the last bits of blue and white in the sky, with ever-changing colors, that one could never get bored looking at them. Huang Datu was standing in front of the house on the ground, looking at Huang Xiaolong who was standing in the air, and his face was full of envy and idolization. Although Golden Core Realm experts could fly in the sky, only Nascent Soul Realm experts and above could stand in the air as if it was flat ground. It was a dream for many people to stand in the air overlooking other living beings. Do you want to come up? Huang Xiaolong's voice suddenly came from above. Huang Data blanked for a split second, then nodded his head excitedly. He felt a gentle power wrap around him and carry him into the air with a casual wave of Huang Xiaolong's hand. The feeling frightened him at first, but he quickly regained his senses and stood steadily. Huang Xiaolong continued to watch the sunset quietly, and Huang Data smartly kept quiet. What do you want to do most when you've broken through to the nascent soul realm? Huang Xiaolong asked. Huang Datu was momentarily dazed as he had never contemplated this question before because no one had thought that one day he would be able to break through to nascent soul realm. It was so hard to break through to nascent soul realm, and even many cultivators who were born with grade 7 spiritual veins, or even grade 8 spiritual veins, were unable to advance to nascent soul realm smoothly, and he was merely someone born with innate grade 5 spiritual veins. Uncle, I don't think I'd be able to enter nascent soul realm in my lifetime. Huang Data sounded dejected. Huang Xiaolong smiled. This kid probably had not realized that after I improved his physical body, his talent has left the so-called grade 10 spiritual vein geniuses in the dust. Forget grade 10 spiritual vein, Even king-level spirituals, monarch-level, and even immortal-level meridians couldn't compare to Huang Datu's current talent. Then, just suppose one day if you really become a nascent soul expert, what do you want to do most? Huang Xiaolong asked again. Huang Datu hesitated for a while before answering. What I want to do most is marry Tan Wei. Oh, Tan Wei. Huang Xiaolong's interest was piqued. Huang Datu scratched his head shyly at Huang Xiaolong's reaction. I like Tan Wei. Huang Xiaolong grinned. No need to feel embarrassed for liking someone. This Tan Wei, where is she from? She's our Donglin province Tan family's direct descendant disciple, Huang Datu explained, but a trace of complicated look and longing flashed across his eyes. She's very beautiful, especially her eyes that can talk straight with your soul. I've liked her since I saw her for the first time 10 years ago. Huang Xiaolong asked, Does she like you? Huang Datu's face flushed an unnatural red, stuttering in his answer. Wait till I break through to nascent soul realm. I think she might like me. Huang Xiaolong's brows furrowed as it seemed to be a one-sided crush on his nephew's side. Huang Xiaolong continued to chat with Huang Datu, asking how he had met with Tan Wei. 10 years ago, Tan Wei had come to visit a Huang family's elder with her parents, and later she had run into Huang Bo's group as they were bullying Huang Datu. She had helped Huang Datu out of a predicament, and it was at that time Huang Datu had fallen for Tan Wei. Huang Xiaolong shook his head with a wry smile on his face. You two have only met that one time? Huang Xiaolong asked. Somehow Huang Datu's face was even redder. And no, she was here for half a month at that time, and I saw her a few more times after that. We became friends. I also ran into her when I went to Lixin City a few years ago. Do you think you can only stand beside her after you've advanced to the nascent soul realm? Huang Xiaolong asked another question. Huang Datu's voice dropped considerably low as he said, She's very talented. Then most talented amongst the younger generation of Tan family. She has already advanced to Golden Core realm. Not to mention, her marriage will be decided by her grandfather. Her grandfather is a 9th-level nascent soul realm expert, and he once said that anyone who wants to marry Tan Wei must be a nascent soul expert. Huang Datu's voice dropped even lower. But, she's a direct line Tan family's disciple and extremely doted on by her grandfather. To marry her, the dowry will not be low, and it will be at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even in the past, their line of descent was incapable of taking out this exorbitant amount, and they definitely couldn't do it now. Huang Xiaolong patted his shoulders and comforted. Merely 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. When you really want to marry that Tan Wei, uncle will settle it for you. Huang Datu was stunned. Which is the biggest bank on earth now? Huang Xiaolong asked, changing the subject. It's the Swiss bank. Huang Datu answered without needing to think. Huang Xiaolong was surprised to hear the famous Swiss bank from the past still existed. Is there a Swiss bank branch in our Donglin province? Take me there tomorrow. I have some things to exchange. He was going to exchange the dozen high-level beasts' golden cores. 20 million low-grade spirit stones would be enough for him to deal with the immediate situation. Okay. Uncle. The Swiss bank's branch is in our Donglin province's Lixin City. Huang Datu nodded his head. He did not ask what Huang Xiaolong was going to exchange, and he wasn't curious or concerned about it. Oh, Lixin City? Huang Xiaolong smiled. Maybe we would run into Tan Wei tomorrow. Huang Datu stiffened as this point had not occurred to him until his uncle had mentioned it. Not that Huang Xiaolong had brought it up. His heartbeat quickened, but there was hesitation in his eyes. More accurately, it was a ready-to-flight reaction. I'll be there. Huang Xiaolong cheered him up. If the sky falls down, uncle will hold it up for you. Love and happiness are what you need to strive for yourself. Uncle can't help you with that. Huang Datu took a deep breath and nodded his head. I understand, uncle. His gaze became determined. Brother, you can sleep in my room, Huang Qinfei said as he walked out from his room. Their small house had 3 rooms. Huang Jiuwen and Wang Mailan slept in one room. He had the second room, and his son, Huang Datu, slept in the third. The number was just right for them. But with Huang Xiaolong's return, the rooms were insufficient. No need. I'll meditate here for a night. Huang Xiaolong declined. It was merely for the night. It was because after exchanging spirit stones from the Swiss bank the next day, he would buy back their old residence, and also buy another place next to the old residence. The son of creation did not even have his own residence. That was simply too shameful. Hearing Huang Xiaolong say that he was going to meditate in midair for a night, Huang Chunfei persuaded, "No, brother, just sleep in my room in the future. You can't meditate in the air every night, right? I can share a room with Datu." Huang Xiaolong smiled, waving his hand. "I already said it's unnecessary. Datu and I are going to the Swiss bank's branch in Donglin province tomorrow to exchange spirit stones. I will buy a place after that, and we can all move into a new place tomorrow." He looked around and added, "We won't be living here anymore by tomorrow night." "What? Brother, you want to buy a house?" Huang Chunfei was genuinely surprised. Huang Datu also looked at his uncle with wide eyes. "Xiaolong, you want to buy a house?" Coincidentally, Huang Jiyuan and Wang Milin came out of their room at this time and heard Huang Chunfei's words. The houses in Huazhou City nowadays are not cheap, and 100 square meters place in the city center costs 20 to 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Houses in remote locations like ours cost at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. As for those villas in the city center, Wang Milin didn't even want to bring them up. Not many families' elders could afford to buy those villas. Moreover, in Wang Milin's opinion, those were far out of her reach. Huang Xiaolong reassured them, "Don't worry, Dad, Mom. You all don't need to worry about money anymore from tomorrow onwards." Huang Jiyuan didn't think too much into his son's words, but he merely smiled and said, "It's good news to us that Xiaolong wants to buy a house, and after Xiaolong buys this house, we'll get a big spiritual hog beast and celebrate." According to Huang Jiyuan, buying a whole spiritual hog beast was the best and most luxurious way of celebrating. Right. Wang Milin agreed with a big smile. "We must also buy several caddies of spiritual fruits." Huang Data's eyes lit up immediately. "I love to eat the golden flame spiritual fruit. We should get that." The golden flame spiritual fruit was one of the spiritual fruits available on the market. Tasted good, nourished the body, and had many other benefits. It was one of the most popular spiritual fruits on earth, and it didn't come cheap. Huang Datu had only eaten it once. Wang Milin agreed crisply, "Okay, we will get 1 caddy of golden flame spiritual fruit." Huang Xiaolong's intention of buying a house filled the house with another wave of joyous atmosphere. Huang Xiaolong chuckled as he really liked this kind of atmosphere. An apartment in the city center? Huang Xiaolong smiled to himself. Huang Xiaolong insisted on meditating in the air for the night. Huang Chunfei could only return to his own room. The ethereal night sky softly lit by the moonlight enveloped Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong looked at the starry night sky. Coming back to Earth this time, other than seeing his family on Earth, the most important thing was finding Pangu's axe. He couldn't use the power of his inner world, and could not use his Dao Soul's power. Moreover, his overall strength was suppressed by the powerful array formation placed by Pangu himself. His strength was suppressed down to peak late 9th level void immortal realm, so he could only resort to employing Earth's secular world manpower. The night passed quietly. Huang Xiaolong stood up as the morning sun's radiant sunlight fell on his body. A while later, Huang Jiyuan, Wang Milin, Huang Chunfei, and Huang Data roused from their sleep. Huang Xiaolong looked at them as he descended to the ground. "Xiaolong, you must be careful in Lixin City. I know that you're already a nascent soul realm expert, but when you're passing the Xiangan mountain range, it's better to take the longer route," Wang Milin advised. "There are many fierce beasts roaming in the Xingan mountain range, and it's very dangerous." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head, indicating that he had remembered his mother's words. Wang Milin went on to tell Huang Xiaolong the things he should pay attention to along the way, as if it was Huang Xiaolong's first time going out. Huang Xiaolong listened with a helpless expression. Huang Data chimed in, "Grandma, Uncle is a nascent soul expert, and your grandson, me, is merely a first-level Xiantian realm, so the person you should be worried about is me. Huang Milan shot Huang Datu a fierce glare. I'm talking to your uncle. Children shouldn't interrupt. Huang Datu's face was all wrinkled up in bitterness. Huang Jiuan and Huang Qinfei exchanged a meaningful look with mirth in their eyes. Several minutes later, Huang Xiaolong and Huang Data stepped out from the house. But before leaving, Huang Xiaolong tapped his finger in the air. Huang Jiuan and the others merely felt a slight ripple in the air. Dad, Mom, I have put a formation around the house, and these are the jade keys for the formation, so put it on your bodies. If people come to attack you, you will be safe as long as you remain inside this yard. Huang Xiaolong explained as he took out 3 jade tokens and gave one each to Huang Jiuan, Huang Milan, and Huang Qinfei. He then squeezed a drop of blood essence from them and dropped it onto the jade token. You're versed in formations as well? Just simply point your finger and it's done. A formation, Huang Jiuan said as he looked at the jade token in his left hand. He found it hard to believe that Huang Xiaolong had already laid out a formation around the house merely by tapping his finger like that. Formation masters were precious in each family and sect. An outstanding formation master within the family or sect was given the same treatment as the old ancestor. However, according to Huang Jiuan's understanding, even a brilliant formation master couldn't possibly complete a formation with a mere tap. Huang Xiaolong grinned. At my current level, I should be the #1 formation master in the entire Milky Way. Not only in the entire Milky Way but in the whole Panga world, and probably only Hong Jun, that old man's knowledge in formation surpassed him. The whole Milky Way? Wang Milan chided jokingly. This child? He's gotten better at bragging after coming back. Why don't you say you're #1 in the whole universe? After some banter, Huang Xiaolong and Huang Datu left under the others' send-off. Just as the two of them left Huazhou City, within the Huang family's main residence, Huang Bo pushed a delicate-looking box towards the Huang family's honorary elder, Chen Yu, as he said, "Honorary elder Chen Yu, inside here is the roaring dragon jade that you've always wanted. I want you to help me deal with one person." "Oh, roaring dragon jade." Chen Yu's eyes lit up brightly. The roaring dragon jade contained fierce beast flood dragon's dragon chi. Even though the amount of dragon chi wasn't much, it was crucial to golden core realm cultivators. One piece of roaring dragon jade was worth 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Yu opened the box and indeed saw a palm-sized jade with a faint red glow, rippling within the jade. It was indeed the roaring dragon jade. "You want me to deal with who?" Chen Yu calmed himself. He did not pick up the box, nor did he push the box away. He smiled amiably as he asked Huang Bo, "I'm afraid that the person young Master Huang Bo wants to deal with is not simple, right?" He deliberately glanced at Huang Bo's swollen pig head. Huang Bo inwardly scolded Old Fox, and then briefly recounted what had happened the day before. He did not conceal anything, telling everything truthfully. "Oh, releasing true chi out of the body as far as 1,000 meters? Chen Yu was genuinely shocked. "Yes," Huang Bo confirmed. Although that person's true chi could extend as far as 1,000 meters outward, to Honorary Elder Chen that level of strength is nothing at all to Honorary Elder Chen. With Honorary Elder Chen's golden core strength, releasing true chi as far as 2,000 meters is not an issue, and defeating that brat is only a matter of a second. Chen Yu nodded smilingly. "No need to flatter me. Since that person could release his true chi as far as 1,000 meters, it means he's at least a high-level foundation building expert, so it's not so easy to deal with such a person." "Does young Master Huang Bo have any idea as to how to deal with that kid?" Chen Yu asked, keeping the box of roaring dragon jade on the table. Huang Bo almost could not refrain himself from gritting his teeth. "I want you to break his arms and legs. The kind that is impossible to heal." Chen Yu let out a soft chuckle hearing that. "Since that person is Huang Data's eldest uncle, he's considered as part of your Huang family, but now, you want me to break a Huang family disciple's arms and legs. If someone from the Huang family enforcement hall comes questioning me, I don't dare to bear the consequences." There were faint flames of anger in Huang Bo's eyes, as he thought angrily that old man Chen Yu was being greedy. After hesitating for a while, Huang Bo took out another piece of roaring dragon jade and pushed it towards Chen Yu. 2 pieces of roaring dragon jade. That should do it, right? Chen Yu accepted the 2 pieces of roaring dragon jade with a big smile. All right, since young Master Huang Bo is so generous, I shall avenge this grudge on behalf of young Master Huang Bo. However, I want to add one more requirement. Dig out that kid's eyes, Huang Bo added. Huang Xiaolong had caused him to lose 2 pieces of roaring dragon jade, which had increased Huang Bo's hatred towards Huang Xiaolong. Chen Yu hesitated, then nodded. Sure, break his arms and legs and dig out his eyes, is that right? You can't interfere with my method. Sure. Huang Bo nodded. He knew Chen Yu would handle it carefully and leave no evidence. This way, the Huang family enforcement hall won't be able to find any clues. Huang Bo couldn't be happier about this. This would save him from any future troubles. If the matter were to get exposed, and Chen Yu was investigated, he would be brought in for questioning. But you have to act as soon as possible. Best if you can do it within 3 days. Huang Bo stressed. I don't want to wait too long. Sure. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong and Huang Data stood at the edge of a large forest. This is the Xing'an mountain range? Huang Xiaolong asked Huang Datu. Huang Data replied, It is, uncle, we should make a detour. The distance is slightly longer, but it's merely an hour's journey. It's better than the risk of crossing the Xing'an mountain range. There are peak late 9th Laven Golden Core Realm fierce beasts inside, but their strengths are comparable to first-level nascent soul realm experts. Moreover, these fierce beasts stay in groups. Huang Xiaolong smirked at his nephew. No need, we'll just fly over this Xing'an mountain range. Before Huang Datu could utter a word of protest, he was brought up into the air by Huang Xiaolong and flown into the mountain's forest. Huang Datu nearly jumped out of his skin in fright. Uncle, we better go back out quickly. There might be nascent soul realm fierce beasts inside this Xing'an mountain range. It is said that a few decades ago, a nascent soul realm fierce beast once appeared in these mountains, and it came from the East Sea and stayed here to cultivate. I wonder if it's true. Huang Xiaolong laughed. All the better if it's true. A nascent soul realm fierce beast's nascent soul fetches a price 10 times higher than a high-level golden core realm fierce beast's golden core. Maybe higher than that. Uncle, even if we're gonna cross the Xing'an mountain range, we don't need to fly over it. It's too dangerous. We're literally targets for fierce beasts to attack. Huang Data said everything in one breath, looking extremely anxious, and there were beads of sweat on his forehead. Flying right across the Xing'an mountain range was no different from banging on death's door. Even a high-level nascent soul realm wouldn't dare to fly across the Xing'an mountain range and attract the attention of fierce beasts living below. Once one was targeted, even a nascent soul realm expert won't be able to escape. As to prove Huang Datu's words, several enormous shadows from below soared to the sky and pounced on the 2 of them. These enormous fierce beasts spat out golden cores from their mouths, and clearly all of them were golden core realm fierce beasts. Huang Datu watched several golden core realm fierce beasts pounce towards them with jaws wide open. When had Huang Datu ever faced this kind of situation? His legs went soft with fear, but just as these fierce beasts entered a 10-meter radius from them, he didn't even see what Huang Xiaolong did, but those fierce beasts all exploded to their deaths. With one hand, Huang Xiaolong collected several golden cores. Huang Datu was utterly dumbfounded. Huang Xiaolong continued flying forward with Huang Datu in tow. Almost every few minutes, they would be attacked by a group of golden core realm fierce beasts. As time passed, Huang Datu found it strange that only golden core realm fierce beasts attacked them, and all of them were high-level golden core realm. When they flew out from the Xing'an mountain range, there were another 12 high-level golden core realm beasts' golden cores in Huang Xiaolong's hand. Looking at them, Huang Datu was shocked and speechless. That's worth several million low-grade spirit stones. Looking at Huang Datu's sparkling eyes, Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Pity that nascent soul realm fierce beast is not in this mountain range, and it looks like it left. Huang Datu thought it was a pity. Not long after they flew across the Xing'an mountain range, the 2 reached Lixin City. Lixin City was a first-tier city in Donglin province. Hence it went without saying that it was a big and bustling city. Flying ships and electric vehicles could be seen everywhere. In the 100 years of development, all vehicles now ran on electric power. Huang Xiaolong saw many familiar car makers' names like BMW, Mercedes, and Toyota amongst others. Huang Datu was extremely envious looking at the flying ships and high-speed electric vehicles. High-speed electric vehicles cost a bomb, and the cheapest price tag started from several thousand low-grade spirit stones, and flying ships were even more expensive. Huang Datu had always wanted one, but he had never been able to afford one. Huang Datu's eyes couldn't move away when he saw a yellow-colored off-road BMW. "You like this off-road BMW? Wait till after I exchange spirit stones from the Swiss bank. I'll buy one for you, one for each of us," Huang Xiaolong teased. Huang Datu was ecstatic. "Really? Thanks, uncle. Where did these two bumpkins crawl out from? Do you know the price of an off-road BMW? Can you afford it?" Right at this time, a tall young man walked over from the other end of the street with an arm around a glamorous young woman. The first thing Huang Datu noticed was the emblem on the young man's chest, and his face changed slightly. "It's the Zhou family." The Zhou family was one of Wuxia Alliance's top 10 cultivation families. But the Zhou family was stronger than Huang family, ranking in the top 5. The Huang family was far from entering that rank. The Zhou family disciple's face was extremely smug when he heard Huang Datu recognize his identity, and he said, "Let me tell you, this off-road BMW is the latest model, high-powered, and has a top speed of 3,000 kilometers an hour. The price tag is 63,500 low-grade spirit stones. Listen carefully, it's 63,500 low-grade spirit stones, not 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. Country bumpkins like you two won't be able to save up so many spirit stones in your entire life. Not to mention a BMW off-road vehicle like this. You can't even afford one of the tires." Huang Datu was angry at being shamed. The Zhou family's disciple stopped in front of Huang Datu and Huang Xiaolong with the glamorous woman in his embrace. "Stand further away from me, and don't dirty my car." He then opened the car door with a proud face. However, the glamorous woman was bedazzled by Huang Xiaolong's good looks. Soon, the vehicle roared to life and sped off, and the Zhou family's disciple probably deliberately caused a burst of energy that swept toward Huang Xiaolong and Huang Datu. Infuriated, Huang Datu flipped his middle finger at the car. But the car had already driven out of sight, and its speed was indeed great. "Let's go to the bank," Huang Xiaolong reminded, completely unaffected. Huang Datu led Huang Xiaolong towards the Swiss bank branch. When they reached the Swiss bank's branch a while later, they saw a yellow off-road BMW parked in front of the branch, and the car plate was the same as the one they had seen not long ago. "It's that same car. What a coincidence," Huang Xiaolong commented as the corners of his lips slightly curved upward. As expected, when Huang Xiaolong and Huang Datu stepped into the Swiss bank branch's expensive and tastefully decorated lobby that was 500 to 600 square meters wide, they spotted the owner of the yellow off-road BMW amongst a group of youngsters. The Zhou family disciple had his arm around the same glamorous woman's shoulders as he stood in front of the bank's VIP counter. He seemed to be withdrawing money, and judging from the smug look on his face, the amount should be quite substantial. The Swiss bank was the biggest banking institution on Earth, and there was a list of strict conditions to be met to qualify as a VIP of the bank. At the very least, one had to have deposited 1 million low-grade spirit stones. According to Earth's old monetary system, that would be approximately 1 billion. In conclusion, this Zhou family's disciple could be considered as a rich man. Huang Xiaolong merely glanced at the Zhou family's disciple, then walked towards the lobby's reception counter. "Mister, how can I help you today?" Although Huang Xiaolong and Huang Datu were dressed in plain clothes, the receptionist greeted them courteously. She had pale blonde hair, sky-blue eyes, and she was over 5'5". She had a bright, friendly smile, and her eyes seemed to sparkle as they fell on Huang Xiaolong, as if this was her first time seeing such a good-looking Asian man. "I want to exchange something, and would like to see your branch manager," Huang Xiaolong stated. Generally speaking, transactions worth 1 million low-grade spirit stones were enough to alert the branch manager. Not to mention, Huang Xiaolong's transaction was definitely worth much more than that. The receptionist was stunned that Huang Xiaolong requested to see the branch manager the moment he spoke, but her reaction was quick. She smiled and answered, "May I know what items is Mr. planning to exchange? You can go through the procedure at our exchange counter." It wasn't that the receptionist looked down on Huang Xiaolong, but most of Wuxia Alliance Cultivation family's core disciples couldn't take out any items that were worth 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, in her opinion, it was unnecessary to alert the branch manager at all. "Are you certain the counter can process what I want to exchange?" Huang Xiaolong looked at the receptionist with a meaningful smile. The receptionist smiled and nodded. "Yes, however, our bank only accepts Golden Core Realm Beast Cores, pills that benefit Golden Core Realm cultivators, and spiritual herbs above 1,000 years and above." "Hey, aren't these the two country bumpkins?" A harsh voice rang in the lobby. The Zhou family's disciple walked over with an arm over the glamorous woman, and seemingly he had finished withdrawing his money. There was a bag that resembled an ancient embroidered pouch in his hand. That was a spatial storage bag that was popular nowadays. A bigger spatial storage with large capacity had about 100 cubic meters space, and a small one had about 10 meters cubic space of storage. The Zhou family threw the spatial bag up and down repeatedly, and there was a low but clear bumping noise of spirit stones, as if he was afraid no one knew he had a lot of spirit stones inside. Judging from the noise, there were at least several hundred pieces of spirit stones inside, probably freshly taken out from the bank's vault. The Zhou family disciple stopped in front of Huang Xiaolong and Huang Datu with undisguised mockery. "People at your level also come to the Swiss bank for transactions? Are you even aware of the minimum requirement to perform any transactions here? The minimum is an item worth at least 100 low-grade spirit stones. Only then would the Swiss bank be willing to proceed with a transaction. Can you take out anything worth 100 low-grade spirit stones?" Huang Datu couldn't stop himself and said, "Judging others from a dog's view." "Dog?" The Zhou family disciple's face sank as he caught sight of the guards out of the corner of his eye. An idea came to him, and he called the guard over. "I'm a platinum card holder of Swiss Bank. I don't know where these troublemaker country bumpkins came from, so get them out of my face." The two guards hesitated. "I'm a disciple of Zhou family, a friend of manager Su Kaichang." The Zhou family disciple threw out his identity. Hearing that, one of the guards stepped forward and made a polite gesture at Huang Xiaolong. "Mister, if you're not performing any transactions, please." Before the guard could finish his sentence, Huang Xiaolong walked towards the counter and said to the staff in charge of the item exchange counter, "I want to exchange one batch of Beast's golden cores. Change all of them into low-grade spirit stones for me." He then took out the palm-sized sun-moon furnace and tilted it as if he was pouring water out. One shiny golden core fell out one after another. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The Zhou family disciple was astounded. The two guards that were inviting Huang Xiaolong out of the branch were watching with agape expressions, rooted on the spot. The receptionist, who had informed Huang Xiaolong that he could perform any transactions at the counter, stared dazedly at the golden pebbles on the counter. High-level golden cores. All of them are high-level golden cores. A customer in the lobby exclaimed out loud. There were quite a number of customers at the lobby. Some were withdrawing money, some exchanging items, some waiting, but all of them were not staring at the golden cores being poured out from the mini sun-moon furnace. There were 12 on the counter now. When a golden core fell onto the counter, the clear, crisp sound echoed through the lobby. 616. Someone could be heard gulping audibly. 616 high-level golden cores. How many low-grade spirit stones is that? A family's elder present at the lobby asked no one in particular. Huang Xiaolong continued to pour out from high-level golden cores as if the furnace in his hand contained endless golden cores within. Inside the Swiss bank branch manager's office, the branch manager was talking to a Tan family's grand elder when a manager suddenly abruptly ran into his office in a fluster. "What is it?" the branch manager questioned with a dignified expression. He had told the people outside that he's entertaining the Tan family's grand elder. No one should disturb him. Judging others from a dog's view lit. I.E. belittling, acting like a snob. Manager Su Kaiqiang's heart sank facing the branch manager's sullen face. Still, he quickly explained, "Branch manager, there's a young man outside who wants to exchange high-level golden core." "Oh, exchange high-level golden cores?" Branch manager Ellis wasn't surprised, nor was the Tan family's grand elder, Tan Jian, but it was merely a little unexpected for them. It wasn't rare to see someone coming to the bank to exchange golden cores, but high-level golden cores were rare. After all, high-level golden core realm beasts had extraordinarily tough defenses with extreme agility, and not to mention their innate ability to escape. It took a lot of effort even for a nascent soul realm expert to kill a high-level golden core realm beast. Some human race nascent soul realm experts had thought of hunting high-level golden core realm fierce beasts as a source of income, but 9 out of 10 times they returned without success. Thus, there weren't many high-level golden cores available in the market, and even rarer was 9th-level golden core beasts' golden core. Then again, even though someone came to exchange high-level golden core, branch manager Ellis still pulled his face in displeasure and said, "Merely exchanging high-level golden core? What's the fuss about? You can handle such matters. Didn't you see I'm talking with Grand Elder Tan Jian?" Although the Tan family status was not as high as Huang family, the Tan family was still one of the few more powerful cultivation families in Donglin province, and the sole hegemon in Lixin city. As one of Tan family's grand elders, Tan Jian was also the second most powerful expert in Tan family. Such an existence could only be treated courteously, not to be slighted at all. But manager Su Kaiqiang blurted out anxiously, "Branch manager, that young man, he wants to exchange one batch of high-level golden cores." Branch manager Ellis finally showed shock. "What? A one batch? All high-level golden cores?" Tan Jian was just as astonished. "How many are there?" Branch manager Ellis couldn't help asking. "Yes, branch manager," Su Kaiqiang hurriedly replied. "Before I left to come inside, he had already poured out 16, and he was still pouring out golden cores when I came in to call you." 616. There was finally a crack in Ellis' calm facade, and he jumped to his feet and stared fixedly at Su Kaiqiang. "You are certain all of them are high-level golden cores?" Tan Jian was just as shocked. Even one level 7th golden core was worth 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, and a level 9th golden core was worth much more. With 16 golden cores, there were at least 3 to 4 million low-grade spirit stones. "Yes, I am certain." Su Kaiqiang nodded his head and added, "Many experts present saw it. I am absolutely certain all of them are high-level golden cores." With that said, he recounted the scene where Huang Xiaolong had poured out the high-level golden cores from the sun-moon furnace. "Grand Elder Tan Jian, you see this?" Ellis sounded urgent and turned to look at Tan Jian with a troubled expression. Tan Jian smiled. "I too am interested to take a look, branch manager Ellis. How about we go together?" Ellis laughed in delight at Tan Jian's words. "My pleasure, Grand Elder Tan Jian. After you." Ellis made a gesture of invitation. Tan Jian chuckled and did not feign politeness as he stepped out from the room. The group of 3, Ellis, Tan Jian, and Su Kaiqiang headed to the lobby. When the 3 arrived at the lobby, there was a big crowd gathered at the lobby, and many of them had astounded expressions on their faces as they stared at the exchange counter. The 3 looked towards the counter and saw a young man who appeared to be in his 20s, pouring out golden cores onto the counter from a pill furnace, just like Su Kaiqiang had described. Bright golden high-level golden cores. On the counter, there were already 38 high-level golden cores. 38 high-level golden cores were piled on the counter, exuding a robust, fierce beast's true energy, flowing around the spacious lobby. How robust was this energy to fill the entire lobby to this degree? Looking at the pile of 38 high-level golden cores, Ellis and Tan Jian felt their hearts jerk. Su Kaiqiang was already shaking from head to toe. 38 high-level golden cores, dazzling brightly, eclipsed the expensive lighting in the lobby. Huang Data screamed inwardly when he realized that there were 38 high-level golden cores on the counter. Did Uncle kill so many beasts on the way here? How come there are as many as 30 right high-level golden cores? Could it be? He finally understood what his uncle meant when he said he wanted to exchange something at the bank. Huang Data felt his head spin looking at the pile of golden marbles on the counter. The first thoughts that came to his mind were actually about many spiritual hog beasts and countless golden flame spiritual fruits. The golden flame spiritual fruit that he liked the most, the spiritual fruit that he had only eaten once. After this day, he would be able to eat it every day. Anytime. Spiritual hog beast, and many other kinds of spiritual beasts. Fragrant and delicious meat. Then, Huang Datu remembered Huang Xiaolong had mentioned he would prepare the dowry required to marry Tan Wei. His vision was suddenly blurred by tears. Huang Xiaolong ignored the reactions around him as he continued to pour golden cores out. A few moments later, he stopped and put away the sun-moon furnace. 66 high-level golden cores. Previously, Huang Xiaolong had hunted over 50 fierce beasts, and as they had flown over the Xing'an mountain range, he had killed another 12. Hence, all in all, there were 66 golden cores. Huang Xiaolong looked at the employee on the other side of the counter who was too shocked to do his job, and he reminded, "Help me assess these golden cores' value and tabulate how many low-grade spirit stones in exchange." High-level golden cores were divided into 7th level, 8th level, 9th level, as well as late 9th level, peak late 9th level, and so on. Each category was a different price, hence the requirement for assessment. Of course, those in Huang Xiaolong's hands were all 9th level and above. Huang Xiaolong had not killed fierce beasts below 9th level. The several employees behind the counters finally reacted, and it was at this time that Ellis approached, politely and respectfully as he spoke. "Sir, I am the branch manager of this Swiss bank branch, Ellis. How may I address you?" Huang Xiaolong looked at Ellis and Tan Jian, standing beside him, as well as Su Kaicheng at the back, and replied casually, "Huang Xiaolong." Huang Xiaolong. Everyone was baffled. "Sir, are you a member of Donglin Province's Huang family?" Ellis asked cautiously. Huang Xiaolong replied tepidly, "You can consider me so." Huang Xiaolong did not elaborate further. Consider so? Others' thoughts ran wild. "Pardon me, sir. If I may ask, were you the one who hunted these high-level golden core realm fierce beasts?" Ellis hesitated before asking. Huang Xiaolong looked at Ellis, smiling whilst not smiling as he responded, "Is this a Swiss bank's rule that you need to inquire the sources of your client's items?" Ellis waved his hands and shook his head, smiling awkwardly. No, I'm just curious. Please do not take offense. I will have people evaluate this batch of golden cores immediately." The Zhou family's disciple stared at the 60 golden cores in shock, but as his shock receded, his eyes glimmered, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, the glamorous woman in his embrace was looking at Huang Xiaolong with sparkling eyes, feeling an itch all over. Shortly, 2 of the bank's valuators started going through the 66 golden cores. "What, all of them are 9th level and above? 5 peak late 9th level? 10 late 9th level?" Ellis was stupefied when he heard the results. Tan Jian, Su Kaicheng, and everyone in the lobby was astonished. Those golden cores were all 9th level and above. Moreover, 5 of them were at peak late 9th level. 10 of them were late 9th level. There was literally no supply of nascent soul realm beast cores in the market. The highest grade available was peak late 9th level golden core beasts golden cores, and even so, one could hardly get his hands on a peak late 9th level golden core beasts golden core. But there were 5 such golden cores in front of them. Tan Jin's gaze turned slightly complicated. He was a 7th level nascent soul expert, but until now, he had never killed a peak late 9th level golden core beast. It was mainly because golden core realm beasts were intelligent and extremely cunning, and they generally lived deep in primordial forests. The environment made it easy for them to escape, and it was almost impossible for a nascent soul expert to hunt these beasts. Huang Xiaolong looked at Ellis. "Since you've verified the items, then calculated how many low-grade spirit stones these are worth, I want to exchange all of them." Ellis quickly reacted and flashed a brilliant smile. "Mr. Huang, please wait for a moment. I will have people calculate it immediately and give you a number and also a price list. The result came out shortly, and it came up to 26.53 million low-grade spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong took the calculation sheet from Ellis's hands and took a casual look at it, and then nodded. Fine, we'll go with this amount. This price was considered fair. In truth, a little more or a little less did not matter to Huang Xiaolong. Ellis was delighted and smiled. Mr. Huang, please wait a while. I'll have them pack and send the spirit stones. It took more than a dozen spatial bags to fit all 26.53 million worth of low-grade spirit stones. Mr. Huang, please check it. After everything was packed, Ellis placed more than a dozen spatial bags in front of Huang Xiaolong, but Huang Xiaolong didn't bother to check them at all. He threw them into the sun-moon furnace and left with Huang Datu. When Huang Xiaolong was passing by the Zhou family's disciple, the Zhou family disciple spat at Huang Xiaolong. Punk, don't get cocky and think you're so great just because you have some money. Everyone could hear the jealousy seeping out from this Zhou family's disciple. Huang Xiaolong looked at him and retorted, do you mean to say that a mere third-level foundation building realm like you is great? The Zhou family's disciple was stunned that Huang Xiaolong could see his cultivation realm, but he soon sneered, listening to your tone, it's as if you got those golden cores yourself? Punk, even the Huang family's patriarch Huang Hao can't possibly kill so many fierce beasts, much less you. These golden cores of unknown sources probably came from robbing other families. I will request the Alliance's police department to investigate this matter clearly. Just wait, as you'll be squatting in prison for a long time. The Zhou family had many disciples in the Alliance police department. Is that so? Huang Xiaolong was unconcerned as he left with Huang Datu. Complicated gazes were directed at Huang Xiaolong and Huang Datu. Ellis and Tan Jian both returned to the office with complicated expressions on their faces. Grand Elder Tan Jian, what is your opinion of that young man? What is his background? Ellis couldn't help asking. Tan Jian's brows subconsciously furrowed as he answered seriously. There is no energy fluctuation whatsoever on that young man's body, and he looks no different than any mortal. I guess this batch of golden cores is not obtained by him. Moreover, I recognize all of Wuxia's nascent soul realm experts, and he's not one of them, and it's even more impossible for him to be an enlightenment realm expert. Ellis nodded in agreement. I think so too. But he could be related to Donglin Province's Huang family. She recalled Huang Xiaolong had mentioned that he was someone from the Donglin Province's Huang family. Donglin's Huang family. But that only made Tan Jian more baffled. Even Donglin's Huang family patriarch, Huang Hao, couldn't take out so many ninth-level golden cores. If that young man is really a member of Huang family, where did his golden cores come from? After coming out from the bank, Huang Xiaolong and Huang Datu inquired about the city's BMW dealership and headed to the address. As they headed to the dealership, Huang Xiaolong looked at his excited nephew and suddenly asked, Datu, where's your mother? The big grin on Huang Datu's face froze as if someone had poured cold water over his head. There was anger, resentment, and sadness. He answered Huang Xiaolong's question in a low voice. My mother remarried when I was 13. Remarried? Huang Xiaolong had not expected that. Because of Huang Hao's deliberate suppression, our line's living gets worse by the day. Sometime later, she hooked up with an elder from the Sun family and became that Sun family's elder's concubine. Huang Datu continued in a pained and angry snarl. Ever since she became the Sun family elder's concubine, her life has been going very well. She's beautiful, and a few years back, she gave birth to a talented son for that elder, so she's doted on even more. Huang Datu smiled dismissively. She never came back to see me or father, even though father had been bedridden for the last 2 years. Perhaps, in her heart, me and my father are the stains of her life. The Sun family was one of the well-known immortal cultivating families in Donglin Province, not as influential as Huang family, but comparable to the Tan family. She would regret it soon enough. Huang Xiaolong merely responded with one sentence. A few minutes later, both of them stepped into the BMW dealership. Noting their plain attire, The dealership sales staff's attitude wasn't very enthusiastic. They had seen too many disciples like Huang Xiaolong who only came in to look around. 100 years ago, BMW was a luxury brand, and now, 100 years later, BMW remained at the top for luxury brand vehicles. Those who weren't at the top rungs of society couldn't afford it. This was so clearly portrayed by the fact that none of the 10 or so sales staff approached Huang Xiaolong and Huang Datu. At a single look, Huang Xiaolong's gaze was locked on the yellow-colored off-road BMW that was similar to the one driven by the Zhou family's disciple earlier that was right at the center of the dealership lobby. He walked straight up to the vehicle. Just as Huang Xiaolong reached the yellow off-road vehicle, a female salesperson stepped up and reminded, "Mister, our dealership's cars can only be seen, not touched." In truth, there was no such rule in any car dealerships, and these so-called rules were made up by some salesperson targeting a certain category of customers. For example, customers like Huang Xiaolong, who could only afford to window shop, were only allowed to see but not touch the vehicles. Huang Xiaolong glanced at the saleswoman. "You're afraid I will dirty your car?" The saleswoman had not expected Huang Xiaolong to actually talk back to her. Generally, these kinds of people who only looked around without any intention of purchasing anything would wisely withdraw after being kindly reminded by them, and then leave in embarrassment shortly after. A salesman approached them at this time with a haughty expression on his face. "You're right, we're really worried that you would dirty our car by touching it. Country bumpkins like you can only afford to look from the side for your entire life. Since you can't afford to buy, don't stand here and disturb us from attending to other customers and affecting their mood." Several small groups of impeccably dressed young men and young women looked over because of the commotion. "Oh, this young man is so good-looking," a young woman exclaimed with sparkles in her eyes. "What's the use of good looks as he's still a pauper?" A young man beside her sneered mockingly. Huang Data looked at the salesman angrily and stressed, "We're here to buy a car. Is this the attitude you use towards your customers?" The salesman scoffed as if he had heard a very funny joke. "You're here to buy a car? Do you have any idea about how much the cheapest model of BMW in our dealership costs? The cheapest model is at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. You won't be able to afford it even if you two sell yourselves." Other sales staff snickered at the side as they watched. Right at this time, Huang Xiaolong took out a spatial bag and threw it onto the roof of a yellow off-road BMW. When the salesman saw this, he was enraged, but before he could reprimand Huang Xiaolong opened the spatial bag. An amazing spiritual energy rushed out. Rich spiritual energy filled the dealership. Everyone felt as if they were soaked in an ocean of spiritual energy. The salesman froze on the spot, staring stupidly at the spatial bag. The saleswoman who had warned Huang Xiaolong earlier that he could only look but not touch was just as dazed in shock. All the sales staff and customers who were looking at cars, whether or not they were planning to buy, were all staring dazedly at the open spatial bag. The space inside the spatial bag was stuffed to the brim with bright low-grade spirit stones. "This is 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is it enough to buy a car from your dealership?" Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze swept over the salesman and saleswoman. The salesman made a 120% effort to squeeze a stiff smile on his face. "Yes, sir, enough. It's enough. Call out the most authoritative person in your dealership." Huang Xiaolong sneered. "I want to buy many cars. The dealership's most authoritative person." The salesman had a bad feeling when he heard that, as if he could guess what Huang Xiaolong wanted to do. The smile of his face grew stiffer. Sir, I am the dealership's supervisor. What model is Sir interested in? I can introduce it to Sir." He bowed and smiled flatteringly. Huang Xiaolong took out another spatial bag and threw it onto the same yellow off-road BMW. Similarly, Huang Xiaolong opened the spatial bag, filling the entire dealership building with rich spiritual energy. "This is 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. 1 million in total." Huang Xiaolong sneered. "I want a BMW flying ship. Are you authorized to take this order? Call the person with the highest authority out." The transaction for a flying ship was handled by the dealership's highest authority. If this level of distinguished guests were neglected, The dealership's top person would receive an earful of scolding if the headquarters learned about it. The salesman broke out in a cold sweat, and in the end he bowed low and said, "Sir, please wait here for a moment. I'll go call our general manager over." The other sales staff hurried over to make sure Huang Xiaolong was comfortable, moving the beast skin sofa over to Huang Xiaolong, and then respectfully invited him to sit down. Someone went to take the dealership's most expensive spiritual tea and brought 2 cups of freshly brewed spiritual tea for Huang Xiaolong and Huang Datu. One person seized the chance to introduce various top models of cars and flying ships in the dealership to Huang Xiaolong. Although flying ships were expensive, the lower range only cost 400 to 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Other customers each had their own thoughts watching the smartly dressed sales staff in a flurry around the plainly dressed Huang Xiaolong as if they were serving the Grand Emperor. "This is unfair," a disciple, who had mockingly called Huang Xiaolong a pauper, grumbled. "We're also here to buy a car. So why is no one serving us spiritual tea?" The refreshing scent of spiritual tea permeated the dealership, and anyone could tell that this was a really good and high-quality spiritual tea. The female disciple beside him looked at him in contempt. "You can afford to buy a light element car with a price tag of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. That's the cheapest car in this dealership. So do you think people will serve you with spiritual tea? If you can take out 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy a flying ship, people will definitely serve you spiritual tea." The male disciple flushed with anger from her words, but he argued, "So what if he has 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones? You can tell it's his father's money. This kind of second generation has a good life merely because they're lucky." The female disciple couldn't be bothered to continue talking with him. The salesman soon returned with the general manager. Not only the dealership's general manager came, but all managerial personnel arrived with flushing faces and a thin film of sweat on their forehead. It made one wonder if the weather was too hot or they had sprinted over. All of them had their best behavior while greeting Huang Xiaolong with utmost courtesy, and they introduced themselves to Huang Xiaolong before inquiring what he was interested in purchasing. Huang Xiaolong pointed at the yellow off-road vehicle and asked, "Is this the latest and most expensive model you have?" "Yes, yes," the general manager hurriedly replied, and proceeded to introduce the vehicle's features to Huang Xiaolong enthusiastically. Huang Xiaolong asked how many colors the vehicle came in. He subsequently inquired about flying ships, telling the general manager to introduce several most expensive models of flying ships to him. The few most expensive models of flying ship starting price was above 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Although Huang Xiaolong had merely put out 1,000,000 low-grade stones in the open, the general manager did not dare to slight Huang Xiaolong at all. He was still very helpful and enthusiastic as he introduced 3 of the most expensive models of flying ships to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong asked Huang Datu what color he liked. "Uncle, I want this kind of yellow," Huang Datu answered shyly. The off-road vehicle's yellow was brighter than other yellow, more to a neon yellow. "This off-road model I want 5 and this flying ship, I want 2 of them," Huang Xiaolong said to the general manager. The models Huang Xiaolong had chosen were the most expensive ones in the dealership. He then took out 6 more spatial bags. All in all, there were 4,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. "But I have one request," Huang Xiaolong suddenly said at the end. The general manager, who was inwardly whooping with laughter at Huang Xiaolong's order, was stunned. He professionally put on a smile as he asked, "Please tell me what request you have, sir. Our dealership will strive our best to satisfy your requirements." Huang Xiaolong looked at the bowing sales supervisor and said, "When I walked in earlier, they both said that the vehicles in your dealership can only be looked at, but I couldn't touch. They were afraid I'd dirty the cars." Hearing Huang Xiaolong's complaint, the sales supervisor's legs weakened, and he slumped to the floor with an ashen face. The saleswoman stood stiffly on the spot with her mind buzzing, and she did not hear what Huang Xiaolong said afterwards. Huang Xiaolong bought 5 cars, 1 each for him, his father, mother, younger brother Huang Qinfei, and nephew Huang Datu. The color Huang Xiaolong chose was blue. His dragon soul used to be a blue dragon, so Huang Xiaolong has a soft spot for blue color. As for the 2 flying ships Huang Xiaolong bought, one was white and the other was black. He was going to keep the black-colored flying ship for his own use and the white one for his family. Unfortunately, there wasn't a blue flying ship. The sales supervisor and saleswoman were fired on the spot by the general manager, and he made a guarantee to Huang Xiaolong that no dealership would hire them in the future. After the car purchases, Huang Xiaolong and Huang Datu did not stay longer than necessary at the dealership. They left with the respectful send-offs from the dealership's highest authority personnel. Huang Xiaolong drove off in a blue off-road vehicle, and Huang Datu chose the yellow off-road vehicle, one in front and the other in the back as they circled around the city streets at high speed. They attracted attention from both men and women on the streets and drew sighs of admiration, even more than a few envious glances. The remaining 3 off-road cars and 2 flying ships were collected into the sun-moon furnace. This new model of off-road was really a stallion on the road, and Huang Xiaolong and Huang Datu soon sped out of the city. Once out of the city, they accelerated, increasing their speed to the max. The blue off-road was literally a streak of blue light on the highway. Huang Xiaolong felt he had returned to his youth on Earth as he sat behind the wheel. He didn't have many hobbies in the past, but racing cars was one of them. He loved the feeling of exhilaration at extreme speed. After coming back to Earth this time, Huang Xiaolong once again experienced the life of a mortal by taking a temporary break from cultivating. He forgot about killing and faced everything around him from the perspective of a mortal, living a somewhat normal and a happy life with his family. More importantly, he felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Huang Xiaolong glanced at the empty passenger seat beside him. More of than not, Zhang Yuhan occupied this position in the past, clamoring for him to bring her along to experience the feeling of floating when the car reached extreme speed. Zhang Yuhan seemed gentle and docile on the surface, just like a beautiful ancient woman, but in her blood was a thirst for extreme, and she was a daredevil who challenged head-on. Zhang Yuhan. Huang Xiaolong spoke the name like a spell, recalling that person was now a lecturer in the Eastern University, and he really found it funny. He remembered that she had once said that she disliked being a lecturer the most because a lecturer stands on the podium every day, repeating the same thing every year. Not just that, but a lecturer has to mark more than a dozen homeworks of the same thing. Who would have thought that, in the end, the very same person would have stayed in school? Behind Huang Xiaolong's car, Huang Datu got a fright when Huang Xiaolong's car accelerated to the extreme, but he could only follow and increase his speed, following closely behind his blue off-road. A while later, Huang Xiaolong began to slow down and drove side by side with Huang Datu. "Kid, your driving skills are not bad." Huang Xiaolong lowered down the window and teased Huang Datu playfully. Huang Datu smiled shyly. "Back at the university, I took first place in the driving assessment. Nowadays, driving assessment is one of the university's compulsory subjects." Huang Xiaolong nodded appreciatively after hearing that his nephew took first place in the university's driving assessment. Huang attended the Eastern University, and getting first place in such a place was proof of Huang Datu's excellent driving skills. Because their cars couldn't travel across the Xing'an Mountains, the two of them drove around to get to the other side. Even so, it took them less than an hour to reach Huazhou City. Back in Huazhou City, Huang Xiaolong and Huang Datu did not return to the house immediately but went to Huazhou City's property market street. Because Huang Xiaolong and Huang Datu both arrived in expensive cars despite their plain attire, they received an enthusiastic welcome from the property sales staffs. Huang Xiaolong spent over 1 million low-grade spirit stones to purchase a big villa with more than 1,000 square meters of land. It had one main entrance and was surrounded by 4 sturdy walls. The villa had a large garden, spacious private parking, a large swimming pool at the back, and it was magnificently furnished. The villa consisted of 3 floors with more than 20 rooms, and it was fully equipped with modern facilities. Not a piece of furniture was missing, and every piece was a high-quality item. All the Huang family had to do was move in. Huang Datu was beside himself with excitement looking at the villa in front of him. After staying in that small house for so many years, it would be a lie to say he didn't want to live in a big villa. Huang Xiaolong also purchased a large piece of barren land outside of Huazhou City, which was located several hundred miles south from the city. It was a piece of land over 2,000 acres. As it was barren land outside of the city, the price was not expensive, and the 2,000-plus acres of land merely cost Huang Xiaolong less than 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. "Uncle, you want to buy such a large piece of land?" Huang Datu was surprised as he couldn't figure out why Huang Xiaolong would waste so much money to buy such a large piece of barren land. Generally, there was little value in barren land, and the soil's low fertility barely produced any harvest no matter what was planted. Additionally, no one would want to buy any housing property built in this kind of land due to the frequent beast attacks outside of the city area. Huang Xiaolong let out a low chuckle. "Big? I'm thinking it's a bit small." 1 acre was approximately 660 square meters. A little over 2,000 acres, that was roughly 1,300,000 square meters. To others, it was an enormous piece of land, but to Huang Xiaolong, who was used to seeing and living in super-huge residences, he did not think this land was big at all. Originally, he had wanted a bigger land, but this was the biggest piece of land in the Huazhou city's vicinity for sale at the moment. Huang Xiaolong had plans to construct a mega villa on this land. Of course, it won't simply be a mega villa, as he would gather and plant various spiritual trees, spiritual herbs, and spiritual tea plants available on Earth around this villa. Of course, there would also be various species of spiritual beasts. Also, he needed to build a large flying ship dock for his flying ships. Of course, Huang Xiaolong did not explain his plans, as Huang Datu would know later. A feeling of speechlessness washed over Huang Datu, listening to Huang Xiaolong cuckling. After the various procedures were signed and completed, Huang Xiaolong threw the papers into the sun-moon furnace and left the property market street with Huang Datu. "Uncle, that furnace of yours, is it a pill furnace?" On the way back, Huang Datu asked. Actually, Huang Datu had wanted to ask this question when he had seen Huang Xiaolong take out the sun-moon furnace in the bank. Huang Xiaolong nodded. "Yes, it's a pill furnace." Huang Datu's eyes lit up immediately. "Uncle, you're a pill refiner?" "Yes." Huang Xiaolong smiled as he could guess what was going around in Huang Datu's mind. And the most profitable career on Earth right now was none other than being a pill refiner. "Then, what level are you?" Huang Datu asked urgently, looking at Huang Xiaolong with big, expectant eyes. Currently, pill refiners and formation masters on Earth were divided into 10 levels. Grade 1 was the starting point, and level 10 was highest. "I'm not sure what level is my skill." Huang Xiaolong smiled mysteriously. "But I am certain I am better than Earth's #1 pill refiner." Huang Datu stammered in shock. "The most amazing pill refiner on Earth now is the Purple Flame Sect's old ancestor. And it is said that he's an Enlightenment realm expert." It was written all over his nephew's face that he didn't believe Huang Xiaolong's pill refining was better than the Purple Flame Sect's old ancestor. The Purple Flame Sect, like the Six Swords Gate, was one of Earth's biggest sects, and the Purple Flame Sect was slightly stronger than the Six Swords Gate. On top of that, the Purple Flame Sect was acknowledged as one of Earth's 6 most powerful cultivators. The Purple Flame Sect's old ancestor's pill refining abilities were claimed to have surpassed perfection, and he was recognized as the most authoritative person in pill refining on Earth. Therefore, it was understandable that Huang Datu did not believe that Huang Xiaolong's pill refining skills were better than the Purple Flame Sect. Huang Xiaolong merely smiled as he listened to his nephew's admiring tone as he told him about Earth's most amazing pill refiner, the Purple Flame Sect's old ancestor who had reached the Enlightenment realm. After getting no response from Huang Xiaolong, Huang Datu quickly clarified, as he didn't want Huang Xiaolong to misunderstand. "Uncle, I don't mean that. I know." Huang Xiaolong responded nonchalantly, not taking it to heart. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong inquired about the Eastern University from Huang Datu. Huang Datu's tense nerves relaxed at Huang Xiaolong's nonchalance, and he started talking to Huang Xiaolong about the time he had spent at the Eastern University. The two chatted as they drove home, and soon, they reached the small house. In the open space in front of the house, Huang Jiyuan and Huang Qinfei were sparring, while Wang Milan stood watching on the side. Noticing there was one blue and one yellow expensive off-road vehicle driving towards their house, the two men stopped sparring, and all 3 people watched and waited with curiosity. Although they had no idea these were the latest models, Huang Qinfei had a better understanding of modern cars compared to Huang Jiyuan and Wang Milan. Thus, the other two could hear him exclaiming, "These are BMW off-roads." Just by looking at their appearance, one can tell that one car probably costs 40 to 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. 40 to 50,000 low-grade spirit stones? Wang Mylan's beautiful eyes widened. Just for one of these cars? Their previous main residence was sold for merely 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, and a car like this cost as much as the main residence. This was something beyond her scope of understanding. Huang Jiyuan was just as dumbfounded. Huang Qinfei grinned. Mom, if this is the latest model, it would cost more than that. At the same time, he was baffled. They seem to be coming to our house, but we don't seem to have such rich relatives, right? Even when his elder sister Huang came back to visit, she did not drive such a luxurious car. As the three waited in confusion, one blue and one yellow off-road BMW stopped a few meters from them. Then, the car doors opened, and Huang Xiaolong and Huang Datu stepped out from their respective cars. Upon seeing that it was Huang Xiaolong and Huang Datu who stepped out of the two latest models of BMW off-roads, the three people were caught off guard, and their eyes widened in disbelief. Xiaolong, Datu. Just a moment ago, they were still wondering which rich family's kid had taken a wrong turn somewhere. Dad, Mom, Huang Xiaolong greeted as he approached. Xiaolong, these cars, who did you borrow them from? Huang Jiyuan finally reacted and blurted a question without having to think. Wang Mylan and Huang Qinfei too stared at Huang Xiaolong, waiting for him to answer. Huang Xiaolong blanked for a second, and then smiled. What do you mean borrowed? I bought them. 5 of them actually, 1 for each of us. With a wave of his hand, the remaining 3 majestic off-roads appeared on the empty space. Staring dumbly at the 3 cars that appeared out of nowhere, Huang Jiyuan, Huang Qinfei, and Wang Mylan were agape in shock. Brother, these cars, you bought them? All of them? Huang Qinfei was shaking, and only he knew whether he was shaking from excitement or fright. Huang Xiaolong grinned and nodded. All of them. I heard from Datu that you like the color red, so I chose a red one for you. Under the sunlight, the red BMW off-road stood out like fire. Huang Xiaolong had chosen black color for the remaining cars he had bought for his parents. Huang Qinfei looked at the red car in disbelief. It's for me? He cautiously reached out to caress the red BMW off-road, and his hand trembled as if he was afraid to hurt his beloved woman. Huang Xiaolong smiled watching his action, and then he turned to Huang Jiyuan and Wang Mylan. Dad, Mom, these 2 cars are yours. Someone said both of you like black color. Huang Jiyuan was as obsessed as Huang Qinfei, touching the car's body. It was Wang Mylan who reacted. Xiaolong, didn't you say you were going out to buy a house? You kid. Why did you throw all your money into buying cars? What about your house? I really don't know what to say to you. Hurry up and return all these cars. These 5 cars probably cost 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. That's enough for us to buy several lots of sea view bungalows. Grandma, Uncle has already bought a house in the city center. Huang Datu couldn't help interjecting. Wang Mylan lit up immediately. Really? Huang Jiyuan and Huang Qinfei stopped caressing their cars after hearing that and turned around. Brother, you bought a house? Which area? Huang Qinfei asked happily. Before Huang Xiaolong could speak, Huang Data chimed in excitedly. Dad, it's in the Golden River residence. What? The Golden River residence? Huang Jiyuan's reaction was bigger than expected. Is it the newly built area close to our Huazhou city's Golden River? Even though he hadn't gone out much in recent years, he had heard of the Golden River's residential area, so imagine how famous it was. Huang Data nodded with a big grin. Yes, it's that Golden River residence. Huang Cunfei was thrilled. I've heard that 100 meters square feet lot in the Golden River residence needs at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Wang Mylan also asked happily, Xiaolong, how big is the house you bought? How many square feet? How many rooms? Which floor? Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Over 1,000 square meters. It's not an apartment, but a villa. Over 1,000 square meters? Huang Jiyuan nearly tumbled. Wang Mylan and Huang Qinfei were dazed in shock. Xiaolong, you really? Wang Mylin didn't dare to believe Huang Xiaolong's words, and her eyes suddenly became red-rimmed. Mom, it's true. Everything's ready inside the villa, even the furniture. You just need to pack up your things and we'll move in today. We'll live there from now on. Huang Xiaolong reassured her. Wang Mylin suddenly sobbed. Mom! Huang Xiaolong called out softly. Huang Juan quickly said, It's all right. Your mom's crying tears of joy. A melancholic sigh sounded as he said, We've been poor for too long and felt insecure. The days have been bitter for a long time. But now, it has finally come to an end. Finally come to an end. Huang Qinfei's eyes were also a little red. He had already given up, and the despair that had dragged him down like a quagmire had made him give up on living. And now, thinking about those dark times, his heart palpitated. Xiaolong, all these things you mentioned are true, right? A while later, Wang Mylin wiped the tears off her face and asked Huang Xiaolong. Until now, she was afraid she would wake up from a dream and everything would return to what it used to be. Mom, it's all true. Huang Xiaolong held his mother's hand and said sincerely, The future will only get better. Wang Mylin nodded heavily with her tear-streaked face. A while later, Wang Mylin, Huang Jiuan, and Huang Qinfei packed up some of their things, and the 5 of them moved on the same day itself, driving the 5 brand-new BMW off-road vehicles to the Golden River residence. Although Earth had entered a cultivation era, almost everyone knew how to drive. Huang Jiuan, Wang Mylin, and Huang Qinfei, each of them drove one car, and the sight of 5 majestic off-road vehicles in a line became an attraction on Huazhou city streets. Eyes were glued on them wherever they passed. Everyone went wild trying to guess which Huazhou city's rich man had bought these cars. Reaching the Golden River residence, the 5 drove directly to Villa Number 1. The villa Huang Xiaolong had bought had the biggest land surface in this residential area, and it was also the most expensive unit. Wang Mylin, Huang Jiuan, and Huang Qinfei parked their cars and received another wave of astonishment when they got down and saw the place. Huang Jiuan, Wang Mylin, and Huang Qinfei couldn't wait to tour their new place from inside out. Every room on every floor had their footsteps. The more they saw, the more they liked the place. On top of that, they could see the sea from the 3rd floor. Xiaolong, this villa must have cost a lot of money, right? Wang Mylin suppressed her own feelings and asked Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded and did not conceal the amount from his mother. Counting the furniture and everything, it's a little over 1 million low-grade spirit stones. What? More than 1 million? Huang Qinfei trembled slightly. Huang Jiuan's and Wang Mylin's hearts nearly jumped out of their chests. Xiaolong, this? Wang Mylin was about to say something, but Huang Xiaolong stepped ahead. Mom, this is only a small amount of money, so you don't need to worry about it. With that said, he took out the purchase contract and said, The name of this villa is in your father's name, so keep these documents well. While Wang Mylin and Huang Jiuan were still dazed in surprise as Huang Xiaolong took out 10 spatial bags. Each spatial bag contains 500,000 low-grade spirit stones for you to use. Buy whatever you want, whatever you need, and tell me if you need more. Huang Xiaolong also gave Huang Qinfei and Huang Datu a spatial bag each. Huang Jiuan, Wang Mylin, and Huang Qinfei were beyond dumbstruck at this moment. There were 10 spatial bags, and each bag contained 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. That summed up the total to 5 million. And counting Huang Qinfei and Huang Datu's spatial bag, it was a total of 6 million. Don't forget, there were also the 5 cars and the villa, so the amount had already exceeded 8 million. This, Xiaolong, all these low-grade spirit stones, you exchanged them from the bank? Huang Jiuan looked at his son, who had just returned 2 days ago, in disbelief. Huang Xiaolong smiled and nodded. Yes, I killed some golden core beasts in the past and took their golden cores to exchange for spirit stones from the bank. There are more than 23 million low-grade spirit stones. More than 23 million. Wang Mylin's head was buzzing from hearing the amount. Even for a Tan family's grand elder, 23 million low-grade spirit stones was a huge amount. Then what was more to people who had been accustomed to being poor in recent years like Wang Mylin and Huang Jiuan? You hunted these many golden core realm fierce beasts? Huang Jiuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Otherwise, how would Huang Xiaolong have gotten more than 23 million low-grade spirit stones? Yes, grandfather, uncle killed 66 high-level golden core realm fierce beasts. Moreover, all of them were 9th level golden core realm and above. Huang Datu interjected with a flushed face and went on to recount what had happened from the time they had entered the ban, and his saliva flew everywhere. Huang Datu did not forget to tell about what had happened at the BMW dealership. After hearing Huang Xiaolong had not only bought 5 cars, but also 2 flying ships, and a big piece of barren land measuring over 2,000 acres, Huang Jiuan and the others were already at a loss for words. So, Mom, you don't need to worry about money anymore. Buy whatever you want, and if needed, I'll go kill a few fierce beasts, Huang Xiaolong joked. Since Big Brother does not lack money, then Datu and I will accept these spatial bags. Huang Qinfei laughed generously. Huang Xiaolong grinned. Not far outside the Golden River residence is the market, so we'll go there to get something later. We'll have a good celebration today as our personal housewarming. Right. I want to buy Golden Flame's spiritual fruit. Huang Datu cheered happily. Wang Mylin chided him good-naturedly. The Golden Flame's spiritual fruit is all you know. Others laughed happily. Thus, the family got into the car and went to the local market. Because parking was inconvenient in that area, they only took Huang Xiaolong's blue off-road. At the market, Wang Mylin chose an exceptionally big spiritual hog beast, whereas Huang Datu grabbed a lot of Golden Flame spiritual fruits. Huang Xiaolong casually picked some spiritual fruits and spiritual meat with high energy, and specifically went to shops selling seeds of spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs. There were more than 20 kinds of spiritual fruit trees seeds, 100 seeds for each kind. There were even more spiritual herb seeds, almost 60 kinds, and Huang Xiaolong got several hundred seeds for each kind. Naturally, these seeds did not come cheap, setting back Huang Xiaolong by several 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Xiaolong, what are you doing buying so many seeds? Wang Mylin asked curiously when she saw that Huang Xiaolong had spent so many spirit stones to buy these spiritual herbs and spiritual fruit trees seeds. Huang Jiuan and Huang Qinfei also looked over in curiosity. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Didn't I buy 2,000 acres of barren land? You plan to plant these seeds on that barren land? Huang Jiuan began to persuade his son urgently. Xiaolong, spiritual fruit trees are hard to grow even on fertile lands and require spiritual water. You also need to hire a herb specialist to take care of them. Spiritual plants are hard to grow. So, if you're going to grow them on your barren land, it won't work at all. As if afraid Huang Xiaolong didn't believe him, Huang Jiuan gave a long list of examples. In the beginning, many families had thought of earning spirit stones by growing and selling spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits, but they had ended up losing everything, and many of them had ended their lives after they couldn't face the bank and other debt collectors. Huang Xiaolong listened patiently, as he neither interrupted or stopped his father. His parents didn't believe in it now, but they would see it with their own eyes in 2 days. If he, the son of creation, couldn't grow these seeds well, then he could really go and knock his head on earth. Inside the sun-moon furnace, Huang Xiaolong had many Genesis-level pills. However, these things were too high in grade for his parents. Merely a whiff of a Genesis-level pills could cause his family to explode to their deaths. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong could only plant these herbs himself to refine pills that could improve his family's cultivation. After the spiritual trees bore fruits, they could be sold for 1 million low-grade spirit stones on a daily basis, and that would be over 300 million in a year. With this income, even after he left Earth, his family wouldn't live the way they were before. Of course, these spiritual herbs and spiritual trees were not the best variety available on Earth, so he planned to purchase better ones after arriving at the Huaxia Alliance. Back at the Golden River residence villa, Wang Mylin personally cooked a lavish meal while Huang Xiaolong grilled meat, and tantalizing scents and laughter soon filled the air. The celebration at home went on until 11-something into the night. After Huang Jiuan and Wang Mylin went to rest in their bedroom on the 2nd floor, Huang Xiaolong drove to the barren land several hundred miles outside Huazhou City. He was going to transform this piece of barren land completely in the night and plant all the seeds he had bought during the day. Generally, it would take 2 to 3 decades for the spiritual trees to bear fruits, and most spiritual herbs took as much time to grow. However, Huang Xiaolong was going to let them grow overnight. Huang Xiaolong took out the sun-moon furnace and let it fly high into the air, lighting up half of the barren land. Immediately, the rubbish, weeds, poisonous insects, and everything were reduced to ashes, leaving a completely clean land. Far away behind Huang Xiaolong, hidden in the darkness, someone's eyes bulged in shock at everything that transpired. In truth, the figure watching behind Huang Xiaolong had been tailing him ever since he had driven out from the Golden River residence. Huang Xiaolong had long discovered the person, but he continued transforming the barren land. After the flames spewing out from the sun-moon furnace cleared up the barren land, it then spewed out rays of golden light. This flowing golden light was indescribably radiant and resplendent, giving the peeping person an incredible visual impact that was unforgettable in a lifetime. A moment after the golden rays seeped into the barren land, wisps of black smoke curled out from the ground. Then it became gray smoke and finally golden light. Golden light circulated within the ground and gradually rose to the surface, condensing into some kind of elf-like golden spirit. At that moment, the whole land seemed to come alive, brimming with vitality. In fact, land and humans are similar as both hold impurities in their bodies. Huang Xiaolong used the sun-moon furnace's fire essence to improve the soil's properties. The sun-moon furnace was a demigenesis artifact, and it was the sun and moon creed's ultimate treasure. Countless batches of medicinal pills had been refined inside the furnace, so one can't even begin to imagine how startling the fire essence contained within it. Merely a fraction of fire essence could transform this barren land into fertile, immortal soil. In short, after Huang Xiaolong planted seeds in this land, the trees and herbs could bear immortal fruits upon reaching a certain number of years. Immortal herbs. Immortal fruits and immortal herbs were extremely rare in the Milky Way's mortal world, and even void immortals would fight till blood flowed into a river for them. In a dozen breaths, Huang Xiaolong had fully transformed the barren land's ground into fertile immortal soil. Huang Xiaolong retrieved the sun-moon furnace, and as an afterthought, he took out the lowest grade spiritual vein he had, and cut off a 1/10,000th of the spiritual vein and sent it deep underground. Even though it was merely a 1/10,000th of the lowest grade spiritual vein from inside the sun-moon furnace, it had rich spiritual energy spewing out from the land the moment it was buried underground, like an erupting volcano of spiritual energy. A hurricane of spiritual energy formed on the barren land. The person peeking from the dark trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and feverish greed. Watching the spiritual energy hurricane expand and dissipate towards Huazhou City several hundred miles away, Huang Xiaolong raised his hand and gathered the dissipating spiritual energy once again. Seemingly, the rich spiritual energy was contained within the space of this barren land, unable to float further out. Huang Xiaolong simply tapped his finger in the air, and a rune flew out and fell into the land, locking the spiritual energy in this land. Huang Xiaolong subsequently laid out a spiritual energy gathering array and a defensive formation, as well as an attack formation. There were 3 array formations in one, turning the barren land into an ethereal paradise with a faint golden dome encompassing it. Then, Huang Xiaolong divided the seeds he had bought during the day and scattered them onto the land systematically. The spiritual tree's seeds germinated and sprouted in just a few breaths. Several breaths later, the tender green sprouts had grown as tall as a finger. The same thing happened with the spiritual herb seeds. The originally barren land turned into a luscious green oasis. Another dozen breaths later, the spiritual tree sprouts had doubled in height, growing as tall as an adult's forearm. The person watching all this from the dark had forgotten to breathe, engrossed in the miracle before his eyes. Miraculous. This was the only word he could think of to describe this situation. When all was done, Huang Xiaolong clasped his hands behind him, still with his back towards the person as he said, "Come out." The person hesitated but came out a moment later in the end. He looked at Huang Xiaolong warily, still trying to digest what he had seen. Are you a human or god? Huang Xiaolong looked at him and asked, Speak. Who sent you? I. The person suddenly plopped down on his knees, terrified to the extreme. Lord, have mercy. I have no ill will towards you. He was the Huang family's honorary elder Chun Yu, who had accepted the task from Huang Bo to deal with Huang Xiaolong for 2 pieces of dragon-roaring jade. Before coming here, Huang Bo's order was to break Huang Xiaolong's hands and feet, and lastly, he had added another condition to dig out Huang Xiaolong's eyes. In truth, he had been trailing Huang Xiaolong, Huang Jiuan, and the others early in the day. He was already shocked after seeing that each person in Huang Jiuan's family had the latest model of BMW off-road vehicle. Then, he was in for more surprises after seeing Huang Jiuan's family move into the Golden River residence. He was delighted when he noticed Huang Xiaolong had driven out from Huazhou City to this barren land, as it was the chance for him to act. But what had happened later had terrified him half to death. Slow as he might be, Chun Yu realized that Huang Xiaolong was not someone he could afford to provoke. So Chun Yu did not hesitate to kneel. Looking at the Huang family's honorary elder Chun Yu kneeling to him, Huang Xiaolong sneered. You bear no ill will towards me? Then, is the killing intent from your body when you followed me here an illusion? Just as they were out of Huazhou City's boundary, this person's killing intent had seeped out. Others would not notice it, but how could it escape Huang Xiaolong's detection? Hearing that, Chun Yu kowtowed in panic, pleading incessantly, Lord, I really have no malicious intention. Chun Yu wanted to say more, but a force from Huang Xiaolong's hand dragged him up, and then, soul-searching began. Although Huang Xiaolong had suppressed his cultivation realm to peak late 9th void immortal realm, it was easy to search the soul of a golden core expert. The soul-searching soon ended. When Huang Xiaolong learned that Huang Bo wanted Chun Yu to break his hands and feet and dig out his eyes, Huang Xiaolong's expression was extremely frosty, and a small flame slowly burned through the honorary elder Chun Yu's body until nothing but ashes were left. It was a pity that Chun Yu lost his life for mere 2 pieces of dragon-roaring jade because even his golden core was reduced to ashes. Huang Xiaolong turned back around, and with a twirl of his finger, the spiritual fruit tree seedlings on the ground grew another 1/2 meter in height. At this rate, they would grow into proper trees in an hour and bear fruits overnight. It won't be a problem to ripen these fruits before the break of dawn. The spiritual herbs planted were swaying in the night, reflecting faint dark green glow as they began to store spiritual energy. With Huang Xiaolong's effort of transforming the land and burying a fraction of spiritual vein underground, the growth of these spiritual trees and spiritual herbs had gone beyond anyone's wildest imagination. Naturally, the spiritual energy gathering array Huang Xiaolong had laid out played a big role. That spiritual vein was condensed from millions of years of spiritual energy, and even a fraction of it was enough to support this barren land for several 100,000 years. Thus Huang Xiaolong didn't need to worry about insufficient spiritual energy to support the plants here. After watching the spiritual trees and spiritual herbs grow as per his expectations, Huang Xiaolong turned his attention to something else. The force from his hand pulled a big chunk of or from underground a far distance away. Huang Xiaolong had a quick look earlier, and nearby underground, there were rich reserves of iron and ore. Although the reserves were a little scattered and difficult to mine, it posed no problem to Huang Xiaolong. Coincidentally, Huang Xiaolong could use this iron ore to refine a residence. The spiritual trees and spiritual herb seeds he had planted merely took up 300 acres or so, and he had decided to build the residence right in the center of the land. The residence wouldn't be too big, and it would be about 100 acres. After all, the residence would be left to Huang family's future descendants, as Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to spend much time on Earth. As Huang Xiaolong grabbed pieces of colorful irons and ores from underground, soon there were tens of thousands of big and small chunks of materials suspended in midair. Go! With a wave of his hand, he released the sun-moon furnace. The sun-moon furnace rose into the air and swallowed all the irons and ores into its belly. The grand array within came to life, and fire essence burned brightly, melting the iron and ore inside. At the same time, all the impurities were burned away. Soon, all the irons and ore were melted into a liquid. The sun-moon furnace tilted to one side, pouring these liquids down the center of the barren land. Huang Xiaolong waved his right hand, and every time he did so, the burning liquid that was poured to the ground shaped itself as per Huang Xiaolong's thoughts. After a dozen times, the melted iron and ore had turned into a dozen majestic buildings. Huang Xiaolong then tapped his finger in the air, condensing runes that he placed within each building's main pillar. When all runes were in place, the entire palace emitted dazzling rays of light, as if the place was a blessed land. The runes Huang Xiaolong planted inside each building's main pillar were links that connected all the runes and the overall buildings as one entity, as well as forming a simplified version of complete heaven formation. With the formation activated, it would continuously absorb the power of stars from space, and those who cultivate inside this palace could temper their physical bodies with the power of stars. The power of stars was no longer useful to him, but it was extremely beneficial for the Huang family members. This place was merely several hundred miles outside of Huazhou City. It takes less than 20 minutes for Huang Jiuan, Wang Milan, and the others to drive over. They can over to cultivate anytime. Pity the iron ores around here aren't enough, or I could build 365 palace buildings, forming a grand complete heaven formation, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. The result of cultivating inside the grand complete heaven formation was naturally more effective. Unfortunately, Huang Xiaolong had exhausted the iron and ore reserves in the vicinity. Thus Huang Xiaolong planned to check out the surrounding mountains to see if he could find more iron or to build a grand complete heaven formation. Then again, the amount of energy inside the runes Huang Xiaolong had branded into each of the palace building's main pillars could easily defend against and kill even a void immortal. The dozen of buildings Huang Xiaolong had forged merely took up 10 acres or so. Therefore, the 100 acres of land he allocated was enough for him to build more buildings to form a grand complete heaven formation. Huang Xiaolong glanced at the spiritual fruit trees and spiritual herb seedlings. The spiritual fruits trees had reached the height of an adult. He looked around again, then stomped his foot on the ground. Following the stomp of his foot, loose soil emerged from the ground. The loose soil compacted into rock-like bricks along the perimeter of the land like the Great Wall, fencing up the land Huang Xiaolong bought. The walls were well over 10 meters high and half a meter thick. Of course, Huang Xiaolong did not forget to leave a 10-meter wide gap as the main entrance. With a casual wave of his hand, several towering trees in the distance were uprooted and flew towards Huang Xiaolong. His palm was akin to a sharp blade with a few slashes across the air. He had cut off the excess branches from the tree trunks, which were then split into uniform planks. Huang Xiaolong inscribed a rune on these wooden planks, fixing them together to become two halves of a wooden gate. The two sides of the wooden gates fitted nicely in the gap. When all these were done, Huang Xiaolong pressed his palm on the wooden gates across the air. The wooden gates flashed brightly, then golden light flowed to the sides, along the walls Huang Xiaolong had erected. As the golden light flowed past, the walls became stronger and consolidated into one entity. Before long, the wooden gates and walls were fully connected as one entity. With that golden light Huang Xiaolong embedded into the wooden gates, no one could come close to this piece of land, except for Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong pushed open the doors and walked into the newly built palace at the center. The ground under Huang Xiaolong's feet turned into stone as he walked past, forming a 10-meter wide walkway. By the time Huang Xiaolong reached the main palace building, there was a meters-wide stone walkway from the wooden gates leading to the main palace. The stone walkway was naturally flat. Even if a car drove over the stone walkway, it won't feel bumpy at all. Looking around the residence, the spiritual fruit trees and spiritual herbs growing outside, Huang Xiaolong nodded with satisfaction at the result of his hard work for the night. 9 days later, he and his parents would be paying the Lin family in Ha Province a visit to see his younger sister, Huang Wen. He could seize these 9 days' time to further transform this land. Huang Xiaolong put his car into the sun-moon furnace, and in one step he had left the land. However, Huang Xiaolong did not return to the Huang family's villa in the Golden River residence, but went to Datong City. The Huang family's main residence was not located in Huazhou City, but in Datong City. The two cities were separated by 1,000 miles and more. Huang Bo and other direct descendants of Huang family resided in Datong City. Huang Bo. Huang Xiaolong's pupils needled. Huang Xiaolong had originally planned to wait for Huang Hao to come back from the capital a month later before taking action so he could deal with Huang Hao and his entire line of descendant. But Huang Bo, this flea, had been jumping too much, so he was going to squash this flea to death first. At this time, inside a luxurious villa in Datong City, Huang Bo was flatteringly pouring spiritual tea for a middle-aged man, and he offered it to him with both hands. Third uncle, this is Fangde Tea Trader's Dragon Well Spiritual Tea. Have a taste. The Fangde Tea Trader was a famous tea supplier on Earth, and the Dragon Well Spiritual Tea was one of its top-notch products with a small pack costing approximately 10 low-grade spirit stones. 10 low-grade spirit stones, that was the annual salary of the average person. This middle-aged man, Huang Baogui, was the same person who had deliberately sent Huang Chunfei to do a dangerous task, resulting in Huang Chunfei's crippling injuries. Huang Baogui accepted the tea and took a leisurely sip. The tea's light and refreshing fragrance filled his mouth. He glanced at Huang Bo and said, "Speak. What matter you have to come looking for me?" He knew this nephew of his very well. Flattering him meant that there was something he needed help with, and it wouldn't be anything good. Huang Bo smiled sheepishly as he said, "Third uncle, I want to inquire about something from you." "What is it?" Huang Baogui asked casually. Although he had paid honorary Elder Chanyu to deal with Huang Xiaolong, he still didn't feel at ease. Hence he came to Huang Baogui to see if he could get some information. Huang Bo recounted how he was bullied by Huang Xiaolong, and then he added, "Later on, I sent people to follow Huang Datu, and only then did I learn that person is Huang Datu's eldest uncle." Third uncle. Do you know what's the origin of Huang Datu's uncle? Huang Datu's eldest uncle? Huang Baogui was a little baffled in the beginning, but as he thought of someone, his body trembled. Could it be? That person's back. Noticing that there was something not right with Huang Baogui's reaction, Huang Bo ventured cautiously, "Third uncle? You know Huang Data's uncle?" After Huang Hao had taken over the Huang family's patriarch position, Huang Xiaolong had become a taboo subject. No one had dared to mention Huang Xiaolong anymore. Thus juniors in the same generation as Huang Bo had not heard of Huang Xiaolong. Huang Baoka regained his composure and asked Huang Bo, "Are you certain that he's Huang Data's eldest uncle?" "Positive." Huang Bo nodded, and seeing Huang Baogui's serious face, he tried asking, "Third uncle? What's the matter? Does Huang Datu's eldest uncle has a powerful background?" Huang Baogui breathed in deeply and literally exhaled his words. "If it is really him, then it's going to be big trouble." Huang Bo had never seen his third uncle look so solemn, and it scared him a little. Third uncle, that can't possibly be, right? Huang Data's uncle doesn't look like some big shot to me. Moreover, he's only one person. Huang Baogui shook his head. "You don't understand." "Don't understand?" Huang Bo was visibly baffled. "He's called Huang Xiaolong." It seemed difficult for Huang Baogui to say those words. "He and our patriarch are of the same generations, and they were once hailed as the Huang family's twin dragons. He is an outstanding talent." Huang Bo was shocked. "Third uncle, you mean Huang Xiaolong is as talented as our patriarch?" Huang Baogui glanced at Huang Bo out of the corner of his eye as he said, "As talented? Although our patriarch and him were hailed as the twin dragons of the younger generation, his talent is much higher than our Lord Patriarch. Even more terrifying is his ability to comprehend. Even the old ancestor praises his talent in comprehending any martial arts given to him." Huang Baogui went on, "Any martial arts. As long as he takes one look at them, he can learn the essence of it." Huang Bo was dumbfounded. Any martial arts, as long as he saw them once, he can learn the essence of it. That's exaggerating," Huang Bo exclaimed sharply. Huang Baogui nodded. Huang Xiaolong's talent is indeed terrifying. Originally, the Huang family's patriarch position should have been his. Huang Bo swallowed hard after hearing that. Damn, Huang Data's uncle was actually so amazing. At the same time, he thought of a problem. Does that mean Huang Datu's uncle's true qi can be released more than 1,000 meters outside of his body? But what happened to Huang Xiaolong later? Huang Bo asked. He wondered if Huang Xiaolong could have taken over the Huang family's patriarch position. Then why was it his grandfather Huang Haod who sat in the position in the end? Huang Baogui went on. For some reason, when Huang Xiaolong was 16 or 17, he suddenly went missing one day. It was as if he completely vanished from the face of the earth. And no matter where we searched, we couldn't find a trace of him, until now. He has been missing for 100 years. 100 years. Huang Bo was flabbergasted. Third uncle with Huang Xiaolong's talent, do you think he's already? Huang Bo asked anxiously. Huang Baogui knew what Huang Bo was asking and answered with certainty. With Huang Xiaolong's talent, he definitely has stepped into nascent soul realm, and it's very likely he's a high-level nascent soul expert. Nascent, high-level nascent soul expert. Huang Bo repeatedly dazedly, and his face had turned several shades paler. He had sent honorary Elder Chan Yu to deal with Huang Xiaolong, and according to his subordinate, Chan Yu had gone to look for Huang Xiaolong on that day. If Huang Xiaolong discovered Chan Yu, wouldn't that mean? Noticing Huang Bo's unnatural expression, Huang Baogui asked, what happened? Only then did Huang Bo tell Huang Baogui about hiring honorary Elder Chan Yu to deal with Huang Xiaolong with 2 pieces of roaring dragon jade. Confused, Huang Baogui reprimanded Huang Bo. When can you change your reckless personality? You didn't even check out who your enemy is, and you ran in blindly. Huang Bo panicked. Third uncle, I'm wrong. But I didn't expect Huang Xiaolong to have such a background. What do you think we should do now? Seeing his nephew admit his mistake so swiftly, more than half of Huang Baogui's anger dissipated. He said sullenly, you don't have to worry for now. Even if Huang Xiaolong is really a high-level nascent soul expert now, he's only one person. He won't be able to stir any big waves. Our patriarch has been in that position for so long, the family from top to bottom obeys him. His status and prestige is not something Huang Xiaolong, who had been missing for 100 years, can compare to. Moreover, our patriarch has the old ancestor on his side, and the old ancestor would not allow Huang Xiaolong to jeopardize the patriarch's position. Huang Bo relaxed when he heard those words, and could even laugh. Third uncle is right. Even though Huang Xiaolong's back now, he can't change reality. Huang Baogui stood up and started pacing in the hall. Huang Xiaolong's return is a big event. I'll have people contact your second grandfather now to tell him. Unnecessary. Right at this time, a tepid voice sounded. The pair of uncle and nephew were stunned, and Huang Baogui spun around, looking all over vigilantly. Who's there? There was a tall and lean figure walking in from the outer hall. Huang Bo's eyes widened in fear, and he backed away until he was behind Huang Baogui. Third uncle. It's him. He's that Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong. Huang Baogui's eyes narrowed, veiling the shock he felt in his eyes. In truth, he had never seen Huang Xiaolong, but he had heard his father talk about Huang Xiaolong's feats once or twice. He looked at Huang Xiaolong entering at a leisurely pace. Huang Xiaolong was younger than he had expected. Earlier, when Huang Bo had said that Huang Xiaolong looked like he was in his 20s, Huang Baogui hadn't really believed it, but now, looking at Huang Xiaolong, he did not look a day older than 20. You're Huang Datu's eldest uncle, Huang Xiaolong? Huang Baogui soon regained his composure and questioned Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong looked at Huang Baogui. You're the one who deliberately sent my younger brother to the Dead Sea to kill a 6-eyed fish monster, crippled my brother and caused my brother to be bedridden. Then, you forced my father to sell the main residence at a low price to your friend, Huang Baogui. Listening to a chain of accusations, Huang Baogui's face turned slightly ugly, and he hardened his voice. Huang Xiaolong, please pay attention to your identity. Even if you're really a nascent soul expert now, your status within the Huang family has not been recognized by the family's grand elders. You're merely an ordinary disciple in the family, whereas I am a Huang family's elder. What gives you the right to question me? After seeing an elder of the family, you have to salute me. Huang Baogui looked extremely proud when he uttered the latter part. What gives me the right to question you? Huang Xiaolong felt like laughing. And I have to salute you? Huang Baogui sneered. That's right, Huang Xiaolong. Otherwise, once I report this matter to the family's enforcement hall, you'll be charged with a big offense of disrespect. But just as he finished speaking, an overwhelming force dragged him, and to his horror, he couldn't break free nor had any control over his own body. Huang Xiaolong clenched his palm over Huang Baogui's neck and his eyes filled with undisguised contempt. Big offense of disrespect? Huang family's enforcement hall. Huang Bo faked false bravado and shouted, Huang Xiaolong, what are you doing? Release my third uncle immediately. When my second grandfather learns about this, your eye. Huang Xiaolong's left hand reached out, and he raised Huang Bo off the floor by his neck. What will happen to me? Huang Bo felt his neck was going to break under Huang Xiaolong's palm, and he had great difficulty breathing. He struggled to speak, growling hoarsely. Huang Xiaolong, if you dare to do anything to me and my uncle, the patriarch will surely issue a kill order on your head. At that time, not only Wuxia, but there won't be any safe place left for you on the entire earth. The Huang family was one of Wuxia Alliance's top 10 cultivation families. The family's strength was scattered throughout the Wuxia Alliance's territories, and with one order from the patriarch, any average nascent soul realm expert would have a hard time surviving. Though it was an exaggeration to say the entire earth, as the Huang family's power had not reached the point of being able to influence all the forces on earth. Unless it was a powerful sect like the Purple Flame sect or Six Swords Gate, these existences might be able to influence the entire earth's forces. Listening to you, I feel I really shouldn't kill you. Huang Xiaolong's face split into a big grin. Just as Huang Bo was inwardly rejoicing his luck, thinking Huang Xiaolong was frightened off by him, Huang Xiaolong suddenly reached out with his other hand and crushed the bones on his left arm. Huang Bo let out a sharp scream. Then, Huang Xiaolong changed his target and exerted force, crushing Huang Bo's other arm. Subsequently, it was Huang Bo's legs. Since Huang Bo wanted Chunyu to break his arms and legs and dig out his eyes, Huang Xiaolong did the same to him. Lastly, Huang Xiaolong's fist clenched in the air and dug out Huang Bo's eyes. Huang Xiaolong looked placid throughout this entire process, as if this was the norm. Reborn in another world, cultivating from the bottom level, Huang Xiaolong had long lost count of how many enemies he had killed along the way. Merely the number of true saints, primal ancestors, and even Dao venerables was already a lot to count. In Huang Xiaolong's eyes, crippling Huang Bo was no different than swatting away a fly. But watching Huang Xiaolong do all of these things to his nephew from the side made Huang Baogui deathly pale. The sight of his nephew's bloody limbs, the empty sockets and the eyeballs on the floor was scary. There was no strength in his legs, and he couldn't even make a sound. Huang Xiaolong turned and looked at Huang Baogui. You caused my younger brother to lose his mobility, making him bedridden for so many years. In return, I'll have you never stand again in your lifetime, and you can be bedridden for the rest of your life. With that said, his palm struck Huang Baogui on the back. Accompanied by the noises of breaking bones, Huang Baogui was hit by a sharp pain, and he screamed. Huang Xiaolong retrieved his hand and watched Huang Baogui fall limply to the floor. Unable to move a finger, Huang Xiaolong's strike had pulverized every bone in Huang Baogui's back into pieces. Huang Baogui's bones were so badly broken that not even an Enlightenment Realm expert could heal him. There was no chance of Huang Baogui ever getting up on his feet again. In fact, his body wouldn't be able to turn even an inch. Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze swept over the two people before he turned and flew away. His original intention for coming here was to kill these two people. But Huang Bo's words had changed his mind. Killing the two of them now was a form of release for them, and this way they would suffer more than death. The Huang family's reaction towards this incident was not within Huang Xiaolong's consideration. More accurately, he didn't care. Actually, he was looking forward to seeing Huang Hao's reaction. Seeing Huang Xiaolong leave, Huang Baogui screamed at the top of his lungs. Huang Xiaolong, just wait. The patriarch will order arrests of your parents, younger brother, and nephew. Be prepared to run for your lives. Run for my life? Huang Xiaolong sneered and his figure disappeared in the horizon. I'll be waiting for your Huang family's kill order then. Huang Bo was screaming and rolling on the ground. Huang Xiaolong had broke his arms and legs, and even dug out his eyes. His pain was no less than Huang Baogui. My arms, my legs, my eyes. Huang Xiaolong, you son of a bitch. Wait till my injuries healed. I'll personally cut off your head. Huang Bo screamed loudly to vent some of his pain, fury, and hatred. With Earth's current advanced technology, even if someone's limb was severely broken, the injury could be healed. Even if his eyes were dug out, it was not difficult to regain sight. But Huang Bo didn't know that his eyes and legs were not as simple as being broken, as the veins and meridians of his arms and legs were completely shattered and sealed by Huang Xiaolong, and there was no possibility of recovering. This included his eyes. Not long after Huang Xiaolong had left, Huang Bo's and Huang Baogui's screams finally attracted their subordinates' attention. When the subordinates hurried over from various directions and saw the bloody situation, all of them were aghast. When the subordinates finally helped the two of them up cautiously, Huang Baogui snarled, "Hurry up and inform the enforcement hall to contact my father. I want Huang Xiaolong, Huang Jiwen, and the entire family dead." Before long, his subordinates managed to get in touch with Huang family's enforcement hall, and also Huang Baogui's father, Huang Ruxing, who was also Huang Bo's grandfather. Through advanced technology video call, Huang Ruxing saw his son and grandson's tragic conditions and thundered in fury, but he blanked for a second when he heard the culprit was Huang Xiaolong. But in the next second, the killing intent in his eyes soared to the sky as he spat through gritted teeth. Huang Xiaolong. Although Huang Ruxing had ordered the matter to be sealed, what had happened to Huang Bo and Huang Baogui still circulated out. Many Huang families' disciples learned of the incident, and among them were Huang Chang and Huang Susu. People began inquiring about Huang Xiaolong. That young man is actually Huang Datu's uncle, Huang Chang exclaimed with an incredulous expression. It is said that Huang Xiaolong's from the same generation as our patriarch, and he is extremely talented. There's more than a few grudges between him and our patriarch. No wonder the patriarch has been suppressing Huang Jiuan's line all these years. Huang Susu was unnerved. Huang Chang looked at Huang Susu, stressing, "Many of the family's disciples are saying that Huang Xiaolong is likely to be a high-level nascent soul realm expert." Elder Huang Ruxing has reported Huang Bo and Huang Baogui's matter to Lord Patriarch, who's in the capital. Huang Chang went on. Lord Patriarch is furious and planned to leave the capital half a month earlier than planned. Furthermore, the Lord Patriarch has ordered the Huang family to lock down Donglin province to prevent Huang Xiaolong from leaving. Wait till he returns. He would personally capture and judge Huang Xiaolong. Huang Chang snorted. Huang Xiaolong won't be able to leave Donglin province even in his dreams. Not only Huang Xiaolong, even his father, Huang Jiwen, and the rest of his family have turned into Huang family's sinners, implicated by Huang Xiaolong. Hence, by the time Huang Xiaolong was back at the Golden River residence in Huazhou City, Huang Xiaolong had become Huang family's sinner, someone the Huang family wanted to capture and punish. Huang Xiaolong sat down and meditated, and before long, the sky on the horizon had brightened. Huang Jiwen, Huang Milan, Huang Chenfio, and Huang Datu woke up from their sleep. At this time, they were still ignorant of the fact that Huang Xiaolong had become the Huang family's wanted criminal. Huang Xiaolong smiled, seeing his family emerging from their rooms, and happily told them that he was taking them to a special place. When they learned that Huang Xiaolong was taking them to the barren land he had bought, all four were confused. What's there to see in a barren land? Then again, they were idle people. Hence, they followed Huang Xiaolong's plan and drove out of Huazhou City, towards the barren land. As they drove to the barren land, Huang Xiaolong told everyone that he had planted those seeds he had bought last night. Huang Jiuan's reaction was very big. He widened his eyes and stared at Huang Xiaolong. "Silly boy. You started the work last night. Why won't you listen to my advice? I told you, it's impossible for you to succeed without the required agricultural skills and methods. This is irrelevant to cultivation. Although you're a nascent soul expert, You can't make those spiritual herbs and spiritual fruit trees seeds sprout. His indescribable expression of heartache nearly made Huang Xiaolong laugh. His heart ached for those several 100,000 low-grade spirit stones Huang Xiaolong had spent buying those seeds. Several 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ah, in the past, he couldn't spend this amount in a lifetime. Yet Huang Xiaolong, this prodigal son, squandered it overnight. Wang Meilan too was extremely anxious when she heard that. Xiaolong, drive faster. Dig out those seeds one by one, and we should be able to save them still. Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly. Mom, are you sure you want to dig them all out one by one? Wang Meilan looked very serious as she nodded her head. Correct. She softened her voice and persuaded. Mom knows that you have money now. Even so, you shouldn't throw money away like that. Even 1 billion won't last you a year with the way you spend. Huang Xiaolong smiled slightly. It's fine to not explain. They'll decide later if they still want to dig those seeds out. Before long, the others saw the acres of barren land Huang Xiaolong had bought. However, Huang Jiwen, Wang Meilan, Huang Qinfei, and Huang Datu were speechless upon seeing the great wall over 10 meters tall that seemed to go on endlessly. Xiaolong, didn't you say the land you bought is a barren land? What's going on with this wall? Wang Meilan was utterly dumbfounded. Not only her, but others looked just as baffled. Huang Xiaolong smiled. After I planted those seeds, I was worried others would come in and steal them, so I erected a wall around the entire place. Huang Qinfei almost did not find his voice. Brother, this 10 meters tall wall, you built this entirely alone? The disbelief on his face was quite funny. Even with advanced technology at its fastest speed, coupled with maximum manpower, it was still impossible to build this wall overnight. Huang Jiwen, Wang Meilan, and Huang Data stood woodenly on the spot, looking like they were listening to profound scriptures. Huang Xiaolong chuckled watching their expressions. I know some earth element techniques, so building these didn't take much time for me. In the meantime, the 5 of them had reached the main gate, and the wooden main gate automatically opened upon their arrival, revealing a 10-meter-wide stone walkway before them. Huang Xiaolong drove in, and the others also drove in after Huang Xiaolong in marveling gazes. On the sides of the 10-meter-wide stone walkway were the spiritual herb seeds that Huang Xiaolong had planted the night before. These spiritual herbs had sprouted and grown tremendously, reaching half the height of an adult man. They were enshrouded in spiritual energy that resembled resplendent halos. Fragrant scents of herbs refreshed everyone in a whiff. Just a little bit further down were rows and rows of spiritual fruit trees. These spiritual fruit trees had grown over 10 meters tall, and hanging off their branches were glistening spiritual fruits. From white spiritual fruits with a hint of bright red within, to spiritual fruits with glistening golden flames within, or emitted a purple gem-like luster, and there were many more varieties. The wide array of spiritual fruits made any one of them reluctant to look away. Xiaolong, those spiritual herbs and spiritual fruit trees? Huang Jiwen and Wang Meilan were tongue-tied. Huang Xiaolong merely smiled. They are the ones I planted last night. What? Although they had guessed it, hearing it from the horse's mouth still gave Huang Jiwen and the others a great shock. No, Xiaolong didn't. Am I hallucinating? Wang Meilan shook Huang Jiwen's arm as she said. Huang Jiwen's eyes were a little out of focus as he replied dazedly, You're not the only one hallucinating. All of us are hallucinating. How else can one explain how these spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits had ripened overnight? On top of that, these herbs and fruits seemed richer with spiritual energy than those sold outside. It was as if these herbs and spiritual fruits had a life of their own. The smile never left Huang Xiaolong's face. He had expected his parents' reactions and did not explain too much. He understood they needed time to digest what their eyes were seeing. 10 minutes later, Huang Jiwen and the others finally reacted and asked Huang Xiaolong about what was going on. They were curious to know how these spiritual herbs and spiritual fruit trees had grown and ripened overnight. Huang Xiaolong briefly recounted what he had done last night to them. Listening to Huang Xiaolong explaining he had transformed the land's soil quality, added a spiritual vein underground, and even arranged a spiritual energy-gathering formation. Huang Jiyuan and the others felt their brain cells weren't working fast enough. In truth, this piece of barren land had turned into a piece of immortal land last night. However, Huang Xiaolong did not want to frighten his family, so he merely said it was spirit soil. Even this sent waves of shock in his family's heart. They had heard of spirit soil. The #1 cultivation family in Wuxia, the Ying family, had a piece of spirit soil, specifically used to grow and nurture rare spiritual herbs. And those spiritual herbs were treated as inheritance treasure. Not even the Ying family possessed a spiritual vein. Only the 6 top-tier sects on Earth have spiritual veins. Furthermore, the Ying family's old ancestor had spent several years to succeed, investing in a huge amount of resources. Even so, Ying family's formation's coverage was several hundred square meters at most, much smaller than this land. But Huang Xiaolong's spiritual energy gathering formation covered more than 1,000,000 square meters. While Huang Jiyuan and the others looked around in shock, they arrived at the center where the residential palace was located. Looking at the building that seemed to come out from a mythical move, Huang Jiyuan, Wang Milan, and the others had forgotten where they were. I forged these palace buildings. The craftsmanship is a little rough, and the iron ore nearby isn't enough, so I've only made a few of them. I'll look for more iron and ores in the next few days and expand the place. Huang Jiyuan and the others were completely at a loss for words. The beautiful, flawless, and surreal palace before their eyes was a little rough to Huang Xiaolong. Moreover, this palace was at least 6,000 to 7,000 square meters, merely a small part of it. How big would it be if the construction was finished? Dad, Mom, I've arranged a small complete heaven formation inside. In the future, all of you will stay here and cultivate. Huang Xiaolong went on. I'll activate the formation and show you. With that said, he waved his hand and the palace building's dozen runes glimmered. Then, Huang Jiyuan, Wang Milan, and the others saw starlight gathered like a river in the sky, then rained down softly, looking picturesque like a fairyland. And shrouded by this star power, Huang Jiyuan and the others felt comfortable all over like never before. Huang Xiaolong went on. When I'm done with the remaining buildings and form a complete heaven formation, your progress will increase by tenfold when cultivating here. Increase tenfold. Huang Jiyuan and the others were once again dumbfounded on the spot. Honestly, Huang Xiaolong had minimized the effects of the complete heaven formation. How could the effects be merely tenfold? Huang Xiaolong subsequently led Huang Jiyuan and the others on a tour around the rest of the palace buildings. Other than some daily necessities, everything inside was complete. Huang Jiyuan and the others could move in immediately. Uncle, those spiritual fruits? Can they be eaten now? Huang Data suddenly asked. His gaze was fixed on the delicious spiritual fruits, and he gulped slightly. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Of course, you can eat whenever you want, and as many as you want. Let me tell you that I've planted close to 200 golden flame spiritual fruit trees. Really? Huang Datu was delighted and his face beamed. 200 golden flame spiritual fruit trees. How many golden flame spiritual fruits would there be? Huang Qinfei chided his son jokingly. You brat only knows the golden flame spiritual fruit, but the spiritual fruit ripens every 10 years. So even if there are 200 trees, it's impossible for you to eat them every day. Some spiritual fruits ripen every 10 years, but there are also spiritual trees that ripen in a few years and every year. In other words, after the ripe fruits on a golden flame spiritual fruit tree were picked, one would have to wait 10 years for it to bear fruit again and for the spiritual fruits to ripen. Huang Xiaolong chuckled watching their interaction. Don't worry about that. The soil on this land has become spirit soil, and there's a spiritual vein underground to support it. Even after we've collected the fruits, the trees will bear fruits again the next day, and the fruits could ripen in a day. Bearing fruits and ripening in 10 years was the norm for golden flame spiritual fruit trees, but on this spirit soil, that limitation did not exist. The trees could bear fruits and ripen in a day. Huang Qinfei, Huang Jiyuan, Wang Milan, and Huang Datu were dazed in shock. Xiaolong, you mean, these spiritual fruits will all ripen in a day? Wang Milan asked in disbelief. Huang Xiaolong nodded smilingly. That's correct. Some of them need less than a day, so whenever you are short of money in the future, you can hire people to collect these fruits every day and sell them. Calculating by weight, there will be at least 100 million caddies of harvest every day. These spiritual fruits are much better than the spiritual fruits available in the market today. Even if you sell it for cheap, one low-grade spirit stone for one caddy, you'll get 1 million low-grade spirit stones. 100 million low-grade spirit stones. In one day, Huang Jiuan, Wang Mylin, and the others were trembling. Thinking of this point, Wang Mylin gasped in shock. Doesn't that mean I can buy a luxurious villa in a day? Huang Xiaolong chuckled. That's right, 1 million low-grade spirit stones in a day is still a conservative estimate. I'll buy more and better varieties of seeds when I go to the capital and plant them on the remaining empty land. The daily income will definitely exceed 1 million a day. So earning several hundred million in a year will not be a problem. Several hundred million a year. The spiritual fruit trees suddenly turned into small hills of low-grade spirit stones in Huang Jiuan's, Wang Mylin's, and the others' eyes. In the future, we'll call this orchard Blue Dragon Orchard. Huang Xiaolong informed them. He planned to build a mega orchard like some of the orchards in Wuxia. Huang Xiaolong let his parents and the others walk around the orchard freely and pick whichever spiritual fruits they liked. As he led his family around, he extended his palm out, facing to the ground and pressed lightly in the air. The ground sank in, leaving a large pit roughly 1,000 square meters next to one of the buildings. Then Huang Xiaolong tapped his finger at the ground, forming a connection with an underground water source. Water gurgled cheerily to the surface and filled the pit in no time. Pond was made. Huang Xiaolong placed a small spiritual water array inside the pond, as well as a dust-free array. This way, the pond's water would always be clear and clean, and nurtured by the same spiritual vein. The water in this pond would be the best spiritual water on Earth. The highest quality spiritual water on Earth currently costs 10 low-grade spirit stones for a bottle. Though the pond wasn't very big, it could fill 10,000 such bottles every day. If his family couldn't finish the amount of water in this pound, they could sell it as well. Huang Xiaolong then went to the northern edge of the land and built a large parking space. The cars and flying ships would be kept here, and he took out the 2 flying ships he had bought. Huang Xiaolong took a stroll in the outer area of Huazhou City and found a substantial amount of iron and ores, and he forged several more buildings with them. Hence, when Huang Jiuan's group returned to the palace from the orchard, they noticed that there were a few more new buildings added to the ground. Dad, Mom, I'll pass a cultivation technique to you all later. When you cultivate in the future, cultivate according to the technique I taught. The Huang family's techniques you all are cultivating now can be put aside, Huang Xiaolong told them. All right, we'll listen to you in the future. Huang Jiuan agreed despite the complicated feelings that arose in his chest. The miracles he had experienced had vanquished all doubt he had about his son that had only returned for 3 days. Huang Xiaolong then tapped the 4 people's foreheads and a cultivation method appeared in their mind. The 4 people's talent and physique were different. Hence, the cultivation techniques Huang Xiaolong passed down to them were different as well. Although these cultivation techniques couldn't compare to soaring dragon arts or blazing dragon creation art, they were definitely more sophisticated than the Pangu world's immortal cultivation techniques. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong had improved all 4 people's physiques. Hence, within 100 years, it wouldn't be a problem for them to break through to the void immortal realm. After passing them each a cultivation technique, Huang Xiaolong also passed a sword technique to them. The sword technique that Huang Xiaolong passed to them was the very first sword skill he had learned in the other world, and it was none other than the Azura sword skill. Naturally, the Azura sword skill was Huang Xiaolong's improved version, which incorporated his simplified understanding of Tao and various kinds of energy. Therefore, this Azura sword skill technique was significantly more powerful than the Azura sword skill he had learned in the beginning. There was also a fist technique that Huang Xiaolong had created himself and named it Dragon Fist. The 4 won't be able to display the full power of the technique at their current strengths. Then again, even if it was 1/10,000th of power, it was enough to stand at the top of the Milky Way's mortal world. After that, Huang Xiaolong had everyone show the techniques according to their understanding while he watched from the side, correcting and guiding their errors. One round later, all four had roughly grasped the basic movements. Huang Jiyuan had the strongest comprehension ability, followed by Huang Qinfei. Huang Xiaolong then left the four to practice on their own, while he went out further to look for construction materials. Since the revival of cultivation on Earth, not only were there changes in the geographical map, but the natural resources had grown richer and abundant as well. In a single afternoon, Huang Xiaolong found many materials which contributed to another dozen palace buildings in the Blue Dragon Orchard. By the end of the day, more than half of the grand complete heaven formation was completed. In the evening, Huang Xiaolong and the others drove back to the Golden River residence villa. Xiaolong, there seems to be people watching us from outside the villa? After returning to the villa, Huang Jiyuan told Huang Xiaolong with a baffled expression. The four of them had spent the day with Huang Xiaolong. Thus none of them had heard what had happened, much less knowing Huang Xiaolong had been convicted as a sinner by the Huang family. Yes, there are people watching us, and it's people from Huang family's enforcement hall, Huang Xiaolong confirmed. How could these enforcement hall's disciples watching them escape Huang Xiaolong's notice? He was merely too lazy to deal with them. What? The Huang family's enforcement hall is watching us? Why? Huang Jiyuan's face ashened as he blurted out in bewilderment. Huang Milan, Huang Chunfei, and Huang Data felt extremely flustered when they heard it was the Huang family's enforcement hall who was keeping an eye on them. Because I broke Huang Bo's arms and legs and dug out his eyes last night, Huang Xiaolong explained nonchalantly. I also broke Huang Baogui's spine. He'll be spending the rest of his life bedridden. Huang Jiyuan, Huang Milan, Huang Qinfei, and Huang Datu looked like they saw a ghost after hearing Huang Xiaolong's words. Xiaolong, you were too rash. Huang Jiyuan almost yelled. Huang Baogui is Huang Hao's nephew, and Huang Bo is his grandson. So your actions will only draw ire from the Huang family? You're really too reckless. Huang Jiyuan was clearly agitated. In his opinion, Huang Xiaolong's actions were no less than capital crime in the family. Although he had seen many incredulous things today, and understood that his son was not as simple as he thought, the person Huang Xiaolong had offended now was Huang Hao. Offending Huang Hao meant offending the entire Huang family. Huang Xiaolong was only one person. Could he go against the entire Huang family? What should we do now? Go and beg Huang Baogui for forgiveness? We have low-grade spirit stones now. Yes, that's it. We have low-grade spirit stones. We can give them a lot of spirit stones. Huang Milan said anxiously. Huang Xiaolong felt speechless, but he understood that his parents were concerned and worried for him. Mom, even if you take out all the spirit stones you have and give it to Huang Hao, he would not let this matter slide. Huang Xiaolong stated calmly. In fact, all of you don't need to worry about me. It's merely the Huang family. Frankly speaking, if I wanted to, destroying the Huang family is merely the matter of waving my hand. Indeed, had Huang Xiaolong wanted to destroy the Huang family, it would take no more than the effort of waving his hand, despite having his strength suppressed to the lowest realm, at the peak late 9th level void immortal. With one wave of his hand, he could flatten the Huang family's main residence to the ground. However, for every grievance, there's a main perpetrator and a debtor for every debt. In this case, Huang Xiaolong's enemy was Huang Hao. The rest of Huang family disciples were mostly innocent, and slaughtering the innocent was not in Huang Xiaolong's plan. He was waiting for Huang Hao to come back, and then he would deal with Huang Hao and his line of descendants once and for all. Huang Milan blanked for a second when she heard Huang Xiaolong claim that destroying the Huang family was merely the matter of waving a hand, and then chided Huang Xiaolong half-seriously. This child's joking again. Huang Jian agreed without hesitation. Xiaolong, you've just returned for a few days, so you don't know the Huang family's current strength. The current Huang family is one of Huaxiao's top 10 cultivation families, and the family's overall strength is not something you can imagine. Strength? Huang Xiaolong smiled faintly, and asked both Huang Milan and Huang Juan, what if I'm capable of killing an Enlightenment realm expert? Huang Milan wanted to say more, but her mind went blank at Huang Xiaolong's question. So did Huang Jiyuan's, Huang Qinfei's, and Huang Datu's. Say capable of killing an Enlightenment realm expert? Wang Mylin scrutinized Hunag Xiaolong with a strange eye when she finally found her voice. Her gaze clearly said, "How's that possible?" The other three also looked at Huang Xiaolong with the same meaning. In their knowledge, the Enlightenment realm experts were top experts on Earth. A nascent soul realm expert could live for 500 years, and some of the transcendent experts that came from outer space were old monsters that had lived over 1,000 years. 1,000 years. That kind old monsters could flatten a mountain with a wave of their hands, and the power within them could destroy the world. Perhaps even nuclear bombs were useless against a high-level transcendent expert. A high-level transcendent expert was an existence even the Wuxia Alliance was wary of. In the last 100 years, since Earth had ushered in the cultivation era, they had never heard of any transcendent expert being killed. Now, Huang Xiaolong was telling them he could kill a transcendent expert. It was no wonder that the four of them were looking at Huang Xiaolong with a strange gaze. "Xiaolong, are you all right?" Wang Mylin cautiously tried to touch Huang Xiaolong's forehead. Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly. "Mom, I am fine." Then, he reached his hand towards the sky and grabbed a passing cloud, letting it suspend above the villa. Huang Jiuan and Wang Mylin stared at the cloud that suddenly descended to the villa. Huang Xiaolong can control the clouds? Can a transcendent expert control the clouds? Huang Xiaolong asked. The other four exchanged a glance but remained silent. "Brother, we've never seen a transcendent expert in action, so we don't know if a transcendent expert can control clouds or not," Huang Qinfei answered honestly. This time it was Huang Xiaolong who was dumbfounded. In the end, Huang Xiaolong resorted to taking his family on a flight. He teleported from Huazhou City to Datong City. Then from Datong City he teleported everyone to Lixin City, and finally back to the Golden River residence villa. That is teleportation, almost instantly moving from one city to another city. Can a transcendent expert teleport? Huang Xiaolong asked the four stupefied people. But in the end, Huang Jiuan, Wang Mylin, Huang Qinfei, and Huang Data's reaction was to shake their heads and say they didn't know. That was the truth because none of them had any contact with transcendent experts. Moreover, discussing transcendent experts was a taboo. Even the upper echelons of Huang family did not dare to lightly discuss transcendent experts. Thus it was not strange the few of them knew very little about what transcendent experts could do or could not do. In their scope of knowledge, they only knew that the Enlightenment realm experts were very strong, and almost nothing was impossible to them and they couldn't be killed. Huang Xiaolong's brows were scrunched together, and his head was aching. How can I make my parents and the others believe my current strength? Suddenly, an idea came to him. His divine sense spread out and locked on the Huang family's 6 grand elders inside the main residences hall in Datong City. If I drag these 6 people over, my parents and the others should believe me, right? There were more than 10 nascent soul experts within the Huang family's ranks, but only the 6 of them were at the Huang family's main residence at the moment. These Huang family's grand elders were talking about Huang Xiaolong and the incident he had caused. According to me, we don't need to wait for the patriarch to return. I'll go and capture Huang Xiaolong and end the matter. Huang Qingyi snorted. Huang Qingyi was Huang Hao's eldest uncle, also the 3rd strongest expert in Huang family, a peak late 7th level nascent soul with 1 foot in 8th level nascent soul realm. With Huang Xiaolong's talent that we know of, he's probably already a 7th level nascent soul now, so it won't be easy to capture him, another grand elder, Huang Bingquan, pointed out. Moreover, the patriarch has ordered that he wants to deal with Huang Xiaolong personally, so we'd better wait for the patriarch to return. We only need to watch Huang Xiaolong. Make sure he doesn't make a run for it. Huang Bingquan was not of Huang Hao's line, but his status in Huang family was not low as he was old ancestor Huang Ming's 2nd son. In terms of seniority, he was Huang Jiuan's 2nd uncle. However, according to the report from the disciples, there's something strange. Huang Jiuan and Wang Mylin seem to have grown younger, looking like they're in their 40s, moving with ease. On top of that, Huang Qinfei's injuries have fully healed, and he's off the bed, moving around freely. Another grand elder, Huang Maoxing, informed everyone with surprise on his face. That's not possible, right? Huang Hao's eldest uncle, Huang Chengyi, refuted with steadfast disbelief. Both Huang Juan and Huang Milin were on the verge of death, limited to the bed, and even moving a finger took strenuous effort. How can they appear to be in their 40s? Could the people below be mistaken? Also, both Huang Ruxing and Huang Baoka had reported in the past that Huang Qinfei can only be bedridden for the rest of his life due to his injuries. Other Grand Elders also exhibited their doubt. Those two were people that couldn't live long anymore, yet the people below claimed that they looked like they were in their 40s with excellent mobility. How would they believe this ludicrous statement? Huang Maoxing stated, "I've ordered the disciples to check again clearly before reporting again to me." In truth, Huang Maoxing didn't believe the report as well. While the 6 Grand Elders were talking about Huang Jiyuan's and Huang Milin's recovered youth, suddenly, an overbearing power enveloped the 6 of them. This power descended so abruptly that none of them reacted, and their bodies stiffened as their surroundings changed. In the next second, the 6 of them plummeted from high air. The 6 people climbed up from the floor and looked around. It was immediately clear that they were no longer at the Huang family's main residence, but inside an unfamiliar villa. Facing them was a young man standing with his hands behind his back. A few feet behind him was a couple that looked to be in their 40s, a middle-aged man in his 30s, and also a youngster with a big head. The couple in their 40s looked a little familiar. "You are Huang Xiaolong?" Suddenly, Huang Chengyi blurted out in astonishment, looking at the young man in front of him. The other 5 Grand Elders' eyes widened in shock, staring at Huang Xiaolong's face that hadn't changed a bit in the last 100 years. Huang Juan was agape looking at the 6 people who had plummeted into their residence out of nowhere, and exclaimed, "Your Grand Elder Huang Chengyi." Then his gaze shifted to Huang Bingquan, and he sounded uncertain as he said, You are Grand Elder Huang Bingquan?" He hadn't seen Huang Bingquan for a long time, hence he wasn't sure. Huang Bingquan recognized that it was Huang Jiuan's voice immediately, and a shiver ran down his body as his eyes widened in shock. You are Huang Jiuan?" Huang Jiuan, Huang Chengyi, Huang Maoxing, and the others were just as astounded while looking at the 40-something looking Huang Jiuan. Then, they saw the 40-something woman standing next to Huang Jiuan. Could this be Huang Milin? Then what the disciples reported previously is true. Their gazes simultaneously shifted to Huang Qinfei. Can this be the bedridden Huang Qinfei? Where is this place? Huang Bingquan remembered something and reacted. According to what they knew, weren't Huang Jiuan and Huang Milin at Huazhou City? But the 6 of them were obviously at the Huang family's main residence in Datong City. How did we appear here suddenly? All of you have guessed right, we're in Huazhou City. Huang Xiaolong's tepid gaze swept over the 6 of them and confirmed their thoughts. Huazhou City. The 6 Grand Elders literally shouted in unison. Impossible. How can we appear in Huazhou City? There was fleeting panic in Huang Qingyi's eyes. Xiaolong, what is this? What's going on? Huang Jiuan had a flabbergasted expression on his face as he asked Huang Xiaolong. You don't believe that I can kill transcendent experts, so I directly brought these people here from the Huang family's main residence. Huang Xiaolong explained to Huang Jiuan and Huang Milin. You kill a transcendent expert? Brought us here from the Huang family's main residence. Huang Maoxing let out fanatic laughter. Huang Xiaolong, why don't you make up an even more outrageous story? Do you think this little trick of yours can deceive us? He looked around and snorted. This is an illusion art, right? Illusion? Huang Qingyi, Huang Bingquan, and the others seemed to have caught on to something after hearing that. At this time, Huang Xiaolong tapped the air with a finger, and Huang Maoxing had the wind knocked out of him as his body shot backwards. His scream jolted Huang Qingyi and the others to their senses, and they saw a ghastly wound on the 4th-level nascent soul realm Huang Maoxing's chest. Huang Xiaolong tapped the air again just as Huang Maoxing got up from the ground, and the force pierced through Huang Maoxing's left shoulder. In the past, this Huang Maoxing had always used his seniority in the family to make things difficult for Huang Xiaolong, giving him the cold shoulder. At the same time Huang Xiaolong injured Huang Maoxing's left shoulder, a startling energy shot straight towards Huang Xiaolong's chest. This attack came from the Huang family's 3rd strongest expert, the peak late 8th level nascent soul realm Huang Chenyi. Huang Xiaolong didn't even bother to look at the attacker, as a streak of light burst out from his body, and Huang Chenyi, who had closed in on Huang Xiaolong, was hit by this light, knocking him out of the villa and crashing to the garden outside. The other 4 Grand Elders were frightened by this sight. Is this really an illusion? But Huang Chenyi was bleeding all over, sprawled on the grass while groaning in pain. This doesn't seem to be an illusion. Not only Huang Bingxuan's group, but even Huang Jiyuan, Huang Milan, Huang Chenfei, and Huang Datu were frightened. As the 3rd most powerful expert of Huang family, a peak late 7th level nascent soul realm expert, and also Huang Hao's eldest uncle, Huang Chenyi's status and identity within the family was only second to the old ancestor. Even the patriarch Huang Hao had to show some respect to him. Now, you should believe me, right? Huang Xiaolong asked his parents as the force from his hand pulled Huang Chenyi off the ground and back into the villa. The entire time, Huang Chenyi was shrieking in pain, and because of the pain, his face was distorted. As Huang Hao's eldest uncle, Huang Chenyi hadn't caused any less trouble for Huang Xiaolong's family. All along, Huang Xiaolong intended to wait for Huang Hao to return from the capital city before dealing with Huang Hao, Huang Chenyi, Hunag Maoxing, and others in one swoop. But his parents didn't believe his strength, so he could only use Huang Chenyi and Huang Maoxing as a tool to prove his strength, then deal with Huang Hao when he returned. Huang Xiaolong, what do you want to do? Huang Bingquan demanded with false bravado. You, a junior, dares to violate the ancestral rules and defies your elders. Quickly release Grand Elder Huang Chenyi. Otherwise, you won't be spared when the old ancestor returns. Noisy! Huang Xiaolong sent Huang Bingquan flying with a backhand slap, leaving him half embedded into the ground some distance away. Although Huang Bingxuan's cultivation was lower than Huang Chenyi, he was still a late 6th level nascent soul expert, one of Huang family's top 5 experts, and everything that had happened so far completely shut the remaining 3 Grand Elders up as they looked at Huang Xiaolong with horror. Then again, Huang Xiaolong did not kill Huang Chenyi and Huang Maoxing, but he merely imprisoned them inside the sun-moon furnace. Huang Xiaolong, kill me if you've got the guts. Huang Bingquan bellowed after climbing up from the ground, unable to endure the humiliation he suffered as his bloodshot eyes fixed on Huang Xiaolong. My son is a general under the Wuxia alliance, if you dare to. But before he could finish, Huang Xiaolong's hand made a clutching gesture in the air, and Huang Bingquan exploded into a mist of blood, and not even his nascent soul escaped. Probably, till the moment he died, it did not cross Huang Bingxuan's mind that Huang Xiaolong would really kill him, without the slightest hesitation. Although Earth had entered the cultivation era, the law still existed, and killing was a crime. What's more, Huang Bingquan was one of the Huang family's Grand Elders, and his son was a general under the Wuxia alliance governing body. Watching Huang Bingquan reduced to blood mists, the remaining 3 Grand Elders were rendered stupefied, and even more so were Huang Jiyuan, Huang Milan, Huang Chenfei, and Huang Datu. That was the Huang family's Grand Elder, one of Huang family's top 5 experts. To cultivators like Huang Jiyuan, Huang Milan, and others, an existence like Huang Bingquan stood at the top of the cultivation pyramid. Had this been 3 days ago, they probably wouldn't have had a chance to catch a glimpse of existences like Huang Bingquan, and they wouldn't even be qualified to stand in front of Huang Bingquan to give their greetings. Even if they were given the chance and allowed to do so, it would only be kowtowing in greeting from a far distance. Yet such an existence exploded to his death, directly killed by Huang Xiaolong. Huang Jiyuan and the others' minds went completely blank as this was something they had never thought possible before. You. One of the 3 remaining Huang family's Grand Elders pointed at Huang Xiaolong with a trembling finger, and only he knew if he was shaking from anger or fear. Ni! Huang Xiaolong harumphed coldly, and a majestic might rushed out from his body, enveloping the entire Huazhou city in an instant. In this moment, every living being in the whole Huazhou city felt an irresistible might and an uncontrollable fear as if death was breathing down their necks. Under the might, the remaining 3 Huang family's Grand Elders fell hard on their knees in a prostrating posture. Yes, they were forced to prostrate, unable to move, breathing heavily as they tried to break free, as if they were gasping for air. "Raise your heads," Huang Xiaolong snapped. "Look at me!" The three grand elders trembled as they obediently raised their heads. Their eyes met Huang Xiaolong's in midair, and in that moment, from Huang Xiaolong's eyes, the three of them saw an astounding scene that sent tumultuous waves in their hearts. Bones and corpses were piled high as mountains towards the horizon. One after another gods were slashed to their deaths by a person holding twin blades. One after another true saints and Tao venerables were slashed and they exploded to their deaths, and existences that represented the grand Tao were kneeling in front of that person. And this person was none other than Huang Xiaolong. The three grand elders were quivering from head to toe. Several minutes later, Huang Jiyuan, Wang Milin, Huang Chunfei, and Huang Data stared dazedly at the three Huang family's grand elders prostrating and respectfully calling Huang Xiaolong His Highness. They knew that the majority of Huang family's grand elds were extremely loyal to Huang Haod, and anyone rarely had different thoughts, but in a few minutes these three grand elders had submitted to Huang Xiaolong. Not only that, but they were as respectful as slaves of ancient times. "Xiaolong they?" Huang Jiyuan couldn't help but ask. Huang Xiaolong said to the three Huang family's grand elders, "Go greet my parents." Before Huang Jiyuan and Wang Milin's shock-widened eyes, the three grand elders respectfully approached the couple and got down on their knees. "Huang Shengyan, Huang Qi, Huang Feiwu, greet the Lord and Madam." Huang Shengyan, Huang Qi, and Huang Feiwu. These three Huang family's grand elders' salute sent Huang Jiyuan and Wang Milin into a flustered panic, and they claimed that they did not dare to accept their greeting. This change shattered their recognition, and neither of them had the time to digest what had happened so far. "Xiaolong, quickly have the three grand elders stand up," Wang Milin called out in a hurry. Thus, Huang Xiaolong allowed them to stand up, as he was aware that it would take a few days for his parents to digest this matter. Huang Xiaolong subsequently had Huang Shengyan order all the direct descendants of Huang Haod's line to be captured and thrown into the Huang family's dungeon, waiting to be judged and punished later. Huang Shengyan wasn't merely a Huang family's grand elder, but he was also the enforcement hall master. The enforcement hall's disciples wouldn't dare to defy his orders. Huang Jiyuan, Wang Milin, and the others were startled that Huang Xiaolong wanted to capture Huang Haod's line of descendants and throw them into a dungeon. "Xiaolong, that's not necessary, right?" Wang Meiland attempted to dissuade Huang Xiaolong from doing so. "We're a family. Why fight each other like this? We keep going in circles. When will this vengeance and revenge end?" "Yes, Xiaolong," Huang Juan also persuaded. "Why don't we forget it? We're fine now anyways." Huang Xiaolong's tone was slightly heavy. "One family? When I wasn't around, did Huang Haod and the others treat you as family?" Wang Milin and Huang Jiyuan had no words to retort. "If they had not continuously excluded and suppressed you all, deducting your cultivation resources, you all would have broken through to Golden Core Realm by now, instead of being bedridden like you were. If Huang Haod had not expressed his connivance, would Huang Baogui have dared to arrange dangerous tasks to the third brother, making him end up confined to the bed? If it wasn't for Huang Baogui, our old residence wouldn't have been sold for pennies. Sold for half the market price to the Yutong Flying Ship Company's Chunmi. Wang Milin and Huang Jiyuan kept silent. "If I had not come back, in less than a year, you all would have been..." Huang Xiaolong's words trailed off. Wang Milin sighed heavily in her heart. Huang Xiaolong ordered Huang Shengyan, "Go see to the matter personally, and if anyone resists, there is no need to show mercy." Huang Haod's line was used to being proud and arrogant. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong foresaw that many would resist in anger after being captured suddenly. "Rest assured, Your Highness." Huang Shengyan understood Huang Xiaolong's meaning and retreated with that. "You two go as well. Not a person from Hunag Haod's direct line of disciples can be allowed to escape," Huang Xiaolong said to Huang Qi and Huang Feiwu. Both complied and left with Huang Shengyan. Huang Jiyuan still wasn't comfortable with the idea. "Xiaolong, the old ancestor?" There was worry in his voice. Huang Ming was no average first-level Enlightenment Realm expert as he had already reached late first-level Enlightenment Realm. Dad, Mom, don't worry. Even if Huang Ming returns, I'm here. Huang Xiaolong gave his parents a reassuring look. At this time, inside a certain luxurious villa in Datong City, Huang Ruxing looked at his paralyzed son, Huang Baogue, as well as his grandson whose arms and legs were broken, and his eyes dug out. The fury in his heart intensified. Huang Xiaolong, that low-born bastard. I'll make you pay for this. Right at this time, a group of people broke the villa's main gates and barged in. The Huang family's enforcement hall experts rushed inside the villa and had the villa surrounded. Huang Ruxing was caught off guard for a second as he didn't understand what was happening. Capture all of them. Throw them into the dungeon. An elder of the enforcement hall waved his hand and shouted. Huang Ruxing blanked for a moment, and then rage turned his eyes bloodshot. Insolent, are you guys crazy? Who gave you the guts to break into my villa and capture people indiscriminately? Me, Huang Sheng'an announced as he stepped into the hall. Huang Ruxing was surprised by Huang Sheng'an's appearance. Grand Elder Huang Sheng'an. Never did he imagine that it was Huang Sheng'an who gave the order. Grand Elder Huang Sheng'an, you? What do you mean by this? Have you gone mad? Huang Ruxing pulled his face straight and demanded. Huang Sheng'an let out a sarcastic snicker. Whether I've gone mad or not, you will know soon, he said and ordered the enforcement hall's disciples. Do it! The enforcement hall disciples lunged towards their targets. Huang Ruxing attacked in anger, but he was struck and sent flying by Huang Sheng'an. Although Huang Ruxing was Huang Hao's younger brother, his talent in cultivation wasn't very good. At this age, he was merely a 7th-level golden core, so how could he withstand a palm strike from the nascent soul expert Huang Sheng'an? Huang Ruxing was violently coughing up blood on the floor. Before long, Huang Ruxing's sons and daughters, his wife and concubines in the villa were all captured. Suppressed and escorted by enforcement hall's disciples, Huang Ruxing shouted at Huang Sheng'an as he was passing by. Huang Sheng'an, you're so dead when my second brother comes back. Huang Sheng'an showed no expression as he ordered the enforcement hall's disciples. Take all of them away, and put Huang Ruxing into the dungeon number 1. What? Dungeon number 1? Huang Ruxing turned white as a sheet. The dungeon cell 1 was specifically used to lock up heavy crime criminals. There, one wouldn't even get a ray of sunlight, and it was dark, humid, stuffy, and dirty. More importantly, those imprisoned in dungeon number 1 were subjected to daily punishments and tortures by the enforcement hall's disciples. Huang Sheng'an, how dare you? Huang Ruxing's voice rose to a sharp pitch out of fear. Huang Sheng'an merely smiled meaningfully and did not say a word. While a frightened and furious Huang Ruxing was dragged away screaming by disciples of the enforcement hall, even the injured Huang Baogue and Huang Bo were dragged away. Before long, Huang Hao's elder brother, Huang Anquan, as well as Huang Anquan's sons and daughters, grandsons and granddaughters, were all escorted to the dungeons. Huang Anquan was stronger than Huang Ruxing, a 9th-level Golden Core realm expert, and his resistance was much more violent. He injured several of the enforcement hall's disciples, and one of them was Huang Sheng'an's disciple. In the end, Huang Anquan was dragged away with half a life after he was struck by Huang Sheng'an. After Huang Ruxing's and Huang Sheng'an's lines were taken in, Huang Sheng'an moved on to Huang Hao's uncles and granduncles. Though Huang Hao was already a 6th-level nascent soul realm, most of his family and relatives were Golden Core realm cultivators. The one with the highest cultivation amongst them was a peak late 9th-level Golden Core realm. A large number of enforcement hall's disciples were injured in the process of capturing Huang Hao's uncles and granduncles. And adhering to Huang Xiaolong's order, Huang Sheng'an showed no mercy to those who resisted. That 9 out of 10 of these Huang Hao's uncles and granduncles were beaten half to death by Huang Sheng'an before they were taken away. Before the day came to an end, the disciples in Huang Hao's line of descendants were all detained. The numbers consisted of 1/3 of Huang family's elders and almost half of the entire Huang family's foundation-building realm disciples. The operation shook the Huang family from top to bottom, causing confusion and chaos. The news of the 3 grand elders' revolt traveled fast through Datong City, Huazhou City, and it soon reached the neighboring cities. Other forces in Datong City and the neighboring cities were having a field day. After the earthquake that hit the Huang family, Tan families and Sun family's upper echelons were quick to gather their experts to discuss the matter. The Sun family's old ancestor, Sun Yao, looked at everyone seated in the hall and began. What's everyone's opinion about the Huang family's grand elder Huang Shengen's so-called betrayal? Sun family's grand elder Sun Zhong stood up, being the first to voice his opinion. Old ancestor, according to my knowledge, Huang Shengen, Huang Qi, and Huang Feiwu are loyal to Huang Haod. No doubt, there is something fishy about their sudden and unexpected revolt. Sun family's patriarch, Sun Chang, stressed. Though the matter is strange, it is a fact that Huang Shengen, Huang Qi, and Huang Feiwu have indeed sent the disciples of Huang Haod's line of the family, his uncles, granduncles, and everyone else into the dungeon. It is said Huang Shengen beat Huang Anchu in half to death. It is a fact that the Huang family's 3 grand elders have revolted against Huang Haod. Now that Huang family is in a state of chaos and confusion, while Huang Haod is not around, and even Huang Ming has gone to the East Sea, this is a God-given opportunity. We can cooperate with the Tan family to divide and take over some of the Huang family's companies and expand our power. We might even replace Huang family as one of the top 10 cultivation families within the Wuxia alliance. A domineering aura surged from Sun Cheng's body, raising his momentum. The rest of Sun family's grand elders and elders exchanged glances. But, Patriarch, if the Huang family's old ancestor Huang Ming rushes back from the East Sea and throws a fit after learning what we did, the consequences. One of the Sun family's grand elders, Sun Mingyuan, hesitated to support the idea. It goes without saying that no one wanted to be on the other end of an Enlightenment expert's wrath. It was at this time that the Sun family's old ancestor Sun Yao released a startling coercive might, suffocating and frightening the present nascent soul grand elders. All of the Sun family's grand elders were ecstatic when they thought of the possibility. An Enlightenment realm. Sun family's grand elder Sun Mingyuan blurted out in surprise. Old ancestor Sun Yao smiled and affirmed, "That's right. I advanced to Enlightenment realm a year ago and took a year to solidify my new realm." Sun family's grand elders and elders were thrilled by the revelation, and all of them fell to their knees in salute. Congratulations on old ancestor's advancement to Enlightenment realm. Enlightenment realm? Ah. Only families with an Enlightenment realm expert could be considered one of the top-tier cultivation families on Earth. The main reason Sun family has been a head shorter than Huang family was because there wasn't an Enlightenment realm expert in the family. Now that their old ancestor Sun Yao had successfully taken that step, they didn't need to lower their heads before the Huang family anymore. It was time for the Sun family to raise their heads and stand tall. Only now did these Sun family's grand elders and elders realize where the patriarch's confidence to divvy up the Huang family's industries stemmed from. "Everyone, stand up," old ancestor Sun Yao said to everyone. "Act according to Sun Cheng's plan. However, there's no rush to grab the Huang family's industries. First, we'll take care of the Huang family's industries in Yen City. If there is no reaction from the Huang family, we will proceed with the cities close to Yen City." The Sun family's main residence was located in Yen City. That was why the Huang family's industries in Yen City were an eyesore to the Sun family. Ever since he had broken through to Enlightenment realm, Sun Yoa had been intending to loop Huang family's industries in Yen City as their own. And now, the changes within the Huang family had provided a great opportunity. "Old ancestor, are we still joining hands with the Tan family?" Sun family's patriarch, Sun Cheng, asked. Sun Yao waved his hand and stated in a domineering tone, "I've already advanced to Enlightenment realm, so it is unnecessary to join hands with the Tan family." He paused briefly before adding, "However, we can inform the Tan family. Since we're planning to take over some of the Huang family's industries, the Tan family won't be able to hold back and would grab a piece as well. That way, there is one more party to help us take away some of the Huang family's fury. By the time the Huang family reacts and tries to rectify the Tan family, we will release the news that I've broken through to Enlightenment realm. The Tan family would come and seek to form an alliance with us. An obscured light of cunning glimmered in Sun Yao's eyes. At that time, we can put up our request to the Tan family. Sun Cheng beamed when he heard that. Old ancestors, the wisest. Flattering words poured out endlessly from the present grand elders and elders. After the meeting dispersed, Sun family's elder, Dun Yue, returned to his own villa. From inside the villa, a well-maintained woman in her 50s came out to welcome him. Though she seemed to be in her 50s, she exuded the aura of a noble rich lady which charmed many people. She was none other than Huang Datu's mother, Zhang Rui, who had remarried to a Sun family's elder as concubine. What made you so happy today? Seeing the unconcealable smile on Sun Yue's face, Zhang Rui asked with a smile on her face. Sun Yue told Zhang Rui that their Sun family's old ancestor Sun Yao had broken through to Enlightenment realm, and that 3 of Huang family's grand elders had revolted. He laughed and went on. When our Sun family's influence expands, I would be managing many more affairs for the family. Therefore, the benefits he could gain in between would increase as well. Zhang Rui was obviously delighted. Really? Congratulations, master. Sun Yue looked at Zhang Rui's charming face and spanked her rounded derriere playfully. So, tonight you have to reward me well. Zhang Rui blushed. Whatever master wants, anything you wish. Sun Yue nodded with satisfaction. Then he thought of something and said, There's another good news. It said that Huang Jiyuan, Wang Milin, Huang Chenfei, and Huang Datu have been listed as criminals by the Huang family. Zhang Rui froze. How come they are listed as Huang family's wanted criminals? Zhang Rui couldn't help asking. Sun Yue looked deeply at Zhang Rui, speaking in a teasing tone. Why? Are you worried about your ex-husband? The person Sun Yue was referring to was, of course, Huang Chenfei. Zhang Rui leaned into Sun Yue's back and started massaging his shoulders as she spoke in a coquettish manner. Master, you know who's in my heart. I'm too lazy to be concerned about Huang Chenfei's life and death. I heard that he can't even get off the bed right now. For me, he couldn't die fast enough. Sun Yue smiled and nodded. Don't be nervous, I was merely saying. He then explained. The cause seems to be Huang Chenfei's elder brother. Huang Chenfei's elder brother? Zhang Rui repeated with a bewildered expression. Sun Yue continued. I've only heard rumors, but it is said that Huang Jiyuan has another son that suddenly went missing about 100 years back, and he has returned recently. His name seems to be Huang Xiaolong. The moment he came back, he broke Huang Bo's arms and legs and even dug out his eyes. He also broke Huang Baogui's spine. Zhang Rui was taken aback. That Huang Xiaolong is so brutal, is he? Brutal. Sun Yue mocked. That's courting death. That old man Huang Jiyuan does not have long to live anymore, and the returning prodigal son caused this catastrophic disaster. He's probably dead by now. Sun Yue still didn't know that Huang Jiyuan, Wang Milin, and Huang Chenfei were rejuvenated and could move without a problem. It had only been 3 days since Huang Xiaolong had returned. At the same time, Huang Jiyuan, Wang Milin, and Huang Chenfei had long been labeled as insignificant people. No one paid them any attention. Hence, not many people were aware of the recent changes in Huang Jiyuan's family. In truth, Sun Yue did not know much about Huang Xiaolong's matter, except that Huang Xiaolong was Huang Jiyuan's eldest son, who had gone missing for 100 years, and he had returned a few days ago. Zhang Rui giggled. I really want to see how Huang Jiyuan, that old man, will be angered to his death. Sun Yue chuckled. Don't worry. There'll be a chance for that. Wait for a couple of days. I'll take you back to Huazhou City, so we can take a look. You're going to Huazhou City? Zhang Rui had not expected that. Sun Yue nodded. There is a batch of Sun Moon spiritual fruit tree seeds for auction at Huazhou City's market, so I plan to go and take a look. If possible, I will buy 10 seeds. Sun Moon spiritual fruit tree seeds. Zhang Rui was delighted as the Sun Moon spiritual fruit was one of the highest grade spiritual fruits available on Earth, and it was expensive. One fruit cost 10 spiritual low-grade spirit stones. Sun Yue grinned. That's right. Seeds of Sun Moon Spiritual Fruit Tree. After we buy them, we'll hire specialists to help us grow them. Even if one of them is successfully grown, we can enjoy Sun Moon Spiritual Fruit a decade later. That would be wonderful. Zhang Rui's eyes turned crescents as she smiled. Inside the Golden River Residence's Villa No. 1, Huang Shengyan, Huang Qi, and Huang Feiwu were reporting to Huang Xiaolong the process of capturing Huang Ruxing, Huang Anquan, and their families. They specifically mentioned their resistance during capture. You all did well. Huang Xiaolong nodded, and flicked a spatial bag to each of them as he went on. Inside each spatial bag are 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Consider it as your reward. Huang Shengyan, Huang Qi, and Huang Feiwu took the spatial bag in front of them with flattered expressions. Your Highness, serving your Highness is something we should do. We don't dare to accept your Highness' reward. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand. Take it when I give it to you. Only then the three of them accepted the spatial bag and thanked Huang Xiaolong. Oh right, your Highness. Huang Shengyan remembered something and said to Huang Xiaolong, I've heard one news that the Sun family plans to grab a piece of Huang family's industries, while the family is in chaos. He then reported the detailed information he had obtained to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong seemed calm listening to the report, and asked, Sun Yue is the Sun family's elder? Sun Yue? Huang Shengyan and the others blanked for a moment before it hit them what Huang Xiaolong was asking about. Huang Qinfei's ex-wife. Didn't she marry the Sun family's elder, Sun Yue? It was said that her days were very good. It is so, your Highness. Sun Yue is the Sun family's elder. Huang Qi promptly answered. Huang Xiaolong nodded, saying, The Sun family wants to encroach on the Huang family's industries. Let them do it. There is no need to waste time on them. The three grand elders were stunned, unable to figure out Huang Xiaolong's intention. But they could see that Huang Xiaolong was planning to take over the Huang family, and if the Sun family really captured some of the Huang family's industries, it would be damaging to Huang Xiaolong. In these 2 days, focus on calming the Huang family's disciples and gathering support. Huang Xiaolong went on. Also, help me find out which top-level market in Donglin province has high-grade spiritual fruit and spiritual herb seeds for sale. Huang Feiwu immediately thought of something, thus said, Your Highness, I've heard that the Longxing Commerce in our Huazhou city's trading market would be selling a batch of Sun Moon spiritual fruit seeds in a couple of days. The Longxing Commerce was one of the biggest trading companies in Donglin province. Oh, Sun Moon spiritual fruit seeds. Huang Xiaolong nodded. All right, I've noted it, but continue to follow up for me. The three complied respectfully. Huang Xiaolong had a few more tasks for the three grand elders before sending them away. While Huang Shengyan, Huang Qi, and Huang Feiwu stood respectfully as they listened to Huang Xiaolong's extortion. Inside a luxurious palace belonging to the Wuxia Alliance in the capital, Huang Hao's face was sullen and gloomy as he watched the video playing before him, and his face came very close to being twisted. One could imagine how enraged he was by his face. He received several videos that were recorded during Huang Ruxing and Huang Anquan's capture, and these videos were sent to him by a Huang family's elder. Although Huang Xiaolong had ordered Huang Shengyan to clean up Huang Hao's line, there were many of the remaining Huang family's elders who were loyal to Huang Hao. After watching these videos, Huang Hao could no longer constrain his anger, and he suddenly struck out with his palm, shattering the medium playing the video, and a heart-palpitating killing intent roiled in his eyes. Huang Shengyan, you three old things, how dare you betray me? Huang Hao's chilling voice cut across the air. The four Huang family's grand elders watching this were frightened by Huang Hao's burst of temper. The Huang family has a total of 13 grand elders, and 6 of them were left to guard the main residence in Datong City. 4 grand elders followed Huang Hao to the capital, and the remaining 3 went out on tasks. Patriarch, Huang Shengyan, and the 2 have always been loyal. Their sudden revolt is too strange. Huang family's grand elder, Huang Xian, stated solemnly. Huang Xian was the second most powerful expert of Huang family, an early first-level nascent soul, and only he, amongst the people present, dared to speak when Huang Haod was in this state. Seeing it was Huang Xian who said these words, Huang Haod's ugly expression eased slightly, and his eyes flickered. Third granduncle, you mean? Huang Haod asked. Huang Xian was the old ancestor Huang Ming's third son, and in terms of seniority, Huang Xian was Huang Haod's third granduncle. Huang Xiaolong has just returned after he went missing for 100 years, yet he has already crippled Huang Bo and Huang Baoke, and now Huang Sheng'an, Huang Qi, and Huang Feiwu suddenly revolted. This is too much of a coincidence. Also, where is Grand Elder Huang Chengyi and Grand Elder Huang Maoxing? My second brother is also missing, Huang Xian listed out. Huang Xian's second brother was none other than Huang Bingquan, who had exploded to his death. At this time, Huang Xian and the others still did not know Huang Bingquan had died. This is impossible, right? Grand Elder Huang Xian. Are you saying that the three Grand Elders have submitted to Huang Xiaolong? Another Huang family's Grand Elder Huang Wendan shook his head. Impossible. Even if Huang Xiaolong possesses sky-high abilities, he couldn't have made the three Grand Elders turn to him in a short few days. To make a nascent soul realm expert submit to someone was not something easy, and even an enlightenment realm expert would have a hard time convincing a nascent soul realm expert to his side. Huang Xian spoke slowly as he organized his thoughts. Perhaps, Huang Xiaolong made an offer they couldn't resist, so Huang Sheng'an Group agreed to stand on his side for the time being. Huang Haod's eyes remained gloomy as he stated, We'll know whether the three Grand Elders are on Huang Xiaolong's side or not once we return. Inform Huang Xinyang and the others to stop their mission and return with us to Donglin Province immediately. Huang Xinyang and the two others were the three Grand Elders on a mission. Patriarch, at this time, should we report the matter to the old ancestor? Huang Wendan asked. Three Grand Elders' revolt was not a minor matter, and by right, they needed to inform the old ancestor. Huang Haod nodded and spoke with a heavy voice. I will contact the old ancestor later, and then added, just say that Huang Xiaolong has returned, and he tempted Huang Sheng'an, Huang Qi, and Huang Feiwu to his side in order to usurp the Huang family's patriarch position. Mention that he injured and mutilated several hundred of Huang family's disciples. Huang Haod's line of descendants, including Huang Ruxing and Huang Anquan, had been captured by Huang Xiaolong, and more than 300 disciples had been thrown into the dungeon. The four Grand Elders with Huang Haod raised their eyebrows at Huang Haod's explanation, but nodded their heads in agreement. A while later, Huang Haod got in touch with the Huang family's old ancestor Huang Ming, and reported the matter to Huang Ming, who was at the East Sea. In the beginning, Huang Ming was happy when he heard Huang Xiaolong, who had been missing for 100 years, had returned. But the smile on his face gradually diminished, and it was replaced by anger as he listened to Huang Haod claiming that Huang Xiaolong was in cahoots with Huang Sheng'an, Huang Qi, and Huang Feiwu to usurp the patriarch position the moment he returned. To top it off, he had injured more than several hundred Huang family's disciples and locked them up. With sky-soaring fury, he shouted, That animal! He dares to destroy my Huang family's foundation, harming his own brethren. Even at several million miles away, Huang Haod felt the pressure from Huang Ming's fury through the video call. Old ancestor, how should we deal with Huang Xiaolong? Huang Haod asked. Huang Ming's frosty gaze was an answer in itself. Follow the family rules. Those who harm the family's disciples will be judged according to the seriousness of his crime. A light punishment is to abolish his cultivation, and heavy crime is the death penalty. Huang Xiaolong harmed several hundred family disciples, and that is a heavy crime. Heavy crime, death penalty. Originally, Huang Ming was very happy when he heard that Huang Xiaolong had returned, because Huang Xiaolong was extremely talented. But for the patriarch's position, Huang Xiaolong had actually harmed several hundred of family's disciples, and that infuriated Huang Ming. Huang Xiaolong's crime was too serious, and the rest of the family could only be appeased with Huang Xiaolong's death. Huang Haod was inwardly delighted, and he hurriedly complied. Rest assured, old ancestor, Huang Xiaolong won't be able to escape. What about Huang Sheng'an and the other two? Huang Haod asked. Huang Ming frowned, looking extremely displeased. Detain them first, and put them in the dungeon. I will decide when I return. Huang Haod respectfully complied. Huang Haod was at the capital under the Wuxia Alliance's invitation to discuss how to resolve the East Sea's beast rampage. Hence, Huang Haod mentioned about the revolt within the Huang family to the Wuxia Alliance's authorities before setting off to return to Datong City with Huang Xian and the others on a flying ship. After Earth's environmental changes, the Wuxia Alliance gathered many countries, forming a new territory. Rushing back from the Alliance's capital with the fastest flying ship would still take a full day's journey. When Huang Haod's group was rushing back from the capital, Huang Xiaolong was leisurely strolling around Donglin province, looking for iron and ores to complete the palace he had in mind. The average iron ore was not on Huang Xiaolong's list, and all the iron and ores Huang Xiaolong chose came from the depths of the ground. These iron and ores were nourished by spiritual energy to a certain extent. Using this kind of iron and ores to build his palace would make it easier for his grand complete heaven formation to connect with outer space star power. By nightfall, Huang Xiaolong had gone one round around Donglin province and finally got everything he needed to complete the rest of the palace. In truth, there were numerous Tao-grade materials inside the Sun-Moon furnace, but like those Genesis-level herbs, his families were unable to withstand the energy within these materials, hence, Huang Xiaolong could only use indigenous materials. Then again, after these iron and ores were purified and forged with the fire essence inside the Sun-Moon furnace, there was no difference between these materials with Immortal World's materials. 365 buildings sat majestically in the center of Blue Dragon Orchard. When the grand complete heaven formation was activated, dazzling power of stars flowed into the residence like a waterfall. Huang Jiuan, Huang Milin, Huang Qinfei, and Huang Datu, who were cultivating inside, seemed to be cloaked in glimmering stars. At this time, Huang Shengyan, Huang Qi, and Huang Feiwu were standing on the empty ground outside of the palace building. Because Huang Jiuan and Huang Qinfei liked to spar, Huang Xiaolong had turned this area into a big training field, measuring several hundred square meters, refined by Huang Xiaolong with the biggest clump of iron he found. Even if a void immortal expert attacks this place, the training field won't suffer any damage. The three of them were standing on the spacious training field, sensing the vast power of stars pouring from the void with awe on their faces. When Huang Xiaolong stepped out from the palace building, they looked at Huang Xiaolong like they were looking at God. In their hearts, Huang Xiaolong was no different from God. Your Highness, we've got news that Huang Hao departed from the capital on a flying ship last night and is rushing back to Datong City. Other than Huang Hao, there are the 4 Grand Elders who went to the capital within him, as well as the 3 Grand Elders who went out on a mission. Huang Hao reported to Huang Xiaolong, "It is estimated they will reach Donglin province early tomorrow morning." Huang Xiaolong nodded nonchalantly. "Huang Hao, you've finally returned." 100 years felt like 2 lifetimes. Towards this old associate from his previous life, Huang Xiaolong did have some complicated feelings. "What about Huang Ming?" Huang Xiaolong asked. "Old ancestor is still at the East Sea. He doesn't seem to be returning any time soon." Huang Shengyan lowered his head, hesitating before adding, "Huang Hao returned under the order of the old ancestor." And his words stopped here. Huang Xiaolong ordered calmly, "Continue." Huang Shengyan's mouth opened and closed several times, and he finally said, "Huang Hao reported to the old ancestor that your highness started usurping the moment you returned, harming several hundred of the family's disciples. The old ancestor is furious after hearing that, and stated that a person that harms several hundred of family disciples is to be charged with a heavy crime. In other words, without any investigation, merely listening to Huang Hao's one-sided explanation, he sent Huang Hao back to kill me?" Huang Xiaolong summarized with an icy expression. Huang Shengyan, Huang Qi, and Huang Feiwu all lowered their hands, not daring to make a sound. "Huang Ming, Huang Ming," Huang Xiaolong snorted. "My parents' and younger brother's cultivation resources were deducted by Huang Hao and Huang Baogui. My younger brother was injured and became bedridden, and to cure him, my parents even sold our old residence. And all these years you've been closing one eye on everything. Now that I've returned, you haven't even seen me yet, you've already sent Huang Hao to execute my death penalty." Huang Xiaolong sneered, and temperature plummeted as ice frost appeared around Huang Xiaolong, covering the entire Blue Dragon orchard in a layer of ice-blue ice. Huang Shenggen's group of 3 quivered silently. Release news to Huang Hao that I'm at the Blue Dragon orchard. Huang Xiaolong ordered the 3 Grand Elders. Also, let all the Huang family's elders know about this as well. He was going to resolve Huang Hao in front of all the Huang family's elders. It didn't take long for Huang Hao, who was on the flying ship, returning to Donglin province, to receive a report that Huang Xiaolong was at the Blue Dragon orchard. Blue Dragon orchard outside of Huazhou City. Huang Hao sneered. A blue dragon? At daybreak, I'll turn you into a dead dragon. Although Huang Hao had received reports from many Huang family's elders that Huang Xiaolong was likely to have broken through to high-level nascent soul realm, he was still very confident that he could kill Huang Xiaolong. After the old ancestor Huang Ming had advanced to Enlightenment realm, he had found a piece of 10,000 years old cold iron, and he had personally forged the cold iron into a great dragon blade. The dragon blade was categorized as a top-grade spiritual artifact, and was currently in his hands. Needless to say, the dragon blade had a powerful attack, greatly exceeding the level a nascent soul realm expert could imagine. Old ancestor Huang Ming had once told him that only Enlightenment realm experts and above were capable of blocking the dragon blade's sharpness. Moreover, a few years back, he had spent an enormous sum in an auction to buy an armor. That armor was also a top-grade spiritual artifact that was strong enough to withstand the attack of a high-level nascent soul expert. If I remember correctly, there's nothing resembling an orchard outside of Huazhou City? What's up with the Blue Dragon orchard? Huang Xian asked suspiciously. Who cares, as the result is going to be the same. At daybreak tomorrow, we would be back at Donglin province, and this Blue Dragon orchard would be Huang Xiaolong's burial place. Huang Wendao sneered sarcastically. There is something else that is strange. Elder Huang Xing reported to me that Huang Jiuan and Huang Milan suddenly became younger, and both of them look like they are in their 40s now. Even Huang Qinfei could get out of bed and move around freely. Huang Xian added, They look like they're in their 40s? How is that possible? Huang Wendan refuted, shaking his head and joked, Unless Huang Jiuan and Huang Milan have consumed some miraculous spiritual herbs. But Huang Xian pointed out, What if Huang Jiuan and Huang Milan really did? Others were stunned for a second, including Huang Hao. There seemed to be a light of anticipation in Huang Hao's eyes. Is the third uncle saying that Huang Xiaolong has magical spiritual herbs? Huang Xiaolong fed Huang Jiuan and Huang Milan these herbs, and that's why they became younger? Even Huang Qinfei could get out of bed because of Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xian nodded. Yes, if my guess is right, Huang Shenggen, Huang Qi, and Huang Feiwu were willing to cooperate with Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong must have used this spiritual herb as the reward. This must be the reason the 3 of them were willing to risk it. There are rumors the cultivation world outside has spiritual herbs that can resurrect the dead. The Purple Flame's sex old ancestor had once consumed such a spiritual herb, and that is the reason for his long life. Huang Wendan's eyes shone with greed. In the vast galaxy, there were other cultivation worlds with miraculous spiritual herbs that were no longer a secret to cultivators on Earth. One of Earth's top 6 forces, the Purple Flame's sex old ancestor, the person hailed as the #1 pill refiner on Earth, had lived past 1,200 years. This long lifespan was because he had once swallowed a divine spiritual herb. There was a legendary benefit to this kind of spiritual herb other than extending one's lifespan and restoring one's youthful appearance. There was a similar burning greed in Huang Hao's eyes. Divine spiritual herb. An enlightenment expert and even a higher cultivation realm expert would be tempted not to mention him. So, it's like that. Huang Hao was clearly excited now. Elder Huang Xing reported Huang Xiaolong's outer appearance remains in his 20s, and it is not much different from the time he disappeared. It seems like he could maintain his youthful appearance because of a divine spiritual herb. Huang Wendan and the others were extremely excited. Learning that Huang Xiaolong was likely to have divine spiritual herbs on him, Huang Hao, Huang Wendan, and the others couldn't wait to reach the Donglin province instantly and appear in front of Huang Xiaolong. There had never been a moment the people on board felt the fastest flying ship on Earth was so slow. While enduring the torment of slow passing time, the sky gradually darkened, and soon, faint white light appeared on the horizon. Huang Hao was in a good mood as he looked at the brightening the horizon through the flying ship's window, and laughed. Today is a beautiful day. When the flying ship descended in Donglin Province's Datong City Airport, the 3 Grand Elders that were executing their missions outside, as well as the remaining Huang family's elders that were not locked up, had been waiting for Huang Hao. Huang Hao did not return to the Huang family's main residence. Instead, he gathered everyone with a wave of his hand and spoke with an overwhelming momentum. Go directly to the Blue Dragon Orchard. Without delay, the Huang family's experts headed to the Blue Dragon City outside of Huazhou City in a mighty manner. Such a big movement from the Huang family's experts caused a stir in the airport, as well as the forces in Datong City. Soon, the Sun family and Tan family learned that Huang Hao had returned. Sun family patriarch Sun Chang said to the old ancestor Sun Yao, Huang Hao came back quite fast. Sun Yao smiled nonchalantly. His line has been cleaned up by Huang Sheng'an, Huang Qi, and Huang Feiwu. Both his elder brother and younger brother were defeated, so he naturally acted fast. Sun Chang went on seriously. Now that Huang Hao has returned, the internal chaos would be suppressed, and it's impossible for Huang Sheng'an's side to win. Huang Hao's swift return wasn't exactly ideal for the Sun family. After suppressing the internal rebellion, he would notice the Sun family had been swallowing up the Huang family's industries. The Sun family had begun their operation yesterday. Sun Yao wasn't concerned with that at all. Even if Huang Hao managed to curb the 3 Grand Elders, after this mess, the Huang family's power would be greatly damaged. Therefore, our Sun family need not be afraid of Huang family anymore. Moreover, the Tan family would definitely come to us for help and form an alliance with us. The advantage is on our side. Yesterday, when the Sun family started their operation on the Huang family, the Tan family also made their move. Blue Dragon Orchard. Huang Xiaolong was guiding Huang Jiyuan, Huang Milan, Huang Chenfei, and Huang Datu as they practiced the Azura sword skill and dragon fist as he usually did. After 2 days of practice under Huang Xiaolong's guidance, the 4 of them had grasped all the movements of Azura sword skill and dragon fist, but it would take a lot more effort and practice for them to truly comprehend the essence of these 2 techniques. Although their physical bodies were improved by Huang Xiaolong, comprehension was an individual matter. During these 2 days, Huang Xiaolong had improved their physical bodies a second time, widening their veins and meridians once more. It can be said that after Huang Xiaolong improved their physical bodies a second time, not only Huang Jiyuan and the others' cultivation speed increased, but their ability to recover and vitality also rose significantly. Even if they were to suffer heavy injuries, they wouldn't die easily. Then again, Huang Xiaolong did not tell his family all these. Therefore, Huang Jiyuan and the others had no idea that they now possessed physique and talent even the immortals of Pangu Immortal World would be envious of. Huang Sheng'an, Huang Qi, and Huang Feiwu stood respectfully meters away, and behind them were Huang family's elders that were absolutely loyal to the 3 of them. Huang Xiaolong had plans to promote Huang Sheng'an and the others, so when he was guiding his family, he allowed Huang Sheng'an, Huang Qi, Huang Feiwu, and the others to watch from the side. In the midst of guiding his family, Huang Xiaolong suddenly stopped talking and looked toward the horizon. 1,000 miles away, Huang Hao, Huang Xian, and several hundred of Huang family's experts were flying in the direction of Blue Dragon Orchard. Seeing Huang Xiaolong suddenly stop and look toward the horizon, Huang Milan asked, Xiaolong, what is it? Huang Hao's back, Huang Xiaolong answered. And right now, he's rushing over with a large group of Huang family's Grand Elder and Elders. What? The patriarch's back? So fast. Huang Jiyuan's and Huang Milan's faces paled, and so did Huang Chenfei's and Huang Datu's faces. As the Huang family's current patriarch, Huang Hao held the highest authority, and he had been managing the Huang family for several decades. His majestic image had long been imprinted in the minds of every Huang family members. No one dared to defy Huang Hao's order. In Huang Jiyuan's, Huang Milan's, and the others' minds, Huang Hao was an indomitable mountain. Hence, they panicked when they heard Huang Haod was back and coming for them. Huang Xiaolong had shown amazing strength when he had moved the 6 Grand Elders from Datong City to the villa and had dealt with Huang Chengyi, Huang Maosheng, and Huang Bingquan. Still, Huang Haod's prestige was too deeply imprinted in Huang Jiyuan's, Huang Milan's, and the others' minds that they couldn't help panicking. Xiaolong, we? Huang Jiyuan turned to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong gave them a reassuring look and said, I will have him kneel and kowtow in front of you and apologize. Huang Jiyuan and Huang Milan were stunned. Have Huang Haod kneel and kowtow in front of us? While his family was in a daze, Huang Xiaolong took a step forward, and when his foot landed, he appeared above the Blue Dragon orchard. Huang Shangyan, Huang Qi, and Huang Feiwu quickly followed upon seeing this, standing in a row behind Huang Xiaolong respectfully. As the seconds ticked by, Huang Haod, Huang Xian, and the others soon entered Huang Xiaolong's line of sight. At the edge of the sky, several hundred black dots represented the several hundred experts of Huang family accompanying Huang Haod, and with the sunlight shining down on Huang Haod, Huang Xian, and Huang Wendan made them look like knights of light descending to the world. Huang Haod, Huang Xian, Huang Wendan, and the others did not hold back the coercive auras from their bodies. As the group got closer to the Blue Dragon orchard, the auras from Huang Haod, Huang Xian, and the others triggered waves of energy that surged toward the Blue Dragon orchard. Counting Huang Haod, there were 7 great nascent soul realm experts on the Huang family side. Not to mention the group of Golden Core realm elders. As one could imagine the pressure they exuded, astounding waves of energy was akin to a giant hurricane, cutting across the air. Huang Jiyuan's and Huang Milan's faces turned deathly pale upon seeing the astounding waves of energy. But when the astounding energy waves reached the scope of Blue Dragon orchard, it vanished without a trace like drops of water into the ocean. Huang Jiyuan, Huang Milan, and the others were stunned. Even Huang Haod failed to conceal his surprise. It seems like a defensive formation. Huang Xian was clearly astonished. Defensive formation? Huang Haod's brows creased. This formation is arranged by Huang Xiaolong? Is he also a formation master? Huang Wendan interjected. It is difficult to master formation, and even if Huang Xiaolong is a formation master, his skills would only be SOSO. The Divine Hall sect master once said that mastering formation is harder than pure cultivation. Moreover, it requires a high aptitude. Although Huang Xiaolong has a talent for cultivation, that doesn't mean he will be good in formation as well. Huang Haod nodded his head in agreement. Soon, Huang Haod's group stopped at the edge of Blue Dragon orchard. Huang Xiaolong deactivated the defensive formation, but Huang Haod hesitated before entering with Huang Xian and the rest. These, so many spiritual fruit trees, so many spiritual herbs, aging at least 300 years. The moment this group entered the Blue Dragon orchard area, the experts that came with Huang Haod gasped in astonishment and excitement. Huang Haod looked around and saw that there were rows and rows of over a dozen kinds of tall spiritual fruit trees, and there were more than 1,000 of them. There were even more spiritual herbs at a rough glance. To be specific, there were 50 to 60 kinds of spiritual herbs with a total of 20 to 30,000 stalks of them. 20 to 30,000 stalks of spiritual plants covered a large piece of the ground. Looking from the air, it was a sea of spiritual herbs and blossoms in myriad colors. These spiritual herbs were enshrouded in startling spiritual energy, and every stalk of these spiritual herbs were aged 300 years and above. Even Huang Xian, Huang Wendan, and the remaining Huang family's grand elders were dumbfounded. How could there be so many spiritual herbs here, and so many spiritual fruit trees? Huang Wendan asked dazedly. Probably, not even the Purple Flame sect has half of this amount. As one of the top 6 sects on Earth, one that was known for their pill refining ability, it was no secret that the Purple Flame sect had planted many spiritual herbs, but they were somehow certain it couldn't compare to the site before them. We're rich. These spiritual herbs and spiritual fruit trees are worth at least 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Only 100 million? These 300 years old spiritual herbs are worth several hundred million. There are 20 to 30,000 stalks here, and just these spiritual herbs will fetch at least 200 million. The Huang family's grand elders discussed excitedly, and their faces shone with elation. Huang Wendan said to Huang Haod, "Patriarch, it looks like Huang Xiaolong really obtained a large number of spiritual herbs. He must have transferred these spiritual herbs from another place." This sight proved that Huang Xiaolong had immortal spiritual herbs on him. Huang Haod understood the meaning of Huang Wendan's words, and he looked at Huang Xiaolong's 20-something appearance. He looked better than he did in the past, and Huang Haod's gaze became hot. 10 meters or so from Huang Xiaolong, Huang Haod and his group stopped. "Missing for 100 years. I thought you were long dead," Huang Haod said, looking at Huang Xiaolong with a sharp gleam in his eyes. "Huang Xiaolong, since you're still alive, you shouldn't have come back. I don't care what kind of fortuitous adventure you had outside, but you must die today." With that said, Huang Haod summoned the dragon blade and put on the top-grade spiritual artifact armor. He caressed the dragon blade's body, generously introducing to Huang Xiaolong. The old ancestor spent several years forging this dragon blade with a 10,000-year-old cold iron he found on the East Sea's seabed. "It has yet to taste blood, so it's your honor to die under this dragon blade the old ancestor forged himself." "Oh!" Huang Xiaolong responded with a deadpan expression. Suddenly, Huang Haod lunged across the sky, landing in front of Huang Xiaolong with the dragon blade raised well over Huang Xiaolong's head, as he prepared to split Huang Xiaolong into half. As Huang Haod channeled his true essence into the dragon blade emitted dazzling rays of light and let out a dragon roar. He saw that the dragon blade was about to split Huang Xiaolong, but Huang Xiaolong didn't even give the blade a second look. Instead, he merely waved his hand like he was waving away a fly. Watching Huang Xiaolong try to parry the dragon blade with his bare hand, Huang Wendan mocked, "Courting death." But in the next second, he saw Huang Haod thrown back as if he was hit by a great force, and the top-grade spiritual armor on his body pulverized into dust. Huang Haod crashed down at the edge of the orchard, forming a big pit in the ground. The dragon blade fell into Huang Xiaolong's hand. Dragon blade? 10,000-year-old cold iron. Huang Xiaolong looked at the dragon blade in his hand and let out a derisive chuckle. And then, his hands crumpled the blade into crushed metal pieces. The metal pieces floated down from high air over the blue dragon orchard, contributing to the scenery. Huang Xian, Huang Wendan, and all the Huang family experts that came with Huang Haod were frozen in shock. That blade was forged from 10,000-year-old cold iron. Even an Enlightenment realm expert's true fire couldn't easily melt this stuff. Moreover, their old ancestor had spent several years of effort to forge and strengthen that dragon blade to the point of certainty that even if an early transcendent expert's true fire burned for several days and nights, it still wouldn't be able to melt it. Now, the dragon blade was crumpled into a confetti of metal in Huang Xiaolong's hands. In Huang Xiaolong's hands, the dragon blade was like the soft bread that people have for breakfast. Huang Haod struggled to his feet from the ground just in time to see his dragon blade crushed into confetti in Huang Xiaolong's hands. Whilst enraged, fear reared its head in his heart. Your cultivation is not at high-level nascent soul realm?" Huang Xiaolong sneered. "Who told you that?" Huang Haod's, Huang Xian's, and Huang Wendan's minds were shaken, and their eyes were as wide as could be as a thought came their minds. "Could it be? You have broken through to Enlightenment realm?" Huang Xian asked with a pale, bloodless face, and his body couldn't stop trembling. Huang Xiaolong had actually broken through to Enlightenment realm. This had gone beyond all the circumstances they could have thought of. Although Huang Xian himself was a 9th-level nascent soul expert, 10 of him were not matched against one first-level Enlightenment realm expert. How could they not know how terrifying the power of a transcendent expert was? It was because their old ancestor Huang Ming was a late first-level Enlightenment realm expert. Once, the old ancestor had all the Huang family's grand elders join hands to attack him, yet he had easily defeated all of them alone. Looking at the scattering metal pieces, fear filled Huang Wendan's eyes, as no average Enlightenment realm expert would be able to crumple the dragon blade into pieces. In that case, Huang Xiaolong's strength? Mid-level Enlightenment realm. Maybe even a high-level Enlightenment realm expert. Listening to Huang Xian claiming he had broken through to Enlightenment realm, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother to explain. His gaze scanned over the people who arrived with Huang Haod, and he ordered, "Kneel on the ground." His voice thundered in their minds. In the same instant, Huang Xian, Huang Wendan, and all the Huang family's elders fell to the ground like a swarm of locusts, blood flowing from their mouths from the forced impact. The might of a yell injured several hundred of Huang family's experts. Huang Haod was completely stunned. Huang Jiwen, Huang Mylin, Huang Qinfei, and Huang Datu couldn't believe their eyes. In truth, from the time Huang Xiaolong had sent Huang Haod flying, the four of them were already stupefied. Among the several hundred experts present, only Huang Sheng'an, Huang Qi, and Huang Feiwu knew how powerful Huang Xiaolong was. Hence, theirs were the only calm faces around. Huang Xiaolong approached Huang Haod in the air step by step. Seeing this, Huang Haod backed away in a fluster. "Huang Xiaolong, I was wrong. Please, looking at the sake that I'm the Huang family's patriarch, spare me. Let me go. I can give you the patriarch position. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Huang Haod felt his legs go soft from fear, and now, he couldn't even open any distance between him and Huang Xiaolong, and his voice gradually turned to sobbing. This was an innate fear toward transcendent experts. Huang Xiaolong ordered without any expression, "Get over here to kneel before my parents and confess what you've done for all these years to suppress them. Every single thing you did." Huang Haod quickly discovered that his hands and feet were out of his control. His feet were moving on their own toward Huang Jiwen and Huang Mylin. When Huang Haod knelt down 2 meters from Huang Jiwen and Huang Mylin, the several hundred Huang family's disciples seemed to have lost their voices. Never in these Huang family's grand elders, and elders' wildest imagination had they thought that one day, they would see their domineering patriarch kneeling to someone else, and list out his own mistakes and crimes one by one. On top of that, he was kneeling to an ordinary Huang family's disciple. Kneeling in front of Huang Jiwen and Huang Mylin, Huang Haod was, in fact, struggling desperately to get up, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't get up. He even thought that his brain wasn't his anymore, but he was clearly aware that he was kneeling in front of Huang Jiwen and Huang Mylin. Sensing the prickling gazes from the several hundred Huang family's disciples staring at him, never in his life had Huang Haod felt such humiliation that he wanted to drill into the ground. Then, right in front of these several hundred Huang family's disciples, Huang Haod narrated how he had excluded and suppressed Huang Jiwen's family, and how he had deliberately made Huang Baogui deduct Huang Qinfei's and the others' cultivation resources. Huang Haod's voice reverberated across the Blue Dragon orchard. The several hundred Huang family's disciples held their breaths as they listened, as it had never occurred to them that Huang Jiwen's family had suffered so much injustice and unfairness in these decades. At this moment, it dawned on them that the patriarch they had venerated was a narrow-minded and gloomy villain. Just because he and Huang Xiaolong were rivals in their younger days, and there were some conflicts between them, he had retaliated on Huang Xiaolong's parents and family, suppressing them for several decades. Huang Haod's face ashen, as he wanted to stop talking, but he basically had no control over what he was doing, and the words still came pouring out of his mouth, detailing how he had tripped Huang Jiwen's family repeatedly over the years. There were some incidents even Huang Haod had forgotten, yet the details flowed out so seamlessly and clearly. Huang Haod went on for a full half an hour before stopping. After stopping, Huang Haod slumped to the ground with despair in his eyes. But at this point, when he wanted to beg Huang Xiaolong for mercy, his mouth couldn't open at all. He remained slumped on the ground. Huang Xiaolong raised a finger and sent a sliver of flame onto Huang Haod's body. Huang Haod's heart-wrenching screams cut across the air as he rolled and tossed on the ground, as his face twisted into a clump from excruciating pain. Huang Xian, Huang Wendan, and the other grand elders were horrified, and there is no need to even mention Huang family's Golden Core realm elders' reactions. A few of them had pissed themselves. "Kneel," Huang Xiaolong commanded placidly. Huang Xiaolong's voice contained an inviolable will that Huang Xian and the rest of several hundred Huang family's disciples were already executing Huang Xiaolong's order without realizing it. Yan City, the Sun family's main residence. The Sun family's old ancestor Sun Yao asked the patriarch, Sun Cheng, "Still no news from Huang Hao's side?" Since Huang Hao had led a crowd of people to the Blue Dragon orchard, the Sun family naturally had sent people to follow up on the situation. Sun Cheng shook his head. The Blue Dragon orchard is surrounded by layers of formations, so our family's experts were unable to get too close to it, much less see the situation inside. They only saw Huang Hao and a group of people entered the Blue Dragon orchard and heard several startling sounds of thunder. Startling sounds of thunder? Sun Yao repeated with a baffled expression. Yes. Sun Cheng was just as baffled. Did Huang Sheng'an cultivate lightning element-related technique? Did you find out about the Blue Dragon orchard? Sun Yao asked another question. Sun Cheng shook his head. I don't know. I've never heard of this Blue Dragon orchard in the past. The disciples below reported that the Blue Dragon orchard belongs to a Huang family disciple called Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was missing for many years, but he suddenly returned a few days ago. He bought a large piece of land outside Huazhou City and transformed it into the Blue Dragon orchard. It is said that it is he who lured Huang Sheng'an, Huang Qi, and Huang Feiwu to revolt. Some Huang family's disciples even claimed that Huang Xiaolong is a high-level nascent soul expert. Oh, high-level nascent soul expert! Sun Yao exclaimed in slight surprise. Sun Cheng nodded. Yes, Huang Xiaolong and Huang Hao were recognized as the Huang family's most talented younger generation at that time. But there were more than a few conflicts between them. Hence, it is not strange since Huang Xiaolong came back and talked Huang Sheng'an into revolting. Sun Yao commented. No wonder. He chuckled. Originally, Huang family could add another powerful high-level nascent soul expert to their midst, raising their strength to another level, but this Huang Xiaolong turned around and pulled Huang Sheng'an, Huang Qi, and Huang Feiwu to his camp. He made the Huang family fall into internal chaos, damaging their strengths instead. Really, the workings of fate. Sun Cheng chortled. Old ancestor is right. This is the heavens helping our Sun family to rise. While Sun Yao and Sun Cheng discussed the Huang family's rebellion, the Tan family was concerned about the same issue. But the latest news came half a day later. Huang Hao's detained by Huang Sheng'an, Grand Elder Huang Xian and Grand Elder Huang Wendan. The other 5 Grand Elders, and all Huang family's elders have all joined Huang Sheng'an, Huang Qi, and Huang Feiwu's camp. When the news broke out, eyes dropped to the ground in shock. When Sun Yao and Sun Cheng heard the news, they were just as flabbergasted. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Huang Hao captured Huang Sheng'an, Huang Qi, and Huang Feiwu? How come it was Huang Hao who was detained instead? On Huang Hao's side were 8 great nascent soul experts including himself, not to mention the several hundred Huang family's experts. Check. Send people to check immediately what happened? Sun Yao ordered solemnly. I want to know what happened at that time inside the Blue Dragon orchard. Sun Cheng nodded solemnly as he understood the seriousness of this matter. Things were really too strange. Similar to the Sun family, other Donglin province's big and small families' forces all ordered the people to quickly find out what was going on. An astounding piece of news circulated through Donglin province early the next day that Huang Sheng'an broke through to the Enlightenment realm. He's now an Enlightenment expert. The news not only shocked the Donglin province's various forces, but also the neighboring province's forces and the whole Huashao Alliance authority. The emergence of any new Enlightenment realm expert was categorized as a major event by the Huashao Alliance. Impossible, Huang Sheng'an. He's only a late 7th level nascent soul realm. How could he have advanced to the Enlightenment realm overnight? Absolutely impossible. Though the news of Huang Sheng'an advancing to Enlightenment realm broke out, astounding many other families' patriarchs, these patriarchs also denied this possibility. But another news soon drowned out these voices of denial, as there were witnesses that saw Huang Sheng'an displaying the strength of an Enlightenment realm expert. His nascent soul appeared out of his body. As time passed, more and more experts witnessed it. while Wuxia Alliance authority and other families were still in doubt. Another shocking news spread. Huang Sheng'an abolished Huang Hao's patriarch position and took over as the new generation patriarch. Huang Hao's line of descendants were all cleaned up by Huang Sheng'an, Huang Xian, Huang Qi, Huang Feiwu, and the remaining grand elders all turned to support Huang Sheng'an. Huang Chang'e, Huang Maosheng, and Huang Bingquan are missing. They must have been killed by Huang Sheng'an. These consecutive pieces of news rendered numerous Wuxia Alliance's families agape. Everything seemed to happen too fast for anyone to react. How could Huang Sheng'an advance to Enlightenment realm? Sun family's old ancestor Sun Yao's face was slightly distorted. Damn it! Originally, Huang Sheng'an's revolt had caused members of Huang family to kill each other, greatly damaging Huang family's strength. But now that Huang Sheng'an had broken through to Enlightenment realm, it changed the whole game. One Enlightenment realm expert was more than enough to block 10 9th level nascent soul experts, maybe more than that. The Huang family's strength had not been weakened, but it had grown stronger. Sun Cheng's face was just as bad. Could it be that Huang Sheng'an concealed his strength all this time? Sun Yao nodded his head in agreement. It must be so. Maybe Huang Sheng'an already broke through a month ago, and because of that he dared to revolt. That he dared to rob the Huang family's patriarch position. He sighed. We paid too little attention to Huang Sheng'an in the past. Sun Chang spoke solemnly. Although Huang Sheng'an has broken through to the Enlightenment realm, he harmed Huang Hao's line and several hundred of Huang family's disciples. When the Huang family's old ancestor Huang Ming learns of this matter, he would be furious, and he might not agree to let Huang Sheng'an to take over the patriarch position. When Huang Ming and Huang Sheng'an battle it out, and both suffer injuries, that would be great news to us. Sun Yao's eyes lit up, and he let out a hearty laughter. You are right, if Huang Sheng'an persuades Huang Ming to let him take over the patriarch position after advancing to Enlightenment realm, that would be fine. However, Huang Sheng'an got that position through usurpation, and stepping on the bodies of Huang Hao's line. Therefore, things are vastly different. Huang Ming would throw a fit. Who knows? Maybe Huang Ming has already heard the news and is rushing back in raging anger from the East Sea. Haha. We just need to wait for a good show. While the Sun family, Tan family, and various forces were paying attention to the changes in Huang family, inside the Blue Dragon Orchard, Huang Sheng'an was kowtowing to Huang Xiaolong in gratitude. I will faithfully serve your highness in the future, doing my utmost in everything, and I will not retreat in the face of death. A day before, Huang Sheng'an was indeed still a 7th level nascent soul realm. It was Huang Xiaolong who had raised his cultivation realm overnight to Enlightenment realm. This feat was impossible for others but not for Huang Xiaolong. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong had used the spiritual vein under the Blue Dragon Orchard to temper Huang Sheng'an's body, expelling the impurities in his body at a deeper level. This would greatly benefit Huang Sheng'an in his future cultivation, obtaining twice the result with half the effort. Originally, Huang Xiaolong had wanted his father, Huang Jiuan, to take over the Huang family's patriarch position, but Huang Jiuan refused. Thus, Huang Xiaolong chose the next best option and pushed Huang Sheng'an up to the position. Needless to say, Huang Sheng'an was the patriarch on the surface, but all the decisions were under Huang Xiaolong's control. Rise. Huang Xiaolong had Huang Sheng'an stand up and passed a cultivation to him. He also improved the current Huang family's main cultivation technique and handed it to Huang Sheng'an. He then had Huang Sheng'an display the technique and pointed out the places Huang Sheng'an was inaccurate. Your Highness, the old ancestor has learned what happened to Huang Hao and is rushing over from the East Sea in fury. He will probably reach Donglin province the day after tomorrow. Huang Sheng'an respectfully reported to Huang Xiaolong when they were on a break. Huang Xiaolong grunted softly in response. Huang Ming had doted on Huang Hao all along. Now that Huang Hao was captured, Huang Xian, Huang Wendan, and the others all chose to stand on Huang Sheng'an's side. So it was granted that Huang Ming was furious. Huang Ming. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered. Huang Sheng'an subsequently reported on the various reactions of forces under the Wuxia Alliance, specifically mentioning the Sun family swallowing the family's industries in Yen City. At the moment, Their Huang family's business in Yen City had completely fallen into the Sun family's hands. Your Highness, it is said the Sun family's old ancestor broke through to the Enlightenment realm a year ago. Huang Sheng'an added, this is what gave the Sun family the guts to do this. Huang Xiaolong sneered, I see. Then I shall make a visit to the Sun family in Yen City tomorrow. He had to help his parents break through to Golden Core realm. His initial plan was to wait a few days after his parents' cultivation realm had advanced. But the result of cultivating inside the Grand Complete Heaven formation in the last few days were very good, and they had already stabilized their peak late 9th foundation building realm. They could break through to the Golden Core realm on this day. To Huang Xiaolong, helping his parents break through to the Golden Core realm was not a difficult task. However, helping his parents condense an immortal rank Golden Core needed a little bit more effort and attention. Not to mention, in the Milky Way, in all of mortal world's long histories, very few people had managed to condense immortal rank Golden Cores. One needed to go through the Golden Core tribulation to condense a Golden Core in their body, and the higher the rank of the Golden Core being condensed, the stronger a cultivator's tribulation would be. Almost no one had survived the tribulation of an immortal rank Golden Core. Of course, with Huang Xiaolong present, crossing the tribulation would not be an issue. Inside the Grand Complete Heaven Formation main palace's hall, Huang Xiaolong had Huang Jiyuan sit cross-legged in the center, and then he activated the Grand Formation. Immediately, vigorous star power poured down and entered Huang Jiyuan's body. Huang Jiyuan felt as if his body was going to burst, akin to a dam on the verge of collapsing from his surging true qi. When the state of Huang Jiyuan's body reached a certain point, Huang Xiaolong yelled as he slapped his palms against Huang Jiyuan's back, and he instructed Huang Jiyuan to circulate the true qi inside his body according to the cultivation technique he had given earlier. The surging true qi that was almost out of control in his body began to compact and gather at his navel, spinning and rotating rapidly. As Huang Jiyuan repeatedly compacted his true qi gradually took the form of a sphere. In the beginning, the true qi gathered at his navel was a weak gas, roughly the size of a fist. But as more true qi gathered, the fist-sized true qi expanded, which Huang Jiyuan condensed a second time. The gathered true qi was then condensed to fist size again. He repeated the actions tirelessly, expanding and condensing. 1 hour had passed, but Huang Jiyuan continued to gather and compact his true qi. At his navel, his true qi was shining in a brilliant golden light, in the vague shape of a golden ball. But the shape didn't seem to be stable yet. Another hour went by. This fist-sized golden ball finally stabilized, and as more true qi continued to enter within, the golden ball shone even brighter. Huang Jiyuan listened to Huang Xiaolong's instruction and continued to compact his true qi at his navel. Gradually, the golden ball began shrinking. The rays shining from it were even more dazzling. Another hour passed in this manner, and finally mysterious runes began to appear on the golden ball's surface. These runes seemed to originate from the Pangu immortal world, exuding the aura of an immortal. That's right, the aura of an immortal. In the mortal world, only a void immortal realm expert had the aura of an immortal. In the beginning, there were only a few faint rows of these immortal runes, but the number increased rapidly, and soon covered the entire golden core. When the golden core was entirely covered in immortal runes, suddenly, high in the sky above, thunder rumbled and streaks of lightning ran across the sky. Thick dark clouds began to gather, swirling like a whirlpool as they expanded, covering the entire Blue Dragon orchard. At this moment, everyone at the Blue Dragon orchard felt an immense pressure bearing down on them. Even Huang Qi, Huang Feiwu, and other nascent soul realm experts' faces turned solemn. Can a golden core tribulation exude this much terrifying pressure? Huang Qi asked in a quivering voice. The golden core realm tribulation above was more than 10 times stronger than the tribulation he had gone through. He had survived his golden core tribulation by the skin of his teeth and successfully formed his rank 4 golden core. Is this condensing rank 10 golden core? Huang Feiwu mustered with much difficulty. Huang Sheng'an, who had entered the enlightenment realm, shook his head. No, Rank 10 Golden Core Tribulation is not as terrifying as this. Then, King Rank, Huang Xian and the others quivered at the thought. Until now, there hadn't been any cultivators on Earth who had succeeded in condensing a King Rank Golden Core. Huang Xian kept silent, as if trying to contain the scary thought in his mind, for he wasn't very sure. Whilst everyone was in bewilderment, streaks of lightning dragons with heart-palpitating destructive power whipped down from the dark clouds. As everyone's eyes widened in horror, a blue dragon appeared above the blue dragon orchard and soared up and collided with the flight of lightning dragons. Blasts thundered high in the air. This blue dragon was transformed by the power of formations Huang Xiaolong had laid around the blue dragon orchard. The Huang family's disciples on the ground below watched nervously as streaks of lightning dragons continued to strike down. No matter how violent they were, none of them got past the blue dragon orchard's formation. Tribulation lightning struck frenziedly at the blue dragon orchard for half an hour before dissipating. Huang Xian, Huang Qi, and other experts were almost drenched in cold sweat, exhausted as if they themselves were going through the tribulation instead. The horror of an immortal rank Golden Core tribulation was not something a nascent soul expert could imagine. After the tribulation clouds dissipated, in Huang Jiuan's navel was a group of bright golden lights. Every time the Golden Core completed a full circle, the runes on its surface seemed to come alive. These immortal runes glimmered and formed a mysterious diagram around the Golden Core. Huang Xiaolong breathed out in relief. His father had passed his Golden Core tribulation perfectly. Judging from his father's current condition, even without him watching from the side, his father would be able to condense immortal rank Golden Cores. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong began preparations to help his mother, Wang Mylin, to condense her Golden Core. Wang Mylin also successfully crossed her Golden Core tribulation without a hitch. Like his father, she too had condensed an immortal rank Golden Core. The night casted a blanket of darkness on the land. Huang Xiaolong stood in the air above the palace, looking at the night sky. In the last 2 days, Huang Xiaolong had ordered Huang Sheng'an to use the Huang family's manpower to look for all records related to the mythical Pangu. It was clear that it was impossible for Huang Xiaolong to place hope in the Huang family's disciples to find the Pangu's axe. Hence, Huang Xiaolong merely had them looking for records related to the Pangu's axe. He would analyze these records later and deduce the likely place the Pangu's axe might appear. However, most of the information the Huang family's disciples found in the last 2 days was more mythical than real, and these myths spoke of inconsistent matters and weren't worth much. Huang Xiaolong went to the Huang family's library and went through the collection of books, but there was no result. Eastern University, Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. According to Huang Sheng'an, the largest collection of books on Earth should be the Eastern University, and Huang Xiaolong planned to make a trip to the Eastern University after meeting his sister, Huang Wan. There was a chance he could run into Zhang Yuhan. Though Huang Xiaolong didn't manage to deduce the probable location of the Pangu's axe, from the information Huang Sheng'an had collected, the changes on Earth a millennium ago had to be related to some kind of treasure's impending appearance, which had triggered the changes in Earth's spiritual energy. The Six Swords Gate, Purple Flame Sect, Divine Hall Sect, and foreign sect forces experts had rushed to Earth for this very treasure. Whether this treasure was the Pangu's axe or not remained to be determined. The night gave way to the morning sun. Huang Jiuan was the first to wake up as sunlight hit the Blue Dragon Orchard's tallest rooftop. He was so over the moon that he successfully broke through to the Golden Core realm and condensed an immortal rank Golden Core that he jumped around with joy. Huang Xiaolong smiled, watching his father's childlike actions. Huang Xiaolong told his parents to familiarize themselves with the new cultivation realm while he went out with Huang Qinfei and Huang Datu. This was the day of the auction in Huazhou City, and Huang Xiaolong was going to buy the Sun-Moon spiritual fruit tree seeds. Huang Xiaolong did not have Huang Sheng'an or any of the Huang family's experts follow him, and he left them to protect the Blue Dragon Orchard just in case of an accident. After all, his mother, Wang Mylin, still had not woken up. Huang Xiaolong's group of 3 drove over. The 3 of them got into the car with Huang Datu in the driver's seat, while Huang Xiaolong and Huang Qinfei sat in the back. "Brother, I've heard that the Longxing Commerce is auctioning a lot of Sun Moon spiritual fruit tree seeds. As many as 300. Other than the Sun Moon spiritual fruit tree seeds, there are also other rare spiritual fruit tree seeds. There is also going to be the Bodhi Blessing fruit and golden glazed jade fruit." Huang Qinfei happily shared with Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong smiled and nodded. "That's even better. We'll buy them all since there is plenty of land anyway." The Sun Moon spiritual fruit was one of the rarer high-grade spiritual fruits on Earth. The Draelfant fruit, Bodhi Blessing fruits, and golden glazed jade fruit were just as precious. Huang Datu looked over his shoulder and chimed in. "But, Uncle, there are a lot of people vying for the Longxing Commerce's Sun Moon spiritual fruit tree. Many of the Sun family's and Tan family's elders are coming. I've heard even the Tan family's grand elder Tan Jian has come." Hearing Huang Data bring up the Tan family's grand elder, Tan Jian, Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "The same Tan Jian we ran into at the bank the last time?" A momentary awkwardness flitted across Huang Datu's face as he nodded. "Yes, uncle, in truth, he's Tan Wei's second great-granduncle." Huang Xiaolong didn't know that. "He's Tan Wei's second great-granduncle? Why didn't you say so at that time?" Huang Data seemed even more awkward, and his words were almost inaudible. "Tan Wei and I are just normal friends, so he hadn't told Huang Xiaolong about Tan Jian's relationship with Tan Wei. Huang Qinfei failed to follow Huang Datu and Huang Xiaolong's conversation. "Tan Wei? Who is Tan Wei?" Hearing his father's question, Huang Datu blushed down to his neck. In truth, he had never told his father about Tan Wei. Neither Huang Jiuan nor Wang Milan knew about it. Huang Xiaolong was the only person to know. Huang Xiaolong glanced at Huang Datu and grinned at Huang Qinfei. "This brat likes a girl called Tan Wei, and she's a Tan family disciple." He then briefly recounted what had happened between Huang Datu and Tan Wei 10 years ago. Huang Qinfei's eyes widened the more he listened. "My son has been crushing on someone for a decade. 10 years, and I only learned about it today?" He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shot a strong glare at his son. "Smelly brat. How many more things are you hiding from me?" The subsequent time in the car, Huang Datu faced interrogation, from his father down to Tan Wei's hip measurement. Huang Datu looked speechlessly at his father through the rearview mirror, and complained, "Dad, what has it got to do with you how big other people's people but is?" But Huang Qinfei raised his voice righteously. "Of course it's important to have a big, but because a woman with a big but bears children well. Our family doesn't have many offspring. Indeed, counting Huang Xiaolong, Huang Jiuan's descendants only consisted of 5 people." Huang Datu did not retort and looked helplessly at his uncle. Huang Xiaolong's lips were pressed together as he tried to stifle his smile, agreeing with a serious expression. "The size of the rear is very important. The future of our line lies with you." Huang Datu was agape with disbelief that he would hear such a statement from his uncle. "Smelly brat, did you hear that? Even your uncle agrees with me." Huang Qinfei was even more confident with Huang Xiaolong siding with him. He lectured Huang Datu righteously. Huang Datu's expression crumbled. Huang Xiaolong smiled, watching this warm scene. Coming back to Earth this time, it was not bad to experience immortal life again. Although it had only been 5 days, Huang Xiaolong could feel the changes in his Dao heart. A change for the better. Huang Xiaolong's family on Earth had always been a regret in his heart. If he didn't have a chance to make up for this regret, it would certainly affect Huang Xiaolong's advancement into the God of Creation realm, because this regret was big enough to give birth to a devil heart when he crossed tribulation to the God of Creation realm. Although Huang Xiaolong could have forcefully suppressed this heart devil, it would be a seed waiting to sprout at the opportune time. A while later, the 3 of them arrived at Longxing Commerce, located in Huazhou City's trading market area. There was a fleet of luxurious cars parked in front of the Longxing Commerce's main entrance, from BMW, Mercedes, Rolls-Royce, and even cars with a price tag of several 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Huang Datu's BMW was merely considered medium-range amongst these cars. After the car was parked, Huang Datu suddenly exclaimed, "Uncle, look, It's that BMW. This time, they took Huang Datu's yellow BMW and parked it not far away from a similar yellow-colored BMW. It was the same latest model. Huang Xiaolong smiled as he took a glance at the car plate. What a coincidence! This same model BMW was the car they had seen outside of the Swiss bank branch. It looked like the Zhou family disciple who had mocked them for not being able to afford to buy a car was also there. He remembered that Zhou family's disciple had threatened to send him to prison. Noticing Huang Datu and Huang Xiaolong's expressions, Huang Qinfei asked them about it, and Huang Datu told him about the incident at the Swiss bank branch. Zhou family. Huang Qinfei didn't look very good. The Zhou family was a giant within the Wuxia alliance, and even the previous Huang family status was a head shorter when facing the Zhou family. Brother. The Zhou family's old ancestor is someone who has advanced to high-level enlightenment realm. Huang Qinfei reminded Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong merely nodded nonchalantly as the three of them entered the Longxing Commerce Building. After learning that Huang Xiaolong's group had come to participate in the auction, the Longxing Commerce's welcoming disciple led them to the auction hall while introducing. Because of overwhelming response to the Sun-Moon spiritual fruit tree seeds, the management has decided to offer the seeds through an auction. Other seeds will also be auctioned. Huang Xiaolong nodded. In his opinion, the auction method was even better. The highest bidder would win, which saved him the time and trouble of negotiating. When Huang Xiaolong's group of three entered the auction hall, there were already many people waiting for the auction to begin inside. Amongst the 1,000 seats prepared, about 300 to 400 of them were taken. Huang Qinfei's gaze scanned the place, but when he saw the person on a certain seat in the third row, his face tightened with embarrassment, shame, anger, and coldness. Hatred flashed across his face, but there was also a trace of nostalgia. This silhouette was so familiar to him, deeply imprinted on his bones and soul. The person seemed to sense Huang Qinfei's gaze and turned around. She was a beautiful lady in her 50s, and when she saw Huang Qinfei's face, she was just as shocked, seemingly a little flustered. Huang Xiaolong noticed his younger brother's abnormality and asked, "Who is it?" "Zhang Rui." Huang Qinfei answered through gritted teeth. His voice was extremely low and hoarse, and filled with clear anger and hatred. Huang Datu trembled. Zhang Rui. It was the woman who had abandoned him and his father and remarried an elder from the Sun family. Zhang Rui had remarried when he was 13. Since then, he had not seen her even once. After so many years, though Zhang Rui's appearance had changed slightly with age, had it not been for his father pointing her out, Huang Datu wouldn't have recognized that the 50-plus woman was his mother. At this time, Zhang Rui saw Huang Qinfei. While shocked, she was baffled. Clearly, she was baffled as to why Huang Qinfei could get out of bed. Didn't they say Huang Qinfei had been bedridden for a long time? Huang Qinfei quickly composed himself, and his gaze was filled with frost when it fell on Zhang Rui and Sun Yuwei again. Sun Yuwei raised his hand, calling for a Longxing Commerce's staff over, seemingly a supervisor. He pointed at Huang Xiaolong's group and said, "The Longxing Commerce has a rule that people who do not carry 1,000 low-grade spirit stones are not allowed into the auction hall. These three people cannot possibly possess 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Forget 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, they can't even take out 10 low-grade spirit stones. How can you allow people like this to enter? How could people like them sit in the same room as us?" Sun Yuwei did not lower his voice, and his words rang clearly through the hall filled with several hundred guests. Huang Xiaolong's group immediately became the center of attention. Zhou family's disciple, Zhou Yui, sitting in the first row, turned and saw Huang Xiaolong, and his face sank immediately. "It's him." He then turned and said to an imposing middle-aged man next to him, "Uncle Yu, that's him, the punk who was at the Swiss bank." Zhou Yu, an elder of the Zhou family, was also a high-level authority in the Wuxia Alliance's police department. More specifically, he was a senior captain in the special unit. The special unit under the Alliance's police department held great power, and as the senior captain of the special unit, one can imagine the influence Zhou Yu held in his hand. Zhou Yu looked at Huang Xiaolong with a slightly astonished expression and asked, He's the young man who exchanged high-rank golden cores at the Swiss bank? Zhou Yui had mentioned this to him before. Zhou Yui was his nephew. When Zhou Yui had come looking for him that day, his nephew had sonorously and righteously claimed there had to be something wrong with that batch of golden core's origin. Just as Huang Xiaolong's group of 3 became the center of attention, someone suddenly exclaimed, "I know them! They are the lowest level of Huang family disciples. That one with the big head is called Huang Datu. They're so poor that they couldn't even afford to buy a spiritual hog beast. They absolutely do not have 1,000 low-grade spirit stones on them." Huang Xiaolong and Huang Data looked over and saw the person yelling for all to hear was none other than Chu Zhangming, whom Huang Datu had once beaten up. Apart from Chu Zhangming, there were 3 other Chu family's disciples who were taught a lesson by Huang Datu. These 4 Chu family disciples' legs were broken, and Chu Zhangming had a mouthful of his teeth knocked out. Then again, it was obvious that these 4 people had forgotten the pain now that they had healed. It also showed how much Earth's medical technology has progressed in the last 100 years. The Longxing Commerce's auction hall supervisor hesitated upon hearing both Sun Yue and Chu Zhangming's words, and turned to look at Huang Xiaolong's group. However, the Longxing Commerce disciple leading Huang Xiaolong's group into the auction hall hurried forward to the supervisor's side and whispered something into his ear. His eyes widened visibly after hearing the disciple's words. In truth, the disciple told him that Huang Xiaolong's group came in a luxurious BMW. On top of that, it was the latest model off-road vehicle. Sun Yue and Chu Zhangming did not see it, but the disciples on duty at the main entrance definitely noticed these details. Elder Sun Yue, I'm afraid you've misunderstood these several guests. They arrived in a BMW. After a momentary lapse of courtesy, the supervisor turned to the displeased Sun Yue and explained. Sun Yue was stunned. Chu Zhangming and others, including Zhang Rue, were surprised to hear that. At current market price, the cheapest model of BMW carried a minimum of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Did you guys make a mistake? Sun Yue frowned. Those people can afford to drive a BMW? He was aware how Huang Qinfei and Huang Datu had been living all these years. Their BMW must have been borrowed. Chu Zhangming ridiculed. The supervisor was thrown into disarray again. He knew who Sun Yue and Chu Zhangming were, and since both of them were so certain these 3 people were literally paupers, then the BMW they had arrived in could very well be borrowed. At this time, Huang Xiaolong flicked his fingers, and finger force shot out like a bullet across the air that hit Sun Yue. Sun Yue was sent flying, and his screams reverberating in the hall as he crashed onto the auction stage. It happened too fast for anyone to react, leaving everyone stupefied. If I hear your voice again, you will die. Huang Xiaolong looked at Sun Yue, who was coughing up blood without any emotion in his eyes. Die. A seemingly normal sentence, yet it sent chills down everyone's hearts. Sun Yue glared angrily at Huang Xiaolong. You dirty Mong dash. But before he could finish his words, Huang Xiaolong's fingers flicked out another bullet of force, and in the next second, Sun Yue's head burst into a cloud of blood mist. What? Everyone was slightly shaken, and some fell to their knees and many were screaming. Even Chu Zhangming, who was clamoring with such fervor earlier, had turned deathly pale. As for Zhang Rue, she had fainted into oblivion when she saw Sun Yue's head explode from where she sat. I already told him that if I heard his voice again, he would die, Huang Xiaolong merely repeated in a placid voice. Yet his voice reverberated in the auction hall. Then he simply turned around and walked to his seat. Other guests opened up a wide berth in fear as Huang Xiaolong walked past, getting as far away as possible from Huang Xiaolong. The Longxing Commerce's supervisor also backed away in haste, a chilly feeling wrapping around his limbs. Zhou Yui was frightened senseless, and his throat felt scorched as he turned to look at his uncle Zhou Yu. Uncle Yu, he? Zhou Yu was a senior captain in the special unit, and capturing notorious criminals fell under his responsibility. However, his strength wasn't that much stronger than Sun Yue. I will inform the Huazhou City's police department right now, and have them send the police over immediately. Zhou Yu inhaled deeply and said, and fiddled with the high-tech watch on his wrist to inform the special unit chief in Huazhou City. Right at this moment, a group of people walked into the auction hall. It was the Tan family's group of experts, led by Grand Elder Tan Jian. Upon stepping into the auction hall, Tan Jian immediately sensed the strange atmosphere within. Following the majority of people's line of sight, Tan Jian spotted Huang Xiaolong. He was surprised at first but hurried forward. His actions shocked Chu Zhangming, Zhou Yu, and many others. "Haha, brother Huang Xiaolong, we will meet again. It's really fate." As Tan Jian approached Huang Xiaolong, he greeted amiably with cupped fists. "Brother Huang Xiaolong is also here for the Sun-Moon spiritual fruit tree seeds, I presume." "Huang Xiaolong? Where have I heard this name before?" "Right, he's that Huang Xiaolong from the Huang family. It's said he went missing for 100 years, and has recently returned as a high-level nascent soul expert," someone amongst the guests exclaimed. Immediately, the auction hall turned into a rowdy market. "So, it's him. I heard he persuaded Huang Sheng'an, Huang Qi, and Huang Feiwu to revolt, and after Huang Sheng'an took over the patriarch position, he directly promoted Huang Xiaolong to the Grand Elder, the Supreme Grand Elder. With the Enlightenment realm Huang Sheng'an backing him, no wonder he has the guts to kill Sun Yue on the spot." Words were exchanged in hushed whispers. Tan Jian was stunned. Sun Yue is dead? Huang Xiaolong killed him? On the other hand, a red-faced Huang Datu was greeting a pure and pretty girl standing behind Tan Jian. "Miss Tan Wei." Tan Wei smiled sweetly at Huang Datu in response. "Datu." She then looked at Huang Xiaolong with curiosity. In the last 2 days, the hottest topic in Donglin province was the Huang family's revolt. Huang Xiaolong and Huang Sheng'an were the two names most mentioned. She had heard many similar conversations during this time. Tan Jian secretly observed Huang Datu for a moment whilst he asked Tan Wei smilingly, "Wei-er, you know each other?" Before Tan Wei could answer, Huang Datu became nervous and answered in a hurry, "Why yes, Senior Tan Jian." Huang Xiaolong took a quick glance at Tan Wei, and the other party had a very clean appearance. The look in her eyes was clear and bright. He had a good impression of her. "My nephew has been friends with your great-grandniece for 10 years now." Seeing Huang Datu's anxious expression, he said to Tan Jian, "Your great-grandniece rescued him once, and he has always remembered it." Although Huang Xiaolong did not elaborate on the specifics, it was clear in everyone's ears that Huang Xiaolong indicated that Huang Datu had good feelings about Tan Wei in his words. Tan Wei's face reddened slightly. Tan Jian laughed generously. "There is still such a story. This is a good thing, ah. Haha, brother Huang Xiaolong, our families should gather more often." In the end, Tan Jian sat next to Huang Xiaolong in the auction hall, conversing enthusiastically as if they had been good friends forever. Huang Xiaolong was neither cold nor overly friendly. He understood the reason behind Tan Jian's enthusiasm. It was not only because of his reputation as a high-level nascent soul expert, but it was because he had an Enlightenment realm expert like Huang Sheng'an backing him. Who wouldn't want to form some kind of connection with an Enlightenment realm expert? The Huang family's old ancestor Huang Ming would reach Donglin province by next day. If Huang Sheng'an was defeated, then Tan Jian wouldn't be as enthusiastic as he was now, and he would see another side of Tan Jian. Zhou family's Zhou Yu had already contacted the Huazhou city's special unit's chief. Upon learning about Huang Xiaolong's identity, he hesitated and finally ordered the Huazhou city's special unit to remain on standby instead. Generally speaking, all departments had to handle matters related to high-level nascent soul realm experts with extra caution, especially when Huang Xiaolong was the Huang family's supreme grand elder and backing Huang Xiaolong was an Enlightenment realm expert. "Uncle Yu, are we going to let Huang Xiaolong go just like that?" Seeing Zhou Yu retract his order, Zhou Yu asked, "We'll talk later about Huang Xiaolong." Zhou Yu shook his head. A while later, the Longxing Commerce's auction smoothly commenced, unaffected by Sun Yue's incident at all. In the end, the Sun-Moon spiritual fruit seeds, Drailphant spiritual fruit seeds, and Bodhi Blessing fruit seeds were all monopolized by Huang Xiaolong at 3 times the price. Originally, these seeds merely cost around 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. But at 3 times the price, Huang Xiaolong paid over 600,000 to buy them all. After the auction ended, Tan Jian invited Huang Xiaolong to their Tan family's main residence whenever Huang Xiaolong was free. Huang Xiaolong smiled meaningfully and promised, "I will definitely go over tomorrow." The Sun family and Tan family had swallowed the Huang family's industries in their respective cities. Therefore, after dealing with Huang Ming, he would personally pay a visit to the Tan family's main residence and talk about the matter. Tan Jian was very happy to hear that. "That's great. Then I'll roll out the red carpet and look forward to Brother Huang's arrival." He bid farewell and left with the Tan family's experts. Huang Dada's eyes were glued to Tan Wei's figure, and he was unable to look away. "Come back. She has already left." Huang Xiaolong snorted, giving the back of Huang Datu's head a knuckle. Huang Datu clutched the back of his head, turning beet red and not daring to look at Huang Xiaolong or Huang Qinfei. Shortly after, the car sped away. "Brother, I think that Miss Tanwei is not bad," Huang Qinfei said to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Datu's ears perked up as he listened. "The little lady is quite good, generous, composed, and quite innocent and pure." Huang Xiaolong smilingly nodded his head in agreement. "More importantly, she has a favorable impression of Datu." Huang Datu's blood quickened at that sentence. "But the Tan family hasn't been behaving recently." Huang Xiaolong's tone suddenly changed. Both Huang Datu and Huang Qinfei were startled as neither of them knew about the Sun family and Tan family swallowing up the Huang family's industries. Huang Xiaolong briefly mentioned the matter to his nephew and younger brother. Huang Data panicked upon hearing that and was quick to defend. "Uncle, she definitely does not know about this. This matter is not related to Tan Wei." Huang Xiaolong chuckled at his response. "What are you panicking for? I didn't say I'm going to do anything to your wife. Don't worry, your uncle knows what he should do." Back at the Blue Dragon Orchard, Huang Xiaolong went to plant the seeds he had bought from the auction on the empty land. Deep down, Huang Qinfei and Huang Data still had some doubts if the spiritual fruit trees and spiritual herbs would really grew and ripened overnight. But the result was, the Sun-Moon spiritual fruit seeds sprouted as they stood there, and grew into healthy seedlings in a few breaths. The ground that was empty a few minutes prior was now covered by trees with lush green leaves. The Sun-Moon spiritual fruit tree seedlings had grown to 1/2 meter tall. The pair of father and son were dumbfounded on the spot. Looking at the rows of spiritual Sun-Moon spiritual fruit trees, Huang Xiaolong smiled as he said, "At this time tomorrow, we will be able to enjoy Sun-Moon spiritual fruits." The two nodded dazedly. Huang Xiaolong's heart was filled with a content feeling of happiness looking at the abundant harvest of spiritual fruits. 2 hours later, Wang Mylan finally woke up after successfully condensing her immortal rank golden core. Huang Xiaolong gathered Huang Shengyan, Huang Xin, and other grand elders and discussed the sales channel for the Blue Dragon Orchards produce. Huang Xiaolong had Huang Shengyan open a selling point in every city within Donglin province. 1/2 a month later, the Blue Dragon Orchard would start supplying spiritual fruits for sale in large amounts and gradually expand the market throughout the entire Wuxia Alliance's territories. These spiritual fruits will be packaged under the Blue Dragon Orchards brand like this, Huang Xiaolong stated, and showed Huang Shengyan the Blue Dragon mark that he wanted on the boxes of the spiritual fruits. Huang Shengyan and the others complied with each of the tasks given by Huang Xiaolong. As for how to market and open the sales channels, Huang Xiaolong left it to Huang Shengyan discretion. The other matter is, when Huang Ming returns tomorrow, there will be a lot of people who want to spectate the battle. So, being the generous people that we are, you can make an announcement that all nascent Soul Realm experts and above can enter the Blue Dragon Orchard to spectate tomorrow's battle, Huang Xiaolong stated in a tepid tone. Weren't the Tan family and Sun family busy grabbing our Huang family's industries? Then we will invite them over to spectate the battle. Yes, Your Highness. Huang Shengyan had not expected that but promptly complied. All right, go make the preparations for distributing and marketing the Blue Dragon Orchard's spiritual fruits. I want to see the results in 2 days. Huang Xiaolong gave Huang Shengyan a deadline. This might have been an impossible task for others on a 2-day deadline, but for the number 1 cultivation family in Donglin province, there was no difficulty in the task. In truth, Huang Xiaolong was also marketing the Blue Dragon Orchard spiritual fruits by allowing nascent Soul Realm experts and above to spectate next day's battle inside the Blue Dragon Orchard. A while later, after Huang Sheng'an and the others left, Huang Xiaolong looked out the window in the direction of the East Sea. Originally, Huang Xiaolong was going to visit the Sun family on this day, but he had changed his mind. When the news spread, the Sun family's old ancestors would definitely come to watch the battle. Then, he would resolve the Sun family and Tan family in one go. Before long, all relevant families had heard news that nascent Soul Realm experts could enter Blue Dragon Orchard to spectate the impending battle. Not only the experts from within the Donglin province, but also the experts from neighboring provinces received the news and discussed it with fervor. At the Sun family's main residence, Sun Yao looked at Sun Chang in surprise. Huang Sheng'an is allowing nascent Soul Realm experts to spectate the battle inside the Blue Dragon Orchard? Didn't the Blue Dragon Orchard seal off when they dealt with Huang Haod? Why did they suddenly change their style of doing things, willing to let nascent Soul Realm experts spectate the battle from within the Blue Dragon Orchard? Sun Chang was just as astonished, and he guessed, is Huang Sheng'an doing this because he has 100% confidence that he can defeat Huang Ming? And does he plan to use this opportunity to deter other cultivation families within the Wuxia alliance to boost his status and prestige? Sun Yao seriously agreed. There is this possibility. He then let out a sneer. But Huang Sheng'an's calculation is destined to fail, because tomorrow, the person defeated will be him. Sun Chang couldn't help asking, as the old ancestor seemed so certain. Huang Sheng'an captured Huang Haod, and the Huang family's dragon blade has surely fallen into Huang Sheng'an's hands. With that blade, it's not like Huang Sheng'an has no chance to win against Huang Min. Furthermore, Huang Sheng'an must have other trump cards up his sleeve. Since he dares to invite nascent Soul Realm experts and above to watch the battle, there must be something that gives him the confidence. Sun Yao shook his head, wearing a meaningful smile on his face. I'll tell you a piece of good news. Huang Ming is not coming back alone from the East Sea. Fanny Dong is accompanying him. What? Fanny Dong? Demon Blade Fanny Dong? Sun Chang exclaimed in shock when he heard that. Fanny Dong was a second-level Enlightenment Realm expert. A mid-second level Enlightenment Realm. Fanny Dong was someone obsessed with the blade, almost crossing the line of fanaticism. This person was cold and ruthless, cultivating the Tao of slaughter. That was how he had got his nickname, the Demon Blade. He was a cold person by nature, which resulted in him having very few friends. For some reason, he was on good terms with the Huang family's old ancestor, Huang Ming. The two of them had even become sworn brothers. That's right. It's that Demon Blade Fanny Dong. Sun Yao nodded with glee. Huang Ming encountered Fanny Dong in the East Sea, and he told Fanny Dong about the Huang family's internal conflict. Fanny Dong was enraged, and so he came to the Donglin province together with Huang Ming. Not many people know Fanny Dong is coming with Huang Ming to Donglin province. I only learned about it from a certain Blade Gates channel. So, don't leak a word out about this matter. Sun Yao sneered. When Huang Sheng'an sees Fanny Dong tomorrow, he's going to piss himself. Sun Chang gloated with glee upon hearing that, and his eyes glimmered with a cold light. There is also that Huang Xiaolong. He actually dares to kill my Sun family's elder. I want him dead. It had already been spread that Huang Xiaolong had killed Sun Yue at the Longxing Commerce's auction hall, and the matter had reached Sun Cheng's ears. Sun Yao smiled. We don't need to move a finger at all. Huang Xiaolong collaborated with Huang Sheng'an to harm Huang Haod and several hundred Huang family disciples in Huang Haod's line, and Huang Ming will assassinate Huang Xiaolong. Sun Chang nodded. Well, Huang Xiaolong's got a bargain to die so easily. Not long after Huang Sheng'an spread the word, patriarchs and old ancestors of cultivation families in Donglin province and other provinces led the nascent Soul Realm experts of their families and set off to Huazhou City on a flying ship. The battle between Enlightenment Realm experts was a rare event, and it happened once in 100 years if one was lucky. This time, it was related to the Huang family's internal revolt, which made it all the more exciting. So, whether it was cultivation families in Donglin province or outside of Donglin province, none wanted to miss such an event. Even the Wuxia Alliance authorities also sent a group of qualified people over. In a moment, various forces within the Wuxia Alliance set their eyes on Huazhou City, on the Blue Dragon Orchard. While various forces were hurrying to Huazhou City, there were two figures moving at rapid speed in Donglin Province's direction. They were none other than Huang Ming and Fanny Dong. Any nascent soul realm expert can spectate? Huang Ming's gaze sharpened when he heard the news. Huang Sheng'an, in that case, I will let you taste defeat and humiliation in public. Fanny Dong hugged a great blade inside his chest, releasing Dao Qi from his body. In my opinion, this traitor's head should be chopped off. Huang Ming acquiesced. It should have been something worthy of a big celebration with the addition of an Enlightenment realm expert to the Huang family. But who would have thought something like this would happen? Inwardly, there was something Huang Ming couldn't figure out. When did Huang Sheng'an break through to Enlightenment realm? Though it had been 2 years since he had left the Huang family's main residence, he remembered clearly that Huang Sheng'an was still a 7th-level nascent realm at that time. Did Huang Sheng'an really conceal his strength in the past? Hidden so deeply that even he did not notice? Though Huang Ming had many doubts and felt there was something not right somewhere, he couldn't point out what was wrong. As experts from various directions made their way to Huazhou City, inside the Blue Dragon Orchard, Huang Xiaolong, his parents, younger brother, and nephew were gathered together and were having a feast. Today, his parents had successfully broken through to the Golden Core realm and condensed an Immortal rank Golden Core. They naturally had to celebrate. The topic suddenly turned to the auction during the day, and Tan Wei's name was brought up. Hearing Huang Data liked the girl named Tan Wei, Wang Mylan's eyes beamed like 2 headlights, and questions shot out of her mouth like a machine gun until Huang Xiaolong and Huang Qinfei couldn't answer. Huang Data broke out in a cold sweat as he answered his grandma's many questions. Upon learning Tan Wei was a direct disciple of the Tan family, belonging to the eldest son's line, Wang Mylan couldn't stop smiling. Datu, you must invite Miss Tan Wei over one day, so I can have a look. How about tomorrow? Wang Mylan blurted out the question. Huang Datu was caught off guard and smiled wryly. Grandma, although I've known Miss Tan Wei for 10 years, we've only met a few times. So what if you've only met a few times? Wang Mylan shot him a glare and said, Who says you can't invite people over after meeting only a few times? Huang Data chose to keep mum. It was already late at night by the time the celebration ended. The power of stars flowed down from the night sky, casting a charming veil on the Blue Dragon Orchard. When Huang Jiwen learned Huang Ming would return the next day, he said to Huang Xiaolong, Xiaolong, no matter what, Huang Ming is your grandfather. Therefore, tomorrow, I implore you to spare his life. Huang Xiaolong looked his father in the eye and nodded. Don't worry, father. I won't kill him. Not killing him and sparing him were completely different matters. Strictly speaking, as the son of creation, Huang Ming couldn't be considered as his grandfather. Furthermore, ever since Huang Ming had given Huang Hao the order to kill him, Huang Xiaolong had cut off the thin connection that existed between them in his past life. The night sky gradually brightened as a new day arrived. Experts from various places appeared in front of the Blue Dragon Orchard in batches. Looking at the vast orchard surrounded like a natural fortress with 10-meter-tall walls that were half a meter thick genuinely astonished many people. It was obvious to many that it had taken a lot of effort to build such a wall around the property's perimeter. Why didn't I hear of this Blue Dragon Orchard in the past? Did the Huang family build this place secretly? What kind of iron or steel is this? I haven't seen this before. Such intricate formation runes. An expert sighed in admiration. Tan Jian and other grand elders of the Tan family also showed admiration. While everyone was admiring the surroundings and sighing in admiration, the wooden gates opened. The people stood for a while before walking in through the entrance. When they entered the Blue Dragon Orchard, seeing the neat rows of spiritual fruit trees and the lush spiritual herbs enshrouded by rich spiritual energy, all of them were stunned. So many spiritual fruit trees. These spiritual herbs are at least 600 years old and above. Where did the Huang family get their hands on so many spiritual fruit trees and spiritual herbs? That's a blood crown Ganoderma. I've been looking for this for many years. Suddenly, a Chun family's grand elder originating from Lirong province exclaimed, and he leaped forward to grab the plant. Just as his fingers were about to close around the Ganoderma, a blinding light flashed, and in the next second, the Chun family's grand elder was sent flying like a broken kite. He crashed to the ground, rolling past several experts' feet. Faces in the group paled. What a strong, restrictive formation. The Chun family's grand elder was a 9th-level nascent soul realm expert. The Lirong province's Chun family was also one of Wuxia Alliance's top 10 cultivation families. In terms of strength, the Chun family was slightly stronger than the Huang family. The person that was repelled by the restriction was one of the Chun family's top 5 experts, Chun Feiliang. Everyone was still alarmed when a group of Huang family experts appeared from within, led by Huang Xian. Other than Huang Xian, there were 3 other Huang family's grand elders and 50-plus elders. Seeing Huang Xian emerge, Chun Feiliang got up angrily from the ground. Disregarding his injuries, he pointed an accusing finger at Huang Xian. Huang Xian, what's the meaning of attacking me without reason? Huang Xian snorted with disdain. Chun Feiliang, you couldn't keep your hands in check and have the cheek to come yelling in our face? Chun Feiliang's retort choked in his throat. Inside the orchard, it would be best if everyone can refrain themselves from touching things unnecessarily. If you accidentally triggered some restrictive array formations, please don't say I did not remind you all. A strong pressure surged from Huang Xian's body towards the guests, that even a mid-9th level nascent soul realm expert like Chun Feiliang could barely breathe. Late nascent soul realm? Sun family's patriarch, Sun Chang, exclaimed in shock under his breath. No, it's the peak late 9th level nascent soul realm. The Sun family's old ancestor Sun Yao's expression turned slightly serious. Although he had advanced to enlightenment realm, he actually sensed a trace of danger from Huang Xian. Sun Yao was absolutely certain at this point that Huang Xian was not an average peak late 9th level nascent soul realm cultivator. Other Sun family's grand elders were clearly shocked when they heard the old ancestor point out that Huang Xian was a peak late 9th level nascent soul realm with certainty. One step further from the peak of late 9th level nascent soul realm was the enlightenment realm. But in their memory, Huang Xian's cultivation was at the early 9th level nascent soul realm, wasn't it? How did it jump to peak late 9th level nascent soul realm so suddenly? Did he conceal his strength previously like Huang Shengen? While these people were still in shock about Huang Xian's strength, Huang Xian's voice sounded again. If anyone is interested in purchasing spiritual fruits from our Blue Dragon orchard, you can make reservations with us. His Highness has decided to supply these spiritual fruits in our orchard from tomorrow onwards. Then he made an inviting gesture with his hand. Everyone this way please. His Highness? Questions and doubts emerged when the crowd heard the title. The Highness Huang Xian spoke of, is it Huang Shengen? These experts followed behind the escorting group of Huang family's experts on the wide stone walkway. Looking at the luscious spiritual herbs and spiritual fruit trees planted on both sides of the stone walkway, especially the glistening fruits, each had their own thoughts. Facing so many spiritual herbs over 600 years old and various spiritual fruits, it would be a lie to say they were not tempted. In this crowd of experts, there were representatives from 4 of Wuxia Alliance's top 10 cultivation families, and experts from these 4 families had started communicating with each other through voice transmission. And the main topic of their conversations was the Blue Dragon Orchard's spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits. In truth, the other present cultivation families were also doing the same. As they continued onward on the stone walkway, the grand complete heaven palace gradually came into sight. As they looked at the grand complete heaven palace resembling an immortal palace, it was truly a visual impact on the guests, leaving them in awe. Huang Xian, these palace buildings. Who did the Huang family hire to construct this place? The Sun family's old ancestor Sun Yao couldn't resist asking, truly amazed by the palace. All eyes immediately fell on Huang Xian. Huang Xian smiled naturally and said, this grand complete heaven palace is built by His Highness. Your Highness! Sun Yao and the others had not expected that answer. This was the second time Huang Xian mentioned this highness. Your highness, who is he? Grand Elder Tan Jian asked. Huang Xian replied, you will know in a moment. Seeing Huang Xian deliberately put on a mysterious facade, Sun Yao frowned in displeasure and his voice hardened slightly. How much does it cost to build this grand, complete heaven palace? Our Sun family is willing to pay 10 million low-grade spirit stones to hire His Highness to construct the same for our Sun family. Huang Xian stopped walking and made a full turn around. He was clearly looking at Sun Yao like he was looking at a fool. He shook his head silently, then continued to lead everyone inside. Although Huang Xian did not utter a word, his gaze said it all. Sun Yao's face darkened. He, an Enlightenment realm expert, was disregarded like a fool. Our Murong family is willing to come up with 100 million low-grade spirit stones to invite His Highness to help us build the same. The Murong family's old ancestor, Murong Chang, spoke. As one of the top 10 cultivation families of Huaxia Alliance, the Murong family's Murong Chang was also an Enlightenment realm expert. On top of that, Murong Chang was a late first-level Enlightenment realm, and his strength rivaled Huang Ming's. In terms of hierarchical status and identity, Murong Chang stood high above Sun Yao. Yet Huang Xian shook his head. The Grand Complete Heaven Palace consists of 365 buildings. 100 million low-grade spirit stones can barely build you one of them. Of course, there was a sentence Huang Xian had left unsaid, which was that even if they could come up with 100 million, they still wouldn't be able to afford to hire His Highness. When Murong Chang and other experts heard that 100 million low-grade spirit stones could merely build one of these palaces, their expressions changed subtly. At this time, the large group reached the palace's main door. Huang Xian opened the door and entered first, and the rest followed in an orderly manner. When Murong Chang and the others stepped inside, the star power from the void gave them a feeling of bathing in an ocean of star power, and even their souls felt stronger. This is Murong Chang, Sun Yao, and the others were obviously amazed. This is the power of stars. The Grand Complete Heaven Palace's buildings connect to form a Grand Complete Heaven formation. When activated, the formation forms a connection with the power of stars in space. Cultivating inside here is 10 times faster than outside, Huang Xian explained. 10 times faster, Tan Jian repeated stiffly. In other words, genius cultivators who required 100 years to reach the nascent soul realm would only require 10 years inside here. Although they remained skeptical, their hearts quickened merely imagining the possibility, and the look in their eyes changed. Walking down the corridor, the guests looked around with interest at everything inside the palace. The more they saw, the more astounded they were. Every pillar and every corner of the place was simply perfect. They were starting to believe what Huang Xian had said earlier, that 100 million could barely build one of these buildings. While everyone was mesmerized by the place, two overwhelming auras were approaching the Blue Dragon orchard with roaring hostility. Two Enlightenment experts. The crowd gasped. What a terrifying Enlightenment aura! Murong Chang, Sun Yao, and other experts hurried out of the building. Looking towards the sky, they saw two figures approaching in the whistling wind. One of them exuded an unbridled Dao Qi that could be felt by the people in the orchard despite the distance, as if they would be split into pieces at any moment. The Huang family's old ancestor Huang Ming is back. Demon Blade Fanny Dong is also here. Huang Ming came back with Demon Blade Fanny Dong. Several experts exclaimed at the same time. By this time, Huang Xian and other Huang family experts had also come out. Except for the initial mild surprise when they saw Huang Ming together with Demon Blade Fanny Dong. There wasn't any panic or flustered expression. Sun Cheng's eyes lit up as he responded to Sun Yao through voice transmission. Old ancestor, Huang Ming really came back with Fanny Dong. Sun Yao nodded, feeling just as delighted inwardly. Huang Ming and Demon Blade Fanny Dong's speed was fast, arriving at the Blue Dragon orchard in seconds. Huang Sheng'an, roll out here for this ancestor, Huang Ming barked as soon as he arrived. His voice thundered in everyone's ears. The defensive formations around the Blue Dragon orchard deactivated at this point, and from the Grand Complete Heaven Palace, two people rose into the air. One was Huang Sheng'an and the other was a young man in his 20s. More importantly, everyone was quick to notice that Huang Sheng'an was standing respectfully half a step behind the young man. "Who is that young man?" Morong Cheng asked in surprise. "The Tan family's grand elder, Tan Jian," blurted out Huang Xiaolong. Everyone was stunned when they heard Tan Jian's address. Huang Xiaolong? Is he the new grand elder of the Huang family? Chun Feiliang was stunned. Isn't the patriarch of the Huang family Huang Shingon? How is he so respectful to Huang Xiaolong? Many experts exclaimed in amazement. The way Huang Shingon treated Huang Xiaolong had exceeded their expectations. Sun Yao and Sun Cheng stared at each other in confusion. They had no idea what was going on. Murong Deng, Sun Yao, Tan Jian, and even Huang Ming were stunned. He looked at Huang Xiaolong, who looked exactly the same as he did before, and a trace of coldness shot through his eyes. "You motherfucker! It's you! You caused the death of several hundred disciples of the Huang family and formed an alliance with Huang Shingon to usurp the position of the patriarch. Kneel before me." Huang Xiaolong's expression froze when he heard what Huang Ming said. With a cold expression, he pointed casually at Huang Ming. Killing intent rose in Huang Ming's heart when he saw that Huang Xiaolong wasn't getting to his knees. He roared in rage. "I'll kill you right now, you disrespectful fool." Using all the energy in his body, he summoned a giant blade before slashing towards Huang Xiaolong. Everyone present already knew that Huang Ming had a shockingly powerful blade art. After all, he trained with the demon blade, Fan Yidong. They were sworn brothers and their skills were pretty close. With the power of Huang Ming's energy pouring into the blade, hundreds of blade light shot through the skies and a terrifying energy surrounded those present. Even Murong Deng, the old ancestor of the Murong family, was stunned by his strength. A ray of light emerged from Huang Xiaolong's finger and slammed into the blade lights, shattering them easily. Continued to smash into Huang Ming's chest and sent him flying. Crashing into the ground in the Blue Dragon orchard, chaos ensued. "What?" Sun Yao, Sun Cheng, Tan Jian, and the others felt a bomb going off in their heads. "He's not at the high-level nascent soul realm," someone yelled. Everyone turned to look at Huang Xiaolong, and their faces changed. At that instant, everyone could see that Huang Xiaolong had surpassed the Enlightenment realm. Moreover, he was an expert several times more terrifying than Huang Ming. A terrifying possibility flashed through Sun Yao's mind. The question that plagued him several days ago was no longer as perplexing. When everyone was shocked at Huang Xiaolong's sudden display of strength, a loud snort came from the skies. Everyone saw Demon Blade Fan Yidong's giant blade appearing right in front of Huang Xiaolong's face. Fan Yidong was a second-level Enlightenment realm expert, but he was stronger than Huang Ming by a whole level. His blade was too damn fast, and no one managed to react to his attack. Slashing downwards, Huang Xiaolong casually raised his hand to stop the blade with his index and middle fingers. Fan Yidong's eyes widened in shock. So did everyone else as they stared at the blade between Huang Xiaolong's fingers. The reason Fan Yidong was hailed as the Demon Blade was not because of his obsession with blades. There was another reason, and that was the demonic blade in his hands. He obtained the blade from some random demonic lands outside of Earth, and it was a peak-grade artifact. Even experts at the peak of the mid-level Enlightenment realm wouldn't dare to meet the blade head-on. However, Huang Xiaolong grabbed it with 2 fingers. Casually flicking his fingers, the blade between his fingers shattered into countless pieces. In the next instant, Huang Xiaolong stretched out his hand and grabbed Fan Yidong's head. With a slight twist, Fan Yidong's head was twisted off his shoulders. With the lower half of his body falling from the skies, it landed not too far away from Huang Ming's body. Huang Ming caught sight of Fan Yidong's corpse falling as he crawled to his feet. A ray of light emerged from Fan Yidong's body, and his nascent soul tried to escape. "Lord, please have mercy." He got to his knees before Huang Xiaolong and begged for his life. Terror filled his eyes. Expressionless, Huang Xiaolong reached out and sent a flame flying towards Fan Yidong's soul. He failed to escape and was engulfed by the flames. Miserable screams filled the air as Fan Yidong's soul tumbled in the air. This cannot be real. A grand elder of the Chen family, Chun Feiliang, revealed a frightened expression as he muttered to himself. All of a sudden, a weird liquid started to fall from the skies. It landed on his face, and when Chun Feiliang wiped it off with his hands, he was greeted with a sight of red. It was the blood dripping from Fan Yidong's head that was in Huang Xiaolong's hands. Chun Feiliang wasn't the only one affected by it. The blood landed on the faces of many people present, but weirdly enough, no one tried to dodge the blood droplets. Not a single person dared to move a muscle. Casually tossing the head to Huang Shingon behind him, Huang Xiaolong started to walk towards Murong Deng and the others. With 4 Enlightenment Realm experts and more than 100 nascent Soul Realm experts present, they trembled in their boots. Even the experts in the nascent Soul Realm sent by the Huaxia Alliance's government didn't dare to move. Without showing off the slightest bit of his aura, Huang Xiaolong's presence alone made everyone feel a mountain pressing down on their hearts. "Are you the old ancestor of the Sun family?" Huang Xiaolong asked when he arrived before Sun Yao. Unable to withstand the fear in his heart, Sun Yao fell to his knees and he stuttered, Lord, I am Sun Yao of the Sun family. Lord, we are from the Sun family." Sun Chang wanted to explain the matter of how they tried to swallow the Huang family's businesses, but a ray of light emerged from Huang Xiaolong's finger and incinerated the man before he could finish. The experts standing around felt the hair on their body standing on end. "I don't like interruptions when I'm talking." Huang Xiaolong swept his gaze across those present. Lowering their heads in an instant, no one dared to look him in the eye. "Lord, mercy." Sun Yao smashed his head into the ground and started to explain. "I only learned of the matter after it happened. Lord, please spare my life. I am willing to submit to Lord's rule as long as you don't kill me." Sun Yao continued to smash his head into the ground and his forehead split apart. Despite his injury, he didn't stop. Every time his head slammed into the ground, the hearts of those present would tremble. The experts of the Sun family fell to their knees as they mirrored their old ancestors' actions. Tan Bai, the old ancestor of the Tan family, followed soon after with the members of the Tan family. They explained the matter of swallowing the Huang family's businesses, hoping Huang Xiaolong would let them off. When they were finally done with their explanations, Huang Xiaolong casually uttered, "All right, get up." Sun Yao and the others were shocked as they raised their heads in disbelief. They thought that all of them would die there that day. "Are you planning to kneel there forever?" Huang Xiaolong asked. Snapping back to reality, their hearts trembled in fear as they thanked Huang Xiaolong in haste before getting to their feet. "Are you Tan Wei's grandfather?" Huang Xiaolong turned to Tan Bai and asked. "Tan Wei?" Tan Bai started at Huang Xiaolong for a solid moment before replying, "Yes, I am Tan Wei's grandfather, and I—" Huang Xiaolong waved his hand to cut off the man before he could go any further. "Supreme Elder Tan Jian." Huang Xiaolong turned and continued, "I believe we met yesterday? I recall you saying something about our families getting closer." Gasping in fright, Tan Jian yelled, "Lord has to be joking. I had no idea who I was kidding with the day before, please forgive me." As soon as he spoke, he wanted to get to his knees but was stopped by Huang Xiaolong. "You might be kidding, but I'm not. I shall head over to your Tan family tomorrow." Tan Bai and the others stared at each other in shock as question marks popped up in their minds. Sweeping his gaze across those present, Huang Xiaolong casually addressed Murong Deng and the others. "I hope that nobody speaks of the matter that happened here today. Lord, you can rest assured that my Murong family will keep their mouths shut." Murong Deng replied in haste. He turned to glare at the members of the Murong family. "Everyone who speaks of the events that happened here will be disowned by the family and handed over to the Huang family." Chun Feiliang made the same oath and everyone else followed. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong invited everyone into the heavenly palace for them to enjoy the spiritual fruits in the Blue Dragon Orchard. The spiritual fruits in the Blue Dragon Orchard grew from the immortal earth, and ordinary spiritual fruits couldn't be compared to it. Everyone gasped in shock when they tasted Huang Xiaolong's spiritual fruits. Half a day later, the experts of the various families took their leave, and several shocking news rocked the world. Huang Ming, the old ancestor of the Huang family, was defeated. He accepted Huang Xing'an's ascension to the position of the Huang family patriarch and will no longer take part in the Huang family's affairs. The Sun family and Tan family submitted to the Huang family. Sun Yao and Tan Bai stated that they will be willing to work for the Huang family, and Sun Yao of the Sun family was killed because of his ill intentions towards the Huang family. The news shook the entire Wuxia alliance the moment it started to spread. In one of the presidential suites of a luxurious hotel in the Xia continent, Zhou Yui of the Zhou family received the news and his jaws dropped in fright. Uncle Yu, isn't Huang Ming an expert at the first-level enlightenment realm? How can he lose to Huang Shenggan? Zhou Yu was similarly in shock. Complex emotions filled his heart. It doesn't matter if Huang Ming lost to Huang Shenggan. Half an hour ago, Huang Ming called for a meeting among the Huang family to officially appoint Huang Shenggan as the patriarch of the Huang family. According to him, he will be an eminent elder of the Huang family and no longer participate in the matters of the Huang family. The only part Zhou Yu didn't understand was why the Sun and Tan families would submit to the Huang family. Submission was different from forming an alliance. They would be under the Huang family's rule from now on, and if he could speak his mind, the Sun family and the Tan family would be the slaves of the Huang family from now on. Things were even worse when he thought about how Sun Yao was an expert at the enlightenment realm. How could someone at his level lower himself to serving the Huang family? He couldn't understand what was going on no matter how hard he tried. Initially, he thought that Huang Ming would defeat Huang Shenggan and suppress the rebellion in the Huang family. Huang Xiaolong, Huang Qi, Huang Feiwu, and the others would die as soon as Huang Ming obtained victory. The outcome of the battle was supposed to be set in stone, and that was also the reason the Zhou family didn't send anyone over to watch the battle. The events that happened really surprised them all. The Grand Elder of the Chun family, Chun Feiliang, entered the Blue Dragon orchard to watch the battle. Uncle Yu, you're close to Senior Chun Feiliang. Why don't you ask him about what happened? Zhou Yui asked all of a sudden. With his eyes lighting up, Zhou Yu nodded. All right, I'll contact Chun Feiliang right now. He quickly called the other party using their new and improved FaceTime technology. As soon as they were connected, Chun Feiliang appeared in front of them. Zhou Yu and Zhou Yui greeted Chun Feiliang the moment he appeared. Zhou Yu might be an official in the Wuxia Alliance's Ministry of Public Security, but he didn't dare to flaunt his position in front of an expert like Chun Feiliang. Chun Feiliang's expression sank when he realized that they wanted to ask about the events that transpired in the Blue Dragon orchard. Stop trying to find out what happened that day. As soon as Chun Feiliang spoke, he terminated the connection. Zhou Yu and Zhou Yui stared at each other in shock. Senior Chun Feiliang, Zhou Yu didn't say a word, but he felt an uneasy feeling swapping up in his heart. How could the mere mention of the events in the Blue Dragon orchard cause the Grand Elder of the Chen family to feel so much fear? It was as though he stepped onto the tail of a heavenly python. Huang family, Zhou Yu muttered. There has to be something we don't know about the Huang family. In one of the secret military bases of the Wuxia Alliance, a group of several experts stood side by side. From their ranks, they were all commanders at the level of a great general. There were different ranks among the government in the Wuxia Alliance, and it was the same for the military. There was an ordinary general, mid-grade general, and high-grade generals. Above that were the great generals, and the Grand Marshal came after that. As such, the ranks of those standing in the military base was something no one could ignore. Among them, two of them were Great General Yang Yuhe and Mo Yuan, who were sent over to the Blue Dragon orchard to watch the battle. Tell us every single detail that happened that day. One of the old experts with tiger-like eyes snapped when he looked at the two of them. The old expert was a Grand Marshal of the Wuxia Alliance, Jia Feng. Every single great general in the room stared at the two of them, unwilling to miss out a single detail. Yang Yuhe and Mo Yuan shook their heads in haste. Grand Marshal, we cannot speak of anything that happened that day. Yuan Yuhe didn't hesitate to reply. Mo Yuan was the same. What the fuck are you talking about? Jia Feng was enraged. As the Grand Marshal, he couldn't accept the fact that his subordinates were unwilling to answer his question. We will not speak a word about the battle. The two of them shook their heads resolutely. With his expression sinking, the aura of an Enlightenment realm expert emerged from Jia Fang's body. Everyone felt their hearts pounding in fear. Do you believe I'll demote you right here and now? Jia Fang snorted. After a short moment of silence, the two of them shook their heads resolutely. Even if you do, we will not speak a word. Everyone stared at each other in shock when they heard the reply. Even Jia Fang was stunned by their resolution. As an officer of the Wuxia Alliance, they were bound by the military oath they made when they joined the army. However, they were unwilling to speak of the matters in the Blue Dragon Orchard. Chun Feiliang, Yang Yuha, and Mo Yuan weren't the only ones. Every single expert who returned from the Blue Dragon Orchard, including the old ancestor of the Morong family, Morong Deng, who was already at the Enlightenment realm, refused to say anything about the events that happened. The experts of the Wuxia Alliance couldn't be more perplexed at their sudden oath of silence. Suspicion filled the hearts of everyone who didn't witness the battle. The mystery of the Blue Dragon Orchard turned into a legend overnight, and it became a synonym for fear. When everyone was still trying to find out what happened in the Blue Dragon Orchard, Huang Xiaolong assisted Huang Xian in breaking through to the Enlightenment realm. Helping someone to break through had already gone out of the scope of understanding of mortals. However, it was as easy as breathing to Huang Xiaolong. It was even easier than helping his parents condense an immortal rank golden core. Within 10 minutes, Huang Xian entered the Enlightenment realm. He used the Great Zhou Heaven formation to pull in the power of the stars to consolidate his foundations. Seeing that Huang Xian wasn't to be disturbed, Huang Xiaolong strolled over to his parents' palace and he saw them packing their valuables. Chests and chests were filled to the brim. A helpless smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. What are you doing? We're going to visit her, not move in with her. Why do you need so many things? After visiting the Tan family, Huang Xiaolong and his parents decided to visit his sister, Huang Wen. Wang Milan glanced at Huang Xiaolong from the corner of her eye and snapped, Lin Xiaotian hasn't been treating your sister well at all. I've heard that he only gives her 3 low-grade spirit stones as allowance every month. Your sister isn't able to get more money by herself, and her life is extremely difficult. Now that we're going over, we should bring whatever we can. Also, I haven't seen my grandchild in such a long time. In the past, he looked like a skinny little monkey. His father doesn't like him at all, and he probably hasn't tried these fruits before. Tears welled up in her eyes all of a sudden. A trace of coldness flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he sank into silence. In order to pander to Huang Haod, Lin Xiaotian didn't hesitate to make life difficult for his sister. He even dared to hate on his own son. Wang Milan quickly spoke up when she saw the dark look on Huang Xiaolong's face. Xiaolong, as long as he treats her better in the future, we'll let it pass. You cannot make any rash decisions when we head over later. Just several hours ago, Huang Xiaolong killed Demon Blade Fan Yidong. That terrified Huang Jiwen and Wang Milan, and they didn't believe that Huang Xiaolong was the same son that went missing 100 years ago. The expressionless face he had when he killed the other party shocked them all. How could they know that Huang Xiaolong was already a monster several million years old? To them, Huang Xiaolong didn't care about human life at all. They were terrified that Huang Xiaolong would start a massacre as soon as he saw his sister's husband. All right? Huang Xiaolong nodded helplessly when he saw the looks on their faces. After picking more than 20 types of spiritual fruits from the Blue Dragon Orchard, she filled up more than 30 large chests. As for the spiritual herbs in the garden, they managed to fill more than 50 large chests. Of course, they were kept properly in special chests made of jade. Even though they wouldn't need to travel too far to visit his sister, Huang Xiaolong purchased 2 massive flying ships from the BMW dealership. With the flying ships, he would take less than 6 hours to get there. The flying ships were massive, and it could easily store the chests filled with goodies. Of course, the chests of fruits and herbs weren't the only thing Wang Milan packed. She made a trip down to the department stores and spent several 100,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy a ton of stuff. There were clothes, daily necessities, shoes, and even underwear. She managed to fill 100 large chests, and even Huang Jiuan felt his jaws dropping in fright. The Huang family disciples who were in charge of moving the chests took a solid while to finish their job. Before they left, Huang Xiaolong reminded Huang Shingon to hasten the sale of the spiritual fruits. At the same time, he wanted Huang Shingon to purchase all the different types of spiritual fruit seeds to fill the rest of the space in the garden. Now, he only used half of the land in the Blue Dragon Orchard. According to Huang Xiaolong's estimations, he would be able to earn 3 to 4 million low-grade spirit stones a day if the entire garden was full. If it's possible, but all the surrounding land around the Blue Dragon Orchard. Huang Xiaolong continued. There were at least 500 hectares of land around the manor, and it would be for the best if he could buy them all. Yes, Your Highness. Huang Shingon bowed. I will get to it right now. The night passed as usual, and the first rays of dawn illuminated the lands. Under the escort of Huang Shingon and the others, Huang Xiaolong's family left the Blue Dragon Orchard on their flying ships. By the time they arrived at the Tan family, old ancestor Tan Bai had already led all their grand elders to give them a warm welcome. Without Huang Xiaolong stepping out from his flying ship, Tan Bai hastily brought everyone forward and kneeled at the front of the doors. Every single expert in the Tan family was stunned by their old ancestors' actions. In the past, Tan Bai had already instructed everyone to kneel in order to receive Huang Xiaolong, but the elders didn't take his words seriously. After all, Huang Xiaolong was a mere grand elder in the Huang family, but he should only be at the high-level nascent soul realm. Why would they kneel before him? In the Huaxia Alliance, only the 6 leaders had the authority to make them kneel. But when they saw their old ancestor and grand elders getting to their knees, they jumped in fright. A look of amazement could be seen on their faces as they stood there in shock. As for Tan Wei, she was also allowed to welcome Huang Xiaolong's party because of her relationship with Huang Datu. When she saw her grandfather and her second uncle, Tan Jian, rushing over to Huang Xiaolong's flying ship, she gasped in shock. As the doors of the flying ship opened, Tan Bai saw that Tan Wei and the rest of the elders were still on their feet. He snapped at them. Preposterous! Why aren't you on your knees? Their legs went numb instantly, and that was the first time Tan Wei saw her grandfather's rage. Without a doubt, all of them fell to their knees by the time Huang Xiaolong disembarked. When Huang Jiuan, Huang Milin, Huang Chunfei, and Huang Data saw the scene before them, they felt their hearts pounding in fright. Xiaolong, this... Huang Milin turned to Huang Xiaolong and exclaimed in fright, all of you can get up. With a single order, everyone slowly got to their feet. When Huang Xiaolong saw Tan Wei in the crowd, he winked at Huang Chunfei. Getting the message, Huang Chunfei quickly turned to Huang Milin and spoke, Mother, she's young lady Tan Wei. Glancing at the crowd, Huang Milin quickly noticed the young lady, as she was the only lady in the group of weird old men. She didn't care about anyone else as she walked directly over. Grabbing Tan Wei's hand, Huang Milin giggled. So you're young lady Tan Wei. Data that brat has always been talking about you. She looked at Tan Wei from head to toe, and she looked like a satisfied grandmother-in-law. Tan Wei's face flushed red from all the attention she was getting from Huang Milin. Huang Datu wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide himself when he heard what his grandmother said. But there wasn't any chance for him to do something like that. At a loss of how to react, Tan Wei looked at Tan Bai and her parents. As her parents were elders of the Tan family, they were qualified to attend the welcoming ceremony hosted by their old ancestor. A look of encouragement could be seen in their eyes as smiles formed on their faces. Yes, Auntie, I am Tan Wei. Suppressing the anxiety in her heart, she giggled. Auntie, you're really pretty too. A look of joy formed on Huang Milin's face when she heard how Tan Wei addressed her. Huang Milin chuckled. You're really good with words. I'm the little brat's grandmother, and you can just call me Grandma in the future. Grandma? Tan Wei looked at Huang Milin, who looked slightly more than 40 at best. Several days ago, Huang Milin and Huang Jiuan had been cultivating in the Grand Complete Heaven formation, and their appearances returned to their youth. Tan Wei's reaction was reasonable, as no one would expect Huang Milin to be Huang Bixing's grandmother. Even the experts of the Tan family were shocked. Only those who had seen Huang Jiuan and Wang Mailan in the Blue Dragon Orchard that day managed to keep their calm. As Wang Mailan chatted with Tan Wei, Huang Xiaolong and the others entered the main hall of the Tan family with Huang Xiaolong and his parents taking the main seat. When they were chatting happily, a different scene was playing out over in the Lin family. Huang Wen hugged Lin Xiaotian's legs as she pleaded, "Xiaotian, please stop them from fighting. If this keeps up, Lin Kai will be beaten to death. He's your son after all. You can't allow him to die before your eyes." Not too far away, 5 youngsters were kicking a scrawny young man with everything they had. Hugging his head, Lin Kai couldn't do a thing to stop any of them. Despite the pain, he didn't utter a single word in pain. He didn't even frown when they kicked him in the areas that hurt. It was as though he was numb to all pain. Lin Xiaotian glared at Huang Wen coldly. "This is a devil spawn you gave birth to. How dare he steal his sister's spiritual fruits? I'll cripple his hand today to see if he dares to do it again in the future." Hearing how Lin Xiaotian was about to cripple her son's hand, Huang Wen's expression finally changed. Tears streamed down her face and she cried, "Xiaotian, if you really cripple him today, he won't be able to live anymore. Moreover, you can't even prove that he was the one who stole the fruits. Lin Shuang might be lying for all we know. As a father, you didn't even check if he really stole the fruit. Now you're planning to cripple your son's hand." Lin Kai finally spat out whatever he wanted to say in between kicks. "I didn't steal the fruit." A young lady who had her arms crossed before her chest sneered in response. "My maidservant saw you sneaking around my courtyard this morning. What a coincidence for the fruit to go missing. If you didn't do it, did I steal my own spiritual fruit?" The lady was called Lin Shuang, and she was the most talented disciple of the Lin family. She was the daughter of Lin Xiaotian and his second wife, and she was extremely favored by her father. She had spiritual fruits for all her meals while Lin Kai and Huang Wen's treatment were worse than dogs. Whatever the case, the disappearance of a single sun and moon spiritual fruit wasn't cause for concern. However, Lin Xiaotian's hatred for Huang Wen and her son caused him to allow the beating to happen. There was a woman over 50 years old standing at the side, and she was fully clad out in precious accessories. She was Zhou Xueqing, Lin Xiaotian's second wife. She was a member of the Zhou family, but her parents' status in the family wasn't high at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't be a second wife in the Lin family. She snorted when she looked at Huang Wen. "I lost a spiritual hairpin several months ago that costed 100 low-grade spirit stones. Seems like it was stolen by this little bastard too. It's too light a punishment for you to cripple his arms." Turning to Lin Xiaotian, she continued, "There's no point in keeping him in the family anymore. Let's just expel them from the family in case they ruin our reputation any further." Huang Wen's expression sank as she yelled at Zhou Xueqing. "How dare you accuse him of that? You're lying. You're trying to frame my son, and you'll die a miserable death." Huang Wen could no longer control the flames of hatred in her heart. However, Zhou Xueqing wasn't a kind person either. Her expression sank when she heard Huang Wen's curses. "Bitch! How dare you scold my mother?" Lin Shuang snapped as she wanted to slap Huang Wen, stopping her daughter in time. So Xueqing turned to Lin Xiaotian. "Xiaotian, you heard what she said. That woman has a poisonous heart. She dares to curse me to die. Apologize to Xueqing right now." Lin Xiaotian snapped. Even though Lin Xiaotian heard what happened in the Huang family, he had no idea who were the ones in power right now. Moreover, the Lin family didn't send any experts over to watch the battle. He only knew that Huang Haod was no longer the patriarch of the Huang family. "Apologize." Huang Wen seethed in anger. "Lin Xiaotian, if you dare to cripple Lin Kai's hands today, I'll break off all ties with you." Lin Xiaotian's expression turned cold. "Are you threatening me?" He was enraged as the once docile and quiet Huang Wen dared to defy him in front of others. "You'll bear the consequences if you dare to do anything to Lin Kai." Huang Wen had enough. "I'll cripple him right now." Lin Xiaotian erupted in rage, and he appeared right in front of Lin Kai. Slashing down, Lin Xiaotian didn't give Huang Wen a chance to stop him. As someone who was cultivated by the family, he had already reached the second-level Golden Core realm. Huang Wen was no match for his speed. She was sent flying at the same time the sound of bones breaking rang in the skies. Lin Kai's arms were completely shattered by Lin Xiaotian. With blood draining from his face, beads of perspiration dripped from Lin Kai's forehead. Despite the pain, he didn't utter a single word. "Kai'er!" Huang Wen screamed as she rushed over to grab her son. Lin Shuang and Zhou Xueqing stared at the scene before them with a haughty look on their faces. "Mother, there's no need to cry. We shall leave this place forever." Lin Kai stood up as he endured the pain. Turning to his mother, a soft smile formed in his face. Blinking away the tears, Huang Wen nodded resolutely. "Huang Wen, if you dare to step out of the gates, you better not come crawling back in the future." Glaring at Lin Xiaotan, Huang Wen gnashed her teeth in anger. "Even if you beg me, I won't ever enter the Lin family. From today onwards, we shall no longer be husband and wife. Fine. Now we shall no longer be related. You are not allowed to bring away anything from my Lin family, and I would like to see you get back to your Huang family without a single penny on you." Sneering in anger, Huang Wen ignored whatever he said and left the gates of the Lin family. Lin Shuang couldn't help but sneer at their leaving figures. "Beg you to return? Humph! Who do you think you are?" Seeing the two of them leave, Lin Shuang felt a sense of happiness soaring through her heart. Even though her mother had always been favored by Lin Xiaotian, she could never be the first wife. Now that Huang Wen had left, her mother, Zhou Xueqing, was finally the first wife of Lin Xiaotian. As soon as Huang Wen left, Lin Xiaotian instructed the members of the Lin family. No one is allowed to open the gates, even if they return in the future. Acknowledging the order, the disciples of the Lin family bowed respectfully. Huang Xiaolong planned to leave after an hour, but Wang Mailan's affection for Tan Wei was so obvious that Huang Xiaolong decided to stay for several more hours. He even attended a banquet hosted by the Tan family. It was a grand event, and it could be said that it was a little too extravagant. Of course, that was the standards of Earth they were talking about. There were countless dishes of spirit beast meat, spiritual fruits, and everything they could ever think about. Huang Xiaolong's family, along with Tan Bai, Tan Wei, and Tan Wei's parents occupied a single table, but there were 108 dishes. The banquet was the most luxurious banquet ever hosted by the Tan family since the start of time. In the past, one of the 6 leaders of the Wuxia alliance paid them a visit, but even he didn't receive such treatment. Tan Jian and the other grand elders of the Tan family were sitting on the other tables, and all of them toasted Huang Xiaolong with shaky hands. Tan Wei became more and more curious about Huang Xiaolong's identity. When she tried to ask about the matter of Huang Bixing from her parents the day before, she learned that his uncle, Huang Xiaolong, was the supreme elder of the Huang family. However, how could a mere supreme grand elder, a position held by an expert in the high-level nascent soul realm, command so much respect? The banquet lasted for 2 whole hours, and it was 2 in the afternoon by the time it ended. With the members of the Tan family sending them off respectfully, Huang Xiaolong left on his flying ship. Before they left, Wang Mailan held Tan Wei's hand enthusiastically as she asked the lady to head over to the Blue Dragon Manor in 2 days. Tan Bai was over the moon when he heard Wang Mailan's invitation, and he quickly indicated for Tan Wei to accept. Glancing at Huang Bixing's tomato-red face, Tan Wei nodded sheepishly. Wang Mailan also invited Tan Bai and Tan Wei's parents after the lady herself agreed, and Tan Bai nearly jumped in joy. Despite his happiness, he didn't dare to nod his head. He looked at Huang Xiaolong cautiously and only agreed when Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly. Huang Xiaolong's flying ship left the Tan family and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. However, Tan Bai remained where he stood and stared into the distance. "Grandfather, is Huang Datu's uncle really so scary? Why are all of you so afraid of him?" Tan Wei couldn't help but ask when she saw that Huang Xiaolong was finally gone. With his expression sinking all of a sudden, Tan Bai turned serious. "In the future, address him as His Highness. His Highness matter isn't something you can ask about. Do you understand?" As Tan Wei had always been the apple of Tan Bai's eye, he never raised his voice when he spoke to her in the past. However, his serious demeanor this time caused Tan Wei to feel a little wronged. After all, she was merely asking a question. Father Weier is merely curious. She doesn't mean to be rude. Tan Wei's father, Tan Guanghai, couldn't help but explain on her behalf. Tan Bai frowned. Even if you're curious, you cannot ask about his matters. Since he returned from the Blue Dragon Orchard, Huang Xiaolong's act of tearing off Fan Yidong's head was burned into his memory. His heart would tremble in fear every time he recalled the scene, and cold sweat would form in his heart. That was the blade demon they were talking about. He was an expert at the second-level enlightenment realm. Someone like that wielded extreme power, but he was killed without putting up any resistance. Moreover, his blade was a high-grade spiritual artifact. Huang Xiaolong shattered it with a single flick of his hand. Tan Bai didn't dare to imagine which realm Huang Xiaolong had reached. Only the old ancestors of the 6 strongest factions should possess that level of strength. Tan Bai guessed. In fact, he wasn't the only one who guessed as much. Everyone who witnessed the battle in the Blue Dragon Orchard felt the same. The old ancestors of the 6 great sects were hailed as the strongest experts on Earth, and every single one of them could cause the world to shake with a stomp of their foot. Who in their right minds would go and offend people of their level? Even great General Yang Yuhe and Mo Yuan didn't dare to reveal anything with the threat of Huang Xiaolong looming over their heads. Huang Xiaolong's flying ship might be fast, but like the roads on Earth, there were patrols in the skies too. Not too long after they left the Donglin province, they were stopped by the police. They were only allowed to continue on their way after Huang Xiaolong flashed his identity plaque as the supreme elder of the Huang family. Even though the police didn't know the specifics in the Huang family, they knew that the Huang family was one of the 10 strongest families in the Huaxia Alliance. The supreme elder of the family wasn't someone they could offend. Wang Milan, Huang Jiwen, Huang Qinfei, and Huang Bixing was riding in such a luxurious ship for the first time in their lives, and they looked through the windows to see the tiny earth below. They couldn't help but point at everything that fascinated them. Isn't that the heavenly dragon building? After 3 hours, Huang Data pointed towards one of the giant buildings below them and gasped in surprise. That's right. Huang Qinfei looked at the building in awe. That's the tallest building in our Huaxia Alliance. Wang Milan looked at the giant building that resembled a slumbering dragon in the skies, and she asked, "Wouldn't it cost a lot to build something so massive? I've heard that the Ying family used more than 3 billion low-grade spirit stones in order to build the heavenly dragon building." Huang Qinfei nodded. What? 3 billion? Wang Milan and Huang Jiwen were stunned. To the two of them, that amount was something they couldn't begin to imagine. I've heard that the old ancestor of the Ying family laid down several restrictions around the building. The heavenly dragon formation itself cost more than 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. As for the interior of the building, it was made with the highest grade materials Earth had to offer. Even the toilets are extremely luxurious. Huang Qinfei exclaimed in excitement. The heavenly dragon building wasn't just the pride of the Huaxia Alliance, but it was also the only building of its kind in the world. Various important activities were held in the building itself, and the supreme leaders of the various factions would be hosted there. I wonder what the interior of the building looks like, Wang Milan sighed. A bitter smile formed on Huang Qinfei's face. Mother, the building isn't open to the public. I've heard that even the 6 leaders of the Huaxia Alliance wouldn't be able to enter as they wished. They will only be able to enter if the upper echelons of the Ying family extended an invitation, and even Enlightenment Realm experts would be unable to force their way through. Looking at them, Huang Xiaolong muttered, "If you wish to enter, I'll bring you in for a tour when we get back 2 days later." Even if the Heaven Dragon formation was 100 million times stronger, no one in the mortal world could stop Huang Xiaolong if he wanted to take a stroll in the building. Sure. Wang Milan smiled when she heard what Huang Xiaolong said. Opening his mouth slightly, Huang Qinfei chose to remain silent. The Ying family was the strongest cultivation family in the Huaxia Alliance. Their ancestor even said that they would kill anyone who entered the building without permission. Of course, no one knew the extent of Huang Xiaolong's powers. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The flying ship finally stopped, and they arrived at the Lin family. As Huang Xiaolong and his parents disembarked from the flying ship, they walked towards the entrance of the Lin family. When the disciples of the Lin family saw the luxurious flying ship Huang Xiaolong arrived in, they didn't dare to tardy as they invited them in. "You are?" one of the disciples asked, tossing his identity plaque over to the other party. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother introducing himself. When the disciples looked at it closely, he nearly fainted from fright. "Senior, you are?" Using both hands, he handed the plaque back to Huang Xiaolong. "You can call me Huang Xiaolong. I'm here with my parents to visit our relative." Huang Xiaolong. The disciple was stunned for a second. It was clear he hadn't heard of Huang Xiaolong in his life. Huang Xiaolong might be famous in the Donglin province, but the members of the Lin family had no idea who he was. However, the disciple didn't dare to show any disrespect after seeing the plaque. Inviting Huang Xiaolong towards the main hall, he bowed. "Senior, please hold on a minute while we call our Grand Elder, Lin Keheo, here." There were 10 Grand Elders in the Lin family, and Lin Keheo was the one responsible for greeting guests. Nodding slightly, Huang Xiaolong brought the others into the main hall. When the disciple reported the matter, Lin Keheo jumped in fright. "What? Did you just say that he's called Huang Xiaolong?" The disciple might not have heard of Huang Xiaolong, but as a Grand Elder, he learned of Huang Xiaolong's name several days ago. He knew that Huang Xiaolong was a newly appointed Grand Elder of the Huang family, and he had a lot of respect from the new Huang family patriarch, Huang Shingon. "Yes, Grand Elder." The disciple was shocked to see such a huge reaction from the Grand Elder. Lin Keheo hastily got to his feet and rushed out of the room instantly. He no longer bothered with his wives and concubines who were having a meal with him, and he charged towards the main hall. "Hurry up and bring me to him." Something clicked in his mind all of a sudden, and he turned around to bark out several orders. "Notify the other Grand Elders in the manor right now. We have to welcome Huang Xiaolong properly. Oh right. Tell the patriarch too." The disciple of the Lin family was stunned, and so were his wives. His main wife couldn't help but ask, "Keheo, isn't he just a Grand Elder of the Huang family? It's good enough for you to go alone. Why do you need to notify the patriarch? What the fuck do you know?" His yell startled everyone present. The Huang family isn't what it used to be. His wives looked at each other in shock. The Huang family's transformation didn't make its way to the ears of his wives, as they weren't expert cultivators. As soon as Lin Keheo left his courtyard, he didn't bother gathering everyone as he charged towards the main hall. His expression was solemn, and the disciples who looked at him felt their hearts pounding in fear. "Grand Elder Huang Xiaolong is an esteemed guest of our Lin family. How dare you guys leave him in the outer section of the main hall?" Lin Keheo snapped at the disciples of the Lin family. Opening his mouth, no words came out as the disciple had no idea what to say. Ordinarily, the Grand Elders were all made to wait in the outer section of the main hall when they came. He was doing what they normally did and saw no reason for Lin Keheo's anger. After lecturing the disciples on their behavior, Lin Keheo suppressed the anxiety in his heart and muttered to himself, "I wonder why Grand Elder Huang Xiaolong came all the way over to our Lin family." It was already 7 p.m. by the time Huang Xiaolong arrived, and anyone who came to pay a visit at that timing would be a cause for concern. Grand Elder Huang Xiaolong said that he came with his parents to visit his relative. The disciple reported, "Visit his relative?" Lin Keheo was even more confused. Was there someone of the Huang family in the Lin family? After thinking for some time, he couldn't recall anyone in the Lin family whose surname started with Huang. Whatever the case, he arrived at the grand entrance of the main hall and he sucked in a deep breath. Regaining his composure, he stepped into the main hall with a dignified expression on his face. Lin Keheo's behavior was understandable when one looked at the difference in power between the two families. Now that Huang Shingon entered the Enlightenment realm while accepting the Tan family and Sun family under their banner, they had a total of 3 Enlightenment realm experts under their command. With the nascent soul realm experts of the other families, the Huang family's strength increased by more than one-fold. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong was the Grand Elder who gained the trust of Huang Shingon, and he could be said to be someone who had supreme power in the Huang family. As soon as Lin Keheo entered the hall, his gaze locked onto Huang Xiaolong. He was shocked. He heard that Huang Xiaolong was a youth who looked to be in his mid-20s, but he refused to believe that it could be possible. Now, he realized that Huang Xiaolong looked even younger than the rumors. Moreover, he was just too damn handsome. I am Lin Keheo, and I greet Grand Elder Huang Xiaolong. Lin Keheo walked towards Huang Xiaolong and smiled. I've long since heard of brother's reputation. Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly in response. Ignoring Huang Xiaolong's lack of reaction, Lin Keheo continued on to greet those around him. Very quickly, the other Grand Elders of the Lin family arrived, and the entire place bustled with activity. Greetings were thrown all around, and when it finally settled, the patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Guodong, started the ball rolling. I've heard that Grand Elder Huang Xiaolong is here to visit your relative. Is that true? That's right. I heard that my sister, Huang Wen, is married into your Huang family. I'm here with my parents to visit her. According to Huang Xiaolong's plans, they would head over to visit Huang Wen directly. However, his parents insisted on paying their respects to the upper echelons of the Lin family in order for them to take note of her. Huang Wen. Everyone from the Lin family looked at each other in surprise. Her husband is Lin Xiaotian. Huang Jiuan explained. Lin Xiaotian? Lin Guodong and the others were shocked. Lin Xiaotian was an elder of the Lin family, and all of them knew who he was. However, they didn't expect that Huang Xiaolong's sister would be married to an elder in the Lin family. After all, a mere elder of the Lin family wasn't important enough to catch anyone's eyes. Oh! Lin Guodong forced a laugher while he racked his brains to recall who Huang Jiuan had mentioned. I'll get someone to summon them over right now. Very quickly, the direct disciple of the Lin family patriarch received the order and he rushed over to Lin Xiaotian's residence. Even though Lin Xiaotian was an elder of the Lin family, his status wasn't too high. As such, his manor wasn't located in the headquarters of the Lin family, and they had to run over to his place to get him. Of course, he didn't live too far away from the actual headquarters of the Lin family. Brother Lin Xiaotian. Congratulations. Congratulations. When Lin Chengtian, the direct disciple of the Lin family patriarch, arrived, a look of enthusiasm could be seen on his face. He felt that Lin Xiaotian was too damn lucky. He was actually able to form a relationship with Grand Elder Huang Xiaolong, and a trace of jealousy formed in his heart. Lin Chengtian's enthusiasm caused Lin Xiaotian's head to swell. Lin Chengtian wasn't just an elder of the Lin family, he was a 9th-level Golden Core Realm cultivator. And he was the direct disciple of the Lin family patriarch himself. His status in the Lin family was extremely high, and his authority was only slightly less than the Grand Elders. When Lin Xiaotian met Lin Chengtian in the past, the latter wouldn't even look him in the eye. Now, he was acting so cordially towards Lin Xiaotian and the difference was huge. Elder Lin Chengtian. This. Lin Xiaotian couldn't understand the treatment he was getting, and he decided to make a small probe. Why are you congratulating me? Roaring with laughter, Lin Chengtian slapped Lin Xiaotian's shoulders. Your brother-in-law is here. Ha ha ha. With his help, you will definitely succeed in life. You should be taking care of me in the future. My brother-in-law? Lin Xiaotian was stunned. Zhou Xueqing gasped in shock. Is my big brother here? This? Lin Chengtian looked at Zhou Xueqing and asked, could that really be Huang Wen? If that was the case, there were many elders in the Lin family, and Lin Xiaotian wasn't even one of the more outstanding ones. Lin Chengtian had no idea what was going on in his life. Lin Xiaotian hastily responded, Elder Lin Chengtian. This is my wife, Zhou Xueqing. After chasing Huang Wen away, he very quickly announced the matter of Zhou Xueqing becoming his main wife. Wife? Zhou Xueqing? Lin Chengtian couldn't help but frown. Elder Lin Xiaotian. Isn't your wife Huang Wen? Did Grand Elder Huang Xiaolong of the Huang family mix things up? Huang won. Lin Xiaotian yelped in shock. Lin Shuang, who was standing at the side, snapped when she heard Huang Wen's name. Humph! That bitch was expelled from the Lin family by my father half a day ago. My mother is Lin Xiaotian's wife. No. What? What did you just say? Lin Chengtian felt his body freezing up in fear. Pointing at Lin Xiaotian, he roared. What the fuck did you do? That was Huang when they were talking about. The sister of Grand Elder Huang Xiaolong of the Huang family. She was expelled from the family by this dumbass of a elder. If Huang Xiaolong ever found out, Lin Chengtian felt his heart pounding in fear at the consequences. When Lin Xiaotian saw Lin Chengtian's reaction, he frowned. Why was someone else going crazy because of a wife he discarded? Elder Lin Chengtian, this. Explain yourself right now. Why did you expel her from the family? Lin Chengtian roared in anger. He couldn't understand why Lin Xiaotian would actually do something so stupid. That slut's son stole my mother's spiritual hairpin and my spiritual fruit. My father crippled his arms and kicked them out of the Lin family half a day ago. Lin Shuang snapped haughtily. Crippled Huang Wen's son's arms. Kicked them out of the Lin family. Lin Chengtian felt the world spinning around him. Wasn't Huang Wen's son Huang Xiaolong's nephew? A terrifying wave of killing intent oozed out from Lin Chengtian's body, and he glared at Lin Xiaotian. You idiot! Get them back right now. Bring Huang Wen and her son over to me. Lin Xiaotian was stunned by Lin Chengtian's sudden outburst, and he couldn't help but ask, Elder Lin Chengtian, what's going on? Zhou Xueqing, Lin Shuang, and his other wives stared at Lin Chengtian in confusion. An urge to send Lin Xiaotian flying with a single slap surged through Lin Chengtian's mind, and he roared in anger. That's because her older brother is here. Huang Wen's older brother? Lin Xiaotian knew that she only had a young brother called Huang Qinfei. Where did her older brother come from? Elder Lin Chengtian, did you get something wrong? Huang Wen doesn't have an older brother. She only has a younger brother called Huang Qinfei, and he's nothing but a cripple. As for her parents, they are on the verge of death. Lin Chengtian sneered angrily. Mistaken? You're really dumber than I thought. You have no idea what went on in the Huang family, do you? Let me tell you right now. Huang Wen's older brother returned 8 days ago, and he's called Huang Xiaolong. He ascended to the position of a grand elder the moment he returned. And do you know which Huang family I'm talking about right now? Huang Xiaolong. Lin Xiaotian stared at him in shock. The newly ascended leader of the grand elders of the Huang family. Huang Wen's older brother. Huang Xiaolong's name flashed through his mind all of a sudden. He heard of that name several days ago, and he didn't really care about it. However, it seemed as though he had gotten himself into a whole lot of trouble. Lin Xiaotian's wives stared at him in shock. It was especially so for Zhou Xueqing and Lin Shuang. They didn't expect that she would be the younger sister of a grand elder of the Huang family. The supreme grand elders, no less. That's right. Lin Chengtian's eyes were cold as he glared at Lin Xiaotian. They are in the main hall of our Lin family right now. My master and the grand elders appeared personally to greet him. If you fail to locate Huang Wen right now, you'll be in deep trouble. Lin Xiaotian finally realized how serious the situation was, and panic set in his heart. He wasn't the only one. Zhou Xueqing was equally as nervous. If he learned that she was the one who forced his sister to Elder Lin Chengtian, she has already left for half a day. How am I supposed to locate her? Lin Xiaotian cried out in panic. Forcing himself to calm down, Lin Chengtian knew that there was no other choice. He suppressed his anger and growled. I'll bring you over to the main hall right now. When you meet Huang Xiaolong and the others, do not mention anything about how you expelled her from the Lin family. Say that they left several days ago. The universities would start their lessons in 2 days, and you can say that Huang Wen sent her son, Lin Kai, over to school. All right, that settles it. Lin Chengtian sighed. Hide this from Huang Xiaolong now. When we launch an actual search for Huang Wen several days later, you better beg for her forgiveness. Do you understand me? Lin Xiaotian wanted to say something, but he nodded eventually. As such, the two of them made their way towards the main hall of the Lin family. After Lin Chengtian left, Lin Shuang snapped. How dare he ask my father to apologize to that slut? He's just a grand elder of the Huang family. Humph! My father is an elder of the Lin family. Even if he learns of what we did, they wouldn't dare to move against my father. Zhou Xueqing, who was leagues ahead of her silly daughter, realized the seriousness of the situation and she warned. Shuanger, you can say anything you wish now, but when Huang Wen actually returns, we have to apologize to them. We have to appear sincere no matter what. We need to ensure the two of them doesn't pursue the situation. If Huang Wen actually complains about us, things will get ugly. Zhou Xueqing was no fool. The only thing she wanted now was for Huang Wen to return and for the entire thing to blow over with a simple apology. When they were speaking to each other, Lin Chengtian and Lin Xiaotian had already returned to the main hall. Lin Xiaotian saw the members of the Huang family sitting comfortably in the main hall. Huang Jiyuan and Wang Milan's transformation was too huge, and he didn't recognize them. The only one he managed to identify was Huang Qingfei. But even so, he knew that Huang Qingfei looked many years younger than he once was. He was no longer the cripple, and Lin Xiaotian gasped in shock. Where's my sister? Huang Xiaolong's expression fell when he saw that the only person to arrive was Lin Xiaotian. Other people might not be able to realize that something was wrong, but Huang Xiaolong was no ordinary man. He was an old monster who experienced more than 100 million years of life. He knew that something was wrong the moment Lin Xiaotian entered the hall. No matter how hard the two of them tried to play it off, Huang Xiaolong caught them instantly. With his actual cultivation base at the God of Creation realm, Huang Xiaolong's aura alone was terrifying despite his suppression of his cultivation base. How could a mere golden core realm cultivator hide anything from him? With a plop, he fell to his knees. Lin Xiaotian stared at Huang Xiaolong. Was that the power of an expert at the nascent soul realm? Senior Lord, Lin Xiaotian failed to form a single coherent sentence. What's going on? Lin Guodong and the others realized that something was wrong. In a state of panic, they couldn't respond in time. Speak. Where is my sister? A trace of coldness flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes, and he dragged Lin Xiaotian towards him with a wave of his arm. Feeling the killing intent rolling off Huang Xiaolong's body, Lin Xiaotian's mind went blank, and he forgot everything they rehearsed previously. She was expelled from the Lin family yesterday. What? Lin Guodong and the others jumped in fright. When they heard that Huang Wen was expelled from the family, Huang Jiyuan and the others felt their expressions changing. It was especially so for Wang Milan. She grabbed Lin Xiaotian by the collar and screamed, "Why did you do that? Why would you expel my daughter from the Lin family? What wrong did she do?" Lin Xiaotian was so terrified by Huang Xiaolong that he couldn't utter a word. In an instant, he spoke about the matters that happened that day. When they heard everything that happened, Wang Milan cried out in anger, "You're a heartless bastard. Lin Kai is your son. How could you listen to everything Zhou Xueqing and her daughter said?" As Huang Xiaolong had his back towards Lin Guodong, the latter didn't manage to see the terrifying expression on Huang Xiaolong's face. Stepping up as the patriarch of the Lin family, he tried to make things better. "Grand Elder Huang, please hand the matter over to me. I will get to the bottom of it. If Zhou Xueqing and her daughter really conspired against your sister, I will definitely punish them accordingly. I will ensure that I give Grand Elder Huang a proper explanation." Even though that was what Lin Guodong said, he was obviously siding with Lin Xiaotian. Of course, he couldn't side with an outsider when a member of his family was threatened. Despite Lin Xiaotian crippling his son and expelling his wife from the family, he had to do all he could as the patriarch. Even if he did punish them in the future, he would let them off easily. There was no way they could hand them over to Huang Xiaolong. Otherwise, the Lin family's name would be dragged through the mud. Turning around, Huang Xiaolong glared at Lin Guodong. "You wish to conduct your own investigation? Do you really think you will give them a fair trial?" Lin Guodong's heart trembled uncomfortably when he looked at Huang Xiaolong. He knew that he wasn't planning to, but he was the Lin family patriarch and he had to keep up the appearances no matter what. Grand Elder Huang Xiaolong, Xiaotian is a member of my Lin family. Lin Guodong wanted to continue, but a terrifying aura emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body as anger clouded his heart. Scram! A single word from Huang Xiaolong was like the heavenly tribulation that was about to end the world. As they were located in the Ha province, the entire continent shook and more than 10 cities and the tens of millions of people location in the area heard his yell. They felt the boundless killing intent rolling off Huang Xiaolong, and they stared into the skies in horror. Practically every single beast in the continent got to their knees in an instant, and even those hiding in their caves fell to the ground. Some even urinated on the ground in fear. The flying ships in the air above the Ha province trembled like a leaf in the wind, and all of them had to make an emergency landing after the sound wave slammed into them. As for Lin Guodong, who was standing in front of Huang Xiaolong, he was sent flying in an instant. The main hall of the Lin family was reduced to dust and the structures around crumbled. Lin Guodong wasn't the only one who was sent flying, as the other experts in the hall experienced the same fate. As for Lin Changtian, he felt as though he was a blade of grass in a hurricane. Lin Xiaotian was the only exception. He wasn't sent flying as blood sprayed from all 7 orifices of his body. Lin Guodong and the others stared at Huang Xiaolong fearfully. You? Lin Guodong failed to complete his sentence, and no one knew if it was because of his fear for Huang Xiaolong or his injuries. As the patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Guodong was even stronger than Huang Haod. He was an 8th-level nascent soul realm expert, but he failed to withstand a single snort from Huang Xiaolong. In fact, Huang Xiaolong only used a tiny bit of his power at the 9th-level void mortal realm. Even so, none of them were able to resist his power. All of you better start praying to whatever god you believe in right now. You better pray that my sister and my nephew doesn't run into any mishap. If they do, I'll raze your Lin family to the ground. Huang Xiaolong glared at Lin Guodong and the others before disappearing from his spot. The most important thing right now was to locate his sister, and not to discipline the Lin family. When Lin Guodong saw how Huang Xiaolong disappeared from his spot, he felt extreme regret in his heart. If he knew how terrifying Huang Xiaolong was, he wouldn't even try to protect the members of his Lin family. All of a sudden, he caught sight of Wang Mylin and the others. He saw the look of fear and shock on their faces, and a trace of hope formed in his heart. He couldn't be bothered with his injuries as he crawled over to Wang Mylin and Huang Jiuan. Please help to plead on our behalf. I know my mistakes. When Huang Xiaolong left, Lin Guodong knew that he would definitely live up to his words and exterminate the Lin family if anything happened to his sister and his nephew. The grand elders of the Lin family were the same. They begged Wang Mylin and Huang Jiuan for mercy. In fact, Huang Jiuan and Wang Mylin were shocked by Huang Xiaolong's sudden outburst. At that instant, Huang Wen and Lin Kai were surrounded by more than a dozen beasts in a certain mountain range away from the Ha province. There were several beast corpses lining the road as blood stained the ground red. No one knew if the blood came from the beasts or from the mother-son duo. Lin Kai's arms were crippled, and the two of them didn't have any money on them. Initially, Huang Wen wanted to pick some herbs for Lin Kai, but no one expected them to be surrounded by more than a dozen beasts. Luckily for them, Huang Wen was in the foundation building realm and she managed to fight them off. However, she wasn't able to sustain for long and the two of them fell into danger. Huang Wen's wounds were bleeding nonstop as Lin Kai's legs were bitten by one of the beasts. "Mother, you have to leave right now." "Leave me," Lin Kai cried. "If you stay here, none of us will be able to leave." Huang Wen shook her head resolutely and she sobbed. "I'm not going anywhere. If you die, I won't have the will to live anymore. The two of us shall reunite in the afterlife. The only thing I regret is not being a filial daughter. I won't be able to see your grandparents ever again. If we die, there won't be anyone left to avenge us. Please, dying here will be too easy on those two women." A beast lunged at Lin Kai as he completed his sentence, and its fangs appeared beside Lin Kai's neck in an instant. With a sad smile forming on his face, Lin Kai accepted his fate. Huang Wen screamed in terror, "Kai or no?" Her voice cracked and sadness filled her heart. Right before the fangs of the beast could pierce his neck, the two of them felt as though the world turned silent. The entire world around them returned to peace as they stared at each other in shock. Lin Kai widened his eyes as he looked at a handsome young man appeared before him. With a simple point, the beast exploded into a mist of blood 100 meters away from the group. Lin Kai was even more shocked to discover that the beasts that surrounded Huang Wen popped like bubbles without a single sound. Not a single one of them remained intact. After they popped, the noise that disappeared returned and time seemed to flow again. Lin Kai stared at the scene before him in disbelief. He didn't even realize that his wounds were bleeding, and Huang Wen was the same. The despair in her heart turned to confusion as everything changed too suddenly. She stared at the person who just appeared and a sense of familiarity filled her heart. Turning around, Huang Xiaolong looked at his long-lost sister. When she saw Huang Xiaolong's face, Huang Wen felt her body freezing in shock. This youngster was exactly the same as the man in her memories 100 years ago. There was no way two people could look so similar. Sister. Huang Xiaolong looked at his sister whose hair had already turned white. Her face was filled with wrinkles, and her body was as skinny as could be. Huang Wen felt a jolt running through her body when she heard how he called her. Tears streamed down her face, but she couldn't believe who it was. You, who are you? Are you really? She didn't dare to continue. After all, she had always been wishing for her older brother's return for the past 100 years. Day after day, she was disappointed. Finally, the last of her hope disappeared and she felt that Huang Xiaolong was gone for good. That's right. It's me. I'm back. A smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face as he slowly approached Huang Wen. It was the same smile she remembered 100 years ago. Running towards him, Huang Wen could no longer control her emotions. She bawled her eyes out, and she cried her hearts out. She hugged the figure without letting go and she poured all her grievances out. She wanted to let everything out. Elder brother, you're finally back. I've been so tired these past few years. Huang Wen hugged Huang Xiaolong and she cried. Do you know? Lin Kai's life has been hard. He can't return to a home that exists, and I haven't seen Mom and Dad for years. Every time I try to go back, Lin Xiaotian will always stop me. He even trapped me in my room once. Zhou Xueqing and her daughter will always find ways to make life difficult for me and Kaier. She cried out all the injustice she experienced, and Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but rub her head affectionately when he heard her stories. Don't worry, I'm back. No one will be able to wrong you anymore. I, Huang Xiaolong, will get back at them on your behalf. Lin Kai looked at his mother who was crying her eyes out and gasped in shock. Elder brother? Why was she calling someone younger than her son that? Wait a minute. He heard about the stories from his mother once, and he wondered if the young man in front of him was the legendary uncle he had. After crying for some time, Huang Wen finally dried her tears. She looked at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. Brother, are you really back? I'm not dreaming, am I? The familiar smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face once again. He chuckled at the absurd notion. After all, she had been hugging him for the past half an hour or so. Of course it's real. Chenfei and our parents followed me to the Lin family to visit you, and all of them are currently in the main hall of the Lin family waiting for your return. Huang Wen jumped in joy. Are they all here? Of course they are. When we get back later, you'll be able to see them. But first, I will need to treat your injuries. As soon as he spoke, he retrieved 2 stalks of spiritual herbs. Radiant Saint Blood Ginseng. Huang Wen cried out in shock. These have grown for 500 years. Radiant Saint Blood Ginseng that grew for 500 years. That was a spiritual herb specialized in treating injuries. Of course, they were herbs Huang Xiaolong planted in his garden. Chuckling softly, Huang Xiaolong explained, You're half right. These are 600-year-old Radiant Saint Blood Ginseng. He handed them over to Huang Wen and Lin Kai. However, Huang Wen shook her head to refuse. Brother, These are too precious. Our injuries aren't that bad, and it's a waste for us to use these herbs. Staring at her in shock, Huang Xiaolong tried many different ways to get them to refine the herb. After some long and hard persuasion, they finally ate it. When they refined the herb, Huang Xiaolong started to assist them in reforming their bodies. Like what he did to Huang Jiuan and Wang Milan, he transformed their bodies completely. It went without surprise that Lin Kai's arms started to heal. They were just broken bones at best, and even if every single bone in his body turned to dust, Huang Xiaolong was more than capable of bringing him back to normal. A soft light enveloped their bodies, and the two of them started to break through continuously. In the past, Huang Xiaolong did the same thing when he helped his parents. Now it was Huang Wen and Lin Kai's turn. Several minutes later, Huang Xiaolong finally stopped. When the two of them opened their eyes again, they were shocked. "Mom, you became so young," Lin Kai cried out in shock. He couldn't believe that the woman in her mid-40s was really his mother. In the past, Huang Wen looked like a grandma in her 90s. Her hair was now silky and black, and her skin was smooth again. Huang Wen was stunned when she heard what Lin Kai said. She examined herself, and she jumped in fright. "I seem to have broken through to the 7th level foundation building realm. I'm at the 4th level Xiantian realm." Lin Kai yelled in surprise. "My arm. It's healed. When you were recovering, I gave you a little assistance." Huang Xiaolong chuckled. When the two of them were finally done examining themselves, Huang Xiaolong brought them back towards the Lin family. "Xiaolong, why don't we let it go? I don't wish to step into the Lin family ever again." Huang Wen hesitated for a moment before tugging Huang Xiaolong's sleeves. The Lin family was an eternal nightmare for her and Lin Kai, and she never wanted to see them again. However, Huang Xiaolong reassured them, "I learned everything I needed to know. This time I'll help you get back at them. You will be able to deal with Zhou Xueqing and Lin Shuang however you wish. After you punish them, we shall return to the Huang family. You will never have to see them again." Huang Wen nodded, but worries still filled her heart. Lin Xiaotian is an elder of the Lin family, and he isn't someone you can punish as you please. He really loves Zhou Xueqing and Lin Shuang, and there's no way he will hand them over to us. "Yeah, Uncle," Lin Xiaotian tries to put on a front that he's a proper elder of the Lin family, and he managed to form several connections with the elders of the family. If he refuses to hand them over, we won't be able to do anything to him. Even though Huang Xiaolong had already assisted them in their recovery and pushed their strength up to a whole new level, the two of them had no idea how strong one had to be in order to do something like that. "Relax. I'm a grand elder of the Huang family now. Even the Lin family patriarch has to show me some respect." Lin Xiaotian wouldn't dare to hide anything. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Huang Wen and Lin Kai stared at him in shock. "Brother, have you already broken into the nascent soul realm?" Huang Wen exclaimed in shock. "Nascent soul?" Huang Xiaolong nodded and laughed. "Yeah, that's right. I broke through to the nascent soul realm a long, long time ago." As for how long it was, Huang Xiaolong had no idea. Huang Wen was elated when she heard his reply. "That's great. I know that with your talent, you will definitely enter the nascent soul realm." It was obvious she didn't pay attention to Huang Xiaolong's emphasis on a long time ago. Lin Kai was similarly jumping in joy. "Uncle, a grand elder of the Lin family can earn 1,000 low-grade spirit stones a month. Do you get that as a grand elder of the Huang family?" Huang Wen glared at him and chided, "You money-faced brat." Turning to Huang Xiaolong, she chuckled sheepishly. "Ignore him. This little kid's dream is to earn 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and all he can think about is money." However, Lin Kai was serious as he explained his motive. "If I can earn 1,000 low-grade spirit stones a month, Mother and I will be able to eat spirit beast meat every day. Humph. We won't have to eat salted vegetables and rice every day." Huang Xiaolong's smile froze and his expression darkened when he heard what Lin Kai said. "Is that how Lin Xiaotian treats you?" As an elder in the Lin family, Lin Xiaotian definitely has a part in the Lin family's business. His income wasn't low at all, but he fed his wife and son salted vegetables and rice. "Humph. Getting salted vegetables will be considered a blessing. There are times where we only get soy sauce and white rice. When I try to earn some money myself, Lin Xiaotian will stop me. He even said that if he discovers that I've been working, he'll break my legs. A trace of coldness flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. When Huang Wen noticed the look on his face, she quickly stopped Lin Kai from saying any more. Brother, it doesn't matter. We might have lived a tough life, but we didn't run into any huge problems. Sighing, Huang Xiaolong looked at his sister with a trace of sadness in his eyes. He knew that she was trying to calm him down when she said that. After all, how could one's life be comfortable if they had to eat soy sauce with rice as members of a noble family? Don't worry. In the future, you will definitely be able to eat better. Huang Xiaolong muttered, and he retrieved 2 spatial bags. He handed one to Huang Wen and one to Lin Kai. What's this? Huang Wen asked with a frown on her face. It's a spatial bag, and each bag contains 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. You can spend them freely and buy whatever you wish. If it's not enough, just let me know. 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Huang Wen and Lin Kai nearly dropped the bag they were holding. Even 500,000 gold coins were a fortune for them. Ever since Huang Wen entered the Lin family, she had never had more than 10,000 gold coins on her. Lin Kai was shocked too. Even if he earned 1,000 low-grade spirit stones per month, he would only be able to get 12,000 of them a year. He wouldn't earn that much even if he had 40 years of time. Brother, where did you get so much money? Huang Wen gasped in fright. Ha ha ha. I killed several beasts a few days ago. I traded their inner cores for some spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. There's no need to worry. I didn't rob a bank for this. That's not what I meant. Huang Wen sighed. This is too much money. We cannot accept this. After she spoke, she tried to return the pouch to Huang Xiaolong. This is nothing to your big brother. After all, I obtained more than 20 million low-grade spirit stones several days ago. There's no need to stand on ceremony with me. Just keep it. 20 million low-grade spirit stones. Huang Wen and Lin Kai stared at him in amazement. The two of them didn't even understand what concept 20 million was. Eventually, Huang Xiaolong managed to persuade them to keep the spirit stones. When they did, they felt their bodies getting heavier by a whole lot, even though it was a mere psychological reaction. It didn't take them long to return to the Lin family. When they returned, Huang Wen and Lin Kai saw that an entire chunk of the Lin family had been leveled into nothingness, and they stared at the scene before them in shock. Senior Huang, you're back. Lin Guodong, who had been waiting uneasily, yelled the moment he saw Huang Xiaolong. When he saw the mother and son duo following behind him, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He seemed to have seen the light at the end of the tunnel as he welcomed them back. The grand elders of the Lin family rushed forward to welcome Huang Xiaolong. There were looks of fear and respect on their faces, and they no longer dared to call Huang Xiaolong's full name out loud. Ever since Huang Xiaolong disappeared from the main hall, they seemed to have thought of something. They could also guess that the changes in the Huang family had something to do with him, and a terrifying image flashed through their minds. Huang Wen and Lin Kai felt their jaws dropping in fright when they saw how respectful the Lin family was behaving when they saw Huang Xiaolong. Snorting lightly, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother too much with their greeting. Wang Milan, Huang Jiwen, Huang Qinfei, and big-headed Huang slowly made their way over when they saw that Huang Xiaolong was back. Are you Wen'er? Wang Milan stared at Huang Wen in shock. Mom, Huang Wen gasped. When they were making their way back, Huang Xiaolong told Huang Wen about how their parents' appearances had already returned to their youth. As such, Huang Wen wasn't too surprised when she saw the change. With tears streaming down their faces, Huang Wen and Wang Milan hugged each other without any intention of letting go. My dear daughter. Huang Jiyuan and the others eventually made their way over and joined the group hug. The only person who didn't take part was Huang Xiaolong, and he looked at the members of the Lin family. He noticed Lin Xiaoyan's sorry appearance as several ladies and their children kneeled beside him. It seemed as though they were all members of Lin Xiaoyan's family. Huang Xiaolong's gaze landed on Zhou Xueqing and Lin Shuang as he saw their bodies trembling in fright. Who is Zhou Xueqing and Lin Shuang? Huang Xiaolong muttered softly. Their bodies shook like a leaf in the wind when Huang Xiaolong called their names. Senior Huang, you're looking right at them. Lin Guodong pointed at the mother-daughter pair instantly. Zhou Xueqing and Lin Shuang were summoned by Lin Xiaotian along with all his other children. Did you find out what happened? Huang Xiaolong stared at Lin Guodong and caused the latter's knees to go weak. Yes. I got to the bottom of the matter. It's good that you did. Huang Xiaolong snorted and he made his way over to the mother and daughter pair. When Zhou Xueqing and Lin Shuang saw Huang Xiaolong walking over, they slammed their heads into the ground without a word. They didn't know what to say, and Lin Shuang seemed to have forgotten everything she said to her mother when Lin Xiaotian was summoned previously. After Lin Xiaotian left, Lin Shuang doubted Huang Xiaolong could do anything to them even with his identity as a grand elder of the Huang family. However, now that he was standing before her, she slammed her head into the ground so hard that it was about to break. Lin Xiaotian screamed as he looked at Huang Wen. Wen, I was wrong. Seeing as we have been married for so many years, please save me. I don't wish to die. Huang Wen hesitated for a moment when she heard his pleas. However, Lin Kai wasn't so kind. Married? Did you forget how you expelled my mother from your family just several hours ago? The blood drained from Lin Xiaoyan's face when he heard what Lin Kai said. Flicking his fingers, Huang Xiaolong sent a ray of light into the bodies of Zhou Xueqing, Lin Shuang, and Lin Xiaotian. They dropped to the ground as they rolled about in pain. The pain was so unbearable that Zhou Xueqing tore her face apart with her nails, and she became a bloody mess. Lin Guodong and the grand elders of the Lin family felt their scalps going numb when they saw what happened. Of course, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't take matters into his own hands. He eventually released the three of them and handed them over to Huang Wen. As her heart softened, Huang Wen chose to spare Lin Xiaotian. However, she only managed to save his life. Lin Kai glared at his brothers, who had beaten him half to death, and seethed with anger. Even though Huang Wen allowed Lin Xiaotian to live, Lin Guodong wasn't stupid. He made an announcement to the entire family that he would strip Lin Xiaotian of his status as an elder of the Lin family. He would be expelled from the Lin family with his wives and children that very instant. When Huang Wen boarded Huang Xiaolong's flying ship to leave the Lin family, Lin Xiaoyan's cries for her to stay fell on deaf ears. As the flying ship left the Lin family, Lin Xiaotian collapsed on the ground with a face full of despair. Now that he had been expelled from the Lin family, there would be nowhere left for him to go. The Wuxia alliance might be large, but no one would dare to take him in. On the flying ship, Huang Wen and Lin Kai stared at the chests full of spiritual fruits and herbs with their jaws wide open. These were meant for you when we visited the Lin family, but we didn't think that something like that would happen. Wang Milan sighed. Did you buy all these spiritual fruits for me? Huang Wen gasped in shock. Wang Milan and Huang Jiwen looked at each other and smiled. Of course not. Xiaolong grew these himself. Wang Milan explained. Huang Wen turned to look at Huang Xiaolong in surprise. Is that true? Did you grow all of these yourself? Huang Jiwen continued. These are merely a little bit of the fruits in your brother's garden. When we return to Huazhou City, you'll understand. A little bit. Huang Wen and Lin Kai felt question marks popping up in their minds. Uncle, these fruits, can we eat them? Lin Kai gulped down a mouthful of saliva and he asked. Of course. If these aren't enough, you can eat your fill when we get back to the Blue Dragon Orchard. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Laughter permeated the entire flying ship. In a flash, everyone started to feast on the fruits they brought with them. Several moments later, Lin Kai held his stomach that had bloated to the size of a basketball and he finally stopped. The flying ship continued on its way and it slowly approached the Heavenly Dragon building. In the majestic structure itself, Yingji, the patriarch of the Ying family, strolled about with two grand elders beside him as they ensured that nothing was amiss. The 8 Alliance Summit will be held in several days. Nothing can go wrong. Check everything again, and we cannot miss out a single detail. Any suspicious character who approaches the Heavenly Dragon building has to be investigated, whether they like it or not. Ingji warned. The 8 Alliance Summit would be held in 3 days on the highest floor of the Heavenly Dragon building. Grand Elder Ing Shiming and Ing Xiong nodded respectfully. Patriarch, you can rest assured. With the Heavenly Dragon formation, even a fly won't be able to enter the building. Ing Shiming chuckled. That's right. Patriarch, there's nothing to worry about. Since the Heavenly Dragon building's construction several dozen years ago, there hasn't been a single person who managed to barge into the building. Ingji nodded. Even so, it will be better to be careful. The Turkic extremist groups in the north have been pretty active recently. The Turkic extremist group has always been one of the hidden dangers in the Wuxia alliance. They were situated in the north, but there hasn't been anyone who could pinpoint their base of operations. As the 3 of them approached the top level of the Heavenly Dragon building, a flying ship hovered 100 meters away from the structure. Xiaolong, let's forget about it. Chunfei mentioned that the Ing family's old patriarch ordered for the death of anyone who dares to trespass. Let's not do anything stupid. Wang Milan started to hesitate now that they had arrived. Yeah, uncle, there has been an Enlightenment Realm expert who ignored the Ing family's warning. He was trapped by the Heavenly Dragon formation before being thrown into the Heavenly City's prison by the Wuxia government. Lin Kai continued. The Heavenly City's prison is the most terrifying prison in the Wuxia alliance. No one will be able to escape after getting thrown in unless they receive a pardon from the old ancestor of the Ing family. As the #1 expert in the Wuxia alliance, the old ancestor of the Ing family called the shots. If he threw someone into the prison, not even the leaders of the Wuxia alliance would dare to release someone without his permission. Lin Kai didn't think that Huang Xiaolong would be crazy enough to set his sights on the Heavenly Dragon building, not to mention the fact that he wanted to bring all of them in. He jumped in fright when he heard Huang Xiaolong's plan. A smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face when he heard their warnings. Relax. The old ancestor of the Ing family isn't capable of throwing me into prison. As soon as he spoke, the scene before their eyes changed. In an instant, they were teleported into the highest level of the Heavenly Dragon building. Lin Kai stared at the interior of the building and he gasped in shock. Are we in? Didn't they say that the Heavenly Dragon formation around the building was the strongest formation in existence? Wasn't it said that no one would ever be able to enter the building by force? Uncle, is the formation inactive right now? Lin Kai asked. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Yeah, maybe. Turning to Wang Milan, he continued, this is the highest floor in the Heavenly Dragon building. Let's take a look around. Wang Milan stared at him in shock, but she soon regained her calm. The entire group started to chat as they strolled about the highest floor of the Heavenly Dragon building. With the size of the building, the top floor had enough space to house a giant department store. It was nearly 6,000 square feet large, and there were countless structures and decorative items laid all about. All of them came from the greatest craftsmen on Earth, and some of them were even worth several million low-grade spirit stones. One could easily see how powerful the Ing family was from that. When everyone was walking around and taking in the sights, the elevator door dinged and 3 figures appeared on the highest floor. They were none other than Ing Ji, Ing Shiming, and Ing Xiong. As soon as the doors opened, they were flabbergasted when they saw Huang Xiaolong's group of 7. The 3 of them didn't think that they would be greeted by such a sight the moment they entered the top floor. Since the construction of the Heavenly Dragon building, there hasn't been anyone who set foot on the top floor other than the leaders of the 8 great alliances in the world and the upper echelons of the Ing family. Even elders and disciples of the Ing family wouldn't be allowed to enter the top floor of the Heavenly Dragon building. Now, there were 7 people walking around without a care in the world. Moreover, 2 of them were brats at the Xiantian realm. Wang Milan and Huang Jiuan didn't expect anyone to appear, and the 2 groups stared at each other in shock. No one moved for a solid few seconds. Who are you? Ingji finally reacted. His voice was loud, and the strength of an Enlightenment Realm expert burst out from his body. It was like a tsunami that charged towards Huang Jiuan and the others. As the patriarch of the #1 cultivation family in the Wuxia Alliance, he wasn't a mere expert at the Enlightenment realm. He was a second-level Enlightenment realm expert who had cultivated a ton of special skills, and even Fanny Dong would have to retreat if they met. Seeing the wave of energy rushing towards Huang Jiyuan and the others, an invisible barrier appeared to stop the wave 10 meters before it could slam into them. Yingji realized that his aura couldn't advance an inch further. The 3 members of the Ying family stared at the group before them in shock. When they were confused as to what was going on, Huang Xiaolong casually pointed at them, and the pressure that emerged from their bodies dissipated. The 3 of them turned into statues, and they couldn't move no matter how hard they struggled. Trying to circulate the energy in his body, Yingji realized that nothing was listening to him. His body was completely useless, and an unprecedented sense of helplessness filled him. The 2 grand elders beside him were no different. The 3 of them could only stare at Huang Xiaolong's group as fear gripped their hearts. Xiaolong, are they going to be all right? Wang Milin couldn't help but ask. A chuckle left his lips as he replied, "Of course they are. They should return to normal in 3 hours. After all, I only locked them in place for the time being." Wang Milin and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they heard what he said. "Uncle, they should be pretty important people in the Ying family if they can enter the top floor. Wouldn't they pass down the order to hunt us down after they return to normal?" Lin Kai exclaimed in shock. As Yingji wasn't wearing the robes of the patriarch of the family, Huang Jiyuan and the others failed to recognize him. Huang Xiaolong turned to look at Yingji, and a smile formed on his face. "Not to worry. I don't think they will give the order." Yingji wanted to nod, but he couldn't move a single muscle in his body. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong and the others continued their trip around the top floor of the Heavenly Dragon building as they took in the sights happily. Huang Ji and the other 2 could only watch on as the members of the Huang family walked around however they wished. "Uncle, what special technique did you use to seal their bodies?" Huang Data couldn't help but ask. "Yeah. I heard that the old ancestor of the Divine Court sect learned a freezing art that allows him to freeze the bodies of cultivators weaker than him for several seconds." Lin Kai continued. "Didn't Huang Xiaolong say that they would be frozen for more than 3 hours? Lin Kai was a 4th-year student in the Eastern University, and even with his education level, he hadn't heard of a special art like the one Huang Xiaolong used. Glancing at the 2 of them, Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "Do you wish to learn it?" Big-headed Huang and Lin Kai nodded in haste. "When you surpass the Enlightenment realm, we'll see." The mouths of Huang Bixing and Lin Kai dropped in fright. Even Huang Jiyuan and the others were shocked at Huang Xiaolong's sudden revelation. The 3 frozen statues felt beads of cold sweat starting to drop from their foreheads. "Xiaolong, are their cultivators stronger than the Enlightenment realm in this world?" Wang Milin asked all of a sudden. Huang Jiyuan and the others stared at Huang Xiaolong, waiting for a reply. "Of course there are. Mom, with me around, all of you will soon surpass the Enlightenment realm." Huang Xiaolong laughed. All of them stared at him in shock. "Uncle, are you saying that we can do it too?" Lin Kai didn't believe his ears. Nodding slightly, Huang Xiaolong grinned at their enthusiasm. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong and the others were done. Bringing Huang Jiyuan and the others back to the flying ship, they left the area. When Yingji and the other 2 saw Huang Xiaolong leaving, they realized that the entire party seemed to have phased through the space around the building. Something in their heads clicked, and they learned how Huang Xiaolong and the others entered. 3 hours later, Huang Xiaolong and the others returned to the Blue Dragon Orchard, and Yingji's group of 3 regained their ability to move. As soon as they did, they felt their hearts pounding in fear. "Patriarch, that, who in the world was that?" Yingximing stuttered in fright. Keeping silent, Yingji seemed to be thinking of something. After he finally calmed down, he muttered, "Go and check up on the origins of the senior who appeared. The both of you better do it yourselves. Do not cause any suspicion and do not alarm anyone else. Go!" The Ying family was strong, and since Huang Xiaolong and the others didn't hide their appearances, Yingximing and Yingxiong quickly learned of their identities. When they did, their jaws dropped in fright. When Yingji heard their reports, his reaction was similar to the 2 of them. Grand Elder Huang Xiaolong of the Huang family? Ingji couldn't believe his ears. He thought about the events that happened the past few days, and he seemed to have thought of something. Not too long after Huang Xiaolong returned, the old ancestor of the Lin family, Lin Jinshan, personally paid a visit to Huang Xiaolong in the Blue Dragon Orchard. When he returned to the Lin family, he gathered everyone from the elders to the patriarch. From this moment on, our Lin family shall submit to the Huang family. All of you will listen to the Huang family's command. Am I clear? The elders of the Lin family couldn't understand the reason behind the old ancestors' orders, but Lin Guodong and the Grand Elders seemed to have already expected the outcome. Lin Jinshan's order soon rocked through the entire Wuxia alliance, and the alliance broke out into a huge commotion. First the Tan and Sun families, and now the Lin family. Even though the old ancestor of the Tan family, Tan Bai, had already entered the Enlightenment realm, they weren't a part of the 10 strongest cultivation families of the Wuxia alliance. Their strength couldn't be compared to the Lin family in the slightest. However, the Lin family was part of the 10 strongest cultivation families of the Wuxia alliance, but they chose to submit to the Huang family. No one could understand the meaning behind their actions. The mystery around the Huang family seemed to have grown a little stronger. However, another piece of news caused the entire world to shake. The old ancestor of the Ying family, Ying Tian, made an announcement to the Ying family. In the future, none of our disciples are allowed to cross the disciples of the Huang family. Anyone who does will be kicked out of the Ying family and thrown into the Heaven City's prison. The Ying family's order caused the commotion to turn even bigger. The Wuxia alliance wasn't the only one that was affected, and the other 7 great alliances trembled in fear. The 6 great sects were also affected by the sudden change in situation as the Divine Court sect, Purple Flame sect, Six Swords Gate, Blade Gate, Ghost Valley, and the Ice Palace set their gazes on the Huang family. When all the greatest factions on earth focused on the Huang family, Huang Xian was kneeling before Huang Xiaolong in the courtyard of the Blue Dragon Orchard. Before Huang Xiaolong headed for the Ha province, he assisted Huang Xian in breaking through to the Enlightenment realm. With the assistance of the Grand Complete Heavenly Formation, Huang Xian had already stabilized his foundations. Huang Xiaolong looked at the kneeling Huang Xian and chuckled. "You can get up now." Kowtowing once, Huang Xian finally got to his feet. Grand Elder Huang Qi, Huang Feiwu, and the others stared at Huang Xian enviously. Entering the Enlightenment realm didn't just mean that one's power and prestige would rise. One's lifespan would also be extended to 1,000 years. There wasn't any nascent soul realm expert who didn't wish to enter the Enlightenment realm. As long as all of you do your best in the future, breaking into the Enlightenment realm is a matter of time. Huang Xiaolong reassured them all. With looks of excitement on their faces, all of them fell to their knees. Allowing all of them to get up, Huang Xiaolong started to stroll around the Blue Dragon Orchard. Huang Shingon and the others followed closely behind. "Your Highness, we did everything you instructed us to do," Huang Shingon reported respectfully. He handed over the deed to all the land around the courtyard to Huang Xiaolong without the slightest delay. Holding the items in his hands, Huang Xiaolong nodded in satisfaction. "Good job." Huang Xiaolong was surprised that Huang Shingon was able to buy over all the land around the courtyard in such a short amount of time. It showed how serious Huang Shingon was about the matter. "This is a blue dragon pill, and I personally refined it. It's of great use to a cultivator in the Enlightenment realm. Refine it when you get back." Huang Xiaolong handed over a pill to Huang Shingon. The pill was a pretty blue color, and pastel blue qi rolled about in it, and they vaguely resembled a dragon. The blue dragon pill was something Huang Xiaolong refined using the herbs in the orchard. He made a total of 10 furnaces, and there were 300 pills in total. Huang Shingon rejoiced when he held the pill in his hand as he thanked Huang Xiaolong profusely. Since Huang Xiaolong said that the pill would be of great help to him, no one would doubt the man. Soon after, Huang Shingon reported to Huang Xiaolong about the sales of the spiritual fruits. According to Huang Xiaolong's decision, they branded the insignia of the blue dragon onto the fruits when they sold. There were more than 1,000,000 orders today, and all the spiritual fruits we had for sale sold out in less than 2 hours. Huang Shingon exclaimed in glee. Chuckling softly, Huang Xiaolong complimented them. That's not too bad. We can start expanding the market to the capital city and the other large cities in the alliance. Oh right, you can start selling the spiritual herbs in the garden from tomorrow onwards. Nodding happily, Huang Shingon acknowledged the order. After handing Huang Shingon another 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones, he asked the man to look for another batch of seeds. When they transformed the surrounding land around the Blue Dragon orchard, he would plant them immediately. It didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong to circle the garden once. When he left for the Lin family, half the garden was empty. However, it seemed as though Huang Shingon and the others had worked hard as they filled the remaining land with seeds before he returned. It wouldn't take long for them to turn into mature trees. I will be going to the Eastern University with my nephew the day after tomorrow. Go get an admission letter for me. Huang Xiaolong seemed to have thought of something and he quickly ordered. As the Eastern University would be resuming classes in 2 days, Lin Kai had to return. Huang Xiaolong's idea had always been to head on over, and tagging along with Lin Kai would save him a lot of trouble. Bowing in acknowledgement, Huang Shingon passed down the order instantly. Ordinarily, only students and lecturers of the Eastern University would be able to enter the campus as they pleased. However, the Huang family's reputation wasn't just for show. As one of the largest cultivation families in the Wuxia Alliance, getting an admission letter was something that took a snap of their fingers. Huang Shingon and the others soon took their leave. With the sun and moon furnace, Huang Xiaolong turned the land around the Blue Dragon orchard into divine soil, and he expanded the walls around the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, the entire plot of land became part of his residence. The Blue Dragon orchard expanded to nearly twice its size. As night fell, the Huang family organized another banquet, but things were a little different this time. Huang Xiaolong, Huang Jiwen, Wang Milin, Huang Qinfei, Huang Wen, Huang Bisheng, and Lin Kai were the only ones in attendance. There were countless spiritual fruits and spiritual beast meat on the table for all of them to enjoy. As the family had a meal together, memories flooded Huang Xiaolong's mind. 100 years ago on Earth, that was also how they enjoyed their meals. The feeling of being an ordinary mortal wasn't too bad after all. Xiaolong, why don't we invite young Lady Tanwei over to our family? Wang Milin chuckled as she looked at Huang Xiaolong. Don't look at me. Just ask the little brat over there. Huang Xiaolong laughed in response. As everyone turned to look at Huang Bisheng, he lowered his head in embarrassment. Big brother Bisheng, do you already have a girlfriend? Lin Kai asked. Blood rushed to his face and Huang Bisheng waved his hand frantically before him. No. We're just ordinary friends. Huang Jiwen stared at the little brat and he snapped. When I met your grandmother in the past, we were also friends. Huang Bisheng's face turned even redder. Wang Milin made the decision almost instantly as she sent Tanwei an invitation for the very next day. When the banquet finally ended, the moon was hanging high in the night sky. Huang Xiaolong continued to coach Huang Wen and Lin Kai on several martial arts, and the night passed in a flash. When he looked at them again the next day, he was heartened to see that they made significant progress. He discovered that Lin Kai's comprehension abilities were pretty good, and his memory was top-notch. Lin Kai remembered everything Huang Xiaolong said, and he understood most of it. When Lin Kai saw the look of admiration on Huang Xiaolong's face, a sheepish smile appeared on his face. My talent isn't even the best in my class. I'm slightly above average at best. In my class, Ing Huitian should be the most talented person, and she can also be said to be the strongest talent in the entire university. Huang Xiaolong nodded slowly. Is she from that Ing family? Yeah, I heard that her father is some big shot in the Ing family. After he explained her identity, he added some information Huang Xiaolong needed to know before entering the university. Big brother, the members of the Tan family have arrived. Huang Qinfei entered the courtyard and announced. Turning to look at the skies that were barely lit, Huang Xiaolong chuckled in his heart. The members of the Tan family were too damn early. Looks like Tan Bai is really impatient. He probably hasn't slept since he received the invitation. Huang Qinfei roared with laughter. He wasn't wrong. The moment he received the invitation from Wang Mailan, Tan Bai didn't manage to catch a wink of rest. "Let's go." Huang Xiaolong snickered as they left for the entrance of the orchard with Lin Kai walking behind them. Before they arrived, Huang Xiaolong could already hear the joyous conversation going on between Tan Bai and his parents. Once Tan Bai saw Huang Xiaolong, he jumped to his feet in fright as he greeted the man respectfully. Everyone else got to their feet when they saw Tan Bai's reaction. This time, Tan Bai only brought along Tan Wei and her parents. "There's no need for formalities. Please take a seat." Huang Xiaolong laughed as he entered the hall. When everyone took their seats again, the hall was filled with casual conversation. Tan Bai was a little uptight at first, but he slowly started to open up when he saw that Huang Xiaolong wasn't someone who cared too much about their difference in status. As he started to spew all his nonsense, Huang Jiuan and Wang Mailan were so entertained that they were laughing happily. As for Tan Wei and her parents, they felt a little awkward as they sat there. That was the first time they had seen the Blue Dragon Orchard, and they were shocked by the scene that greeted them. They couldn't calm their hearts down as they gawked at their surroundings. That was the first time they had seen so many top-grade spiritual trees and spiritual herbs ranging in the 1,000-year-old level. There were even palaces that were comparable to stuff in the legends around the entire orchard. They never thought that they could transform their residence in such a way. Tan Bai and the three of them remained in the Blue Dragon Orchard till night fell. According to Wang Mailan's plan, she wanted them to stay for the night. However, Tan Wei was too embarrassed to stay with Huang Bixing through the night. When the members of the Tan family left, Huang Xiaolong handed 10 Blue Dragon pills to Tan Bai. Tan Bai had been stuck at his current cultivation realm for a long time. With the assistance of the 10 pills, he would be able to finally break through the bottleneck. When Tan Bai heard what the pills could do, his admiration for Huang Xiaolong reached a whole new level. For someone who had been stuck at his current cultivation realm for such a long time, he thought that there was no longer any hope of going any further. Now that Huang Xiaolong had given him a chance to break through, he was moved to tears. When Tan Wei's parents heard that their old ancestor would finally be able to increase his cultivation realm once again, they were shocked. When they left, Wang Mailan didn't forget to hand them loads of spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs. Smiles could be seen on the faces of Tan Wei and the others. "Father, is His Highness really in control of the entire Huang family?" Tan Guanghai, Tan Wei's father, couldn't help but ask after they had left the orchard. Staring at the three of them, Tan Bai sighed. "You should keep this to yourself. There is no point in leaking any news of the Huang family. Do you really think that Huang Shingon managed to defeat Huang Ming alone?" When he thought about how Huang Xiaolong tore off Fan Yidong's head 3 days ago, he felt his heart palpitating in fear. Of course, he didn't dare to say a word about the battle. When Tan Guanghai and the others were still stuck in a state of shock, Tan Bai muttered, "Just yesterday, the Lin family announced their allegiance to the Huang family." "What?" Tan Guanghai gasped in shock. "Are you talking about the Lin family of the Ha province?" Tan Bai nodded slightly without speaking. The three of them felt their jaws dropping in fright. They were one of the 10 strongest cultivation families in the Wuxia Alliance. Since the news had only just got out, not too many people knew about it. Only several important people of the stronger families heard of it. Tan Bai continued, "After the old ancestor of the Lin family announced the allegiance, the old ancestor of the Ying family ordered every single member of the Ying family to avoid clashing with the members of the Huang family. Anyone who disobeys will be thrown in the Heavenly City's prison." "Ying? The Ying family?" Tan Guanghai and the other two stared at Tan Bai in shock. There was only one Ying family in the Wuxia Alliance, and they were the ones who ruled supreme. "Grandpa, what's going on?" Tan Wei asked. One had to know that the old ancestor of the Ying family was the strongest cultivator in the entire Wuxia Alliance. They've heard that he had already entered the 9th Order Enlightenment realm. That's because... Tan Bai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued. "That's because there's someone in the Huang family that terrifies the old ancestor of the Ying family." Tan Wei and her parents felt a bolt of lightning running through their bodies as they sucked in a cold breath. Even a cultivator at the 9th level enlightenment realm was afraid of that existence. What in the world could scare him so much that he would order the members of his family to avoid offending the Huang family? In the past, the three of them might not know what it was, but a terrifying image flashed through their minds. The figure of the youngster who was laughing and chatting with them the whole afternoon appeared in their heads. Is Huang Datu's uncle really so strong? Tan Wei felt her heart palpitating in fear. Sucking in a cold breath, Tan Bai explained, "His Highness, he's stronger than you can ever imagine." In the Blue Dragon Orchard, Wang Milin was joking around with Huang Jiuan. "I like her more and more." Huang Jiuan looked at Huang Xiaolong and Huang Qinfei. "Old lady, stop it with your praises. We know she's great. You've been at it for the entire day." Huang Jiuan sighed. "What's your problem? I'll say whatever I like. If you don't like it, shut your ears." Wang Milin snapped. A bitter smile formed on Huang Jiuan's face. All right, but how am I supposed to shut my ears?" Laughter rang through the courtyard. Half a day later, the news of Huang Xian's breakthrough to the Enlightenment realm started to spread through the lands. The various factions in the Huaxia alliance broke out into a huge commotion. Huang Xingan broke through several days ago, and Huang Xian came right after. With Huang Ming, the Huang family would have 3 experts at the Enlightenment realm. If they added Sun Yao and Lin Jinshan, they would have 5 experts at the Enlightenment realm. As night fell, Wang Milin nagged at Huang Xiaolong. "Xiaolong, when you enter the university tomorrow, you need to look for Zhang Yuhan. Speak to her nicely. She has been waiting for you all this time, and her life hasn't been an easy one. In fact, I really wish that the two of you can continue your relationship." When she learned that Huang Xiaolong was going to the Eastern University with Lin Kai, the floodgates opened. A helpless smile could be seen on Huang Xiaolong's face. "I'm not the one calling the shots. She might have forgotten all about me. Also, I've heard from Lin Kai that many professors, and even the vice principal of the school, are chasing her." Wang Milin stared at Lin Kai and saw him nod his head slowly. "So what if they are? You're so handsome. Don't tell me those people there are better looking than you." Wang Milin snorted. Beads of cold sweat dripped from Huang Xiaolong's forehead. As an existence no weaker than a god of creation, Wang Milin was planning to ask Huang Xiaolong to fight with several mortals over a woman. Moreover, his main goal was to look for clues on the Panguax. "Grandma is right. Uncle will definitely be the #1 target for all the ladies." Lin Kai interrupted. Glaring at Lin Kai, Huang Xiaolong scared the little brat so much he didn't dare to speak another word. The night passed eventually, and as Wang Milin continued her nagging, Huang Xiaolong ran to board his flying ship to leave the Blue Dragon Orchard. Seeing how Huang Xiaolong left in a haste, Wang Milin sighed. This little brat. Even after learning that Huang Xiaolong was an expert who surpassed the Enlightenment realm, she still treated him like the little kid he was 100 years ago. "Uncle, were you a couple with teacher Zhang Yuhan?" Lin Kai asked curiously on board the flying ship. Like Huang Datu, Lin Kai was extremely intrigued when he learned of Huang Xiaolong's relationship with a teacher in their school. "What the hell are you so concerned about?" Huang Xiaolong snapped at him. Lin Kai lowered his head, but a crafty smile formed on his face. Walking to the front of the ship, Huang Xiaolong looked out of the window at the forest and mountains below. As the flying ship was driven by an automated artificial intelligence, there was no need for anyone to actually steer the ship. As such, Huang Xiaolong could do whatever he wanted. Even though they hadn't interacted for a long time, Lin Kai knew that Huang Xiaolong loved silence. He didn't dare to interrupt, and he headed towards the back of the flying ship. Huang Xiaolong's mind wandered to the past, and he recalled how he flew with Zhang Yuhan 100 years ago. There was once where they went on holiday, and the plane they were on experienced massive turbulence. Everyone on board was terrified. In the past, Zhang Yuhan stared at Huang Xiaolong with an extremely calm face and said, "In the next life, we'll still be together." After so many years, Huang Xiaolong still remembered what she said to him. "In the next life," Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. Every time he thought about it, complicated emotions would fill his heart. Now that he returned from another world, wouldn't it count as his next life? A weird feeling filled Huang Xiaolong's heart as they approached the Eastern University. Retrieving an identity plaque, Huang Xiaolong looked at the words, Eastern University, inscribed on it. That was the pass he obtained from Huang Shengon. The plaque wasn't something that indicated his identity as a student, lecturer, or even an associate professor in the university. Instead, it was the plaque of a deputy head of the school. Initially, he planned on asking Huang Shengon for an ordinary plaque. It was fine as long as he could enter the school as he wished. Who would have thought that Huang Shengon would go above and beyond to give him a plaque of that level? According to what Huang Shengon said, he felt that the higher the position, the easier things would be for Huang Xiaolong. If he was a mere student, he wouldn't be allowed to leave the school on weekdays. Anything else and he would have to teach some lessons. As such, the best identity in the university was the one of the deputy head, as he didn't need to do anything. In fact, Huang Shengon's initial idea was to give Huang Xiaolong the plaque of the vice principal of the university. However, time was too tight, and even if he pulled all the strings he had with his identity, it would take half a month to get the plaque. Deputy head. Huang Xiaolong looked at the plaque in his hand, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhang Yuhan was the head of the university, and his current identity would make her his boss. As random thoughts ran through his mind, they arrived in the skies above the capital city. The Eastern University was located in the northern region of the capital city, and Huang Xiaolong saw the giant structures and he sighed softly. The capital city was the place of his dreams. In the past, he was attracted by the hustle and bustle of the capital city. He even swore to purchase a massive mansion in the city center. He would move over with his parents and his sister in order to give his family members a good life. However, that was all in the past. For 100 years, no one had seen any traces of Huang Xiaolong. The capital city that was under his feet right now flourished even more than before. There were countless flying ships in the air, and cars filled the streets. A weird feeling washed over Huang Xiaolong, and the feeling of power and authority finally filled him when he looked at the streets below. The history and changes of countless years left its mark on the city. When Huang Xiaolong was still thinking about the past, a flying ship flew over from the side and scratched Huang Xiaolong's ship. Wobbling slightly, Huang Xiaolong's ship didn't experience the slightest damage. The same couldn't be said for the other party. Their ship rammed into a massive building and caused a loud explosion. Boom! Rubble fell from the skies, and everyone stopped to stare at the flying ship that crashed. Lin Kai was stunned to discover that they were unlucky enough to be the victims of an accident right before they arrived in school. With the doors opening on the crashed ship, 3 figures appeared. A middle-aged couple and a young man left the ship. One could see how rich the other party was from their clothes. With a single glance, one could tell that they came from a rich family. "Are you blind? Get out here right now. Do you even know how to drive?" The 3 of them started shouting the moment they left their ship. "Uncle, we..." Lin Kai couldn't help but turn to Huang Xiaolong. Shaking his hand, Huang Xiaolong landed the ship. The doors opened and they walked out of the flying ship. As soon as Lin Kai saw the other party, his expression changed. "Lu Dekong." Lin Kai. A frown formed on the other party's face. It was clear he didn't expect to meet Lin Kai on the streets. He knew how poor Lin Kai was, and he didn't expect the kid to appear from a flying ship. After all, Lin Kai couldn't even afford spiritual fruits. "Do you know each other?" Huang Xiaolong asked. "Uncle, he's the richest kid in our class. His family does land development, and their company is called the Hung Rong Real Estate." It was a company that was pretty high up in the rankings in the Wuxia Alliance. Regardless if it was the Earth 100 years ago or now, real estate has always been one of the most profitable industry. The youngster called Lu Dekong stared at Lu Kai suspiciously when he saw how the kid called Huang Xiaolong uncle. "Dekong, is this your friend?" the middle-aged man asked. A trace of arrogance could be seen on his face when he addressed them. Nodding his head, Dekong explained, "Dad, he's called Lin Kai. He's the poorest classmate we have, and he usually eats salted vegetables and rice for lunch." The middle-aged man was called Lu Pinchen, and he was slightly stunned. He thought that Lin Kai came from a pretty well-off family. Even if you're Dekong's classmate, you have to pay us for the damages. The middle-aged woman snapped. With his expression changing, Lin Kai argued, "You were the ones who knocked into us. Why do we have to pay?" The woman was Lu Dekong's mother, and she was called Zhou Ru. She wanted to continue, but a police ship arrived on scene and 2 officers approached them. "What's going on?" Zhou Ru pointed at the 2 of them and tears formed in her eyes. "The 2 of them drove recklessly and caused our ship to crash. Our ship came from the Yutong Company, and it's their newest product. It's worth 2 million low-grade spirit stones. They have to compensate us no matter what." Lu Pinchen walked up to the 2 officers and he growled, "The 2 of you better know what's good for you. I'm the general manager of Hung Rong Real Estates, and we're disciples of the Lu family." The expressions of the police officers changed the moment he said that. Hung Rong Real Estates was a behemoth in the capital city, and so was the Lu family. Everyone heard of them, and they were considered one of the 10 strongest cultivation families in the Wuxia alliance. Even if they ranked at the absolute bottom, which they did, they were still an insurmountable existence. "Manager Lu, how are you doing?" The 2 officers changed their tune immediately. They quickly pacified the 3 of them. "You can rest assured. We will definitely look into this matter. As they have been driving recklessly, we cannot let them off with a light punishment. The police force will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." After speaking to the 3, the officers turned towards Huang Xiaolong and Lin Kai. Without investigating the matter, they pinned the blame on the 2 poor souls. Lu Dekong crossed his arms before him, and he stared at Huang Xiaolong and Lu Kai with a shit-eating smile on his face. Staring at the scene that played out before him, Huang Xiaolong couldn't care less. The 2 officers didn't bother asking Huang Xiaolong and Lin Kai what happened, and they immediately snapped, "Do you even know how to drive? How dare you ignore the rules when you're flying? Hand over your identification plaque right now." However, Zhou Ru interrupted them. "There's no need to speak so nicely to criminals. You should just lock them up and hand their flying ship over to us as compensation." "Lock them up?" The 2 officers stared at each other silently. When they thought of the Lu family's reputation, they decided to listen to whatever the woman said. As the general manager of Hung Rong Real Estates, Lu Pincheng was a big shot in the capital city. The 2 of them knew that the commissioner was someone of the Lu family, and the 2 are definitely related. As such, their boss's boss was someone from the Lu family. Finally making their decision, they retrieved 2 handcuffs and brought it before Huang Xiaolong and Lu Kai. As Earth had many types of handcuffs, the ones the 2 officers used were pretty ordinary considering their ranks. Of course, it would be hard for anyone to escape anyway. Right before they could cuff Huang Xiaolong and Lu Kai, Huang Xiaolong muttered, "If you get out of my sight right this instant, I'll allow you to live." Everyone stared at them in shock. There were even many people who burst into laughter. Who the hell does he think he is? Is he threatening the officers with death? Even the members of the Ing family wouldn't dare to kill a policeman in broad daylight. I wonder where this bumpkin came from. What an arrogant prick. The 2 officers flew into a rage and they wanted to cuff Huang Xiaolong immediately. "How dare you?" However, the policeman didn't even get close when he realized that he was frozen on the spot. In the next instant, his body started to swell and he eventually exploded into a bloody mess. Everyone stared at Huang Xiaolong in terror. That included Lu Pinchen and his family. No one expected Huang Xiaolong to actually make a move against the law enforcement officers. Anyone who dared to attack officers were basically seeking death. There was no doubt they would be given the death sentence once they were caught. Huang Xiaolong glared at the other officer and continued, "Parasites like you who don't work for the people as a law enforcer deserve to die." Even 100 years ago, Huang Xiaolong hated all these corrupt policemen. After all, the lawful society rested on their shoulders. To Huang Xiaolong, killing them was letting them off lightly. Don't come near me." It was too bad he exploded into a mist of blood with a single point from Huang Xiaolong. He killed another one. Everyone who witnessed the killing stared at him in silence. He did it. He actually killed 2 police officers. Turning to Zhou Ru, Huang Xiaolong decided to deal with them too. What? What do you want? Zhou Ru screamed in fright. I am a disciple of the Zhou family, and my uncle is Zhou Yu, an elder of the family. He's also a major in the Special Forces or our Wuxia police force. Circulating her energy, a passable aura filled the area. She was a second-level foundation-building realm cultivator, but Huang Xiaolong suddenly thought of the person she was talking about. Zhou Yu? He was the young man he met in the auction previously. With an expressionless face, Huang Xiaolong sent her flying with a flick of his fingers. When she slammed into the structures behind her, she emerged from the other side. A bloodied hole could be seen on her forehead when she landed, and all signs of life left her body. Huang Xiaolong didn't care who they were. After all of them were the same type of people in his eyes. Corrupt officials deserved to die. At least he allowed her corpse to remain whole this time. Bang! Everyone erupted into discussion when they saw that Huang Xiaolong even dared to kill a disciple of the Zhou family. Lin Kai was stunned too. He didn't think that his uncle would kill 3 people in broad daylight, and they weren't ordinary hoodlums. They were police officers and disciples of a prominent family. That was something he never expected to witness in his life. Zhou Ru. Lu Pinchen snapped back to reality and he screamed in anger. Charging at Huang Xiaolong, he roared, "How dare you? So what if I did? Do you think you can take revenge for her?" Huang Xiaolong remained completely impassive. Gripping his fists tightly, Lu Pinchen knew that he wasn't the other party's opponent. As a 4th-level foundation-building realm cultivator, he wouldn't be able to stand against a monster of Wang Xiaolong's level. Sirens blared through the air as several dozen police ships arrived on the scene. It was clear someone made a police report the moment things went south. Ordinarily, the police wouldn't show up so quickly even if a report was made. However, Huang Xiaolong killed a police officer, and that changed everything. As soon as they arrived, several cannons locked on to Huang Xiaolong and a ton of enforcers left their ships to aim their guns at Huang Xiaolong. "Raise your hands and get on the ground. Surrender immediately," someone yelled. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother with them as he crossed his hands behind his back. Lu Pinchen yelled all of a sudden, "I'm a disciple of the Lu family. He killed my wife, and Lu Chong, your commissioner, is my brother. Kill him right now. I'll be responsible for anything that happens." The enforcers who arrived felt their expressions changing in terror. They only received a report of 2 policemen getting killed on the streets. They didn't expect a daughter-in-law of the Lu family to die. Moreover, that was the sister-in-law of their commissioner, Lu Chong. Lu Chong wasn't an ordinary disciple of the Lu family, and he was said to be promoted the very next day. "Shoot him right now," Lu Pinchen roared in anger. "If you allow him to escape, I'll sack all of you immediately. I'll court-martial you according to the rules of the nation." The enforcers who were hesitating opened fire immediately. As the bullets have been reinforced to a whole new level, they could even harm high-level foundation-building realm cultivators. The cannons in the ships could damage Golden Core realm cultivators with ease, and that gave Lu Pinchen enough confidence. Light filled the air as everyone shot at Huang Xiaolong. A look of glee could be seen on Lu Pincheng's face as he envisioned Huang Xiaolong's death. Looking at the toys they were playing with, Huang Xiaolong didn't move a muscle. Instead, a ray of light flashed around him and everything stopped 10 meters before him. The smile on Lu Pinchen's face froze. Everyone standing around couldn't believe their eyes. Before their very eyes, everything was sent flying backwards and the flying ships were blown to smithereens. The bullets pierced the bodies of various enforcers and the police cars that were on the scene. Boom! The cars and ships exploded as the enforcers were sent flying. By the time they landed, blood stained the lands. However, Huang Xiaolong didn't go for the kill as he allowed them to live. Even so, all of them weren't too far away from the gates of hell. Sucking in a cold breath, everyone in the surroundings stared at Huang Xiaolong apprehensively. In the blink of an eye, he decimated the police force that was sent over to take him down. Huang Xiaolong turned to stare at Lu Pinchen and Lu Dekong. As panic filled their hearts, The blood drained from their faces. Is there anyone else who wishes to call the police? Huang Xiaolong swept his gaze about. You can even call the entire special forces over. I'll wait. Special forces. They were the strongest law enforcement officers the Wuxia Alliance had to offer. They would only move out when facing large threats by the super-terrorist groups. Everyone retreated in haste, and the person who called the police earlier felt his legs go numb. Lu Pinchin, who was panicking, secretly shattered a jade symbol in his hands. With Huang Xiaolong's perception, he knew that the man was going to do it a long time ago. However, he didn't bother stopping it. A middle-aged man who looked like Lu Pinchin roared in rage when he received the message. With a single punch, he smashed the table before him into dist. The Public Security Bureau was alerted instantly. Commissioner Lu, this, allowing everyone to read the contents of the message, Lu Chong roared in anger. This person has no respect for authority. He dares to kill law enforcement officers in broad daylight, and he even eliminated the force sent to capture him. He's a terrorist, and the city will not rest till he's dead. From what Lu Chong said, Huang Xiaolong suddenly turned into a terrorist capable of threatening the city. Listen to my order. All policemen are to head over there immediately. Take him down at all costs. Lu Chong roared in anger. You're authorized to use the purple cannons. As one of the strongest weapons the police force could use, the purple cannons could hurt nascent soul realm cultivators. Notify the special forces immediately. Send out the elite force and take him down in case the bombardment fails. As the commissioner of the police force, Lu Chang's order shook the entire city. Everyone started moving immediately, and sirens filled the air. What? The capital city suffered a terrorist attack in broad daylight. He killed 2 officers and he destroyed a fleet sent to capture him. He even killed someone of the Zhou family. That's not all. I've heard that several dozen officers were killed too. You didn't see how Commissioner Lu Chong passed down his order. Practically the entire police force is rushing over as we speak. Even the special forces have been activated. When Lu Chong and the officers were rushing towards the scene with the purple cannons, Grand Elder Lu Xingyuan, who was living in one of the luxurious mansions in the city, received the report. Both Lu Chong and Lu Pinchin were his sons, and Zhou Yu was his daughter-in-law. As soon as he heard that someone killed his daughter-in-law on the streets, the rage in Lu Xingyuan's heart surpassed the anger felt by Lu Chong. He roared in rage. Send over the video record of everything that's going on right now. The elders bowed respectfully as they raced to get the videos. It didn't take long for them to get several people on the scene to send over their videos. When Lu Xingyuan and the various elders looked at the scene of destruction, they saw the countless police officers lying on the streets withering in pain. However, Lu Xingyuan quickly focused on the youngster who had his back facing them. As soon as he saw the person in the video, Lu Xingyuan felt as though an explosion went off in his mind. Several days ago, the Lu family's old ancestor brought them to the Huang family, and he was one of those present. When he saw the familiar sight of Huang Xiaolong's back, he felt his legs going numb. Grand Elder Lu Xingyuan? The elders felt that something was wrong and they quickly called out to him. Snapping back to attention, Lu Xingyuan screamed in haste. Show me his face. Hurry up and get someone to send me a video of the man's face. When the elders saw the look of panic on Lu Xingyuan's face, they didn't dare to dally as they got someone to take a picture of Huang Xiaolong from the front. The instant Lu Xingyuan saw the picture, he felt the world crashing down on him. It's him, his highness. Fear gripped Lu Xingyuan's heart, and it was the face of the scariest monster he would ever see in his life. Leaping to his feet, he hollered, Call Lu Chong right now. Tell him to get his ass back here. If he doesn't appear before me in the next few minutes, I'll personally chop him up and feed him to the dogs. The elders knew that things were getting too serious and they quickly tried to contact Lu Chong. Despite their efforts, none of them managed to get through. Not even their calls to Lu Pinchin managed to connect. All of a sudden, the scene changed as the live stream of the events showed several hundred flying ships showing up. There were also several hundred assault vehicles, and Lu Xingyuan felt the world turning dark around him. We're done. The Lu family is fucked. Like a little baby, Lu Xiangyuan started to bawl his eyes out, staring at each other in shock. One of the elders mustered the courage to ask, "Grand Elder, what's going on?" Could the youngster be the young patriarch of one of the 6 greatest sects? That shouldn't be possible, as they knew every single important figure in the 6 greatest sections. Huang Xiaolong wasn't one of them. "Quick, get the fastest ship we have. I have to head over there now." Lu Xiangyuan leaped to his feet and screamed. "Tell the old ancestor about this too." The elders of the Lu family were shocked. But the old ancestor is currently in seclusion." "Seclusion my ass," Lu Xiangyuan roared. "Go notify the old ancestor when I tell you to. Tell him that it's a matter concerning His Highness." After he spoke, he jumped into a flying ship and left the Lu family manor. When they saw the Grand Elder charging out of the manor, the elders stared at each other in shock. Do we really interrupt the old ancestor's cultivation for this? The old ancestor of the Lu family hated to be disturbed. There was an elder who received heavy punishment for interrupting him once. "Let's just do it," someone sighed. After all, Lu Xingyuan's actions were too damn weird. There had to be something wrong if he was so worked up. As Huang Xiaolong stood facing the giant army that was charging towards him, not a shred of emotion could be seen on his face. Instead, Lu Pinchen rushed over to Lu Chong as though he had seen the light at the end of the tunnel. "You're finally here." Nodding slightly, Lu Chong looked at the corpse of Zhou Ru on the ground and grieved. "Second brother, I came too late. You can relax now. I will definitely kill this man in order to take revenge for Zhou Ru. Zhou Ru died a miserable death. You have to kill that motherfucker in the worst way possible." Hatred flashed through his eyes as he glared at Huang Xiaolong. The scene before his eyes changed as soon as he was done speaking, and he appeared in Huang Xiaolong's hands. With 2 fingers, Huang Xiaolong raised Lu Pinchen by the neck. A trace of anger flashed through his eyes. "What did you just call me?" Lu Pinchen thought that with Lu Chong and the purple cannons, Huang Xiaolong would be too afraid to move against him. As such, he roared with laughter. "You heard me. You're a motherfucker. Do you really dare to kill me?" Exerting a little strength in his hands, Huang Xiaolong snapped Lu Pinchen's neck. With his eyes bulging in shock, it was clear he didn't believe that Huang Xiaolong would dare to make a move with so many people backing him up. "Pinchen!" Lu Chong roared in anger. "Open fire! Kill this motherfucker! Kill him right now!" As soon as he gave the order, the cannons lit up. Brilliant rays lit up the skies, and every single policeman on the street opened fire. Everything turned blurry in an instant. However, all it took was a soft snort from Huang Xiaolong to stop everything flying his way. Time seemed to have stopped as the rays of light that came from the cannon froze in mid-air. Like before, the attacks returned to those who unleashed it. The flying ships and vehicles were torn apart in an instant. Countless officers were sent flying through the streets. Blood stained the lands. But Huang Xiaolong didn't kill a single one of them. All of them were seriously injured, but none of their lives were in danger. When everyone standing around saw what happened, they couldn't believe their eyes. There were more than 100 purple cannons on the flying ships, and a single one of them was enough to injure an expert in the nascent soul realm. With more than 100 of them, they should be able to kill a high-level nascent soul realm cultivator. However, they were defeated in an instant. Lu Chong, who was commanding the troops, stared at the scene of destruction with terror in his eyes. Turning to Lu Chong, Huang Xiaolong started to walk towards him. Snapping back to reality, he screamed in horror, "Who the hell are you?" There was no way a high-level nascent soul realm cultivator could stop the bombardment. At best, they would be able to dodge the attacks. They didn't possess the ability to send the attacks back to the shops. Unless, Enlightenment Realm. A terrifying thought flashed through Lu Chang's head. A shriek pierced the silence a moment later as someone caught sight of Lu Chong, who was lying lifelessly in the middle of the street. There was a bloodied hole on his forehead, and blood didn't stop flowing. It was a sight to behold as Huang Xiaolong turned to look at Lu Dekong. When the kid met his gaze, the stench of urine filled the air. "Let's go." Huang Xiaolong looked at Lin Kai and signaled for him to return back to the flying ship. Following Huang Xiaolong, Lin Kai had no idea what was going on. In fact, he was surprised he remembered how to talk. Everything that happened played out in his brain again and again. His uncle killed the commissioner of the police force in the capital city. His heart was pounding in fear as he felt his limbs going cold. If he didn't know better, he would think that he caught a cold. Everyone watched on as the flying ship slowly departed. When they finally left, the entire scene exploded into a flurry of emotions. Lu Chong, the police commissioner, was killed on the streets. That's definitely something that will make the headlines. Who is that youngster? He's too damn cool. Hee, the television will be all over this story in a little bit. Do you think that young man came from one of the 6 sects? I don't think an expert of his level exists in our Wuxia alliance. For someone to survive the bombardment of more than 100 purple cannons, even if he isn't in the Enlightenment realm, he should be close. Discussions flew about. In the flying ship, Lin Kai was stuck in a state of shock as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Uncle, do you think anything will happen to us now that we killed the police commissioner? What do you think? Huang Xiaolong chuckled softly. Lin Kai's expression changed, and Huang Xiaolong reassured him, "Relax. Nothing is going to happen to us." If the battle in the Blue Dragon Orchard didn't happen, the members of the Lu family might go all the way to look for trouble. However, there was no way they could do something like that now. As long as the members of the Lu family gave up, no one would harp on the matter. Several minutes later, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the gates of the Eastern University with Lin Kai. Retrieving the flying ship, he looked at the perfect entrance standing before him. Huang Xiaolong sucked in a cold breath. In the past, he planned to enter the Eastern University after his final exam. However, he disappeared before that could happen. Now that he had arrived at the Eastern University, he was there as their deputy head. After flashing their identity plaques, the two of them were allowed to enter the campus. As Huang Xiaolong wasn't too familiar with the area, Lin Kai brought him over to the principal's office. When they arrived, they saw 3 figures sitting outside. There was a bald man, a skinny elder, and another pretty lady who looked to be in her 30s. The 3 of them reacted differently when they saw Huang Xiaolong. The woman stared at Huang Xiaolong unblinkingly, and it was clear his looks had a lot to do with it. The skinny old man raised his head slightly before turning back to his newspaper. The only person who had a stronger reaction was the baldy. He frowned and lectured the 2 of them. "Which year are you in? Do you think you're qualified to look for the principal as you please?" Lin Kai interrupted him before he could go further. "He's my uncle, and he's the new deputy head of the school." New deputy head of the school. The bald man and the lady were shocked, and they couldn't believe what they saw. The skinny old man was the only one who didn't react like them. Jumping to his feet, he ran over to Huang Xiaolong and he stretched out his hand. A trace of reverence could be heard in his voice when he addressed Huang Xiaolong. "Senior Huang, nice to meet you. I'm the principal of the university, Murong Qing. You should have informed me when you arrived. There's no need for you to come all the way here to look for me." There was a trace of fear and excitement in his heart when he addressed Huang Xiaolong. "Are you from the Murong family?" Huang Xiaolong asked. Yes. Senior Huang, my father is Murong Di," he replied hastily. Several days ago, a deputy head of the school handed in his resignation, and Murong Qing's plan was to get someone from the Murong family over to take over his position. However, the slot was taken away by someone called Huang Xiaolong, and he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. After he investigated the man, he received a huge shock. Huang Xiaolong, the leader of the Grand Elders of the Huang family. He reported the matter to his father, Murong Di, and he didn't think that his father and the old ancestor of the Murong family would rush over to the university that very day. The 2 of them came specifically to remind him to be respectful to Huang Xiaolong. According to them, he would have to respect the man more than the old ancestor of the Murong family. Murong Qing was terrified when he heard their warnings. That was the reason the scene before them played out that very day. As the principal of the university, He was extremely enthusiastic when welcoming a deputy head. That was something unheard of before. Initially, he thought that Huang Xiaolong wasn't someone important, and he raised his view to his father. He was scolded so badly that he didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect to Huang Xiaolong. He didn't even dare to ask about Huang Xiaolong's matters, lest he be punished by the old ancestor. "Oh, is Murong Deng your grandfather?" Huang Xiaolong recalled the members of the Murong family who attended the battle in the Blue Dragon Orchard. There was some guy called Murong Di beside Murong Deng, and he looked like the old man's son. It was no wonder Murong Qing knew of his identity. Raising his hand, Huang Xiaolong casually shook the other party's hand, feeling as though he hit the jackpot of several $1 trillion. Murong Qing's eyes lit up in glee, and he exclaimed, "Yeah, Senior Huang, my grandfather is Murong Deng, and he told me to agree to any request you may have. As long as we can achieve it, our Murong family will go through the depths of hell to fulfill your order." He was basically admitting that the Murong family had submitted to Huang Xiaolong. Chuckling lightly, Huang Xiaolong didn't mind. "Is my office ready yet?" "Yeah, I had it prepared this morning, and we can head over right now." Murong Qing pushed the doors open before welcoming Huang Xiaolong in with a friendly gesture. When the three of them finally left, the bald man and the lady stared at each other in shock. The bald man was a disciple Murong Qing accepted, and he was the deputy dean of a field in the university. The lady was Murong Qing's secretary, and it couldn't be more clear that she was enough to take care of his every need. Several moments later, Huang Xiaolong brought Huang Xiaolong into his office. It was massive, and one could see the care put into the renovation. It was even more luxurious than Murong Qing's office, and it was clear that Murong Qing made special arrangements for the office to be made the way it was. "This isn't too bad." Huang Xiaolong chuckled when he saw how careful Murong Qing was. When Murong Qing heard what he said, he heaved a sigh of relief. Huang Xiaolong's praise was more important than receiving recognition from a high-ranking officer in the nation. Soon after, Murong Qing brought Huang Xiaolong over to his residence. It was a special villa, and it might be lacking when compared to his courtyard in the Blue Dragon Orchard, but it was well taken care of. Only vice principals and those ranked higher would be able to live in their own villas, but Murong Qing had made special arrangements for Huang Xiaolong to get one. Huang Xiaolong didn't mind too much. After all, he would only be staying for some time. The residence didn't matter too much to him. "In the future, there's no need for you to call me Senior Huang. You can call me like how Murong Deng does." With his heart shaking in happiness, Murong Qing knew that Huang Xiaolong had accepted his acts of grace. "Oh right, I wish to ask about someone." Huang Xiaolong turned and asked, "Is the head of the university called Zhang Yuhan?" Murong Qing felt his jaws drop in fright. He didn't expect Huang Xiaolong to ask about someone on his first day. As the principal of the university, he should be more than familiar with the head of the school. "Your Highness, Zhang Yuhan is indeed the head of our university." Even though he didn't understand why Huang Xiaolong was asking about her, he didn't dare to hide anything. However, she hasn't been around as she has some family matters to deal with. She should be back after a week. "Oh? Do you know what's going on with her family at the moment?" Huang Xiaolong continued. Shaking his head, Murong Qing sighed. "I'm not too sure. If I were to guess, it should be related to her parents." However, he didn't continue. "What does it have to do with them?" Huang Xiaolong wasn't going to back down now. Nodding slowly, Murong Qing explained, "I've heard that her parents have been forcing her to marry someone since the start of the school term." Huang Xiaolong frowned. "Who's the man she's supposed to marry?" "He seems to be an eminent elder of the Six Swords Gate, but I'm not too sure which eminent elder it is." Six Swords Gate? Why was it them again? Huang Xiaolong seemed to have heard of them since he stepped into Earth. When he thought about it, the power of the Six Swords Gate was concentrated around the Wuxia Alliance, and it didn't seem too out of place. After asking several more questions, Huang Xiaolong dismissed Murong Qing. Lin Kai looked at the principal who was leaving, and a complicated expression could be seen on his face. He was finally convinced that his uncle's status in the Wuxia Alliance was no joke. Even the principal of the best university in the nation had to be respectful to him. "You can live with me if you feel out of place in your dormitory," Huang Xiaolong muttered. As students were required to share a room with 3 other people, rooms would get squeezy fast. Scratching his head, Lin Kai stuttered, Would that be convenient?" "What are you talking about?" Huang Xiaolong laughed. "It's not like I'm hiding a woman here." Lin Kai chuckled under his breath and responded, "All right, I'll move over tomorrow." As the school term was starting soon, Lin Kai left to make his preparations. Seeing as the sun was still pretty high up in the skies, Huang Xiaolong decided to head over to the library for a short while. He would be able to browse materials on the Pangu Axe while he was at it. By the time he arrived, Huang Xiaolong realized that there wasn't a single piece of news about his rampage on the streets. Not even the reporters of the small TV stations were talking about him. It was as though nothing happened, and even the social media platforms had nothing about the incident. It was as though a power was suppressing the news in the dark. When the witnesses of the battle told everyone what happened, everyone felt that they were hallucinating. Not a single soul believed their story. There was only a piece of news on Luchong when night fell. According to the largest news station in the capital city, Lu Chong was dismissed from his position due to his corruption, and he would be replaced by Huang Yuna. The city would welcome a new female police commissioner, and the public went wild when they heard the news. The library of the best university in the Wuxia Alliance wasn't there for show. It was an impressive structure that had several dozen floors. There was an extremely futuristic look to it, and the entire building seemed to be constructed by some high-tech glass. There were no guards in the library at all, but there were special doors that needed one's identity plaque to be opened. After Huang Xiaolong entered, he was greeted with the sight of a massive hall that was nearly 4,000 square meters wide. There were countless students reading in the hall, and there were all sorts of books lining the wall. Even though it was pretty high-tech on the outside, the interior still had a traditional feel as the smell of books filled the air. There were books on history, architecture, geography, and even books on culture housed on the 6th floor of the library. Seeing as there was no point in wasting his time, Huang Xiaolong took an elevator all the way up. The lift was on the side of the main hall, and it was accessible to everyone in the school. Just as the doors were about to close, an arm reached in to stop it. 6 students stood outside the lift as they stared at Huang Xiaolong. There were a mix of guys and girls, and their looks weren't too bad. The person standing in the middle was a noble-looking lady, and even though the aura around her couldn't be compared to Shi Xiaofei and the others, her looks were pretty much there. When the 6 of them saw that Huang Xiaolong was in the lift, they were stunned for a moment. His looks were enough to stun anyone who saw him for the first time. The male student who reached out to stop the lift from closing snapped all of a sudden, "Get out of the lift right now!" Even though he wasn't loud, he sounded extremely snobbish. "Why would I do that?" Huang Xiaolong asked with an expressionless face. They were stunned to hear the question from Huang Xiaolong. "Does he not know who we are? Brat, are you a new student in the university, or are you playing dumb? Do you not know who we are?" One of the other male students snapped at Huang Xiaolong. "Just get out of the lift when we're being nice. Why do you have so much to say? Wait till we head up and you can board the next lift. Now, get out." "What if I refuse?" Huang Xiaolong smiled. They stared at him in shock. It felt as though they were receiving rejection for the first time in their lives, and they couldn't believe what they were hearing. "Brat, do you really not recognize us?" The male student who reached in to stop the lift growled. "I'll give you 3 seconds to reconsider. If you refuse to get out, we'll break your legs and throw you out of the library. I'm right here. You can try whatever you like after 3 seconds. The 6 of them stared at each other in shock. With a sneer leaving his lips, the male student refused to believe that Huang Xiaolong would be ignorant enough to think that they wouldn't move against him because they were in the library. Even though the university had rules to stop students from fighting on campus, nothing should befall members of the large families as long as no one died. Glaring at Huang Xiaolong, 3 seconds passed in a flash. The male disciple circulated his true qi and sent a punch flying towards Huang Xiaolong. As the 6 of them were all students in the upper level, they were about to graduate. Their talents made them the cream of the crop students, and they should be pretty strong considering that they were still in university. The student who was trying to punch Huang Xiaolong was called Lu Feng, and he was an expert at the 9th level Xiantian realm. His strength ranked in the top 50 of the school, and he could be considered a tyrant. Anyone with his level of strength could pretty much move around uncontested around the school. Ordinary students like Lin Kai would be at the 4th level Xiantian realm at best in their 4th year, and if not for Huang Xiaolong's help, Lin Kai wouldn't even be at that level. Lu Feng's true qi formed a massive fist around him as everyone was startled by the whistling of air as it shot towards Huang Xiaolong. Lu Feng made a move. Who is that man? He's pretty daring if he dares to antagonize Lu Feng and the others. Seeing as the fist was about to slam into Huang Xiaolong, many female students closed their eyes. However, a miserable shriek and a thud caused them to stare at Huang Xiaolong in shock. The person lying on the ground was Lu Feng, and the other 5 who were with him were equally shocked. From the looks of Lu Feng's arms that dangled by his sides, he should be a cripple from that day on. I'll break your arms this time. If you try that in the future, it won't just be your arms. Huang Xiaolong muttered before pressing the button to close the door. The 5 of them stared at Huang Xiaolong, but no one dared to make a move. They didn't even know how Lu Feng's arms were broken. Even if they were crazy, they knew that they weren't Huang Xiaolong's opponent. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong had arrived on the 6th floor, Lu Feng roared in anger. Brat, you better not let me find out who you are. I'll destroy your life and that of your family. The Lu family might not be part of the 10 strongest cultivation families, but they were pretty strong. They could be ranked in the top 30s of the Wuxia Alliance, and there were a ton of members of the Lu family in the military serving as middle-tier officers. As his friends helped him out of the library, the woman who was among them glanced at Huang Xiaolong, who was on the 6th level. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother about anything they said as he headed straight for one of the shelves. He quickly started to look through the history books. That wasn't all. He even looked through the history books of other nations. Even after suppressing his cultivation base to the peak of the 9th level void immortal realm, his divine sense had reached a terrifying level. He only needed to flip through the book once to know its contents. He would flip through a book and place it back on the shelf, and he wouldn't take more than a few seconds per book. In the eyes of those around him, Huang Xiaolong merely picked up the books for a moment before putting them back. After attracting so much attention with the Lu Feng incident, Huang Xiaolong drew even more attention with his actions. Do you think he's really reading the books? Reading? He looks like he's smelling them. Someone joked. Laughter broke out in the library, and even the librarian could no longer take it. One of the female librarians walked towards him and growled, "Student, if you're not here to read properly, please leave. You're affecting the other students." Turning around, Huang Xiaolong noticed that the librarian was extremely pretty. She was prettier than the lady in Lu Feng's group, and Huang Xiaolong had to do a double take when he looked at her. Even though he was tall, the librarian wasn't too short herself. From what he estimated, she should be at least 1.75 meters tall. Even though she was slightly angry that Huang Xiaolong was there to mess with everyone, he felt that she was pretty cute when she was mad.